The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Good evening, and welcome to Nightly Old-Time Radio Shows. It is Thursday, April the 3rd, 2025, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1367 AD, an alliance of King Peter of Castile, Edward the Black Prince, and John of Gaunt of England, Aquitaine, Majorca, and Navarra defeats Count Henry of Castile in the Battle of Nervaret, fought near Najara in La Regia, Castile. In 1645, English Long Parliament passes the Self-Denying Ordinance limiting regional armies, significant step towards new model army. In 1860, start of the Pony Express delivers mail by horse and rider relay teams between St. Joseph, Missouri and Sacramento, California. In 1922, Joseph Stalin is appointed General Secretary of the Russian Communist Party by an ailing Vladimir Lenin. In 1948, U.S. President Harry Truman signs the Marshall Plan to rebuild war-torn Western Europe after World War II, granting an initial $5 billion in aid to 16 European countries. In 1973, first mobile phone call is made in downtown Manhattan, New York City by Motorola employee Martin Cooper to Bell Labs headquarters in New Jersey. In 2016, Panama Papers published 11.5 million confidential documents from offshore law firm Mossack Fonseca expose widespread illegal activities including fraud, kleptocracy, tax evasion, and violations of the international sanctions by the world's elite in the world's largest ever data leak. In 1953, American Magazine TV Guide publishes first issue. Cover features photo of Lucille Ball's newborn baby boy, Destro Alberto Arnez IV, later professionally known as Desi Arnaz Jr. In 1960, Elvis Presley records It's Now or Never, Forever, and Are You Lonesome Tonight at RCA Studios in Nashville, Tennessee. In 1975, Bobby Fischer stripped of world chess title for refusing to defend it. Title awarded to Russian Antonia Karpov. Born on this day, Henry IV of England, Washington Irving, Charles Winks, Boss Tweed, J.B.M. Herzog, Helmut Kohl, Doris Day, Marlon Brando, Alec Baldwin, Eddie Murphy, Jenny Garth, Kobe Smulders, Leona Lewis, Young M.A., Earl Lloyd. Dying on this day, Jesse James, Joseph Brahms, and Graham Greene. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the show. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling all cars, the copyrighted program created by Rio Grande.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars, broadcast 173. Regarding a hit and run. Be on the lookout for a red Ford truck. Thought to be the machine involved. May have a smashed front end from the impact. Driven by one man. That's all. Rosenquist.
As a result of the 50 million mile test given Rio Grande cracked gasoline by your police cars and other emergency equipment, thousands of new motorists are now enjoying the thrill of police car performance. Here's a typical Rio Grande service station conversation.
Well, I heard your Calling All Cars broadcast the other night, and here I am.
Well, that's good. Glad you enjoyed it.
Oh, that isn't what I mean. Oh, I'm grateful, of course, for the entertainment, but what I really want is some of that police car performance in my car.
Well, that's still better. May I fill her up?
Oh, about 10 gallons. That won't make a 50 million mile test, but it ought to mean something.
You'll certainly be able to tell the difference.
You know, that 50 million mile test by police cars is the most convincing statement I've ever heard about gasoline. That's the reason I came in here. Oh, I've been hearing about gasoline clones for years, but 50 million miles of actual driving by police cars, that sounds convincing.
And it is convincing. Police officers drive harder, faster, and under more varying conditions than any other group of motorists. And so it means more when police officers overwhelmingly choose Rio Grande cracked gasoline. This gasoline powers more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment wherever it is sold than any other brand. It gives them, and it will give you, police car performance. Once again, we present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. Tonight, we are varying the type of story usually heard on Calling All Cars to bring you something close to the hearts of everyone. The appalling death list that is already climbing to new highs in the early months of the new year makes it apparent to every one of us that something has to be done to curb the useless loss of life caused by automobiles on our streets and highways. We of the police department have done everything in our power to bring to the minds of the motorists the seriousness of this problem. And now, through the medium of the radio, we are appealing to you as individuals to stop and think before you drive. To stop and think of what it would mean to you were something to happen to one of your loved ones. To realize that the time to do something about it is now, before it is too late, and not tomorrow when it may be. Naturally, all traffic fatalities are not caused by hit-and-run drivers. But we have chosen this type of story tonight because we feel it may bring a little closer to home the fact that the police department is active every second of the day and night in its endeavor to stop this mass killing, and because we feel that you, the listeners, may gain some small idea of the seriousness of the situation. Remember, think before you drive. Anticipate an emergency before it happens. And the chances are that when it comes, you will be able to avoid it.
Eric Holmes and her swain for the evening, Robert Seymour, 43, decide to finish off an evening spent at the neighborhood theater in a fashion befitting the occasion.
Well, now that we've done the theater, Mrs. Holmes, what would you say to a final touch? Something along the lines of perhaps an ice cream soda?
Oh, wow.
With a large topping of whipped cream.
Oh, I think that would be perfect, Mr. Seymour. I declare, I don't think I've enjoyed an evening as much as this in years. Oh, many years.
Good. In that case, maybe we can do it again. After all, I'm pretty lonely sometimes. And it isn't every day I get a chance to take a young lady to the theater.
Mr. Seymour.
Well, we won't find any sodas by standing here. That's certain. May I offer you my arm, Mrs. Combs?
You may. And where are we going to find this wonderful soda with the cream on it?
That's a surprise. Something I shan't tell you until we get there.
Oh.
A little place of my own discovering down on the other side of the freeway.
And I can't ask anything about it.
Well, you can't. All you may do is to walk with me across the street and guess.
Well, then, shall we start?
We shall. Come on. And hold on tight to my arm crossing the street.
Oh, you know, Roy, this is why that made me feel all sort of funny inside. It's like I want to cry. Only I want to laugh, too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Say, did you notice that old couple in front of us in the hill, Roy? The way they kept kind of looking at each other?
Yeah. That's them over by the corner.
I think maybe they must be in love, too, Roy. Just like you and me. Only maybe a little different.
Oh, they're too old. They don't know anything about love like we do.
Look at them, arm in arm, like a couple of sweethearts. Just like they weren't old, Roy. Gosh, it makes me feel all sort of sad inside.
Yeah.
They're going to cross the street at the corner. Look, Ray, they're laughing. Gosh, that'll make you feel funny, too.
Yeah, only...
Only what, Roy?
Oh, nothing. I was only thinking that, well, you've been talking about them all the time, and I thought maybe you'd be thinking about me.
Oh, Roy, I am thinking about you, honest, all the time. Well, it's just that I can't help watching those two and thinking how happy they are. Like a couple of...
Huh?
There's that truck. It's going.
What if you want to stop? Hey, you want that truck to hit somebody? Yeah, I guess maybe we better call the police. I'm just going over there to help. Oh, it's all right, honey. Come on, let's go and call the police. Honey, you gotta stop crying, honey. You gotta.
That's all that happened, the whole thing. Lord, it was awful.
Poor Martha. That's all I could see.
Yeah, they got him in the ambulance there.
Looked like it was too late for an ambulance from what I saw.
At least the woman. She was busted to pieces. Must have been hit by the radiator.
All right. Doctor, you better get him to Georgia. I'll see what I can get here.
Okay, Eddie.
Come on, Eddie. All right, come on, you people. Clear away. Let the ambulance get out. Come on, break it up. Break it up, man. Break it up. Oh, the man's still alive.
Oh, gosh, that's awful. I seen the whole thing, you know.
You did?
Yeah, I was right over here when it happened. Seen the whole doggone thing.
Hey, Compton, you better keep these people off the street. I'm going to talk to any witnesses I can find.
All right, you people. Come on, off the street.
All right, now. Suppose you tell me what you saw.
Well, like I said, I was standing over here on the corner, and I see this couple start out from the other side, like they was coming over here, see?
Yeah?
And all of a sudden, this big red truck comes tearing out of the darkness and smacks him just like that.
You saw the truck?
Yeah, sure, I seen it all right. Like I said, it was red, and it had a sign painted on the side.
You didn't happen to notice what the sign said, did you?
Sure did. Plain as day it was. Right there in front of me. Baker's Pies, it said. Just like that, Baker's Pies.
Well, that's going to help. Now, what happened after the truck hit him? Did it stop at all?
Yeah, it sort of
pulled up at the next corner there, and that is, a couple other people who saw it happen to me. We started after. As soon as he saw us coming, he popped back in and drove off.
You couldn't catch the license number by any chance?
No, sir, that was the one thing I couldn't do. It was too dark.
Oh, hello, Lieutenant. Call on I got a call about a hit and run. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Where are the victims?
Over to the receiving hospital by now. The boy just left. They're both dead? Well, the woman is. Can't tell about the man. She was hurled about 80 feet. He was 10 feet beyond that. Can't be in very good shape after that.
No, I wouldn't say so.
Well, this fellow says that the truck that hit him was red. Had a sign, Baker's Pie, on the side.
Baker's Pie?
Yeah.
Well, I know where that outfit is. You sure of that?
Yes, sir. 2 or 3 of us all saw the same thing. Couldn't miss it.
What do you say we go over there, Hurst, and see if we can locate this fellow? Sounds like the logical move. We'll check with you later, Ogletree, for the names and so forth of witnesses. Get them all, will you? Right. Come on, Ted, the bakery.
Speeding across town, Hurst and Cawthorn lose no time in getting to Baker's Bakery. And once there, a phone call rouses A.L. Baker, owner of the place, at his home. Brings him to the office, where he answers the officer's questions, gives them all possible assistance.
And it's going to be quite a job, I'm afraid, Lieutenant. You see, I have 25 trucks.
25. That means that while we waste time checking them, the one we want may be on his way out of town.
Well, there's one thing that might help, though. You see, each driver owns his own car, and they aren't all the same make. Yes, and also some of them are in Riverside and others in Long Beach. That'll narrow the field down some. Yeah, some. It'll still leave plenty of them to run down and question, though. Well, here's a list of cars and drivers. We'll go over this together and eliminate all those that couldn't have done it. For that, I guess it's up to you, gentlemen, to finish the job. I think you're right, Mr. Baker. So before the night gets completely away from us, suppose we begin. Right. Well, now, let's see. Here's one who couldn't have done it. I check him off. And here's another. He's in Riverside. I check. Webb, I see. He's in Long Beach tonight.
So, patiently, hour after hour, the 3 men go over the list of known drivers. Eliminate one after the other. Narrow the search down to a handful of the original 25. And this completed, they make a minute inspection of the trucks in the garage. Find no evidence that would link them with the fatal accident. Their mission at the Pie Bakery finished, Hurst and Cawthorn begin the tedious job of checking the names on the list, questioning suspects. The first address leads them to a place on Virgil Street, where 2 of the drivers, George Walter and Harry Bolin, live. And as they approach the house, sounds of music indicate a party to be underway.
Sounds hot.
Yeah, too hot for the home of a guy that just killed someone.
I don't know about that. People are funny things, Ted. You ought to know. Shall we ring, knock, or just walk in?
Yeah, let's knock.
Shoot. Yeah, George Ward and Harry Bolin. They live here?
We're officers, ma'am. We want to ask him a few questions.
Well, they're not here now.
Not here?
No.
You mean they're running out on their own party?
Well, Harry's here, but George isn't.
Well, we'll talk to Harry then.
Well, listen, I'll get him to come on outside and talk to you. I don't want no police putting the sour apple on my party. Hey, Harry.
Yeah?
Come here a minute, will you?
Sure thing. Why not? What's on your mind?
Say, listen, Harry, these cops want to talk to you about something. Take them outside and do it, will you?
Well, I don't know what they want to talk to me about, but okay, what can I lose? Harry, have you a red Ford truck? Yeah, what about it? Did you drive it tonight? Not after I was through working. It's out in the garage. Let's take a look at it, huh? For why? Because somebody driving a red Ford truck killed a woman in a hit-and-run crash earlier this evening. He hit a man, too. By this time, he's probably dead. Well, I've been here all evening. I still want to look at your truck. Okay, come on around to the garage. Now, get the lights. There you are. Yeah, it's red, all right. Yeah. It has a sign on the side. Come on, Ted, let's check the front end and motor. Okay. She's been here all evening. Mm-hmm. Glass is all here. Yeah, radiator cool.
No signs of any crash here.
Nope. Well, I guess it lets you out, Harry. Now, how about your friend Walter? Where's he? Well, he took his truck out to the Checker Cafe in Culver City. He owns some interest in the place, and he had to do some work there tonight. Well, I guess we'll have to take a tour out there. If he comes back here, that is, if we miss him out there, tell him to get in touch with us right away, will you? And tell him it's important.
And a short time later, Hurst and Cawthorn pulled to a stop in front of the Checker Cafe in Culver City. In spite of the lateness of the hour, a light inside indicates that someone is still about. Entering, they find a waiter on duty.
Hey, George Walter here?
George? Yeah, he's back in the kitchen washing dishes. You want us to call him?
No, don't bother. We'll go back and see him. Come on, Ted. You George Walters?
Yeah, that's right. So what?
So I asked if your name was Walters, that's all.
Well, you got an answer, didn't you? I'm getting sick of this place. Nothing but trouble all night long. My dishwasher walks out on me, and I got to do the dirty work. And a lot of other things, and then you start popping questions at me.
Now, look, buddy, take it easy, will you? I didn't have anything to do with your dishwasher walking out on you. We just want to know a few things. You drive a red Ford truck?
Right.
For the Baker Pie Company, is that right?
Right again.
Well, we want to see it.
Well, that's tough on account of it isn't around here.
Yeah? Where is it?
Well, I loaned it to a guy tonight.
Who?
His name's Paul, if it makes any difference.
It might. You see, Walter, your truck ran down and killed a woman tonight and then drove off.
Huh?
Naturally, if you weren't driving it, your friend Paul must have been.
What?
Yeah, that's right, Walter.
Well, I gave him the truck about 8:30 to drive to the brewery for some beer for a party I was having.
And you haven't heard from him since?
Why, no, of course not.
Why, of course not.
Well, I mean, just I haven't seen him since, that's all.
Say, what's this Paul's last name?
I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you, Walter. We're going out and find this Paul fella. But just in case he comes in here with that truck, telephone us right away. Understand?
Yeah, I understand, all right. If he comes back, I'll be here washing dishes.
Not entirely satisfied with Walter's story, yet anxious to run down every lead, Hurst and Cawthorn stop at the Culver City Police Station and tell Sergeant C.J. Trueshell to be on the lookout for the truck as well as the mysterious Paul, then decide to inspect the scene of the crash once more. Accordingly, they drive there, look around for clues.
Well, probably nothing we can get here, but we won't have to look around now that the marble's left.
No.
Here's glass all over the street here. Might take a piece in case we find the truck so we can match it.
Yeah. Now, here's its trunk. Say,
What's the matter?
I figured this was glass in the windshield, didn't you?
Sure.
Well, it isn't.
Huh? Hey, let me look.
Yeah, here.
Golly, you're right, Ted. This glass is from a bottle or several of them.
That's what I'd say.
And in that case, maybe we're not going to be able to identify the truck so easy at that. Matter of fact, maybe one of the trucks over the drawers that we looked at was the one. We were looking for one with a busted windshield.
Yeah.
And that puts a slightly different complexion on things. Hey, what do you say we take a run back to the Checker Cafe and see Walter? His friend Paul might be back. And anyway, I'm not so sure I believe everything you told us tonight. I'd like to talk to him some more.
But as they approach the vicinity of the Checker Cafe, Cawthorn suddenly grabs Hurst's arm, points to an object down the street a little ways.
Larry, look.
Up ahead of us there. Looks like a truck. Yeah, it is a truck. And it's painted red.
Oh, it couldn't be that we found our pie truck.
Pull up alongside here and we'll look at it. Baker's Pie.
That's the baby, all right.
Yeah.
And Ted, take a look at that front fender, all crumpled up.
Look, Larry. This truck's only been here a little while. Well, the motor's still warm. I'll bet $1 to a rotten donut we'll find this Paul fella at the Checker Cafe. That or else.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Come on, we're going back to Walter. Well, Walter, how you doing with the dish situation?
Huh? Oh, it's you again.
Yeah. Your friend Paul come back yet?
Not a sign of him.
We found your truck, Walter.
What? Where was it?
A couple of blocks from here. It's been in a wreck, Walter.
Then that's the reason that guy never come back. Probably afraid to tell me he busted my truck up.
Now, look, Walter, do you really expect us to believe all that?
Oh, what?
All that stuff about Paul and he's taking your truck. As a matter of fact, you're just trying to cover yourself up. Isn't that right, Walter?
No.
Well, it's funny finding the truck so close to where you are, and yet you say you didn't have anything to do with it.
Now, look here, fellas. Listen, I've been telling you the truth. There is a Paul. He just lives a little ways from here.
You know where, exactly?
Yeah, and I'll take you there. I'm not going to get mixed up in something I didn't have nothing to do with. If Paul busted into somebody, he can take the rap for it, not me.
What do you think, Ted?
Well, I think this fellow's giving us a runaround. He's the one who was driving that truck home.
No, now listen, fellas, please. You can't railroad me for a thing like this. I'm on the up and up, honest I am.
You were pretty tough tonight when we wanted to ask you some questions.
I know. You see, it's kind of a bad habit of mine, maybe, but it doesn't have anything to do with this. I've been here all evening, and this guy I'm telling you about took the truck to the brewery for some beer. Well, maybe he did run over someone on the way. I don't know anything about that. But that's no reason I should get hauled up on it. Come on, now, let me show you where he lives, please.
Well, I guess there's no harm in that. As long as you don't try any funny ones, such as breaking away.
That wouldn't be so good.
Oh, I won't, honest.
All right, Walter. In that case, we can go and see your friend Paul. With Walter sandwiched between them in the front seat of their car, Hurst and Cawthorn drive slowly in the direction given by him.
I'll take it easy now. Turn somewhere here. Yeah, this is the corner. Turn left here. He lives in a white house down the next block.
Okay. And this had better be the straight good, Walter. If it's not, we're through trying with you.
It's straight, all right. I don't know whether he'll be home or not, but it's where he lives.
How much further?
Oh, just up the next block. I'll tell you. Hey,
What's the matter?
that's Paul walking along there.
Are you sure this isn't a gag?
No, honest, that's him.
Pull up beside him, kid.
Okay.
Hey, you. Wait a minute.
Huh?
Your name Paul?
Yeah. Paul's friend.
That's fine. We want to talk to you. But never mind that. You just come along with us. In the car here.
Who are you?
Police officers. Come on, in the back there. You get him back to Walter and keep him company.
Okay. I don't see what this is all about.
All right, Paul. We're going down to Georgia Street Police Station.
But
Come on, Ted. Let's go.
Okay.
Well, was it hot enough today for you, Ted? Huh? Paper say it hit a new high at noon. I sure hope it keeps up till Sunday. That's my day off, and I'm going to take a swim at the beach.
Hey, what are you... Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, it was plenty hot. Say, how about me going to the beach with you Sunday?
Sure, why not? We can get a swell day and a little swimming, a little sunburn, some good old hot dogs. Sounds fine. Thus, talking of incidental things that have no bearing on the case, the two detectives take a leisurely drive to the police station, going out of their way to make the trip seem longer, completely ignoring their captives who sit huddled in the back seat, silently watching the scenery go by. I told you all along you were crazy to buy that car. You really got stung. Probably done better in a junkyard.
Hey, listen, I don't have to keep dumping oil in it the way you're doing that hack of yours. Another thing, I get better mileage.
Hey, I'll take you up on that. Why, I can get as high as 20 miles a gallon in traffic this track, and out of the 20, it's a cinch for 25. Oh, here we are, home. Here's where you get out, Frank. You too, Walter. Follow me. All right, in here. Collins.
Yes, sir.
Take care of this fellow, will you?
Yes, sir.
You'll stand here, Walter. And you're coming with us, Frank. All right. Sit down over there.
Yes, sir.
Well, friend, you know what we want.
No,
You killed a woman tonight, friend.
No. I
Sure you did. And you know it. That woman you ran down in Walter's truck, she died almost instantly.
But
You murdered her, friends, just as surely as you could have with a gun.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Thanks. Yeah. Well, friend, you made a double. Man, your head just died.
Well,
I didn't do it.
you borrowed Walter's truck tonight, didn't you?
No, you had it at 10 o'clock, didn't you? I don't remember. No, I didn't have it.
Walter says you did.
No, I didn't. I didn't have it.
You know, friends, we have a set of your prints from that time you were brought in for receiving stolen goods. You remember?
They let me go. I told him I was innocent.
That's right, Paul. And this case hasn't anything to do with that one either. But nevertheless, we have your prints on file, and we've got an expert checking them against prints found on the murder truck. He'll be bringing in his report any minute.
I didn't do it. I didn't.
Don't kid me. You're just putting yourself in the middle.
I didn't do it.
Then I guess I'll have to wait for the report. You sure you don't want to talk?
Haven't anything to talk about.
Nothing to talk about, eh, Paul?
No.
Come in.
The report you wanted, Lieutenant.
Fine. Thanks a lot.
Yes,
Let me see. Yeah. Well, Paul, what are you going to say now?
I don't know.
You know what the answer is on these prints, don't you?
No.
The ones found on the truck and the ones on file here are identical. Not so good, eh, Paul?
I didn't mean to. It was an accident.
How did it happen?
I I was driving along. I didn't see him. Then when I hit him, I stopped and come back and waited.
How long, Paul?
Until the ambulance got there. That was all I could do.
You were there until the ambulance got there?
Yeah. I didn't see him. The woman must have been wearing dark clothes.
You knew you hit two people?
Well, I knew I'd hit the man, but I thought I'd missed the woman.
You didn't see the woman, yet you thought you'd missed her? Well, Paul?
I couldn't see him.
And you didn't wait until the ambulance came because there are 5 witnesses and saw you leave.
No. I waited. I saw him go. I didn't mean to hurt him.
I'm sorry, Paul, but the game's up. You hit those people, and you deliberately left them there in the street. We can't call it murder, Paul, although that's what it amounts to. But we can call it manslaughter and hit and run. For that, you're going to go where people who commit crimes belong, to the penitentiary.
And after a short trial, on the morning of November 29, 1935, hit-run killer Paul Franz, tense, white-faced, stands before Judge Baird, listens for the words that will ring in his ears forever.
Paul Franz, you have been found guilty by this court of 2 counts of manslaughter. You've also been found guilty of hit and run, a brutal, cold-hearted crime. Therefore, Paul Franz, I sentence you to serve a term of from 1 to 10 years on each of the manslaughter counts and from 1 to 5 on the hit and run charge. All to be served concurrently in Folsom Penitentiary.
So, in this case, justice was done, and Paul Franz discovered the irrevocable fact that you cannot ignore the laws of society and not pay for it in the end. And remember, it isn't the original accident that creates a crime many times. It's the actions of an individual afterwards. The law reads, in case of an accident, stop and render assistance if humanly possible. In this true story of a hit-and-run killer, you have lived with us the tragedy of reckless driving. Rio Grande deplores this modern condition and dramatizes it in the hope that automobile drivers may be induced to exercise care and consideration in their driving always. The story also emphasizes another side, the diligence of our ambulance and police service. In this efficiency, Rio Grande proudly claims a part. Throughout this territory, more emergency equipment is powered with Rio Grande cracked gasoline than any other brand. In Oakland, Berkeley, Marysville, Fresno, Santa Barbara, Los Angeles, Pasadena, Monterey Park, San Diego, Phoenix, Orange County, Maricopa County, Arizona, and Coconina County, Arizona. Police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment have been powered with Rio Grande cracked gasoline month after month to answer calls of distress. Many of them are lubricated, too, with Sinclair motor oil, the fitting companion to Rio Grande cracked gasoline in providing police car performance. When you go to your nearest independent Rio Grande dealer to secure these products for your car, ask him for a free copy of Calling All Cars News. Learn how you can earn 1,000 gallons of Rio Grande cracked gasoline by helping police catch criminals. Get your free copy tomorrow.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars. The cancellation broadcast 173. Regarding a hit-and-run accident. Suspect in this case is now in custody. That's all. Those are the questions.
This is Frederick Lindsley saying good night for Rio Grande.
The ultimate terror has returned.
All hands, battle stations.
Their sights are set on one target.
Stop!
On the eve of an incredible breakthrough.
I got angry.
Now, will he become a victim of temptation?
Did it feel good to kill?
And join forces with the galaxy's greatest enemy?
Yes.
Next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Someone waits for me. Carpenter welcoming you to the Bing Crosby Show, presented by Chesterfield, produced and transcribed in San Francisco, with John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, Judd Collins with the Bears, and Bing's guest, Mr. Paul Douglas. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow's Thanksgiving, and we'll be groaning all night long after the big dinner. And now, here's a fellow who groans all year long, Bing Crosby.
Hey, I want to remind you something, McKen. When I stop groaning, I stop eating.
Oh, naturally. You got a big Thanksgiving dinner planned for tomorrow, Bing?
A Lucullan feast.
Really?
Yeah. Crosby's will be coming out of the woods, out of the hills, out of the trees, from all over. Nothing but Crosby.
You really have a big gathering, don't you?
Oh, yes. And this year we're all going to get plenty to eat.
Good.
Brother Everett isn't coming to dinner.
Don't tell me Ev's on a diet.
Worse. Everett met with a nasty accident yesterday. He got shot.
Well, it was bound to happen sooner or later.
No, it's accidental.
Oh, accidental.
Sure.
Yeah.
This year, Everett thought he'd surprise us all and provide us with our Thanksgiving bird, so yesterday he went hunting.
Well, good for him.
Seems that Everett was out in the country stalking the bird when, in climbing over a barbed wire fence, he snagged a vast hole in the seat of his trousers, which exposed a sizable portion of his red underwear.
Yes.
Well, a short time later, he's crawling through some bushes when another hunter behind him caught sight of that patch of red bobbing around the thicket. I thought it was a turkey. Hunter took dead aim, and he let Everett have it. He's getting along fine, recovering, convalescent. And I want to tell you, it's really wonderful to have the mob gathered at the festive board.
I'll bet.
The excitement when the turkey is brought in. Now, that's really a great moment. When they bring in that great, warm,
big
brown,
bird, yep.
steaming bird. And then the head of the family, the breadwinner, the good provider, starts carving. Hope Gary don't cut himself. Say, we'd like to drop Thanksgiving now for a while in favor of Christmas. What do you say?
Good.
Musically, at least, because our opening selection is a song called Mele Kiliki Maka. It's a new Hawaiian Christmas tune. If the rhythmers will gather around, and John, if you're agreeable, we shall head for the islands. Mele Kiliki Maka is the thing to say on a bright Hawaiian Christmas day. That's the island greeting that we send to you from the land where palm trees sway. Here we know that Christmas will be green and bright, the sun to shine by day and all the stars at night. Mele Kiliki Maka is a wise way to say Merry Christmas to you. That Christmas will be green and bright, the sun to shine by day and all the stars at night. Mele Kiliki Maka is a wise way to say Merry Christmas to you. Mele Kiliki Maka is the thing to say on a bright Hawaiian Christmas day. That's the island greeting that we send to you
from the land where palm trees sway.
Here we know that Christmas will be green and bright,
The sun to shine by day and all the stars at night. Kalikimaka is the wise way to say Merry Christmas.
a very Merry Christmas,
A very, very, very Merry Christmas to you.
Boys and girls.
Thank you, Ken, and a Melikilikimaka to you. Also, very happy Thanksgiving.
Well, thank you. Say, Bing, that reminds me, I've got a little tip for the thousands of folks who are going to a friend's or relative's house for dinner tomorrow.
Well, Ken, I'm sure our listeners are always interested in holiday hints. What's your suggestion?
Well, I think it would be nice if those who are invited to dinner would take their host or hostess a little present.
Mm-hmm.
And the gift that everyone will appreciate is a carton of Chesterfields.
That's a very good idea, Ken. Chesterfields make a wonderful gift. And then after dinner, after dessert, everyone could break out a pack of Chesterfields and make the Chesterfield mildness test.
Well, Bing, that's as good a place as any. You know, over 10,000 smokers do make our mildness test every day.
Now, seriously, friends, if you haven't made it yet, I'm sure it'll convince you, too.
Make your next pack Chesterfield. Then open 'em, smell 'em, compare 'em, and smoke 'em. Enjoy that mild or mellow Chesterfield aroma. Compare it with the brand you've been smoking. Your nose will tell you the difference between other cigarettes and Chesterfields. As tobacco men have known for generations, tobaccos that smell milder, smoke milder.
So be fair to yourself, friends. Get with that Chesterfield mildness test. Prove to yourself they're much milder and they leave no unpleasant aftertaste.
Join the millions who smoke Chesterfields, and you'll know how much real pleasure and comfort a cigarette can give you.
The Paramount people are promising to release a picture soon. A thing called Mr. Music, in which I'm involved. Here's one of the ballads from the piece. The likes of you may never be attracted to the likes of me. But accidents will happen and I'll be around, and maybe there'll be no one else but me around. Forevermore may never start. You may ignore my hopeful heart, and chances are I'm not the one to make you fall. But accidents will happen after all. A smile may show it, your eyes may glow. Before you know it, I'm sure I'll know. So, if you fall in just that way, oh, wouldn't I be thrilled to hear you say, I had a lovely accident today. Your eyes may glow, I'm sure I'll know. I may switch to a more floridly romantic vein, musically, I mean, here's a song called All My Love. This type of song is generally featured by such artists as the street singer Tony Martin, Tommy Lyman, Benny Fields. Really, to sing this song properly, a fellow should wear a serape and carry a guitar, but I look like a chimney sweep in a serape. I can't play the guitar, so if you'll be indulgent with me, I'll try it just in my regular wardrobe. Give you all my love. The skies may fall, my love, but I will still be true. All my sighs may disappear at last. Now that you're here at last, my heart belongs to you. Let me go.
Don't you ever let him go.
You thrill me so I can see as I recall my life. I've waited all my life to give you all my love. I can see as I recall my life. I've waited all my life to give you all my love. Ladies and gentlemen, guest time is here, and if I do say so myself, tonight we have pulled out a veritable plum. We have really hit the jackpot tonight in the person of Paul Dreamboat Douglas. You know, Bob Rourke, the eminent columnist, and a man who is clinically close to Mr. Douglas, once described him, and I quote, as rugged a masculine type as ever you saw. He's got the voice of a rasp, a heart of gold, enough acting ability to keep him rich, and all the girls find him fascinating. I close quote. No kidding, if this guy isn't riding high, I don't know who is. After great success in the Broadway show Born Yesterday, he ambled out Hollywood way and he established himself as a top-flight star in his very first picture. On and on he goes, film after film, hit after hit. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to present the greatest boon to moviegoers since the installation of the lobby popcorn machine. Mr. Paul Douglas.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you. That was a nice introduction, Bing.
Well, I thought you'd like it, Paul.
It was a little short, but you got the point over, I guess.
Well, I tried my best. You know, Paul, we don't pay much money on this show, but, boy, we sure butter people up here.
Well, Bing, don't worry about the money as long as you keep talking about me.
You know, one thing I like about you, Paul, your great success hasn't changed you one bit.
Well, after all, why should it? I always knew I was great.
Well, I'm sure of that. But, Paul, you've got to admit you were very lucky, very fortunate to rocket to stardom in your very first movie, remember? Letter to Three Wives?
Well, there's nothing remarkable about that. You did the same thing in your first movie, Going My Way.
Hey. Hey.
What?
Well, Going My Way was not my first picture.
You made one before that?
One. I made hundreds.
I wouldn't know. I never went to the movies until I got in them.
Doesn't it get monotonous, just watching your own pictures?
Well, not a bit. I go because I like what I see. Frankly, Bing, I think I'm a doll.
You are. You're a doll. You're just a great big teddy bear doll. I'll bet every woman in the country would like to squeeze you.
It figures.
Probably a few husbands would like to get a hold of you, too.
Well, you know, when a man's in my position, he's got to expect a certain amount of jealousy. It's always been like that. Ever since my days at Yale.
Yale? You a Yale man?
Well, certainly. You don't think I picked up all this class at a barber college, do you?
Well, I should have known if I was thinking at all.
Certainly, kid. I spent over 2 weeks at Yale.
What happened? Were you ousted?
Yeah, but it was politics.
I suppose.
Yeah. It was. Can you keep a secret?
I won't blab a word.
Okay, Rudy Valley was jealous of me.
Well, by the tables down at Maury's and to the place where Louis dwells, I think that was a dirty trick.
Oh, well, I don't hold it against Valley. Rudy's done a lot for Yale.
Well, he got you out. But, you know, even those 2 weeks, scant as they were, have done something for you, Paul. A Yale man always stands out in the crowd, you know.
I even stand out in a crowd of Yale men.
You can stand out at Mike Romanoff's.
Look, you know, Bing, the average Yale man from my class is now married.
Yes.
Earning $26,000 a year.
Mm-hmm.
Follow me?
I'm with you.
Owns his own home and has 2 1/3 children.
That's a clever trick even for a Yale.
Well, it's too bad you weren't in that class, Bing. The average would have gone up on everything. Well, anyhow, Bing, both of us have gone a long way since our college days and since the days we were struggling in New York.
Well, you have. I'm still struggling.
Oh, yes. Well, speaking of the old days, Bing, I remember one time in Studio 3 on the 21st floor of the old CBS building.
Steady now. Let's be careful.
Well, all right. You'll remember.
What was it?
Lenny Hayton had the band.
Yeah, Lenny.
I was your announcer, and we were on the Chesterfield program together 19 years ago.
Just a minute, Paul. Got to check you on that.
Yes?
Norman Brokenshire was the announcer on the Chesterfield program.
Oh, but I was there.
Oh, now I remember. You were the standby announcer.
Well, yes. You see, I was there ready to go on in case Brokenshire showed up with laryngitis.
That's right.
Yeah, you showed up with laryngitis now and then. It was a lot of fun. Bing, by the way, do you get laryngitis very much anymore?
Very seldom. I feel too rough in the morning.
It's murder, isn't it? Well, Bing, while we're still yakking about those dear old days, I'd like to remind you of a little money matter.
How much do I owe you, Paul?
Well, Bing, do you recall one night while Eddie Lang was playing your guitar introduction, you borrowed a deuce from me and ran out to bet it on a horse?
I ran out to bet $2 on a horse during the program?
That's right.
Well, who sang my songs?
Brokenshire. Any way you look at it, you still owe me that deuce that you bet on the nag.
Oh, Paul, tell you what, let's just say it's a horse on you.
Oh, that's cute.
Oh, isn't that gay?
It's a snapper, isn't it? I'm sorry, I never played a pony. Let's see now. Well, all right, it's $2 for 19 years. Compound interest. Can you figure it?
You're pretty grim about it, aren't you?
You owe me $32.90.
I can't pay you.
Why not?
Horse only paid $4.80.
Oh, well.
But, Paul, we really had a lot of laughs those days at CBS working for Chesterfield.
Yeah, and just think, Bing, I was just a radio announcer then, and now I'm the biggest actor in Hollywood.
Subscribe to that. You know, something I was thinking, the way things happen, you know, a fella gets a break, it's really a crime that you get into pictures so late.
Really?
Now, I don't endorse this following sentiment, but there are those who seem to think that television is going to give movies a real kick in the pants.
Oh, well, that doesn't worry me, chum. You see, I still have the theater to fall back on.
Well, Toulouse.
Legit, please.
Really?
Well, don't forget that I gave the most outstanding performance of the season when I first appeared on Broadway in Born Yesterday.
Yes, and I recall an interesting story about how you got that part in Born Yesterday.
Well,
you
it is an
remember?
interesting story. I remember it, and I'd like to tell it.
And I'm sure you're going to.
Without interruption, Bing, you see, Garson Kanin, the author and director...
good man.
Oh, very good. Man of great wisdom and choice. He originally wanted Broderick Crawford for the role.
Good performer.
Yes, but he wasn't available, if you know what I mean. He looked all over for the right actor, and one day he said to his wife, Ruth Gordon, the fellow I'm looking for has to be a powerful, magnetic, outstanding performer like Paul Douglas. And then it hit him.
That's not exactly the way I heard that story.
No?
What Garson Kanin actually said was, the guy I need for this part is a big, loudmouth fathead like Paul Douglas.
This thing turned on?
It's alive. It's working.
If it's working, that's what he said. I'm sorry I took the part.
Well, we're not sorry, Paul, because that show was instrumental in bringing you to Hollywood, into a medium where millions can now appreciate your brilliant artistry.
Thank you, Bing. That was entirely called for.
Who called for it?
Just a minute, friend. You know, there are those who say that I am as talented and as versatile as Clifton Webb.
Oh, now here, Clifton Webb is a great performer. He can play any kind of part.
Are you implying that I can't?
Well, all I know is that you've made 7 movies, is that right?
Yes.
And in every one of them you play a big, loudmouth fathead.
Okay. Well, you see my next picture, 14 Hours. I just finished it. And in that one, I play a soft-spoken, sensitive police officer.
Well, I look forward to seeing it with great anticipation.
Well, I don't want you to think, Bing, that I'm trying to muscle into your racket or anything like that, but I'm starting a picture next week that calls for me to do some singing.
Well, what's the title of this picture you're going to sing in?
It's called The Guy Who Sank the Navy.
And that'll do it.
Well, I just had a thought, Bing, on how you can square that $32.90 you owe me.
Oh, you're still thinking of that?
Yes, all the time. All my might.
$32.90. Well, what's your proposition?
Well, if
anything reasonable, I'll go for.
Now, if I'm going to sing in this picture, I'll have to lay some lute on the barrelhead for vocal lessons.
Inevitably.
And if you'll give me a singing lesson right now, I'll cancel the $32.90.
Paul, that's a lot of money just for one singing lesson.
I can afford it. Go ahead, sing something.
Now, watch carefully, because this is costing you money. John Scott, let's run through that song Nevertheless, while Mr. Douglas... Watch carefully now. The mask and the bel canto and my tones and everything, the phrasing. It's very important.
Very jolly.
Yes, thank you. $32.90. Well done. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm weak, maybe I'm strong, but nevertheless I'm in love with you. Maybe I'll win, maybe I'll lose, and maybe I'm in for crying the blues, but nevertheless I'm in love with you. Somehow I know at a glance the terrible chances I'm taking. Fine at the start, then left with a heart that is breaking. Maybe I'll live a life of regret. Maybe I'll give much more than I'll get. But nevertheless, I'm in love. Might as well confess that I'm in love with you. Paul. Thank you. Paul, now that's the lesson A. Were you listening? You tuned in?
Oh, you can say that again. There's nothing to that singing, is there?
Nothing.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Hey, Bing, when do you sell Chesterfields around here?
Oh, frequently.
I'd kind of like to muscle in on a commercial. It's been a long time since I was Chesterfield's #1 salesman.
Well, you sure were, Paul. You announced on all the Chesterfield programs.
That's right.
Don't tell me a big actor like you still has a yen to be a radio announcer.
Well, I like to keep in practice,
Honestly?
Sure, it'll be something for me to fall back on when my youth and beauty are gone.
We'd love to have you join us, Paul, but you're sure you're not rusty? Times change,
Yes, but Chesterfields don't. They smell milder and smoke milder just as they always did.
Oh, this boy's on the beam. You forgot something, Paul. They leave no unpleasant aftertaste.
Of course not. The cigarette taste panel proved that.
Right, Paul. The country's first cigarette taste panel, after smoking thousands of cigarettes under strict laboratory conditions, reported that Chesterfield is the only cigarette in which members of the panel found no unpleasant aftertaste.
So, friends, get a pack of Chesterfields and compare them with the cigarettes you've been smoking.
Your nose will tell you the difference between Chesterfields and other cigarettes.
This lad's got all the latest stuff.
Sharp.
How come you're so hep, Paul?
Oh, I listen to the Bob Hope Show, Bing.
Well, I do too,
Yeah?
Oh, I listen in every Tuesday night. I got to hear that boy. It's in my contract.
Yeah?
And he's got to listen to me, too.
Oh, well, serves you both right.
Every Christmas brings us a new song or two. Johnny Burke and Jimmy Van Heusen here submit one, which I think rather nice.
I love that Christmas feeling. It does my heart so much good. Strangers I meet all seem like friends, and the world's just a neighborhood. So here's to the joy of Christmas, and here's to the ones I hold dear. May you have that Merry Christmas feeling all through a happy New Year.
Very, very nice, Bing.
Well, thank you, Paul.
That's a good tune. You ought to make a record of it.
Oh, I have a record out on it. Matter of fact, this tune is out on a platter with the 4 kids and myself singing it.
Your whole gang has a record out now?
That's right.
Well, there goes the Fred Waring Glee Club.
Oh, Fred, don't have to worry. That's the big league, Paul. We're no competition there.
Well, it's really been a lot of fun tonight, Bing, and I'd like to announce that I appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of An American Gorilla in the Philippines, starring Tyrone Power and Micheline Prell.
What's the name of the picture?
An American Gorilla in the Philippines.
Oh, what are you in there, Paul? The gorilla?
That's Gorilla,
Oh,
and I'm not in it. As a matter of fact, they're saving me for more romantic parts.
Ah,
yes.
Yes, you do go over so big with the ladies, I'm sure.
I'm a doll, I told you.
A doll.
On account of me, and hear me good, Bing. All right, on account of me, women are throwing rocks at their boyfriends all over the country.
Is that so?
I tell you, I've broken up more romances than policemen's flashlights.
Now this boy goes on.
But Bing,
What?
who's going to ham it up with you next week?
Next week, Paul, Miss Ella Fitzgerald joins us. Also, that great jazz band, the Firehouse 5+2, will be aboard.
That ought to jump pretty good.
Oh, this ought to be very frenetic. Well, good night, lover boy.
So long, Bingsley.
Good night, folks. See you next week for Chesterfield, the best cigarette reunion.
This is Sherman Billingsley, reporting from my Stork Club in New York. Of course, Chesterfield is our #1 cigarette. But if any of our customers like a long cigarette, I always recommend Fatima. They're the best king-size cigarette. It says right on the yellow pack, they're extra mild. And they sure are. Remember, at the Stork Club, we recommend only the best. The #1 Chesterfield and king-size Fatima.
The Bing Crosby Show, presented by Chesterfield, was produced and transcribed in San Francisco by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. Tune in next week and hear Bing and his guests, Ella Fitzgerald and the Firehouse 5+2.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
If you're driving the family on a vacation this year, tell the kids they can save you some money every time they spot the sign of Sleepy Bear. Because that little bear means you found a travel lodge. And that's like finding extra money lying around. Every room has a TV, big comfortable beds, and a price tag that helps the vacation last. Look for that little bear and find yourself a travel lodge.
Listen to how America handles a headache.
Look, you got a headache, you want relief, you get Bayer aspirin. It's that simple.
Oh, Bayer aspirin, definitely. It's the one brand that we wouldn't be without in our home.
If I've got a choice, I'll always choose Bayer. Yes, sir, more people use Bayer aspirin to relieve a headache than any other pain reliever. Bayer, it's #1. It's how America handles a headache. Use only as directed.
Bayer aspirin. It's fast relief that works.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. May I be your guide once again for that trip through another world, a world of the weird and the unusual? Consider, what we are pleased to call science is based primarily on our observation of cause and effect. So, we say the rooster crows to herald the approach of dawn. But what does the rooster think? From his point of view, isn't he justified in believing that the sun rises because he commands it? In the final analysis, it all becomes a matter of perspective, doesn't it?
Hello, darling.
Hi. Dinner ready?
Just about.
Have a good day?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so happy, Carlotta. Does that mean you finally straightened out the problem that's been bothering you?
Yes, I found out how to get rid of it.
Wonderful. How?
Like this, Edmund.
Mike, what are you doing with that gun? What are you...
Our mystery drama, The Deadliest Favor, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Norman Rose and Marion Seldes. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Excuse me, sir, but do you know what happens this time of year?
Right on, pal. I happen to know that right about now a freak blizzard falls on Dumont, New Jersey, and they're snowed in for the rest of the summer. Happens every year.
No. You see, what happens this time of year is that you can get a particularly good deal on what is perhaps the most luxurious mid-size car on the market, the mid-size Buick Century Regal.
Well, what good's a car when you're hopelessly snowed in?
Well, that's a point.
How long would it take you to read a brief 3-page pamphlet on drugs? 3 minutes? 4 minutes? Well, not very long. And it would be time well spent. For your free pamphlet, write Drugs, Box 8200, Albany, New York. That's Drugs, Box 8200, Albany, New York.
But don't wait. Time might be running out. This message nationwide brought to you by the New York State's Drug Abuse Control Commission.
Listen to a tough summer wash. The machine's loaded with sweat socks, beach towels. These things aren't just dirty, they smell. If you want to make sure it comes out clean and fresh, pour Lysol brand disinfectant in your washing machine. Lysol cuts way down on germs, eliminates odors, especially important if you wash in cold water. Lysol, the brown bottle in the red and yellow box. The fast, easy, effective way to cut down on germs. Make your whole wash smell fresh and clean every time you wash.
The poet said, "He that dies pays all his debts." And while this may be true, it is neither a practical nor a popular way to discharge one's obligations. And yet, how can we ever hope to pay the vast accumulation of debt that accrues during our lifetime? Well, this has nothing to do with money. We refer rather to the true obligations when we ask, can anyone live long enough to repay all the favors extended, all the kindnesses shown, all the comforting words spoken by friends and strangers? Rare is that fortunate man or woman whose account is not in arrears.
The Prime Minister described the situation as one of the utmost gravity. And now, let us go to the West Coast, where they are having a fantastic premiere of that super-sensational million-dollar epic, Kiss of Blood. This is a premiere like they had in the good old days. Everybody who is anybody is here.
Oh, yeah, that's a long way from here, Carlotta, baby. A long, long way. I made myself this bed. I'll just have to learn to like it. Live with it.
Hello, darling.
Hi.
Anything exciting in the news?
Man said there's going to be a war, I think.
Well, that's not new.
Hungry?
Mm-hmm.
Steak and salad, okay?
Okay.
You have a good work session?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. What's the problem?
I don't know.
That first draft is due in 2 months, isn't it?
I just can't seem to get it down.
Well, why not?
I can't concentrate.
Up here? A million miles from no place.
Maybe that's why.
Well, but you're the one who wanted to get away from the hustle and the bustle and the hurly-burly.
Believe me, I don't miss it. I'm happy to be up here.
Then why can't you write?
Because, well, Carlotta, because I've got a guilty conscience. I feel guilty about you.
Me?
Mm-hmm. See, I don't need people. I don't need parties, the theater, opening nights.
I don't either.
But, Carlotta, you were always so...
I was always... what?
Always in the middle of it, in the middle of a whole world of excitement and glamour.
No, darling, I wasn't in the middle of it. I was on the fringes. I was merely one of 2,470,000 aspiring young actresses. And that's just 1 year's crop.
Yeah, but I have a feeling it must be so dull for you up here.
Dull? I can read, I can paint.
And I get the feeling that I'm dull, too.
Edmund.
No, dear, let me say this. I'm just a writer.
Just a writer. You're the best,
And I'm not even the kind of writer who gets his name in the paper. Well, not the part of the paper anybody bothers to read.
Oh, darling, you mustn't run yourself down.
My book, my latest book, what is it concerned with?
You said you'd explain it to me.
Well, in this book, I explore the pupal and the larval stages in the development of the caddis fly.
Oh.
Exactly. Oh.
Oh, but I'm sure it must be very
interesting.
Really? To whom?
Well, to those people who would be interested.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you find it exciting, don't you?
Well, yes, because it is exciting. You see, Carlotta, the caddis fly encloses himself in what he thinks is a golden protective sheath. But in reality, it's his coffin.
Ah, that sounds good.
And the fish that prey upon him, they also meet their doom.
That sounds even better.
Because the fish, in their turn, are eaten by other predators.
Well, you got plenty of action.
And listen, the largest and most powerful predator is man. Consider how we, in our turn, are eaten. Not by stronger carnivorous, but by our own artificially induced anxieties and tensions.
But that sounds great.
Yeah. But it's not the kind of thing that'll head a bestseller list or get me on the talk shows.
Is that what you want?
No, but...
But what?
Well, I have an idea. It's what you would want.
Edmund, I'm happy. I'm very happy. I've got you, and you're everything I could wish for.
Come in. Oh, Sheriff.
Afternoon, Mr. Churchill. Miss Churchill?
Well, you're just in time for dinner, Sheriff.
Well, thank you both very kindly, but I happen to be here in line of duty.
Oh, you mean there's a possibility you may have to arrest me or Mr. Churchill?
Or maybe both of us.
No, I don't think so.
What can we do for you, Sheriff?
Well, now, Mr. Churchill, it's about an old friend of yours named Mike Perry.
Mike Perry?
The Mike Perry?
Killer Mike Perry.
He's a friend of yours, Edmund?
That's what we've been told.
Well, you learn something every day.
After all these years, they finally did catch up with Killer Mike. They got him on a charge that can stick. And what does he go ahead and do? Smooth as you please, he just busts his way out of jail.
And he's here? He's up here?
Well, no, he probably ain't up here.
Well, then why are you...
The big city cops and the federals, they went and compiled this list of all his friends.
You were one of his friends, Edmund.
Well, 20 years ago we went to school together.
And that's what I mean. We've got to run down those leads. You seen him around here, Mr. Churchill?
No, Sheriff.
If you do, you'll get in touch.
Certainly.
Well, I just done my day's work. Drive 20 miles up to see the Churchills. Ask my 2 questions, and I'll drive 20 miles back to town. Well, I'm sorry I bothered you, folks.
That's quite all right.
Oh, drop in again anytime.
Well, goodbye now, and have a nice evening. Oh, are you going to take part in the annual fly casting contest a week from Saturday, Mr. Churchill?
You couldn't keep him away.
Well, I almost won last year, remember?
Well, Frank Miller over at the motel asked me to remind you. You haven't sent in your entry fee. It's got to be paid by tomorrow.
Oh, right. Thank you. I'm not going to be disqualified on a technicality. Would you take the money to him, Sheriff?
Oh, sure thing.
Darling, do you have $5?
Mm-hmm.
It's gone up to 10 this year. We have twice as many prizes.
Oh, well, here you are, Sheriff.
Right. Well, let me know if you hear anything or see anything. Good night.
Good night.
Edmund? This gang leader? This Mike Perry? How could he possibly have been a friend of yours?
Well, we were roommates in college.
No.
He's an educated man, Carlotta.
Then how could he...
Rob? Kill? I don't know.
And how could you associate with a gangster?
Well, he wasn't a gangster in those days. Actually, he was a history major.
Darling, do you know something? If this were a movie, that door would open right now. And he'd storm in here with a gun in his hand.
No, he wouldn't do that. He'd knock on the door, and he'd politely ask permission to come in. And he'd say to me, "Well, Eddie, I'm here to collect."
Collect? What?
The debt I owe him.
What? What do you owe him?
Well, it's hard to say, Carlotta, on the face of it. I owe him $3,000.
$3,000?
$3,000 can mean a little or a lot. Depends on the situation. To me, it once meant life itself.
But you never told me.
It was tuition and living expenses for my senior year. There would be a job waiting for me in June. A job in research. A job I dreamed about. But I would need the degree. Well, my uncle, who was executor of my father's estate, gambled away the money.
Are you about to tell me that Mike Perry gave you the $3,000?
Yes.
Where'd he get the money?
He robbed a bank.
He what?
Yeah. He robbed a bank. He came into my room that day and he said, Eddie, nobody has the right to be that down in the mouth. You look as if you're ready to hang yourself. And I said I was. And he said, kid, tomorrow morning, I'm going to lay that $3,000 right in your hot little hand. And he did. And when I asked him where he got it, he told me. He robbed a bank.
And you believed him?
No, he did. I said to him, how could you? And he said, they got plenty of money. They'll never miss it. But for you, it's the end of the world.
And you took that money?
I took it because at that time, without that money, it would have been the end of the world for me. But Carlotta, I'll tell you this. I repaid the bank.
You did?
After I sold my first book. I sent them $3,000 in cash. Anonymously, of course.
Oh, well then you don't owe anybody anything.
No, that's not true. I'm still indebted to Mike Perry.
Well, I'm sure he doesn't need your $3,000. They say he has millions.
I don't owe him the money, exactly. See, what I owe him is a favor.
What kind of a favor?
I don't know. Whatever he asks.
Well, what could he ask of you?
Well, when he gave me the money all those years ago, he said, Eddie, one day I'm going to come to you for a favor. Maybe to save my life, the way I just saved yours. And you better be good for it.
Well, there isn't anything you can do for him, Edmund. It's all ancient history. It's 20 years. That's so long ago. That's another world.
Yes?
And so much has happened to both of you. Oh, I'd venture to say he doesn't even remember you. He just can't get used to the idea.
What idea?
What idea? Edmund, the idea of Mike Perry being a college man. And your roommate. When was the last time you saw Mike Perry?
When?
Or can't you even remember?
Oh, yeah, I can remember. The last time I saw Mike Perry was about 30 minutes ago.
Look out for the quiet people. At any rate, Mike Perry, a lord of the underworld, has come to this remote mountain area to collect a debt. A debt of 20 years' standing. But is Edmund Churchill ready, willing, and able to pay it? I shall return with further news of the principal and interest shortly in Act 2.
When you drink beer, do you tilt the glass for long, hearty swallows? Or just tip it and sip it? Well, sipping's the thing for wine. But Budweiser beer is a hearty drink, brewed for zest and character. The best way to enjoy Bud is to drink it. Not chug-a-lug, just man-sized beer drinker swallows. That's when that famous Budweiser taste, smoothness, and drinkability really come through. Smoothness and drinkability that come only from natural carbonation and exclusive beechwood aging. Smoothness and drinkability, too good for any half-hearted sipping. So drink up. You'll see that brewing beer right does make a difference. And that when you say Budweiser, you've said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
It's our anniversary. 10 years. 10. But tonight we're going to live a little. 10 years. Now, I know tomorrow my head and my stomach may not feel too hot. But it's our anniversary. And if I happen to overdo it, isn't it nice there's Alka-Seltzer? 10 years.
Alka-Seltzer, with antacids for your stomach and specially buffered aspirin for your aches and pains. Use it only as directed. Isn't it nice there's Alka-Seltzer?
When we got a lot of wash we gotta do, and all the skirts and shirts are dirty through and through, that's when we're glad for Fab. Clean, so clean, lemon fresh and too. Fabs are seen a booty-yada-doo. White, so white, razzle-dazzling. Bright, so bright, you're gonna wanna sing. Oh, Fab, we're glad. There's lemon fresh and for us and you.
about your husbands? To Carlotta Churchill, Edmund, her husband, was mild, self-effacing, unassuming, a writer of books on nature. Now she has discovered that Edmund is providing refuge for Mike Perry, an underworld overlord who is a fugitive from justice. Why? Well, it seems the two men are old friends.
He's here? Mike Perry is here?
Yes, Carlotta.
Where?
In my studio, above the barn.
Then you lied to Sheriff Parker.
Yes.
You and I were not...
We're not what, Carlotta?
We're not the kind of people who assist gangsters, killers.
At one time, Mike Perry did me a favor. Now he's calling it in.
But the law, Edmund.
Yes, I've thought about it, and, well, sometimes you just have to.
It's wrong. It's wrong.
It's not the point.
Are you telling me that we are going to shelter this murderer?
I'm telling you I have no alternative as a man of honor.
Honor? What has honor got to do with this hoodlum? How can you pervert the word honor?
Honor is a personal thing, Carlotta.
He's come here to destroy you.
But I owe a debt to the roommate I had in my senior year. Now, please, Carlotta, try to understand.
I hope it's okay to come in.
Oh, yeah, sure. Sure, Mike, come in. Carlotta, this is Mike Perry, very old friend.
How do you do, Carlotta? Well, I must say, Eddie, your taste has improved since we were undergraduates.
Mr. Perry, my husband is under the misguided impression that he is somehow obligated to you. That's his affair. If I had my way, I would call the police.
You would? Why?
You stand for everything I find evil, vicious, and depraved in our society.
Well, surely not everything.
Well, darling, why don't I help you with dinner, huh?
I'm particular with whom I break bread. If you care to feed Mr. Perry, you'll find something in the refrigerator. Meanwhile, you'll excuse me, I have a headache.
You know, Eddie, I don't think she likes me.
Good morning, dear. I prepared breakfast.
Just coffee for me. Where's the gangster chieftain?
I put him in the spare room. Carlotta.
Yes?
Carlotta, there are certain laws that one does not violate. The law of hospitality. And it doesn't matter who a man is or what he does if he's a guest under your roof.
He's a guest under your roof, Edmund, not mine.
Good morning.
Morning. Did you sleep well, Mike?
I always sleep well.
One might think you have a clear conscience.
Like some breakfast?
Well, I can help myself, thank you.
Oh, I've been up for hours. I did some pages. Now I'll cast a few flies, sharpen up for the tournament, and maybe catch a few rainbows for lunch. Well, I'll see you both later.
Well, alone at last.
If you'll excuse me, Mr. Perry.
Oh, no, don't go. If my presence is so distasteful, I'll leave the table and have breakfast later.
Thank you.
Tell me, Carlotta, why do you hate me?
You flatter yourself. I have contempt for what you are. But hate, that's too important an emotion to squander.
Well, I'll say this for you. You don't squander it. You invested very carefully. You lowered the boom on me last night. You said I was everything vile and evil and depraved.
It's true.
Well, it's immaterial. Those are only words, but I saw something that you didn't see when you said that about
What
me.
do you think you saw?
The flush in your cheeks, the fire in your eyes.
Well, of course. I was angry.
Yes, I know. But show me a person who really hates something or someone. I'll tell you why. They hate because they're afraid.
Afraid of what?
Of themselves. They instinctively know. They're fascinated by that something or that someone.
Are you saying that I'm fascinated by you?
Aren't you? No, don't answer that right now. Because you're probably not aware of it. Just yet.
Hello?
Morning, Miss Churchill.
Oh, good morning, Sheriff.
Mr. Churchill about?
He's fishing. Is it important?
Well, just tell him I gave Frank Miller his entry fee, and he's all set for the contest.
Yes, I'll tell him. Oh, is there any news about the escaped gangster?
Not a whisper. Although they do think he may be headed toward this part of the country.
Oh?
When it comes to hiding out, this is as good a place as any, and better than most. Keep an eye peeled, will you, Miss Churchill?
Well, of course.
Bye now.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
For what?
For not calling in the hounds.
Had I told the sheriff you were here, I'm sure you would have killed me on the spot.
That isn't true.
You mean you're not capable of it?
Oh, no. Of course I am. But there'd be no point to it. They'd have me. Where can I go in this wilderness?
But how do you know I won't call him back?
I know. You've got a good highlight on the cliffside there. And your shadows are remarkable.
What are you...
What am I doing here? Well, I thought I'd take a walk. You're not a bad painter.
What would you know about it?
Oh, I'm quite a patron of the arts. Haven't you heard?
Oh, I can imagine.
No. People like the Medicis, the Borgias, they robbed and they killed. Yet they practically financed the Renaissance.
You know, you have delusions of grandeur.
Why did you quit?
Quit what?
The theater.
I was never in the theater.
Oh, that isn't true. I saw you in a play. It was 10 years ago. I'll never forget your performance.
You have developed flattery into a fine art.
It was a great performance. What happened?
Nothing.
Tell me the truth.
I told you. Nothing happened. I had a bit part in an off-Broadway play. I had one scene, and I stole the show. And the critics raved, and... and that was the end of it.
It couldn't be.
I never got another job.
That's impossible.
No, it's the way things can work out or not work out in the theater. So I decided to go back to school and get a degree and maybe teach.
And you married your professor.
That's right.
And you've been miserable ever since.
That's not true.
Now go ahead, tell me. Tell me you've been deliriously happy.
Nobody is deliriously happy in this world.
That's not true. I am.
You?
Oh, yes. Because I live. Every second of every minute of every hour. I have everything I want.
But you can be shot down at any time.
And you can get hit by a truck. You abdicated from life.
I'm reconciled to it.
Reconciled? You? I saw you on the stage. I saw fire and ice.
Excuse me.
Where are you going?
I'm going back to the house.
Yes?
Please, I said I'm going back.
Well, of course. You know why? You're afraid.
Afraid of what?
Of this?
Let go of me. Please let go.
Oh, now, who are you kidding?
Let... Oh.
Now, I'll let you go.
I despise you.
Oh, sure.
And now for the news headlines. There is still no word on the whereabouts of Mike Perry, who escaped from federal custody in New York last Monday. It's believed he may be headed west. Little Dolly Prescott, the teenage sex queen, is suing...
Not so good.
Oh, they'll never think to look here, Eddie.
You can't tell. Look, don't walk around in the open. They be patrolling in helicopters.
And how long shall we be honored with your company, Mr. Perry?
Darling, Mike is welcome to stay as long as he likes.
Well, until the heat's off.
I see.
You know, Mike, I don't believe it.
What?
Well, everything I read in the papers.
You should always believe what you read in the papers, even if it isn't true.
You never killed anybody.
No one could ever prove I did.
you are the same guy I went to school with.
Sure.
I mean it. Well, I don't know what's gotten into me, but I'm writing again. 26 pages yesterday, and 9 this morning already, and I'm going to get back to that typewriter. Will you both excuse me?
Oh, sure. You know how it is when you're hot.
See you good people at cocktail time.
Well, I'll have to get out of here.
Where will you go?
Well, don't tell me you care.
I
have an idea. There's going to be some heat here. It's time to make a move. The big one. Well, I'm prepared for it. I got the place all set up. There's only one thing missing. You know what that is?
I'm not interested.
Well, you should be. It concerns you.
Listen, Mr. Perry, get this straight. Nothing you do concerns me.
You're coming with me.
Where?
Ah, I caught you. Your instinctive reaction was not to say no, but where? We're leaving the country.
What makes you think...
I want you. And I get what I want. It's that simple. And besides, you want me.
What gives you that idea?
As of right now, you don't have the courage to take what you want. It's all right, I'll help you.
And what makes you think I want you?
You mean you want what you've got now? Eddie? This hermitage, a million miles from nowhere?
I'm happy.
Oh, yes. Doing what? Every year that goes by is wasted. Soon you'll be old. Too old. Where are you running to? You see, your problem is with timing. You quit the theater too soon. You stayed with Eddie too long. Make your move. Now. You'll never get another chance.
Please keep away from me.
Why?
Because
I'm right, huh? You know the poem? Full many a flower was made to blush unseen and waste its fragrance on the desert air. Don't waste the fragrance, baby. Don't.
Mike,
That's better. Oh, that's much better.
What about Eddie?
Eddie? Oh, we'll take care of Eddie.
What are you saying, Mike?
I'm saying we'll just let things work out. No. Don't move.
Edmund.
Shh. Let me just finish this paragraph. I know just how I want to say this, and if I stop, Carlotta, what did you do?
I want you to listen to me.
You could have torn that paper.
Edmund, please, I beg of you. Pick up that phone right now.
Why?
Do it.
All right.
Now, when the operator comes on, ask her to give you the sheriff's office and tell Sheriff Parker that Mike Perry is here.
Carlotta, how can you ask me?
I won't ask you again.
I should hope not.
I won't have the strength.
You know, I don't understand you at all.
Please call, please, before it's too late.
Too late for what? Too late for what?
Nothing. Nothing.
You mean you became so excited over nothing?
I tried. Oh, Edmund, I tried. Whatever happens, at least I did try.
If at first they don't succeed, some people will try again. On the other hand, there are others who quit. And there's a lot to be said for both points of view. Will she try again to convince Edmund? If so, how hard? Everything will be revealed in good time when I return shortly with Act 3. Hey, we're the action corps. See, we contribute more.
T's for the teamwork of our crew. Our ideals are high. Oh, oughtn't you apply? Means it now that we need you. A, C, D. We could go on all day. are needed right away.
Action is Vista, the Peace Corps, RSVP, SCORE, and other volunteer programs that are helping people to help themselves. If you're trained in a skill or just have a little love to share, Action needs you.
Yeah, baby. Action really needs you.
Don't crawl under a rock. Get into action.
Oh, yeah.
This is the public service of this station and the Advertising Council.
Hey, well, what are you doing?
Just putting in my 2 cents worth.
Oh, come on, honey. That's my fabulous one and only charcoal broiled burger recipe you're fooling with.
I know, but I had to put in my 2 cents worth.
2 cents worth of what?
Accent flavor enhancer, dear.
And why, may I ask, did you do that?
Because Accent Flavor Enhancer helps us get all the good natural flavor we paid for, and all it takes is 2 cents worth per pound meat. Been using it for years.
You know, with the price of meat today, I'd be glad to pay an extra 2 cents to make sure I got the best flavor I could get. Honey, thanks for putting in your 2 cents worth.
Accent Flavor Enhancer. Accent has the answer. Accent Flavor Enhancer. Accent has the answer.
Friendship can form the strangest pairs. And one of these is Edmund Churchill, a writer of nature books, and Mike Perry, a notorious gangster. Right now, Mike is hiding out in Edmund's secluded mountain home. And far from being bored by the solitude, he is quite happy. Why not? Edmund has a lovely young wife. And as they say, all's fair.
And then Mike said to the professor, "Sir, there is every reason to believe that the Arthurian legend is based on fact. Furthermore,
I must have been a bore in those days.
Wait.
What is it?
Hear that outside?
It's a car.
Who is it, Edmund?
Coming up the hill. It's the sheriff. What would the sheriff...
Mike, go to the spare room, quickly.
All right.
Oh, Edmund, get the ashtray. Get rid of it. Everybody knows we don't smoke.
But it's no good. The smell will still be in the...
Oh. Give me one of Mike's cigarettes.
Yeah, okay.
Leave the pack on the table, and I'll say I started again if you notice.
No, wait. Something must be wrong.
What?
I don't understand why.
The table's set for 3.
Come in. What did you say, Carlotta?
Table is...
Hello, Sheriff.
Hi, folks. How's that casting arm, Mr. Churchill?
Oh, it's first rate.
Well, you people having company? Table set for 3, I noticed.
It's lunchtime. I saw your car coming up the hill, so I set another plate. Join us?
Don't mind if I do. That platter of roast beef looks great.
Sheriff, what's going on?
Well, tell you, I figure Mike Perry's gonna head this way.
You do? Why?
Because he's that type of person. He does the unexpected. Goes where you'd never dream to look for him.
But to come here?
Every place else is red hot. And my theory is he's headed this way. Well, I see you started smoking again.
Yes, ever since this thing started, I've been so nervous.
Oh, there's nothing to worry about.
Well, we're not worried. It's just...
We're going to patrol this whole area. On foot, in cars, by helicopter. We'll get him.
That is, if your hunch is correct.
Well, I got a feeling. There's more than a hunch. It's based on a pretty fair analysis of all the known factors. Now, could I trouble you for a slice of that terrific roast beef?
Morning, Carlotta.
You slept late.
Where's Eddie?
Oh, fishing.
That's become a big thing with him.
He's got the contest coming up on Saturday.
We have to get out of here.
Mike.
I don't like that sheriff.
Oh, he's just...
Just what? A hick constable? Don't sell him short. He makes smart moves.
Where could you go?
Where could we go? Remember that we.
Well, Where?
Out of the country.
But what's the good? You'll be extradited.
What for?
Well, for...
I'm not wanted for crimes like murder. All I have on me is income taxes. Maybe embezzlement. There are plenty of places where they can't extradite you.
But...
Come with me.
But... Edmund.
I said we'd take care of Edmund.
No.
Carlotta, come into a new world. The world of the people who have power. It's a world where rules have no meaning.
But Edmund's such a good person.
Good, bad, they mean nothing. You do what must be done.
And I'm not sure that I can.
And stay here.
Oh, Mike,
Where we're going, I have a palace, a yacht. There's nothing you can't have. Name it, it's yours.
But I don't want just things.
I'll buy you a theater, your own company, act, star.
Oh, Mike.
Everything, anything,
Mike.
yours for the asking. This is my world. I want to share it with you.
But what's supposed to happen to Edmund?
Edmund must be taken care of.
You mean killed?
There's nothing personal involved. I even like Eddie.
No.
There's no other way. When he finds out we're gone, he calls the sheriff. Now, look, I've been told there's only one road out of these mountains.
Yes, it leads right through the main street of Council Forks, 20 miles from here.
Well, we'll have to chance it.
No, it's dangerous.
At night, late, I'll wear a hat. I do look a little like Eddie. We'll be moving pretty quickly. Yes, we'll go as soon as it gets dark. The stores will be closed. No one will be on the streets.
But Mike, it's still a 3-hour drive through these hills before we get to the turnpike. Suppose the sheriff should call here.
He won't.
Oh, how can you be sure?
Call him. And here's what to tell him.
Sheriff Parker speaking.
Oh, Sheriff, I just called to tell you we're leaving.
Leaving? When?
This evening, we received a call from Mr. Churchill's agent. He has to be in Hollywood by tomorrow afternoon.
Will we be seeing him on the screen?
Well, you'll be seeing characters from his book.
Well, good luck.
And we won't be back for, well, I don't know how long.
Well, maybe it's for the best. Might have been dangerous if that gangster fella showed up.
Well, we'll see you when we return. Goodbye, Sheriff.
Bye now. Oh, tell Mr. Churchill I'll get back. Miss Churchill? Miss Churchill? Well, I guess she hung up. It doesn't matter. I can catch them when they come through town.
Mike,
You what?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Of what?
Of anything.
Come here.
No, that won't help.
Yes, it will.
Oh, Mike. I'm so frightened.
You should be. You know why? You're crossing the line.
Promise me you won't hurt Edmund.
Of course. Are you packed?
Yes.
Okay. When he comes in, you go out to the car.
You won't hurt him? Promise?
I promise.
Well, greetings.
Well, just in time for a drink, Eddie.
Oh, I'm in great form. Shame you can't come to town with us Saturday and watch the contest.
Well, I'll keep amused.
Fix you something, darling?
Who? Me?
Join us?
I don't think so. I feel so... it's a little stuffy in here. I think I'll get a breath of fresh air.
Listen, Carlotta. I appreciate this.
What?
Well, what you're doing. It's plain you have no use for Mike, and you're going against your code of morality. I know it's uncomfortable for you, but you're doing it for me, and, well, I think you're wonderful.
Goodbye, Edmund.
Goodbye? Where are you going?
Oh, just for a walk.
Well, Mike, here's to us.
Yes, Eddie. To us.
She's right, but she doesn't understand how it used to be between you and me.
Of course not.
But after this is over, After this is over, we're finished, Mike. We're square.
If that's how you want it.
It can't be any other way.
That's right. It can't be any other way.
Mike? Mike, what are you doing with that gun?
Well, you see what I'm doing. I'm aiming it.
Mike? Mike, why?
Because I have no choice. As you said, it can't be any other way.
Well, why? I mean, why do you want to kill me?
I don't want to kill you, Eddie. I have to. And therefore...
Mike, it's me. It's Eddie.
If you stand still, Eddie, you won't feel a thing.
Mike, no!
Mike! You killed him!
Yes, I killed him.
But you promised!
I promised I wouldn't hurt him, and I didn't. He died instantly.
Oh, no. Oh, I didn't realize.
Yes, you did. You did.
No, I don't want to go with you.
You have to go. You have no choice. You just crossed the line.
Mike, please hold me close.
Now, dear, I have to drive with two hands, especially when we go through town.
Oh, slow down. The local cops love to pick up people for speeding.
Not much of a town.
Well, we chose the right hour. All the stores are closed. People have finished dinner. The movie won't break for at least an hour. I'm so nervous.
It's all right. Everything's all right.
Edmund, I've never stopped being sick.
You'll be okay. Up ahead. Is that a police car?
It's the sheriff's car.
I think somebody's in it.
Well, we have to go down this street, but...
Well, why not? He can't suspect anything. It's dark. He won't recognize me. Look, as we go by, you wave at him.
All right.
There's nothing to be scared of. Now, give him a loud, cheerful goodbye. And a big wave.
Hi, Sheriff.
Hi, Miss Churchill.
There. You see? There's nothing to it. We're in the clear. You don't have to look back.
Mike, he's pulling away from the curb.
Okay, that doesn't mean he's after us.
Mike! He's following us.
Now, don't panic. Maybe he's heading someplace else.
Where? This road leads away from town. There's nothing for more than 80 miles. He's after us. Why?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? You know everything.
Shut up.
He's after us. Look, he's gaining on us.
I'll lose him.
He wants us. Oh,
hold the wheel. Hold the wheel steady. Steer.
Don't shoot at him.
I got a cannibal. He hasn't hit the radio yet. I can stop it.
No, don't.
Steer to the right.
No.
Hold the car steady.
They're firing back at us. They're shooting back.
Get away from the wheel. Get away from the wheel. Move away.
And I have with me here a man who captured the fugitive gangster Mike Perry, our own Sheriff Pete Parker. Sheriff, what's the story?
I didn't know anything. I saw them drive by in the car, and I thought it was Mr. Churchill with her. And since he was not going to be here for the fly casting tournament on Saturday, I wanted to give him back his entry fee. After all, it was $10, and that don't grow on trees, you know.
Of course not. But that $10 discharged the debt. And while we don't know who did win that fishing contest the following day, the grand winner should be Sheriff Parker, who caught the biggest fish of all the night before. We're going to catch you for some more Mystery Theater when I return in a few moments.
Pardon me, miss. Can you tell me what happens this time of year?
Rhubarb reaches its peak.
Nope.
Muskmelon reaches its peak?
No.
Oh, does it in any way involve something reaching its peak?
No, not really.
Oh.
What happens this time of year is that you can get a really outstanding deal on Buick's small but surprisingly elegant Apollo. And with what's happening to prices, you may never have a better chance to buy a Buick, huh?
Hey, I know what happened.
Yeah?
The buzzards come back to Hinckley Ridge, Ohio.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
I hadn't thought of that.
Sure, I've heard that phrase, give to the college of your choice. Good idea. And I know all colleges need more money, what with inflation and all. It's just that since I graduated, I've been so busy, not just with my career, but with the community affairs, too, I haven't found the time to reevaluate.
Take the time now and give more to the college of your choice. Now.
A public service message of this station and the Advertising Council.
Certain emotions slumber inside each of us. We lead lives that may have nothing to do with our true desires. And then one day, a Mike Perry can arrive to awaken a Carlotta Churchill. Well, we certainly hope there are no Carlottas among our listeners. And if any of you are even contemplating a Carlotta-like move, tune us in instead. You'll get all the vicarious enjoyment with none of the actual penalties. Our cast included Marion Seldes, Norman Rose, Ralph Bell, and Dan Ocko. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Now, a preview of our next tale.
What's a young guy like you doing with all white hair?
I swapped for it, Mr. Halpert. I can swap anything I got for anything you've got. And what you got is plenty of money.
And years, kid. Too many years.
I'll take them off your back. You just say yes. That's all you have to do.
Okay. That's enough. Beat it.
Look, you gotta believe me, Mr. Halpert. Give me a chance to prove it. You don't have to pay me off until it works. I mean, what would you give to be 26 years old again?
$1 million, kid. That's what I'd give. What kind of pills you peddling?
Would you give me $1 million?
Just like that?
Just say yes, Mr. Halpert. The rest is easy. Only don't try double-crossing me, because once we make the swap, it's final. I get the $1 million, you get to be 26. Is that a deal?
Sure. It's a deal.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Is on at Kroger, and that means savings for you, because from now until October 12th, Kroger is freezing prices on over 500 different items. It's true. For 60 days, the prices on hundreds of name brand items you use most often, will not change. That's a promise. So look for the blue shelf marker on over 500 items in your Kroger store. They tell you exactly which prices are frozen during the big price freeze, going on at Kroger from now until October 12th.
Up next in our prolific parade of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
Each Wednesday with you.
Crystal Myers, makers of Sal Hepatica for the smile of health and True Shave Eat Beforehand lotion, present Wednesday with You. Starring Nora Martin, Freddie Martell, Leonard Seuss, his orchestra, and yours truly, Harry Von Zell.
Dear Diary, this is Nora Martin again. After 3 weeks of hard work, we finally got Eddie Cantor's Cozy Cabana into shape. But now we have a new problem. Our meat ration points, like Mr. Cantor's vacation promises, ain't what they ought to be. And the complaints of the customers are ringing in our ears.
This is what happens when you get caught with your points down. Hello, Bonzell talking. Start your squawking. If you've got a beef, you've got more than wheat. Yeah, yes, Miss Andrews. No, Miss Andrews. Right away, Miss Andrews. Who is that? The Andrews sisters. 3 of them, you know. How do you like that, Nora? They've been here only 4 days, and already they're complaining about the food.
Complaining about the food?
Yeah, they think it's time we serve them some.
Well, they're right, Mr. Bonzell.
They are?
Sure, they're right. But we haven't enough ration points.
Yeah, this morning I got a complaint that all we're serving is ox brains and ox tails.
Brains and tails. That's the only way we can make both ends meet.
Harry's worried about the food. As for me, I could always sing for my supper, so I did. I don't care who knows it. I'm in love with you. I guess I'll always be this way. Nothing you do or say will ever change me. I'm for you forever. Yours my whole life through. That's how I am, and I don't care who knows it. I'm in love with you. I guess I'll always be this way. Nothing you do or say can ever change me. That's how I am, and I don't care who knows it. I'm in love with you.
Remember when I first met you? My lips were so afraid to say I love you. Remember when, to my surprise, a heaven in my heart leaped into your heart. Remember how much I cried, tears of joy to think you were mine. Darling, down deep inside, I still feel that feeling divine. I love you then, and I still do. I can't remember when I didn't love you. Remember how much I cried, tears of joy to think you were mine. Darling, down deep inside, I still feel that feeling divine. I love you then, and I still do. I can't remember when I didn't love
Nora, you're worrying too much. Even without meat, you'll be surprised how I can whip up some delicious dishes.
Yeah, well, Nora, you'd be surprised how few people can eat dishes.
Oh, hell.
Gets in their teeth, you know.
Oh, no.
China gets all mixed up with the porcelain. No, I can't help being nervous, kid. No, this is a big responsibility. Now, there's a lot of work to be done. We've got Leonard, have you got a cigarette?
Here, Harry.
Thanks. Now, kids, we got to pool our efforts and come up with an idea. Every one of you must help, you understand? We can't... Give me a match, Leonard.
I haven't got a match.
You never have anything, do you? Never has a thing. Now, listen, we've got exactly 5 red ration tokens.
4, Harry.
4. What happened to the other one?
Well, you see, Harry, I went on a spree. You know, I'm quite a plunger.
You're a plunger?
Yeah.
And you've got the head for it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Well, yesterday when I was in the village, I took a gamble and used one on a weighing machine.
Oh.
You know where the card pops out and gives your weight on one side and a picture of a movie star on the other?
Yeah, I know.
Well, it wasn't worth the token.
What, with glamorous stars like Betty Grable, Lana Turner, and Hedy Lamarr?
Yeah, but I got Frank Sinatra.
Oh. Well, how much meat did you expect for 1 red point? Serves you right. That fella's got shoulder blades I could shave with, you know.
Oh, Harry, stop joking. We have no money, no ration coupons. What do we do for our guests now?
Well, I told you, Nora, our only solution is to get that live cow away from Farmer Jones.
But Mr. Bonzel, he's a hard man to do business with.
Oh, he is hard. You think so, huh? 3 times yesterday I went over to talk to that guy about a trade. The first time he threw me into a cactus patch. The second time he tossed a pitchfork at me. And the third time he took a shot at me.
Did he hit you?
Freddie, look. Old pants, new patches. Here. Did he hit me? But am I discouraged? No.
No?
No. This afternoon, I'm sending you over.
But Farmer Jones threw you out. Why send me?
Every once in a while, there'll be a laugh. Please wait.
Thank you, Mr. Bonzel.
Where were we? Oh, well, you say, why am I sending you over? If he threw me out, I just want to show the man there's no hard feelings. That's all.
But I won't do it, Mr. Bonzel.
That's you.
Yeah, look, Harry, if we're going to take our lives in our hands, let's go in the woods and hunt for game, like my ancestors.
Your ancestors?
Sure, I'm descended from good stock.
Holstein or Guernsey? Hunting. Listen, we can't go hunting. We haven't got a gun.
Remember, Harry, we promised the guests meat for tonight's barbecue.
Yeah?
We haven't the money, we haven't the points, and we can't do business with Farmer Jones.
Yeah, he's got a gun.
You said it. No doubt
Well,
he is it, too.
I'm not afraid. I'll go and bring back Farmer Jones's cow.
Nora, you'll go?
I'll go.
No.
Yes.
No.
Why not?
Well, what are you saying? He might kill you. Why, if he harmed one hair of your golden head, think. No. Never let it be said that Harry Bonzel sent a girl to do a man's job. You'll go. Well, go ahead, Nora. Go on.
Harry?
Afraid? No, I'm not afraid. I just happen to be a coward, that's all.
Be a man, Harry. Go with it.
Now, there's a speech for you. You think I'm afraid, too, huh? Well, Nora, I'll show you. I'll show you the best road to take to get there.
Harry, you're going with me.
What'd you say?
You've got to go with me.
Yeah, well, you go down that road and take the fork to the left.
You're going with me.
I am?
Yes.
Well, here I go, with a smile on my lips.
And a song on my lips.
I'm smiling.
I'm singing.
I'm Bunzo.
I just want the right to love you all of my life. Just the right to take care of you all of my life. I just want the right to be near you, always to be there, sharing every care and strife. Life can be as simple as a nursery rhyme. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, all of the time.
just want the right to give all my love with all my heart for all of my life. I just want the right to love you all of my
Hey, Leonard, look who's coming down the road. Who? It's Nora, with a big fat cow.
Freddie, no matter what your personal opinion is, that's no way to talk about Harry.
But Leonard, it's a real cow, and Harry's got a ring through her nose.
A ring? You think they're engaged? Hi, kids. Congratulate me.
They are engaged.
Oh, shut up.
Harry did it, boys.
Yes, sir. I put it over, fellas. I told you I'd do it. What a trade, huh?
Harry, you talked Farmer Jones out of his cow?
No, I ignored him. I made a deal with his little woman.
His wife?
No, his wife's a big woman. I traded with his daughter. Now, there's a smart girl.
Smart girl. We don't have a thing around here worth trading for a cow.
You haven't.
Tell him.
But I was willing to sacrifice one of my dearest personal possessions.
So there.
Oh, Nora, what a friend.
I did.
You gave up your girdle.
Leonard, listen, there are treasures more precious to a woman.
Such as what?
Well, my boy, a bottle of Trouchet, for one.
You mean we got that cow for a bottle of Trouchet?
For a bottle of Trouchet and 4 points.
But you don't have to give points for a live cow.
Very true, Leonard, but I threw those in for good measure. Miss Jones, I said, here's the first point. Trouchet is the beforehand lotion.
Did she get the point?
She must have. That was when she took her hands from around the cow's neck. Then Harry gave her the second point.
Trouchet is a creamy lotion designed to help keep hands soft and lovely.
I'll bet that almost had her.
Yeah, and we almost had the cow.
Yeah.
So, quickly, I came across with the third point. I told her to use Trouchet, the beforehand lotion, before she does dishes or tubs or undies. Because Trouchet is so effective that it will help guard her hands even in hot, soapy water.
Right then and there, she took the bottle of Trouchet and put the ring through Bossy's nose.
Yeah, but it wasn't until I gave her the fourth point that we saw a touching sight. Miss Jones, I added, Trouchet is also great for keeping legs soft and smooth, particularly in the summer when the skin has a tendency to dry.
What did she do then?
She puckered up and kissed the cow goodbye. That's what it says here. Oh.
Well, it was beautiful, Harry. And how magnanimous you were with that extra point you gave her.
Oh, well, I couldn't help that.
I know.
When I saw the look in her eyes as we turned to go, I just had to say, begin today to use Trouchet.
A fair trade if I ever heard one.
Even Stephen. Now her hands will be soft and lovely, and our steaks will be sweet and luscious.
And so, dear diary, this evening, as the guests gathered around the campfire, we had a wonderful barbecue. And there under the stars, as the flickering flames died away into glowing embers, we sang familiar old melodies of long ago and far away.
Очи страстные, очи жгучие и прекрасные. Так люблю я вас, так люблю я вас. Ради увидел вас. И прекрасная. Oh, the night more dark than the stars more bright, lovely eyes of flame with consuming light. Oh, beloved eyes, love awakened tears in that luckless hour. When you first drew near,
Well, Freddie, Nora, and Leonard, but it's time to turn in, everybody. Now, look, I've got a big day planned for you lovely guests tomorrow. A nice horseback ride before breakfast. After we eat, a couple of sets of tennis. In the afternoon, I'll take you swimming. Gosh, it's a lucky thing Cantor isn't here. I'll be using his wheelchair.
Oh, Harry, you'll be giving these people the impression Mr. Cantor's old. Why, he's still a fine athlete.
Yeah, well, I will admit I saw him run around the block 4 times, and he might have made it the 5th time, only my baby started to cry.
Well, what made your baby cry?
He wanted his block back.
Oh, Harry. No.
Well, good night, kids. And listen, folks, here's a message from our government. Cadet nurses, 60,000 of them, are needed immediately. Enlist now for summer or fall classes by writing to U.S. Public Health Service, Box 88, New York City 8, New York. Remember, you are contributing to final victory from the day you enter nursing school, so enlist today. We're a little bit late, so we'll see you next week, we hope. Good night, everybody. We're a little bit late, so we'll see you next week, we hope. Good night, everybody. We're a little bit late, so we'll see you next...
My Favorite Husband is up next on Nightly Old-Time Radio Shows. Please enjoy it.
It's time for My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball.
Hello, everybody.
Yes, it's the new Gay Family series starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning, brought to you by the Jell-O family of desserts.
H-E-L-L. Oh, the big letters stand for the whole family. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. That's Jell-O.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O puddings.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O tapioca pudding. Yes, sirree.
And now Lucille Ball with Richard Denning as Liz and George Cooper, two people who live together and like it. It's late evening at the Coopers. George is in his easy chair reading a book, and Liz is seated at the typewriter typing away at breakneck speed.
Liz, aren't you finished typing yet?
I just have one more sentence to do.
Oh, you're not going to stay up another hour, are you?
Never mind the cutting remark. It isn't my fault your typewriter can't spell.
What are you working on, anyway?
I'll read it to you in a minute. You know, I'd have finished hours ago if it wasn't for those darn kids.
What kids?
Oh, probably Mr. Woods. Every 2 minutes they ring the doorbell, and when I answer it, they hide.
I haven't heard it.
You've been reading. There they go again. By gosh, I'll get them this time.
Liz, come back here. That bell is on the typewriter.
On the typewriter?
Sure, see?
Well, that's the stupidest thing I ever heard of. I can understand a bell on a bicycle, but whoever ran over anyone with a typewriter?
It's there in case the secretary falls asleep. It wakes her up when she reaches the end of the line.
Oh.
What were you typing, anyway?
My speech? Now sit up and listen. I want to practice it on you.
What speech is it?
My acceptance speech for the Women's Club election.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you. You be my audience. Hey, wait a minute. What's that? What are you doing?
Well, I'm trying to sound like your women's club.
Oh. Well, now just sit there.
You great. I love your hat.
George, don't be so authentic.
Okay, go ahead.
Ladies of the Sheridan Falls Women's Club. First, I want to thank everyone who voted for me. You will not be disappointed. I'll do my best to be a good this year. As I pointed out in my campaign speech, I have all qualifications a good niece. In the first place...
Just a minute, Liz.
What?
What are all those pauses? What office were you elected to?
I don't know yet. The election isn't until tomorrow.
Come again?
The election isn't until tomorrow. I just leave the name of the office blank, then I write in whatever I've been elected to, see, and then I read the speech.
Oh, honey, sometimes you amaze me.
Thank you. Now let me finish. In closing, let me say that to be a good, you need, and I have more than any woman in the club. Thank you. Applause, George. Applause.
Well, she's the best we've ever had. You know, there's only one thing that puzzles me, Liz. What makes you so sure you're going to be elected to an office?
Oh, everybody in our club is an officer.
How many members are there?
25.
And each one holds an office? No, I don't believe it.
It's true. We have a president, vice president, treasurer, secretary, sergeant-at-arms, song leader, chairman of the membership committee, chairman of the Ways and Needs committee, social chairman, and chairman of all other committee chairmen, and everybody who isn't one of those automatically becomes a special member at large or her exalted honorary alternate.
What do you think you'll get?
Well, this year I'm sure to be president, vice president, or secretary.
I see you wisely avoided even the thought of being treasurer.
Well, there's no chance of that. Every year we elect Naomi Brubaker. See, her husband's a CPA.
Good move. Now, do you mind if I go to bed, Madam President, Vice President, or Secretary?
No, darling, you go right ahead. I'll practice my speech some more. I wish to thank everyone who voted for me. I'll do my best to be a good this year. I have all of the qualifications. Hi, Iris.
Liz, girl, how are you?
When are you going to start the meeting?
Right away. The election committee just handed me a sealed envelope. Girls, may I have your attention?
Well, you're crazy if you think it's natural. Honey, I've seen the roots of her hair up close and...
Oh. Pardon me.
I wonder who it could be she was talking about.
Could be. Before I announce the election returns, I have an announcement to make that will sadden all our hearts. Our social chairman has sprained her ankle and will not be able to attend today. I know you all join me when I say, get well quick and hurry back to us, Amelia Freebooter Dernwist. Well, I know you're all anxious to hear the election return, so I won't take any more time. I'll open the envelope and read you the winners.
Liz, what do you bet Iris is elected president again?
Well, why wouldn't she be? She owns the clubhouse furniture, and if she isn't elected, she'll take it home.
Our new president is... Well, this is a surprise.
Congratulations, Iris.
Thank you. Now for the vice president. I'm happy to say we've elected one of our most popular and charming members, who is noted as much for her brains as her good looks.
Ladies of Sheridan Falls Women's Club, first I want to thank everyone who voted for me.
Liz.
What?
Sit down, girl.
You.
Oh. Our new vice president is Phyllis Brown.
Congratulations, Phyllis.
And you'll be delighted to know you've elected as secretary our most beloved member, a girl who doesn't have an enemy in the world.
Ladies of the Sheridan Falls Women's Club, I want... Not me?
No.
Well, whoever she is, she just made her first enemy.
The new secretary is Marge Van Tassel.
Oh, that's me.
Oh. Order, please.
I'd like to ask a question.
What?
What am I?
Let me answer that. You're a
girl. Let me see, Liz. You've been elected the 25th honorary exalted alternate.
Well, thanks a lot.
Our treasurer-elect is Naomi Brubaker. Naomi?
Girls, I'm afraid I'm going to have to resign from the club as my husband has just been permanently transferred to California.
Oh, that's terrible. Do you have to go with it?
Oh, I'm afraid so.
Well, this leaves the office of treasurer open. Well, there's no sense of having a whole new election. Any volunteers for the office of treasurer? Well, let me put it this way. Is there any one of us who's good at mathematics?
Put it another way, Iris.
Oh, dear, this is a problem. It was so nice having Naomi's husband and accountant.
Liz Cooper's husband is a banker.
Oh, but he...
I nominate Liz Cooper.
I second the motion.
Liz Cooper's been nominated and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Liz Cooper's elected.
Now, wait
a minute.
Congratulations, Liz. You're the new treasurer.
But I don't want to be the new...
Liz, you've been elected. This is a democracy. It's the will of the people.
It is not. I'm a people, and I didn't even get to peep.
Treasurer. Now, before we go on, I know you'll all join me in a thank you and goodbye to Naomi Brubaker.
Let me say it, please.
Well, all right. That's very sweet, Liz. Go ahead.
We are all going to miss our beloved treasurer. So happy journey, good luck, come back to see us soon, and drop dead Naomi Brubaker.
I don't believe it, Liz. How could people in their right mind elect you treasurer?
Well, you see, George, the girls figured that as long as you're a banker...
Oh, no, you don't. I've had enough trouble with that club of yours. Now, there's only one thing to do. Get out of it some way.
What? You don't think I'm going to resign and let them think I'm stupid?
No. Now, keep the job and remove all doubt.
That's a nasty thing to say.
Look, Liz, you can't even keep your household accounts straight. Now, how are you going to take care of 2 sets of books?
I'll do it just to show you.
Okay. Now, listen, I don't care what happens to the club's books, but if your household accounts aren't perfect at the end of the month, you will not only resign as treasurer, but you'll resign as a member of the club.
Oh, George, you wouldn't make me do that.
Wouldn't I? If your accounts aren't in perfect shape at the end of the month, it's farewell and good luck to our ex-member, Elizabeth Elliott Cooper.
Here, here.
Mrs. Cooper, you've been poring over those ledgers all afternoon. Why don't you stop? Your eyes are all red.
Well, it won't be all that's red if I don't get the club books in shape.
Well, what condition are they in? Fair, medium, poor?
Keep going.
Rotten, horrible, lousy?
You're not even close yet.
I can't go any farther and still be a lady.
Well, don't try, Katie. There isn't any word for books in this shape because books have never been in this shape before.
Won't Mr. Cooper help you?
Oh, he'd just mess them up worse. You know, he's dying to get me out of the club.
How about Mr. Wood next door? I saw him outside just a few minutes ago.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea. Let's see if he's still there.
Yes, there he is, across the street, talking to that old man.
Say, who is that old man, anyhow? He's been hanging around the neighborhood a lot lately.
I don't know. He looks like a tramp.
Mr. Wood! Mr. Wood, can I see you a minute?
Certainly, Miss Cooper.
I'll bet he can straighten you out in no time.
Yes, Miss Cooper, what is it?
Mr. Wood, do you know anything about mathematics?
I'm a whiz at multiplication.
You are?
Oh, yes, I have 11 children, and I have to hear their times tables every night.
Well, I'm having trouble getting my club books straight.
Well, let's take a look at them and see what the trouble is.
Come in, they're here at the desk.
Oh, yes.
By the way, Mr. Wood, who's that old man you were talking to?
Oh, he's a poor old derelict who's been hanging around. I give him money from time to time.
Oh. Well, here are my books, Mr. Wood. Would you mind taking a quick look and see what the trouble is?
All right. Ooh. Well, first, Mrs. Cooper, what are all these ink marks and splotches along the margin of the ledger?
Oh, that's where I do my figuring after I run out of fingers.
After you run out of fingers?
Yes. See, I count up to 8 fingers, and then I write...
8? Don't you have 10 fingers?
Of course I do.
Then why do you only use 8?
What am I going to hold my pen with, my toes?
My mistake. Suppose you show me what you're having trouble with.
Well, it's this column of figures here.
Oh, can't you get an answer to it?
Yeah, that's the trouble. I have 5 answers.
Well, now, Mrs. Cooper, all those answers can't be right.
I know it. I know a column of figures only has 2 right answers. If I could only find out which...
2?
Yes. One when you add from the top to the bottom, and the other when you add from the bottom to the top.
Yes. Let's see where you've made your mistake, Miss. Oh, here it is. 9 and 9 do not make 17.
They don't?
No, 9 and 9 make 18.
Since when?
Forever and ever. Plus, a certain Miss Maloney in the 5th grade lied to me.
Well, I think whoever invented arithmetic was pretty stuffy.
Huh?
Why does one number have to be right? Why can't there be more than one number? Now, let's be progressive about this.
Now, Miss Cooper...
If a gets a new number and believes in it, let him stick to it. I think there should be a new freedom, a freedom of numbers. Digits of the rise. Our slogan is 9 and 9 make 17 or fight.
Excuse me, Mrs. Cooper. I think one of the children is calling me.
Oh, don't go, Mr. Wood. Just explain one more thing to me. This item here, $1.50. Where do I put it?
Is it a debit or a credit?
Neither. It's $1.50.
Is it going out or coming in?
It's just sitting there. I don't know.
You have to know in order to make the correct entry.
Entry?
Miss Cooper, is it too late for you to resign?
Oh, all you men are the same. There may be one or two things wrong, but for your information, I'm the best treasurer the club ever had.
Being a women's club, this is highly possible. But how do you arrive at that conclusion?
Well, I've only been treasurer 2 weeks, and look, I've got a surplus of $4 million.
You didn't write a check for it, did you?
No, but I was dreaming of a very swanky clubhouse.
Miss Cooper, I hate to tell you this, but you'll have to move the decimal point back 7 places.
7 places? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What kind of a clubhouse can you buy for 40 cents?
Maybe you'll have to settle for a club sandwich. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Cooper. I just thought of something I have to do.
Oh, can't you come back when you're finished? How long will it take you?
When do you have to get your books in?
On the 1st.
How do you like that? I'll be busy till the 2nd.
Oh, you're a great help. Now what am I going to do?
Well, some women like Liz do get the most extraordinary totals from a column of figures I've ever seen. But then it's really less important for a woman to be a mathematical genius than it is for her to say, know, for instance, how to make a meal a success. Well, of course, that's simple if she knows about Jell-O tapioca puddings. Because Jell-O tapioca puddings do make glorious dessert treats. And why not, when you have 3 wonderful flavors to work magic with? Jell-O chocolate, vanilla, and orange coconut tapioca. Luscious and creamy. And Jell-O tapioca puddings are as easy to make as adding 2 and 2. They're ready prepared. All you do is add milk, and they take about 5 minutes to cook. Try a treat with Jell-O vanilla tapioca pudding tomorrow, like pouring chocolate sauce over each serving and sprinkling chopped nuts on top for a delectable chocolate nut sundae. You won't need to know a speck of arithmetic to figure out why more women buy Jell-O puddings than any other prepared puddings in the world. J-E-L-L-O. And now back to the Coopers. Well, the fateful 1st of the month is here, and old Elephant Cooper, the man who never forgets, puts down his breakfast cup of coffee and says to Liz,
Well, Liz, do you know what day this is?
Day? Oh, I almost forgot. Merry Christmas, George.
Come on, I want to look at your household accounts before I go to the office.
Yeah, sure, George. I'd love to show them to you, but you don't have time.
Oh, yes, I do. It's only 8 o'clock.
No, it isn't. Look at the kitchen clock. It's 10 minutes to 9.
Well, that's impossible.
Look at the hall clock. It says 10 minutes to 9, too.
Hey, you're right. Oh, I'd better hurry. Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye.
I wonder what's the matter with my wife.
Okay, Katie, you can turn the clocks back now.
What's this all about, Mrs. Cooper?
I'm in terrible trouble, Katie. My books are $40 short.
Which books, the house or the club?
I don't know. If I make the club come out right, I'm $40 short at home. If I make the household books come out right, I'm $40 short at the club. Oh, I have to get that money someplace. Katie, could you?
No.
I didn't think you could.
I wish I was in a position to help you out, Mrs. Cooper.
I know, Kitty.
In fact, somebody owes me $50, and if I could collect, I'd be glad to loan you 40 of it.
Really? Would you? Who owes you the money?
You do.
Oh, that's right. But I have to make some money some way. I wonder if I should answer one of those ads. You know, earn me at home, raise rabbits for fun and profit.
But, Mrs. Cooper, you wouldn't know what to do.
I know. I thought I'd just leave it up to the rabbits. Oh, I've got it.
What?
I'll go to the club meeting, read my report, show them the money, dash home and put the money back in my household account.
Sure, then both books will balance.
Then next month I'll do the same thing. Katie, if the money doesn't wear out, I can keep this up all winter. And so, fellow members, thanks to your clever treasurer, we now have a surplus of $100, which I will take home for safekeeping.
Oh, isn't that wonderful?
Madam President.
The chair recognizes Marge Van Tassel.
Since we have so much money in our treasury, I'd like to suggest that we contribute some of it to the Sheridan Falls Boys Club.
Oh, that's a wonderful thought.
In fact, the Boys Club needs money so badly, I think we should contribute the whole $100.
Oh, that's a horrible thought.
What's the matter with it, Liz? You just said you liked the idea.
Oh, I do, but let's not give the whole amount. As treasurer, I insist we leave something in the treasury. Like, to pick a number at random, $40.
Well, as long as we're doing this, let's do it right.
Yeah.
I move the club contributes $100 to the Sheridan Falls Boys Club.
I second the motion. All those in favor signify.
Now, just a minute. I want more discussion.
Well, what's there to discuss?
Well, for instance, what are they going to do with this money? I have a right to know where our money's going.
Oh, Liz, you know as well as I do. It's for little boys.
Yes, and if I know little boys, they'll take that money out and spend it on little girls.
It's been moved and seconded. We make this donation. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No!
The motion is carried.
I demand a recount.
Liz, the motion is carried, and we're going to give that $100 to the Boys Club. It's all over.
It is?
Yes. And as long as you have the money with you, I think you should take it over and present it to them right now.
Me?
Well, that's the treasurer's duty. Actually, I'm surprised at you, Liz. The way you act, you'd think the money belonged to you.
Yeah, wouldn't you?
What's the matter, Mrs. Cooper? You've been pacing around the house like a caged tiger for hours.
Oh, Katie, I have a confession to make. I didn't give the whole $100 to the book. I kept it.
It was your money.
No, it wasn't. It belonged to them. My conscience is killing me, Katie. And the boys' club is already closed.
You can give it back to them tomorrow.
Oh, I can't wait that long. I have to get rid of it. I'm going to throw it out the window.
Which window?
No, I have a better idea. One charity is as good as another, isn't it?
I suppose so.
Well, I'm going out and give it to the first needy person I see. Well, I don't have to go far. There's that poor old bum Mr. Wood was talking to.
Wait, let me call my first husband, Clarence. He's twice as big a bum as that fella is.
No, get him. Katie, call him over.
All right. Yoo-hoo, mister. You, come here a minute.
What do you want, lady?
Mrs. Cooper wants to see you.
All right.
Here, my good man. Here's $40. Goodbye.
Hey, wait a minute, lady. What's this for?
Just because. Goodbye.
Just because?
Yes.
Aren't you making a mistake?
No. Goodbye. Oh, Katie, I'm clean again.
I'll say you are.
Oh, I feel much better. When George comes home tonight, I'm going to face the music and take it like a man. Katie, what's the matter with George? Dinner's been over half an hour and he hasn't asked to see the books yet.
You're awful anxious to rush to the gallows, Mr. Cooper. Maybe he forgot.
Gee, do you think so?
Liz, come in and bring your book with you.
Well, goodbye, Katie. It looks like this is it.
Goodbye, Mrs. Cooper. Be brave.
I will. I feel just Liz of Arc. Farewell, Katie. The executioner awaits.
Oh, I'm going to my room. I can't stand to see this.
Here I am, George.
Well, Liz, are you ready?
Yes, George.
Do your books balance?
George, do what you will to me. I face you with a clear conscience. Here are my books. You'll find that there is a... Oh, I'll get it. Maybe it's a reprieve from the governor. Yes?
Hello, Mrs. Cooper.
Oh, you.
Here you are, $740.
For me?
Yeah, I don't know how you pick 'em, but just because romped home at Belmont and paid 16 to 1.
No! Well, George, don't just stand there. Let's look at my book.
Yes, Lucille.
So long, Robert. I'm taking another trip. Oh, it's so easy when you're on the radio.
Well, where are you going tonight?
Sunny, sunny France. I want to see if it's true of nothing but love over there. Mr. Soundman, I'd like to go to Paris. Oh, right on the Eiffel Tower. Hey, watch that, will you? Oh, here comes Ashman.
Ah, mademoiselle, vous êtes très jolie. Vous êtes charmante. Vous êtes magnifique.
I think he wants a match. Je do not speak vos language.
Well, I was saying you are beautiful. Your face reminds me of Jell-O puddings.
Jell-O puddings?
Oui, Jell-O tapioca puddings.
Has anyone got a mirror?
No. Your features are delicate, like the taste of Jell-O vanilla tapioca, luscious, light, and tempting.
Well, continue talking.
Your voice is like Jell-O chocolate tapioca, so rich the kids say it's candy good.
Ooh, that's so.
And the beautiful coloring of your coiffure.
My coiffure? Wait a minute, don't tell me they make a Jell-O henna tapioca pudding.
No, its beauty is as satisfying as Jell-O orange coconut tapioca. A wonderful blend of refreshing orange and tropical coconuts.
Well, thank-vous.
Jell-O tapioca puddings are easy, too. They take only 5 minutes to prepare. And now, mademoiselle.
Ah, here it comes.
I want to ask you a great favor.
I knew it. You want to kiss me?
No.
What?
I will buy you a dish of Jell-O tapioca pudding.
Well, tap my ochre. These Frenchmen really know how to make love. Come, dear darling. George. I just had a terrible dream. I was stranded in the middle of the desert, and the sun was beating down. It was blazing hot, and there was no water at all. And my throat was so dry I could hardly talk.
Liz, you aren't hinting for me to get up and get you a drink of water, are you?
No. I was dry and hot, and I hadn't had anything to eat for days but pure salt. My throat was parched, and the sun beat down. George, where are you going?
You made me thirsty. I'm going to get a drink of water.
Well, as long as you're up, will you get me one, dear?
Sure, of course.
Well.
Here you are.
That isn't a glass of water, George.
No, it's a whole pitcher. You asked for it, and you're going to get it.
No, George, no! Oh. Good night, George.
Our country is building the best trained, best educated peacetime armed forces in history. And there's a great career for the volunteer. Today's United States Armed Forces constitute the world's greatest scientific enterprise. And today's serviceman is a skilled professional who works with advanced techniques and equipment in specialized fields, from push-button flying to television, from jet propulsion to pathological research. The educational opportunity is unlimited, and the serviceman is trained in the world's best technical schools. Yes, the armed forces offer a great career to the volunteer. You have been listening to My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning, and based on characters created by Isabel Scott Rorick. Tonight's program was produced and directed by Jess Oppenheimer, who wrote the script with Madeline Pugh and Bob Carroll Jr. Original music was composed by Marlon Skiles and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The part of Katie the Maid was played by Ruth Parrott. Watch for Lucille Ball in Columbia Picture Miss Grant Takes Richmond. And be Lucille Ball and My Favorite Husband again next week, presented by
K-E-L-L. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. That's Jell-O.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O puddings.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O tapioca puddings. Yes, sirree.
This is Bob Bourbon speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Mysterious Traveler is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Enjoy.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler. Written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Copeland. And starring tonight three of radio's foremost personalities, Grace Coppin, John Gibson, and Louis Van Ruten, in The Man from Singapore.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as we follow the machinations of a ruthless woman. It's a story I call The Man from Singapore. My story begins in the San Francisco offices of the John Bates Importing Company. In a large, well-furnished office, Horace Riker, a junior partner in the firm, sits behind his desk, staring unbelievably at a letter which he holds in trembling hands. He reads the letter a second time, then agitatedly turns to the intercom box on his desk.
Blanche, come in my office at once, please.
Be right there.
Oh, Lord. What can we say to him? What can we say?
What is it, Horace? What's wrong?
Come in. Close the door.
Well, what is it?
Blanche, this airmail letter I just received. He's coming back.
Who is? You mean Bates?
Yes, John Bates, our senior partner. After 25 years in the Far East, he's coming back.
Flying?
Yes, he's leaving Singapore this Thursday. He'll be here a week from today.
Leaving Singapore Thursday?
Yes. Blanche, how can you stand there so calmly? You realize what John Bates will do when he finds out? $100,000. That's how much I'm short.
Horace, get hold of yourself.
I took the money for you. You've got to help me. Bates will send me to prison if you don't, and they'll make you give everything back.
They'll never get anything back. Never. The house, the car, the money. I'm keeping it.
You've never met Bates. He's a vindictive man. He'll send me to prison, and you too, if he can.
Oh, no, he won't. He isn't sending anyone to prison.
He isn't? What'll stop him?
I always knew that someday he'd return to this country. That this moment would come. And now it has.
Yes. Now it has.
I've had a long time to think it over. And there's only one thing we can do.
What's that?
John Bates is never going to reach San Francisco.
What?
He's going to vanish in Hawaii.
Vanish in Hawaii? What are you talking about?
He's leaving Singapore Thursday. He'll be in Hawaii Saturday evening, and we'll stop there overnight. You and I will be in Hawaii when he gets there.
What for?
I've told you. He's going to remain there. He's never going to reach San Francisco.
Blanche, you mean... No. Oh, no. I'll have no part of it.
Would you rather go to prison for 15 years?
But murder...
Yes, murder. We're living in a jungle where we have to kill or be killed. The sooner you get used to the idea, the better.
I stole, Blanche, but I won't commit murder. I can't.
You can, and we will. We're in this thing together to the end.
But, Blanche,
There are no buts. You'll do exactly as I say. Just think, Horace. Once Bates is gone, this company will be really ours. He hasn't any relatives. There's no one who will come forward to make trouble.
It's wrong. It's wrong.
It isn't wrong. It's only wrong if we fail. And we aren't going to. Now, you and I are flying to Hawaii on Friday under assumed names. And we're going on different flights. I want you to shave off your mustache, dye your hair, get yourself a pair of heavy black rim glasses.
Yes, Blanche. I guess it's the only way.
I'll dress as a widow. Wear a black veil.
Well, won't people wonder where we are while we're gone?
We'll tell them we're driving up to my mountain lodge for the weekend. There's no phone there. It's completely isolated. We'll fly to Hawaii Friday morning and be back in the office Monday afternoon.
You've had this planned for a long time, haven't you?
Yes. You should know by now, Horace, that I won't let anything or anyone stand in my way.
I've loved you so blindly, Blanche, that I suppose I've never realized how ruthless you can be.
And it's my ruthlessness that will save us. Now, here's the rest of my plan. You'll take the flight that leaves at dawn Friday. Now, when you arrive at Honolulu in the afternoon, you're to go to the Dorset Hotel. When you arrive, hire a car. There's the Singapore Clipper now, taxiing up to the gate. Bates will be getting out in a minute.
Blanche, it's still not too late to change our minds, even if
We've come to Hawaii for one thing, Horace, and we're going through with it. There's no turning back for either of us.
Yes, but there are so many things that can go wrong. What if Bates doesn't...
Nothing will go wrong if you do exactly as I told you. Look, the passengers are leaving the plane now. Point out Bates to me.
What with the darkness and the distance, it's hard to tell one passenger from another. There he is.
That tall, heavy man speaking to the stewardess?
Yes. Yes, that's Bates.
All right. You stay here in the car and wait.
Yes, Blanche.
Pardon me. Mr. Bates?
Why, yes?
I wonder if I might have a word with you outside.
Who are you? We've never met, have we?
No, we haven't. My name is Vera Charles. I flew here to Hawaii with your partner, Horace Riker.
Horace is here in Hawaii?
Yes. As a matter of fact, he's waiting in a car parked just up the avenue. If we can step outside.
Very well. What's Horace doing here in Honolulu?
Well, perhaps it would be better if Horace told you. It isn't a very pleasant story.
Just who are you, Miss Charles?
I'm Horace's fiancée.
Oh, I see. I suppose I should offer my congratulations, but at this point, there are a great many things that need clearing up.
Horace will explain, Mr. Bates.
Where's the car?
Right up ahead, that black one.
Oh.
There's Horace in the back of the car.
Oh, yes, I see.
Hello, John.
Horace, what's all this about?
It's quite an involved story, John. Will you get in the car?
Thank you.
Oh, I think you'll be more comfortable in the front, Mr. Bates. The suitcases in the back will be in your way.
Very well. Now get to it. What's happened?
You remember when I was in Singapore last year, I told you about the office manager I'd hired, Blanche Werby.
Yes. You said she was a very efficient woman. What about her?
Well, she's Absconded.
Absconded?
Yes, with $40,000 of the firm's money.
What?
Yes, Mr. Bates. She took the money Wednesday. Through sheer accident, Horace learned that she had flown to Hawaii under an assumed name.
My word.
Horace decided not to waste a moment.
Yes?
Horace decided not to waste a moment, but to take action.
What action? Really, Miss Charles?
Oh.
I thought you were never going to hit him. Now, let's get going.
Did I kill him?
No. He's only unconscious. But so far, so good. I doubt if anyone even saw him leave the air terminal.
How far is it to the spot you picked?
It's 30 miles out. They'll never find him, believe me.
Blanche, I won't do it. I can't.
I didn't expect you to. I'll do it. We'll bury him out there. And 4 hours from now, we'll be on a plane going back to San Francisco.
Yes, Blanche, there's no question in your mind as to what has to be done, is there? John Bates dies just as you planned and is buried in a lonely grave on a Hawaiian mountainside after all identification has been removed. Then you and Horace drive back to the airport. He returns the rented car, and as two utter strangers, you board a plane for San Francisco. You sit far apart, never even looking at each other. 8 hours later, you land in California. Disguises are abandoned at your apartment, then the two of you go to the office, acting as if you'd just returned from the mountains. As you enter Horace's office, he sinks despondently onto the couch.
Get hold of yourself, Horace. It's all over. I admit it was quite a strain, but it's all over now.
But the police.
What about them? Bates' plane is due to land this afternoon at 4. When he doesn't turn up here at the office, we'll start making inquiries. In the end, we'll turn to the police. They'll establish that he reached Hawaii and disappeared. We have nothing to worry about.
You're sure, Blanche? You're sure?
Of course I am. With Bates dead, we don't have to worry about the books. They're in perfect order. And in time, we'll own the company outright. Yes, it's going to be nice. We haven't a thing to worry about. Not a thing.
Blanche.
Yes?
It's almost 6 o'clock. His plane was supposed to have arrived at 4. Shouldn't we call the police now?
Certainly not. It's much too soon to become alarmed. Tomorrow morning at 11 or so, when Bates hasn't arrived, you'll call the airlines and make inquiries. The following day, we'll go to the police.
All right, just as you say.
Oh, relax, Horace. I'll do the thinking.
Yes, Blanche. It's 6 o'clock. What about supper and some drinks at the club?
Oh, fine. We can stand a little relaxation. I'll get ready. Someone came into the office.
The staff have all gone. Perhaps one of them came back. I'll see. Can I help you?
Yes. Yes, maybe you can. My name is Garrett. Fred Garrett.
Well, come into my office, Mr. Garrett.
Thank you.
Now, what can I do for you? I said, what can I do for you?
I don't like people who stare.
Sorry. Haven't we met before?
No. I always remember people with bad manners.
You still haven't stated your business, Mr. Garrett?
I'm looking for Mr. Bates, John Bates.
Mr. Bates?
We expect Mr. Bates in the office tomorrow morning.
Oh. Well, then you've seen him, spoken to him?
Why, no, not yet. His plane only arrived 2 hours ago.
Oh. Well, the plane arrived, but Mr. Bates didn't.
He didn't?
You must be mistaken. We have a letter here from him that says that...
He wasn't on that plane. I know.
How do you know?
I boarded that plane in Singapore with Bates. Sat beside him all the way to Hawaii. Got to know quite a bit about him after a while.
Well, Mr. Garrett, if you say he didn't arrive this afternoon, then I suppose he didn't. Possibly he decided to spend a few days in Hawaii.
You're wrong again.
Wrong?
Yes, because he told me he was in a hurry to get to San Francisco. In fact, we had tickets on the same plane. Adjacent seats.
I see. What do you make of it?
Well, this I do know. I left Bates in the air terminal in Hawaii to buy some cigarettes. When I turned to look for him, I caught sight of him going out the door with a woman.
You're staring again, Mr. Garrett.
Yes. You know something?
What?
The woman I saw Bates leave with, she looked like you.
Well, that's preposterous. Why, Miss Werby spent the weekend at her lodge in the mountains.
You don't say.
We do say.
I hope it stands up.
What do you mean?
Let's skip the preliminaries. I'm betting that if the police found out what I know, it would give them an entirely different slant on the whole disappearance. That weekend in the mountains wouldn't stand up.
Blanche, if he...
Shut up! How much?
Swanky office you have here.
How much?
You know, on that plane trip, I managed to get quite a bit of information out of Bates. Told me he hadn't seen the States in 25 years. Alone in the world. No relatives.
What are you getting at?
The office force expects to see John Bates here tomorrow morning. Right? Well, they're going to.
Oh, what are you talking about?
What's the matter, Mr. Riker? Don't you recognize your partner, John Bates?
No, that's a price we won't pay.
Oh, now, let's not be too hasty. Look at it this way. If I'm John Bates, then John Bates can't be missing. Which means there'll be no need to notify the police, start an investigation which may end, well, who knows where. From the looks of this business, I'm sure there's enough for 3.
No.
I'm afraid I can't take that as an answer. Tomorrow morning at exactly 9:30 a.m., I'm going to walk into the reception room of this company. The rest will be up to you. Good morning, Horace. Good to see you again.
Good morning, John. Welcome home. When did you arrive?
Yesterday afternoon on the 4 o'clock plane. Well, so this is our San Francisco office.
Yes. To think you've never seen it before. Oh, John, this is our office manager, Miss Werby. Blanche, this is Mr. Bates.
How do you do, Mr. Bates?
Well, so you're Miss Werby. Horace has written so much about you.
This way to your office, John.
Oh, thank you, Horace. Hey, it's good to be back in San Francisco after all these years. It's hard to believe I've been gone 25 years.
Here we are. I hope you like the way it's decorated.
Yes. Very nice. Very nice indeed. I'm glad to see that you two decided to act sensibly. It shows excellent judgment.
I think we'd better have a clear understanding about everything right now.
Of course. Now, as far as the business is concerned, I have no wish to interfere with the way it's being run. I'm sure that I can trust you two, and that the books will be in perfect order.
There's more to it than that. I want to know just what...
Come now, Miss Werby. Let's not go into details when I've been home less than 24 hours. We'll discuss it another time. Horace, would you have the cashier make out a check to me for $5,000?
$5,000?
Yes. Yes, I'm going to spend the day looking for an apartment, buying a car, acquiring all the necessities that a man in my position must have. Now, hurry it up, will you, Horace?
Blanche, why don't you stop pacing the floor and sit down? Have a drink.
In 2 weeks, he's taken $17,000.
Well, it isn't as though the business couldn't afford it.
Oh, you fool. Where do you think it'll all end? He'll milk the business dry.
Well, perhaps if you were to have a talk with him, point out...
It'll take more than a talk. Oh, to have gotten rid of Bates and then have had this happen. Well, he isn't going to get away with it.
Now, Blanche, there's no use...
The second Mr. Bates is going to join the first.
No.
You think I'm going to let him blackmail me out of everything?
Blanche, no. We were lucky the first time. This time, something's bound to go wrong.
No, Horace. I'll take care of everything.
Yes, Blanche, you've known it would have to be this way since the day that Fred Garrett walked into the office, haven't you? In the 2 weeks that have passed, you've already formulated a plan. Your coldness towards Garrett gives way to warmness. Soon he's spending more and more time in your office. Then one day, you invite him up to your mountain lodge for a weekend. He arrives on a Friday evening, pleased to find that he's your only guest.
Dinner was wonderful, Blanche. So was the liquor, the place, and most of all, you.
Thank you. You're the perfect guest, Fred. Easy to please.
Not Fred, Blanche. John. John Bates.
Yes, of course. I keep forgetting.
You shouldn't. John Bates is a much safer name than Fred Garrett. In more ways than one.
Another drink?
Sure, why not? You having one, too?
Of course.
Fine. You and I are going to get along, Blanche. Gonna get along.
Fred? Fred. That's it. Fall asleep, Fred. Horace.
Yes, Blanche. Is he out?
He's dead to the world.
I thought he'd never pass out. It's almost 1 a.m.
The late hour makes it all the better. The road will be empty. Pick him up, Horace, and carry him out to the car while I get his suitcase.
Yes, Blanche. He's real heavy. Hard to manage.
He won't be for long, Horace. Not for long. Hold Mr. Garrett steady, Horace. He's leaning on me.
Yes, Blanche.
We're almost there. Did you park my car where I told you to?
Yes, it's hidden just off the road.
Good. Well, we haven't passed a car yet. The mountains are really deserted at this hour.
Well, what if one comes along?
It isn't likely, but if one does, we'll see the headlights long before it reaches us. Here we are. Now, help me get him over here behind the wheel.
That's what I'm doing. There.
Good. Now, get out and come around here.
Is he still unconscious?
Yes. Look up and down the road. Is there a car coming either way?
No, Blanche.
And stand aside while I release the brake and close the door. There. Now, Horace, one push. There it's going.
Look how fast it's picking up speed on the downgrade.
It'll go off the road at the curve. There.
It's going through the guardrail.
There it goes over the cliff. That's what comes of drunken driving.
Come on, Blanche. Your car's parked up the road behind those trees.
Oh, no. We're going down the side of that mountain to make sure he's dead.
But he must be. That was a 100-foot fall.
Maybe he is, but we're going down to make certain.
But, Blanche, it'll take
No
us...
buts! I've got to be sure. There's the car, near the stream.
It's completely demolished. He couldn't have lived through that.
He'd better not have.
Look, Blanche. There he is, lying near the car. He was thrown out by the crash.
Yes. See if there's any heartbeat.
No, Blanche. I don't want to touch him.
All right, I'll do it myself.
Is he dead?
I can't find any heartbeat, and yet I'm not certain.
He must be dead. No one could survive that fall.
Maybe not, but we'll play it safe.
What are you going to do?
Horace, help me drag him the few feet to the edge of that stream. We'll leave him by the edge of the stream, face down in the water.
Blanche, must we? I'm sure...
Take one of his arms. That's it. Now, pull him along slowly. That's it. As if he'd called to the stream for water. There. His face is in the water. We'll wait a few minutes, and then we'll leave. What did I tell you, Horace? It's worked out perfectly.
Come in.
Miss Werby's here, sir.
Sure in, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
All right, to come in, Miss Werby.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Well, that'll be all, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Have a seat, Miss Werby.
Thank you. I can't tell you how shocked I was, Lieutenant, when you phoned and told me that John Bates had been killed in an automobile accident. How did it happen?
Well, suppose first you tell me when you last saw Mr. Bates.
Why, Friday night. He arrived at my mountain lodge at about 8 o'clock as a weekend guest.
Mm-hmm.
He told me that something unexpected had come up and he'd have to return to the city that same night.
Well, then what happened?
Well, we had supper and he started drinking very heavily. At 1 a.m., he started to leave.
I see.
I tried to persuade him to stay overnight, that he was in no condition to drive, but he wouldn't listen.
And that was the last you saw of him?
Yes. How was he killed?
Well, his car plunged through a guardrail. Fell 100 feet down the side of a mountain.
Oh, I never should have let him drive off in that condition.
That looks like an open and shut case. Except for one thing.
Yes?
An autopsy was performed on Bates. Seems his neck was broken. He was killed instantly.
Oh, I see.
But there's one little thing.
What do you mean?
What we want to know is how could a dead man drag himself 6 feet to the edge of a stream?
Why, I don't understand.
Well, fortunately, we do. See, Miss Werby, we've been questioning Horace Riker for the past 3 hours. He's finally confessed to everything.
No.
He claims it was your idea from beginning to end.
No, that isn't so. I had nothing to do with
Riker
it.
claims you forced him into it. He's made a full confession. Looks as though you're it, Miss Werby.
No. It was he who planned it all. You must believe me, Lieutenant. You must. He threatened to kill me if I didn't do as he told me.
I see. Riker, in here.
Blanche? Well, they've been questioning me for hours. Questions, endless questions. I told them we don't know anything about Mr. Bates' death. I told them.
Then you didn't confess.
No, Miss Werby, he didn't. We haven't been able to break him. But your confession will do.
You tricked me. You tricked me.
Yeah, but I wasn't the only one who tricked you. So did Fred Garrett.
Fred Garrett? You know that he isn't John Bates?
Yeah, we found out this morning he isn't. Garrett blackmailed you, didn't he? You were forced to accept him as John Bates because he knew you'd killed the real John Bates.
Yes, he blackmailed us.
He was bluffing you all the way.
Bluffing? But he threatened to go to the police.
Police? He'd hardly have done that.
Why not?
Fred Garrett was a fugitive.
A fugitive?
He was wanted by the Singapore police for murder. This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our trip? Too bad about Blanche Werby, isn't it? Just an ambitious woman trying to get ahead, trying to make sure her tracks were well covered. But she was too efficient. If only she hadn't made the mistake of dragging poor dead Fred Garrett to the edge of that stream. Oh, well, you can't be right every time. Unfortunately, in Blanche's case, the mistake was fatal. Well, that reminds me of next week's story, Retreat from Tomorrow. It's about 2 scientists who try to learn what the future has in store for our frightened world, and... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, which is played by Maurice Tarplett. In the cast were Grace Coppin, John Gibson, and Louis Van Ruten. Original music is composed and played by Al Finelli. This is Bob Emmerich speaking. All characters in our story were fictitious, and any resemblance to the names of actual persons was purely coincidental. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hey, Matt, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Reynolds Aluminum Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The Reynolds Metals Company, makers of Reynolds Aluminum, presents Fibber, Magee, and Molly transcribed. With Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Dick LeGrand, Joe Forte, Mary Jane Croft, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Keith Fowler and directed by Max Hutto, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Tonight, all over the nation, millions are glad to welcome back on the air their favorites, Fibber, Magee, and Molly. In millions of homes, too, it is good news to know that Reynolds Wrap is now back in plentiful supply. The original and genuine Reynolds Wrap, the foil you can trust with your food. Help yourself to all you want, and remember there are two sizes. New jumbo economy rolls, 75 feet, as well as the standard 25-foot roll. Save food, save work. Banish scouring by lining broiler pans and baking dishes with Reynolds Wrap. Cover all those refrigerator bowls. Wrap your leftovers to keep them fresh. And, of course, roast your next chicken or turkey in Reynolds Wrap for more flavor and more meat. Stock up at your grocer's now. Ask for it by name, Reynolds Wrap. Made only by the Reynolds Metals Company, world's largest producers of aluminum foil. If you had an old school chum who married money, like Mrs. Magee has, and if all you married was Magee, like Mrs. Magee did, you'd probably build things up in your letters to your chum, like Mrs. Magee does. And if the chum was suddenly coming to visit you this afternoon, you'd be upset, too, like Mrs. Magee, of Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Oh, dear, those letters of mine. Me and my big fat fountain pen. McGee, put these linen napkins on the table, will you?
Sure, kiddo.
Move the cups over to make room for my crystal glasses.
Okay. My gosh, as the guy said to the baggage man who was loading 5 St. Bernards on the train, you sure are putting on a lot of dog.
Well, I'll just have to do the best I can, that's all. My goodness, how'd I know I'd ever see Gertrude again?
Is this the gal that writes to you from Paris and Miami and all them foreign places?
That's her. Mm-hmm. She always writes how well-to-do they are and what a wonderful life they lead, so I always write and tell her the same thing.
You wrote her we were rich?
Well, I never actually said we were rich. I just hinted. Maybe I went too far.
Well, now, don't you worry about a thing, baby. Old Dad'll back you up. We'll dazzle him.
Well, now, let's not get too...
I'll tell your friend Gert that I built up a bigger fortune than Vanderbilt built.
No, dearie, that's not what I want.
I'll tell her this ain't really our house. I'll tell her we're just breaking it in for the new butler.
Now, McGee, if you listen to me...
Yeah, the one we're going to hire to buttle for the special chauffeur we got to drive the cook to the market in the private armored car. I'll say to this
McGee!
You spoke?
I yelled.
Oh.
I don't want you telling any of those tall tales to Gertrude and her husband. How does the table look now?
Oh, it looks swell, and it ought to look swell. We ain't ate off of that good china since we used to get up after dinner and wind up the phonograph. Wish I hadn't have said that.
You know, I wish I had a nice silver vase for the top of the piano.
Hey, Mabel Toops has got a beaut. Why don't I go over there and borrow it from her?
That's a good idea. I want the house to look as nice.
Yeah, I'll go.
Come in. Oh, hello, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hello, Donner. Hi there, Johnny. Hi,
What you fixing up the house for, kids? The sociable?
We're having company this afternoon.
Yeah.
An old school friend of mine and her husband. They're just traveling around the country.
Travelers, eh?
Yeah.
Puts me in mind of my old friend, J. Pierpont Suggs.
Oh, damn.
J. Pierpont used to travel from coast to coast in a special car. The only person aboard.
Boy, he must have been loaded if he had a private car.
I didn't say it was a private car, Johnny. I said he was the only person aboard.
Well?
The rest of the car was full of cattle.
You mean your friend was a hobo?
One of the best, daughter. Most hobos travel in boxcars, but not J. Pierpont. He always traveled in cattle cars because there was something different about him.
What was different about Pierpont?
Got his nose broke when he was a kid and couldn't smell a thing.
Well, that would help.
Wasn't he ever put in jail for stealing rides?
Oh, no, daughter. He had a system.
Yeah?
He bought an old cowhide, complete with horns and head, and slipped it on him when he was in a cattle car. Anybody that looked in just thought one of the cows was kind of puny.
Heavenly days.
Only got him in trouble once. Down in Texas, the train stopped, and a fellow went through the cars, branding all the cattle.
Oh, boy.
To this very day, J. Pierpont won't take off his pants in public because he's scared the Triple Bar X Ranch might claim him.
Is he still cruising around in cattle cars?
Not for quite a spell, Johnny.
No?
About 20 years ago, he was riding through California, and him and a longhorn steer decided they wanted the same place in the car.
Uh-oh.
It was settled in a sporting manner.
A sporting manner?
Yep. The longhorn tossed him for it. Tossed him clear out of the car and up into an orange tree.
Oh, the poor lad.
Oh, it didn't faze J. Pierpont.
He didn't?
He picked the oranges, set up a roadside stand, and today he's one of the richest men in California.
That's quite a success story.
Sure is, Johnny. Funny thing, though, rich as he is, cattle still have a place in J. Pierpont's life.
Oh.
You mean he raises cattle?
Nope. He drives a Cadillac and lives in Catalina. Come on, kid.
Billy Mills in the orchestra and sing a little song.
Dear, I wish Magee would hurry back with that bass. I'm as nervous as a... How'd I get myself into this? I never should have written Gert such fancy letters.
Well, kiddo, I'm back. I got the silver vase from Mabel Toops, and it sure is a beaut. And a dozen roses to go into it, too.
Roses?
Yeah.
Oh, they're beautiful, Magee.
I picked them just for you, kiddo.
Pick them?
Old man Jekyll's backyard. He come out the door and almost saw me, too, but I scrammed.
Magee, you...
Yeah, when I seen him come out the door, I had to duck around the corner from Jekyll and hide. My gosh, don't you get it, Molly? Jekyll and Hyde, it's a literary pun based
It ain't funny, McGee.
It ain't?
No, and I'd make you take them right back if I didn't need them so badly to dress up the house.
Uh-oh.
Come in. Oh, good morning, Ole.
Well, good morning, missus. The same to you, McGee.
Hi, Ole. Say, Molly's got some swank friends coming here today, and we're fixing the joint up. You got any family heirlooms we could borrow?
No, McGee, we don't have anything worth a whoop.
Yeah?
We used to have some very nice old china plates, but they got broken in the last invasion from Venus.
Invasion from Venus?
My two little boys, Sven and little Ole, they're all the time playing War in the Future games.
Oh?
Sometimes they're American space cadets, and sometimes they're invaders from Venus with two heads.
Good gracious.
But even when they're space cadets, they act like they got two heads.
They sort of tear things apart, huh?
McGee, it's just plain murder.
Yeah?
Yesterday, they get what they call an atomic jet-propelled super radar disintegrator.
What in the world would that be?
A bunch of firecrackers. And then they launch it into space by putting it on the rear end of a guided missile.
The rear end of a guided missile?
Sure, our dog Jupiter's tail. And then they synchronize their Mickey Mouse watches, and Jupiter takes off at 0100, comes flying through the kitchen window at 12 o'clock high.
Wow.
And he scores a direct hit on the food the missus is fixing and knocks the smorgasbord out of the bowl.
Goodness, Ole, that's a little frightening, isn't it?
You said so, missus. By them kids, they used to scare the britches off of me and my missus. Well, that is, off of me, they scare the britches. My missus, she don't... Well, what I mean is, ladies don't... Well, say something, McGee. Don't you stood there.
Hi, Ole.
Hello. Hello, McGee. Hello, missus. I couldn't stay now. I used to drop by to say so long about you fellas.
Well, I better put these roses in water.
Hey, what's the stuff on the buffet there? That looks good.
Don't touch it. Don't touch it now. I ordered some fancy things to eat from the store.
Oh?
Some imported cheese and caviar.
Oh. And crackers and cheese look good, but what's that bowl full of BBs for?
McGee, that is the caviar.
Oh, are those caviar? Let me see them. Looks like little black fish eggs to me.
Yes.
Besides, if you want to impress people, Molly, you got the wrong kind of food anyhow.
What would you have bought?
Meat. Just plain meat. Used to be when a fellow was rich, they said he was in the chips. Now they say he's in the chops. Boy, when you're in the chops these days.
Hello, Molly. Hi, pal.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior.
I interrupt anything, kids? You expecting company?
Oh, yes. An old schoolmate of mine is coming by this afternoon with her husband, Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah, they spend all their time traveling, Junior. Florida in the winter, Niagara in the fall, Paris in the spring.
Oh, my gosh, that's tough. The poor kids.
Poor kids?
Huh. You should be poor like they are, son. They're loaded with dough like a ravioli dinner.
Well, they must not have a very comfortable house, though, or they wouldn't go galloping around all the time. Gee whiz, you ought to tell them, pal.
Tell them what?
Tell them about Reynolds aluminum foil insulation for their home. Tell them how it reflects heat, how it keeps their home warmer in winter and cooler in summer.
Yeah. Oh, they must have a nice home, Mr. Wilcox. They live...
And do you know that farmers these days can give their livestock that same protection against heat and cold with aluminum barns? Barns built of Reynolds lifetime aluminum roofing and siding.
Is that so?
Yes, the smart farmer knows how aluminum pays off in added profits.
Well.
Pays off in more milk from cows, kept warmer in winter and cooler in summer, under aluminum. Reynolds aluminum.
Oh, I'm in favor of keeping cows cool, Junior. In fact, if there's anything I hate, it's a hot cow. These people with the aluminum...
No, wait a minute. Now, look, take an aluminum poultry house, for instance.
Oh?
That pays off in bigger chickens, in more eggs.
Yeah?
And aluminum hog barns pay off in more pounds of pork per pig.
More pork per pig, huh?
Sure. And not only does Reynolds lifetime aluminum roofing and siding help the farmer to make money by helping him to produce more...
More pork per pig?
But it also helps him save money by cutting down his costs.
Oh.
Because aluminum is rust-proof. It lasts and lasts with no need for painting.
More pork per pig. We ought to pick up a few prize pigs, Molly, because if I could produce more pork per pig, I could have plenty of pounds of prize pork and maybe make a pretty penny out of them precious pigs, because pigs is pigs, and pound for pound, you got to go for the pork. You got to go now.
Yeah. Yes, pal.
Yeah, and just in time.
Yeah. Yes, pal, I really do have to go. And look.
Yeah?
I'm used to you, of course, but I hope you don't keep interrupting Molly's friends when they try to talk this afternoon, like you do me.
What you mean?
Well, you don't want them to go away from here thinking Molly had her wedding in the basement of the railway depot, do you?
Wedding in the basement of the railway depot?
Yes. They'll say, poor Molly, she married beneath her station. Go on, Ken.
Oh, brother. She married beneath her depot. Oh, brother. If that don't burn the pork right off the pit. What you doing?
Oh, I'm just checking this table again.
Oh?
This vase of roses will help, but I do wish we had some nice sterling silver, bowls or trays.
Hey, what about that big loving cup I won on the Elks Club punch board by taking the last punch that time?
No.
The one that was genuine simulated silver with the Elks head engraved on it, and it says underneath, Fibber Magee, winner of the last punch, 1943. That was pretty. Where's that?
I planted it.
Yeah? With ivy?
With a shovel.
Oh.
Oh, dear, I'll be glad when this day is over.
Come in.
Hello, Molly. Magee.
Oh, it's nice to see you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, hi, Latrivia. Say, you're just the guy we want to see.
Yes, I have a problem, Mr. Mayor. Terrible.
What sort of a problem, Molly?
Well, an old girlfriend is coming to visit me. One I haven't seen since school days.
Yeah.
I've written to her and bragged a bit about my successful marriage, so naturally there's only one thing I can do.
Naturally. Hide Magee in the hall closet.
Why, you baby-kissing windbag, I ought to punch you.
Now, Magee.
Well, he makes me...
Well, what I meant, Mr. Mayor, is that I'm trying to make our little home look as prosperous as possible, so we're borrowing a few nice things from our friends.
Oh, I see. Well, I have quite a fine silver tea service I'd be happy to lend you, if Magee is willing to be helped by a baby-kissing windbag.
Oh, no offense, Latrivia. My gosh, this close to election time, you ain't the only guy that's kissing babies. Anyhow, it's good for the kids. They learn early in life that they got to face some pretty horrible things.
Well, personally, I feel that baby kissing can be overdone. Mm-hmm. It becomes a routine habit, as in the case of Alderman Kerwood.
Oh, what happened to him, Mr. Mayor?
He formed the habit very strongly.
Yeah?
Whenever he saw a woman pushing a baby carriage, he automatically leaned over and kissed the baby on the head.
Oh, poor Kerr. So?
So, one day, he was in a market and saw a woman pushing one of those baskets on wheels.
Yeah?
Without a moment's hesitation, the alderman leaned over and kissed a cantaloupe.
Ah, this silly man, as if a cantaloupe ever voted.
Yes. And now, about my silver tea service, I'll have it here within an hour. The service includes tray, teapot, cream pitcher, sugar bowl, and a small instrument for removing the cubes of sugar.
Tom.
You're welcome. Good day.
Hey, wait a minute, Latrivia. I'll go with you. Get my hat, Molly. He's got a lot of stuff I can borrow. Come on.
The King's Men and Polly Put the Kettle On.
Oh, Polly,
what do you want?
Polly, put the kettle on, the kettle on, the kettle on. Polly, put the kettle on and we can have some tea. Polly, put the kettle on, the kettle on, the kettle on. Polly, put the kettle on and we can have some tea. Get out the cookies, we're gonna have a treat. I'll sweep the crumbs away, you'll sweep me off my feet. Polly, put the kettle on, the kettle on, the kettle on. Polly, put the kettle on and settle down with me. Polly,
put the kettle on.
Polly,
put the kettle on.
Polly, put the kettle on. Polly, put the kettle on. Let's have tea.
Hot cross buns, hot cross buns. 1 a penny, 2 a penny. Hot cross buns.
Polly, put the kettle on. I'll go buy a bun. When the tea is boiling, we'll have fun. Polly, put the little kettle on, little kettle on, little kettle on. Polly, put the little kettle on, have a little tea for two. Polly, put the little kettle on, little kettle on, little kettle on. Polly, put the little kettle on, have a little tea for two. Put a little sugar in to make it sweet, stir it up, make it sweet. 14. Better get the butter and the jelly and the cream, gingerbread cookies by the score. Hear that kettle let off steam, it's ready now to pour. Oh, Polly,
Put the kettle on.
Polly,
Take it off again.
what you got, Polly? What you put on the kettle and settle down. Settle down. Polly, put the kettle on, then settle right down with me.
Now, let me see. I'll put the vase of roses on the end table here. The table is ready. My goodness, this silver tea service of the mayor's is just too beautiful, McGee.
Hey, how you like that champagne bucket on the piano there? I borrowed that from Latrivia, too.
Champagne bucket?
Yeah.
What'd you borrow that for?
What for? My gosh, you want us to look underprivileged? Gee whiz, all them millionaires drink champagne.
Out of a bucket?
No, Molly, they drink it out of evening slippers. I was going to set a pair of your slippers up there next to the bucket in case Gert's husband gets thirsty, but them open-toed shoes leak so bad that I thought it was...
No, McGee, we will not have any champagne.
Okay, I couldn't borrow any anyhow. I did loan myself a box of Latrivia's dollar cigars while I was there, though, and boy, they...
Here they come. Look, there's a car out front.
Where? Let me see. Oh, holy smoke, look at that limousine. Wow, must be 40 feet long.
That's her. That's her getting out. That's Gertie, all right.
Oh, boy.
Now, please, McGee, just take it easy. Now, don't overdo it.
No. Don't you worry, Tootsie. They ain't going to top us. Anything they got, we got the two of them. I'll promise... Ooh, look at that. Here they come. I'll impress them, Junior.
I'll get it. Oh, Gertie, so nice to see you.
Oh, Molly, you look wonderful. This is my husband, dear. Charles, this is Molly McGee.
Mrs. McGee, happy to know you.
How do you do, I'm sure. And this is my husband. Dearie, this is Mr. and Mrs. Jones.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Come on, the both of you.
Yes, pray do. So glad you could drop by. Have a cigar, Charles? A dollar cigar?
Thank you. I don't believe I can.
Take a handful. Take $4 or $5 worth. Go ahead.
Let him get his coat off first, dearie.
Oh. Now, sit down, both of you. Sit there on the divan right in front of the imported sterling silver tea service, Charles.
It's very handsome silver, isn't it, Gertrude?
Oh, it's lovely, Molly. English, isn't it?
English? Why, I really...
Quite. Molly and I picked it up on one of our trips. Huh? Just knockabout stuff, really. Our goods set is in the vault, isn't it, Molly?
Well, it isn't out here, is it?
Very well put, my dear.
This is a charming little house you have, Molly. So compact, don't you think so, Charles?
Yes, very. Gertrude and I just rattle around in that place of ours.
I'll bet it's beautiful, though.
Yeah, we're just camping out here, of course. Having the big house done over, you know. The country place.
Oh, you have a country house?
McGee loves the country. He was raised in it, you know.
Quite a modest home, really, Charles. Nothing elaborate. I don't suppose the house has over 30 or 40 rooms.
Dearie, now, please, let's talk about you, Gertrude.
Oh, yeah.
You and Charles must have a lot of fun. Your last letter from New Orleans sounded wonderful.
Oh, yes, Charles and I love New Orleans.
Oh, yes, New Orleans. I love it.
I suppose you've seen the French Quarter there.
No, you bet. I always watch for them things when I'm traveling. Anybody tries to pass the French Quarter off on me, boy, I hand it right back.
Dearie, Gert is talking about old New Orleans. The French Quarter.
Old or new, nobody hands me any for it.
You were in England last year, weren't you, Gert? I got a card.
Yes, we had a lovely trip, Molly. Stopped in Bermuda on the way home and spent some time with the Duke and Duchess of Windsor.
Oh.
They're grand people.
Oh, yes. Wally's an old friend, you know.
Ah, yes, good old Wally. How is he, anyhow?
He? Wally is the Duchess, dearie.
He is? Got promoted again, eh? Good old Wally. Splendid chap.
Gert, Charles, how about a slug of tea?
Yes, some tea. Pour him some tea, Molly, out of the sterling silver teapot.
Just a spot, thanks.
Yes, just a spot out of the pot.
So as I was saying, McGee, Gertrude and I had a delightful time in England.
Yes, Charles loves English cars, you know.
Yes, I'm especially fond of the Rolls-Royce. Aren't you, McGee?
Oh, yeah. Great little car, if you're left-handed. I like a big car myself.
Yes, he does. The car we ride in the most is about 60 feet long. It has 8 wheels, and it's painted a sort of a streetcar red.
Now, Molly, please, we don't want our friends to think we're trying to impress them, do we? After all, well, I'll get it. Butler's day off, you know. Have to answer our own phone. Molly 4, probably my banker.
Be firm with it, will you go back home from here, Gert, or...
We're not sure, Molly. We may drive south from here and fly down to Havana for a while.
Oh, Havana. We often talk about going there, but you know how it is.
Yes, I suppose Mr. McGee is pretty busy making money like he does.
Yes, just making ends... Oh, who was it, dearie?
Call was for you, Charles.
Me?
Yeah. Mr. Vanderbuck.
Uh-oh.
Said to tell you to put your chauffeur cap back on and get that Rolls Royce over to the hotel pronto. Wants you to drive him someplace.
Whoops.
How's that? Chauffeur cap? You mean...
And Gertie, Mrs. Vanderbuck says to get over there and help her into her girdle. Says you know she can't get into it without you.
Oh, she told me I could have the afternoon off. No wonder she can't keep a maid the way she pushes us around.
Maid and chauffeur? You mean all those...
Yes, it's our job.
Well, heavenly days. Gertrude Jones.
Oh, I'm sorry, Molly. We've always wanted to be rich.
So have we, Gert.
How's that? You too?
Why, sure. We can dream, too. McGee, get the car out and return this borrowed silver.
Borrowed? You mean you borrowed?
Yeah, we're just trying to keep up with the Joneses.
This is wonderful.
Yeah.
Now, when you kids get off tonight, Gert, come back here.
Yeah.
And we'll throw out this caviar and break out the bologna and have ourselves a real
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. On hot days this past summer, maybe you regretted not having put in that heat-reflective insulation you've heard so much about. Reynolds Aluminum Reflective Insulation. Well, listen. Aluminum's heat reflection works both ways for year-round comfort. It throws summer heat off, and it reflects the heat from your furnace or stove back inside the house where you want it. It's also a wonderful vapor barrier. This Reynolds aluminum foil bonded to craft paper. It's clean, pliable, easy to tack or staple in place. If you'd like a free sample of Reynolds Aluminum Reflective Insulation, we'll be glad to send it to you. Just mark insulation on a postcard with your name and address and send it to Reynolds Metals Company, Louisville 1, Kentucky. That's Reynolds Metals Company, Louisville 1, Kentucky. You'll see why builders look to aluminum for progress and to Reynolds Metals Company for progress in aluminum.
Enter the world of Detective Noir with Philip Marlowe up next.
I felt low, very low, the night I set out searching for the girl with the strange hazel eyes. The fog which hung over Los Angeles didn't help, and I felt even worse when I found her. For by then I had death on my hands.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character as CBS presents The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. And now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's gripping story, The Persian Slippers.
One of those thin, chilly fogs had sneaked in from the Pacific, and it hung vaguely to the streetlights along the Sunset Strip. It was a kind of a fog that you could see through, but everything was out of focus. It made you start wondering what you were going to do when you were 90 and you were all alone. I'd have liked to have spent the night in a room full of noisy extroverts playing charades. But instead, I had to eat a quick dinner and drive up into the secluded Hollywood Hills to meet a guy. A guy who had nothing but trouble on his mind. When I pushed the buzzer, I had the feeling of wishing I was someplace else. Carl Delaney himself opened the door. He was grim and brusque and to the point.
Marlowe?
That's right.
Come in, Marlowe. I appreciate this. You're coming up here after business hours, I mean. I wouldn't have asked except, Well, perhaps I waited too long as it is. Sit down.
Thanks. Waited too long for what, Mr. Delaney?
36 hours ago, my wife disappeared. Marlowe, you've got to find her for me. Find her just as fast as you can.
Wait a minute. Disappeared, you said. Would you mind playing that part back a little slower?
Norma simply walked out that door, got in her car, and drove off to get hold of herself, as she always does when we've quarreled. But always before, she's come back in an hour or so. But this time...
This time she simply didn't come back, is that it? Look, Mr. Delaney, I could...
You'd better let me finish before you do anything. Lately, my wife has been brooding over something serious that she refused to discuss. I've caught her crying several times, and she's not a woman given to tears. Marlowe, I'm sure that unless we move fast, when we do find her, we're going to find her dead.
Suicide?
Yeah.
With his thick, blunt hand, Delaney reached for a color portrait lying face down on the table and gave it to me. I looked and saw the face of a dream. A beautiful dream with strange hazel eyes and soft black hair. I felt Delaney watching me as I glanced up in time to catch the fading end of a very ugly expression on his face. I handed the picture back to him, and he laid it on the table again, face down. Then he took me upstairs to Norma's room. It was a nice, frilly room, typically haunted by elusive, sweet smells. There was only one incongruous note. What was the horoscope doing on her desk? From the looks of the picture, I knew that Norma was attractive enough that she didn't need to look to the stars for a future. A horoscope?
Yeah, you know how women are. Marlowe, will you find her for me?
Well, I'll try. My rate is $25 a day plus expenses. And remember, you hired me to find her, not bring her back.
Fair enough. You just find her. I'll be satisfied.
I'll need a starting point. Were there any phone calls or letters or anything that might be a lead? What about friends?
We have no close friends. Norma always stayed to herself. Wait, there was a phone call yesterday from Madame Jeanette, I think it was.
Who's that, a dressmaker?
I haven't any idea. She wanted to speak to Mrs. Delaney. I told her Norma was out, and she asked that my wife call her when she got back. That's all there was to it.
Anything else you can tell me?
No. No, it's not much to go on.
I'll see what I can do, Mr. Delaney.
I'll be here all night, Marlowe. Call me if you need anything.
I'll do that. Good night. I drove back through the persistent fog to Sunset Boulevard. Well, it was 9:30. I knew it was going to be like tracking a hummingbird through the petrified forest by the bent twigs, but I got a classified directory and I started digging. I checked the hairdressers, the manicurists, and the milliners, and I was just about to start on the interior decorators when I remembered the horoscope on Norma's desk. I quickly turned to the personal consultants. Yeah, there it was. Madame Jeanette. Her establishment, located in a dubious neighborhood south of Olvera Street, turned out to be a tacky cottage set back next to an alley. It was as dark inside as out. I was pounding on the door like a vampire at sunrise when a newsboy came up the path.
Looking for Madame Jeanette?
Yeah, you know her?
Sure, she tells fortunes. Says I've got a great career line. You want to see it?
Not right now, thanks. And I'll say for her that she's a sound sleeper.
Maybe, but not so early as this. About this time, she's always hanging around that bar on the corner. Tonight, she's throwing a farewell party in there.
Farewell party? Who for?
Herself. She's leaving town.
Oh, thanks a lot. Here, kid.
Gee, a buck. My old man will swear I've been shooting crap again.
Give me another one, Charlie. Not every night I say goodbye to my dear old neighborhood.
Muscatel again, Jeanette?
Yeah. Did I say dear old neighborhood, Charlie?
I think you did, Jeanette.
Must have had one too many then. Because of all the low, flea-bitten row of shacks I ever lived in, this is the new low.
Ah, Jeanette, that's no way to talk. You hurt my feelings.
Pinky, there ain't nothing like a little beer to soothe hurt feelings.
Yeah, you said it. Jeanette, can I have another?
Yeah. Charlie, give Pinky another. This is his last.
The last? I thought you said it was a farewell party. You with all your dough.
This dough's to get me out of this rat trap of a town, see? It's the last I want to see of it in all my life, see?
Yeah.
Another muscatel, Charlie.
Hold on a minute, Jeanette. Hey, what'll it be, mister?
Something just a bit drier than muscatel. Say, Scotch?
It's on me, mister. It's my party.
Well, well, this is indeed a pleasure. You're the Madame Jeanette, aren't you?
Yeah, why?
You're all of 20 years younger than what I expected.
Probably the life I lead. Hey, wait a minute. Why should you be expecting anything about me? I don't know you.
Perhaps not, but I know you.
From where?
Oh, you're more famous than you think. Your reputation has spread far beyond Old Vera Street. In fact, it's gone up as far as the Sunset Strip, Madame Jeanette.
No kidding.
How would you kid a fortune teller? Don't you know all, see all, and tell all?
Well...
And judging from that Spanish shawl, your Hungarian skirt, and those embroidered Persian slippers, I'm beginning to think your fame is not only local, but international.
Say, you're beginning to make me feel like I shouldn't be giving up this racket after all.
Giving up fortune-telling? No.
Yeah. I'm leaving town on a midnight train. Gonna spread my talents all over the East, and I'm not coming back.
Don't tell me your crystal ball has laid a golden egg.
So to speak, yeah. I come into some lettuce. Suddenly.
That's always nice. Well, I guess it means you won't be interested in the few paltry dollars I'd intended to spend with you.
Hey, can I have another beer, Jim?
Shut up, pinky blow.
Just a...
Traveling lady can always use a little extra moolah. What was it you wanted, Bud?
I'm looking for someone. Norma Delaney.
Norma I'm afraid I don't know anybody by that name.
I'm afraid you do.
What's your angle? Who are you, anyway?
I'm Philip Marlowe, private detective.
Some private dick you must be to have to resort to fortune tellers.
Come on, Jeanette. Look into your crystal muscatel. See if you can spot Norma Delaney.
I told you once. I don't know the name. Now blow.
Just a minute, Dark Eyes.
Hey, Charlie.
Yeah?
This bird's crabbing my party. What kind of a joint is this, anyway? Lady can't sit here and have a farewell party without being insulted by every jerk that drops in.
Well, mister,
I haven't finished my drink yet.
you got pockets, ain't you? Just pour a drink into one of them and take it along. You ain't finishing it here.
Charlie reached under the bar for his pick handle, so I left without pursuing the subject further. But I knew Jeanette was lying, right in her purple lipstick about Norma. I walked back to my car, lit a cigarette, and spent a few precious minutes trying to decide whether or not to break into her place and snoop. But then I caught the shadow of a figure slipping up on me from behind. I turned.
Wait, don't swing, man. Don't swing. It's only me, Pinky. I was in the bar when you was talking to the madam. That tightwad Jeanette.
Yeah, I saw you, so?
She did something the minute you left. I figured you might like to know what it was.
That all depends.
Well, I thought it might be worth something to you, like a saw, maybe.
Come on, you. Spill it.
Wait a minute.
Spill it.
Wait.
If it's any good at all, it's worth $5 and no more.
Oh, all right. She made a phone call.
Who to? What'd she say?
Nothing. Just some swear words in Spanish. The line was busy. But I kept my eyes open, and I got the number.
All right, let's have it, if you can still remember it.
Oh, I can remember it easy. Fiver first, huh?
Here.
Thanks. The number was Crenshaw, 1929. But you get it? Like the year of the big crash.
Thanks to the thirst of an underweight lush, I wasn't at the end of my rope yet. I drove as far as the nearest drugstore, dropped a nickel in the slot, and dived. Crenshaw, the year of the big crash.
Hello?
Hello, let me speak to Norma Delaney, please.
I'm afraid you must have the wrong number.
Look, you, I'm trying to locate Mrs. Delaney. I suggest you help me.
How did you get this number?
From a client, Mr. Carl Delaney.
But that's impossible.
Let's stop sparring. We can save each other a lot of wear and tear if we get together and talk this over.
Maybe you're right. Yes, that sounds sensible. I'm at the Beechwood Apartments, number 4.
Check. I'll be right out. Mr. Pierre Gillum, it says here on the door.
Yes. You the man who called?
Uh-huh. Philip Marlowe.
Come in, won't you? You said you were looking for Norma Delaney, Mr. Marlowe. Tell me what's wrong. Has anything happened to her?
Well, her husband seems to think she might have killed herself, but I have a hunch that you might have something interesting to say.
No, poor kid. Poor Norma. Well, I'll tell you what I can, Marlowe, but it isn't much.
Oh, I'm all ears, and I'll sit, thanks.
Well, I was in love with Norma once, briefly, a long time ago. She was a wonderful girl, but her husband was insanely jealous.
Mm-hmm.
Even though she hadn't loved him for years, he refused to give her up. He even threatened to kill her first.
Oh?
Norma and I realized that serious trouble lay ahead, so we parted. Good friends. And I haven't seen her or heard from her in months.
I buy it all but the last line. You have seen or heard from her, and recently.
I'm not going to argue that. I've told you the truth. You can take it or leave it.
I leave it.
Suppose we both put our cards on the table. You lied to me when you said Carl Delaney gave you my number. I know because Madame Jeanette called me shortly after you did.
Touché. But why did she run to call you at the mention of Norma's name if you two broke up months ago? And incidentally, how did that ersatz Aracle Jeanette get mixed up in this in the first place?
That is a long story, Marlowe.
Good, I like long stories. I'll bet it begins just for a lark. Norma and I went down to Olvera Street once to have our palms read.
Yes, that's exactly how it started. Madame Jeanette was an unusual woman, a character, you might say.
Uh-huh.
Well, we became friendly with her. Norma got quite sentimental about her. One day we made a sort of pact. If ever either of us was in trouble and needed the other, we'd go to Madame Jeanette or get a message to her. She would notify the other.
So when I walked in asking for Norma, the madam assumed she was in trouble.
Right. Called me immediately because she herself was leaving town in less than an hour.
I know. Well, Mr. Gillum, it's all very interesting, but it's getting me no place. Thanks. If I need you again...
No, wait, Marlowe, don't go.
Hmm?
I know a lot of details about Norma that I'm sure will be helpful. For instance, she drives a Nash Coupe, powder blue.
Powder blue coupe, huh? Thanks, that'll help.
Oh, and she has a fondness for white gloves. Wears them quite often.
I see. Well, I better get moving.
No, wait just a minute, Marlowe.
I've got to go.
Now, listen, Marlowe.
I told you I was in a hurry.
Now, take it easy. Stick around a while.
Get away from that door.
Well, just who do you think you are? Come busting in here, prying, asking questions, you dirty...
Oh! You asked for it, Gillum. Oh! You got a left, too, huh? So have I, brother.
Left Gillum sprawled all over his coffee table, as limp as a 5-cent salad. Outside, I glanced at my watch. Madame Jeanette's train left in 40 minutes. I ran through $22 worth of red lights, getting down to a cottage because I was sure Gillum's attempted stall was tied in with a departure, but I couldn't figure out why. That is, I couldn't until I switched out my lights and coasted to a stop in front of her place. Then I saw it. Half hidden in the shadows back of the house sat a powder blue coupe. I got up on the porch close to the front door and listened. Jeanette was talking to a woman. I couldn't catch what they were saying, but one thing was certain. The woman was Norma Delaney. All at once I realized the talk had stopped. That was my cue. I shoved open the door and went in. Jeanette sat at a table alone, facing me.
Well, Mr. Marlowe, you've returned. What is it this time?
I'd like my fortune told.
Yeah? Now listen close, Gumshoe. I'll make this a short and snappy reading because I'm catching a train in 15 minutes. There's a woman very close to you. In fact, she's right behind you, sucker!
What? Oh!
When I finally opened my eyes again, nothing changed. It took me a long time to figure out that the lights were off and it was dark. I climbed up the table leg, hand over hand, and switched on a lamp. Jeanette's house was absolutely quiet. I had caught a glimpse of a white glove holding what is known as a blunt instrument just before I dozed off. And that reminded me what I was down here for. I wobbled through the kitchen and out the back door, but the powder blue coupe was gone. It was 12:15. My head and the fog both had gotten a little thicker. So I just stood there, useful like a ping-pong ball in a bowling alley. It was the sound of footsteps that finally moved me, and the newsboy was back.
Well, how you again, mister? Did you ever get a hold of Madame Jeanette before she left?
Yeah, but not tight enough. Say, a blue coupe left here a few minutes ago. Did you see it?
Nope, I did. Gee, I'm sure sorry she went away. She gave me $1 tonight, too. Said she was coming into a fortune.
Hey, you and your career... Say, what's that down there, in those weeds?
I don't know. It looks like some kind of a shoe. Yeah. Yeah, it is a shoe. Here, see?
What do you know? A Persian slipper. I took the slipper along as a souvenir from my scrapbook and walked back to my car, trying to fit Norma Delaney's lovely hazel eyes in with that crack on the skull. But I couldn't. Between throbs of my headache, I figured Pierre Gillum would know why Norma had dropped in on Adam so close to train time. I decided to go back and ask him. Gillum was as reliable as a two-headed quarter and just as tricky. So when I got to his apartment, I pushed the buzzer, stepped back, and braced myself. But there was no fight left in him. He opened the door in his robe, fingered the mouse I had given him, and grinned.
Oh. So you found your way out by yourself.
Uh-huh. Say, Gillum, what was so important about Norma seeing Madame Jeanette just before her train left?
I don't know.
Oh, you knew enough to try to keep me here, to delay me. Why?
Oh, Marlowe, I did that for old time's sake, for an old friend. Jeanette asked me to hold you here until midnight, and I tried my best. Obviously wasn't good enough. Well, that's all I know about it.
I see your phone is off the hook. You know that?
Yeah, I took it off. It's given me nothing but trouble tonight. I hereby wash my hands of this whole business. I'm going to bed. And I hope to sleep. Good night.
I envied him and left to call my client, Carl Delaney. He said he'd be in all night, but the phone kept ringing and ringing, and no one answered. I suddenly got a very creepy feeling. And 20 minutes later, I pulled to a stop at that small but elegant house. The lights were on, and I saw the powder blue coupe in the garage next to Carl's big black sedan. I ran up the steps. The front door was ajar, so I went in. I found Carl Delaney in front of the fireplace, face down on the floor, dead. There was a handbag on a chair. I opened it. Compact cigarettes and a key to room 340 in the Bradford Arms Hotel. No identification. That color portrait of Norma was standing up on the table this time, and those searching hazel eyes seemed to follow me all the way to the telephone.
Lieutenant Ibarra speaking.
Bill Marlowe, Ibarra. There's a dead one at 1077 Hollycrest Road, named Carl Delaney, murdered.
I'll be right out.
I hung up the phone, and then the hair on my neck crawled as I heard the unmistakable sound of a woman's heels on the floor upstairs. I ducked behind a door as the heels clicked down the steps. And then she entered the room. Norma Delaney was lovely. As lovely as a picture. She moved calmly and deliberately, put a note on the table, picked up the handbag, and then turned to face the door I was hiding behind.
You can come out now, Mr. Marlowe.
Hello, Mrs. Delaney.
You can call me Norma now. And if you're thinking of using your gun, perhaps you'll be good enough to read this note first. Here.
To whom it may concern. I, Norma Delaney, purposely and with premeditation, shot and killed my husband, Carl. It is beyond me to express how deeply I hate him, and since I must pay for this and cannot endure a public spectacle, I shall take my own life within the next few minutes. Now, look, Norma, no guns.
Easy, Marlowe. I'll kill you if necessary. But it would be so pointless now. I'm free at last, and I want to spend a little time left to me in my own way.
Norma, if you'll listen to me...
Stay
just a
back.
minute.
Tonight I made my only friend, Madame Jeanette, happy. And I killed a man who needed killing. Something good, something bad. So I'm quitting, even up.
What do you propose to do with me?
You mustn't try to stop me, Marlowe. See that closet?
Mm-hmm.
Get inside. And careful how you move your hands. Turn around to the wall. That's it. Marlowe, I'm sorry I had to hit you at Jeanette's tonight. Goodbye.
3 shots to smash the lock on that closet door. I heard her driving away just as I got it open. In spite of what she'd said, I couldn't let her kill herself. I ran outside to my car. One glance under the hood was all it took. There was nothing left of the wiring but loose ends. I ran into the street and a miracle happened. The first time in my life a taxi in Los Angeles when I wanted it.
I'm sorry, fella. I'm going to call.
Skip it. This is an emergency.
Hey, wait a minute. You
Police
can't...
business. A girl is driving up the road in a blue coupe. We got to catch her before she kills herself. Let's go.
I saw taillights just then.
Yeah? Can't you go any faster?
Not on these curves, brother. I got a wife and kids.
Okay, fella. We'll be at the top of the hill when we can get around the next bend. We should spot her then.
Yeah. You can see the whole road down the other side. Here we are, mister. This is the top.
But I don't see her. Where is she? Hey, wait a minute. Stop here. Turn up your motor. This is haywire.
I don't get it. We were gaining on her, and now... she just disappears. What's that?
Motor. That side road we passed. That's it.
Hey, look! Holy smoke.
We both saw the awful sight for just an instant. A powder blue coupe with a woman crouched over the wheel. It shot out of that side road, crashed through the guardrail, and fell end over end down into the gorge. By the time we got to the hole in the fence, the wreck was an inferno.
Well, no use trying to get down there. The whole hillside will be on fire in another minute.
I guess she pulled over here into this side road and waited for us to go by. And we did.
Yeah. Sandy here, too. It's a wonder she didn't get stuck. What's the matter?
There's something buried here in the sand. One of her tires ran over it.
What is it?
Why, it's plenty, brother. Come on, turn that hack of yours around. Let's get off this mountain. I just found the answer to a lot of questions.
That you, Marlowe?
Yeah, Lieutenant.
We found the body and the wife's suicide note. And one of the boys spotted that fire up on the hill. What is it?
Car went off the road.
An accident? Or the suicide?
Just a little of both, Ibarra, but we'll talk later. Right now, we got to go to the Bradford Arms Hotel on the double. And please, no siren. The Bradford Arms was a 3-story walk-up. When we got there, Ibarra stationed one man in front, sent another to cover the back, and we started up the stairs. We had reached the 2nd floor when we saw him on the landing above. Gillum. He spotted us at the same time and turned back fast.
There, Marlowe. Who's that?
That's our boy, Ibarra. Up here, Gillum. Let's go.
There he goes. He's heading for the fire escape.
Take him, Lieutenant. He's all yours. I got business the other way.
Hey, you! Stop or I shoot!
Room 336, 38, 340. All over now. You better drop the gun. Please, it's been neat so far. Don't mess it up. Come on, beautiful. Drop it. It's better.
Well, Marlowe, I got him. I had to wing him to bring him down, but here he is. And the lady must be...
Yes, Lieutenant. The lady is Norma Delaney. The girl who wanted to kill her jealous husband and then commit suicide, but didn't want to die doing it. So she used someone else's body, Madame Jeanette's, which was a logical choice because Jeanette was blackmailing her. Thus, 2 vultures with 1 stone, leaving 2 lovebirds free to fly away together. Right, Norma? Didn't you give Madame Jeanette money so she'd leave town and tell everybody she was going away?
Yes, I did.
That way the body wouldn't be missed, huh?
Yeah. Isn't it pretty?
Oh, lay off, Marlowe, can't you?
Okay, Gillum, okay. Well, Ibarra, I've got a sour taste in my mouth. I think I'll go home and goggle. Anything else you need?
No, I guess not, Phil. I've had all that's necessary. Wait. Just one thing. How'd you get inside this setup? How do you find out it was the dead Madame Jeanette who went over the cliff instead of the very much alive Mrs. Delaney here?
Well, Jeanette had on a pair of Persian slippers, Lieutenant. One fell off down at her cottage where Norma murdered her and put her in the trunk of the car. The other one fell off in the sand of that side road when she took Jeanette out of the trunk and propped her up behind the wheel. It was lucky, Barra. Just dumb luck. I took a walk later. A long walk. All by myself. Through that thin, empty fog in the dark, empty streets. A pair of hazel eyes and a pair of Persian slippers went round and round in my head. And for some reason I kept thinking, a pair of Persian slippers has two soles, two heels. And it's hard to tell just exactly where the one becomes the other.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler, stars Gerald Moore and is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. In tonight's story, The Persian Slippers, Virginia Gregg was heard as Madame Jeanette, with Larry Dobkin as Pierre Gillum and Louis Van Rooten as Carl Delaney. The additional players were Gene Bates as Norma Delaney, Gil Stratton Jr. as the newsboy, Frank Richards as the barkeep, and Tony Barrett as Pinky. Detective Lieutenant Ibarra was played by Jeff Corey. The special music was conceived and conducted by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again next week at this same time when Philip Marlowe says...
Sounded good, real good. A weekend at Malibu, expenses paid with a cash bonus thrown in. But that was before I knew about the henchman, the redhead, and the corpse. These three and a white Panama hat ruined it all for me.
The big star-studded array of CBS Sunday shows starts tonight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 top entertainment programs that make listening to your CBS station a happy habit. 1, Cabin B-13, the popular dramatic show by John Dixon Carr, renowned mystery writer. 2, the new Electric Theater, guest starring Henry Fonda tonight, and regularly starring Helen Hayes, First Lady of the Theater, when she returns from London. 3, Our Miss Brooks, the hilarious comedy success starring Eve Arden. 4, Lum and Abner, a brand new half-hour show of smiles and chuckles with the Merchants of Pine Ridge. 5, Strike It Rich, the sensational quiz show with a heart to wind up the sparkling parade of entertainment. Mystery, drama, comedy, excitement tonight over most of these CBS stations. And next Sunday, the first broadcast in the new season for two of radio's greatest stars, Amos and Andy. Yes, Sunday nights are great on CBS. Check your local newspapers for program times. This is Roy Rowan speaking for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Well, look who's in town tonight, Matt.
Huh?
Over at the bar there.
Oh, yeah, I see him.
Doc, Marshal, step up. I'll buy you a drink.
No, thanks, Seibert.
Something wrong with my money?
Seibert, the only thing wrong with your money is it belongs to you.
Oh, now, Doc, that's no way to be when I'm celebrating my new contract.
Oh, what contract?
The cavalry. I deliver the first consignment of horses next week.
And what's the cavalry going to do with those stringy, wild renegades of yours?
Renegades?
Now, you don't figure on breaking those horses, do you? You're not good enough to do it yourself, and no rider in this territory will work for you.
I'll find somebody.
I'll do it fast, Seibert, and then get out of town.
All right, Marshal. Sure.
Yeah. You know, Matt, it makes me ashamed of myself the way I feel about that man. But I just can't help it.
Yeah, I feel the same way, Doc.
Matt?
Yeah, Kitty.
Come on over here to the window.
No?
Yeah, I want you to see something.
What is it?
Look out there. See those two boys?
Yeah, what about them?
Did you ever see them before?
No, I don't think so.
Well, I've been watching them. They act real lost.
Maybe we better go see.
Yeah.
Come on. Hello, boys.
Hello, mister.
What are you doing on Front Street this time of night?
Is this Front Street?
Yeah, it is. Where are your folks?
What do you want to know that for, mister?
This is Matt Dillon. He's the U.S. Marshal here.
We ain't done nothing.
Where are you boys from?
Texas.
Texas? Now, you're a long way from home.
Yes, sir.
What about your folks?
We ain't got any.
Ma and Pa got burned up when our ranch caught fire.
Oh. How'd you get here to Dodge?
Followed the trail herd most of the way.
Where are your horses?
Oh, we had to sell them upriver. But the money's long gone.
Our uncle is supposed to meet us here.
You boys hungry?
Yes, ma'am.
But we don't want to beg no food.
Well, you're not. You're my guest.
Well, thank you, ma'am.
Say, Matt.
Yeah.
Why not have Chester take him down to the livery stable later? Moss Grimmy can use the help, and they can earn their meals and get a place to stay.
That's a good idea. You boys know anything about horses?
Yes, sir, a lot.
Well, come on inside. We'll see about that food.
You go on, boys. I'll be with you in a minute, huh? You still here, Seibert?
I'm leaving, Marshal. Last thing I want is trouble.
Well, this is it, boys. Moss Grimmick says you can sleep up there in the loft. He'll tell you what to do in the morning.
Okay.
Oh, Mr. Dillon says come see him tomorrow, and he'll try to get in touch with your uncle.
Well, thanks, Mr. Proudfoot.
You might as well call me Chester. Everybody else does.
We're sure lucky for this, ain't we, boss?
Yeah. People here in Dodge City are mighty nice. Especially that Miss Kitty. She's pretty, ain't she?
Yeah, I guess so.
Hello, boys.
Hello.
I'm Orrin Seibert.
I'm Bus Cheney. This here's my brother, Howie.
Howdy.
I hear you boys know about horses. Ever break any?
Sure, lots of them.
Well, now, if you can ride, you don't need to hang around here cleaning out stalls. I got a real job for you out of my ranch. Make yourself some money.
We could sure use some, all right.
And you're hired. Now get your horses, meet me out back.
We ain't got any horses.
No? Well, say, I'll tell you what I'll do. I got 10 head need breaking for next week. You boys break them 10 for me. After that, you can take your pick.
You mean it?
Both of us?
That's what I said, didn't I? Come on out and get in the wagon.
Get your stuff, Howie. Let's go.
Morning, Moss.
Oh, morning, Marshal. Nice day.
Yeah, it'll get hot. Well, how are your new helpers working out?
What helpers?
The Cheney brothers, those two boys that Chester brought down here last night.
I ain't seen hide nor hair of them.
Well, what happened to them?
I guess they just pulled out and left in the middle of the night.
That doesn't seem right. They talk like good, straight boys, Moss. Anything turn up missing?
No. I got that telegraph sent off, Mr. Jones.
Oh, thanks, Chester. But the way things look, we won't need it. The boys pulled out during the night.
They did? Well, that's funny. When I left them here, they was so dog tired they was near asleep on their feet. They seemed mighty grateful for everything, too.
You can never tell about footloose youngsters like that, Chester.
Well, they're gone. There's nothing we can do about it. Let's get back to the office, Chester. We'll see you, Moss.
Good. Long, Marshal. Bye, Moss. Dang, this Kitty's sure going to be disappointed. She took a real liking to them boys. Me, too.
Yeah. Me, too.
Ride him, boss! Stick with him, boss! Atta boy! He's running!
Grab him, Harvey. Hang on to him.
I got him.
Tie him up. Well, I get my wind. I'll take him around again.
Oh, that was awful good riding, boss.
Oh.
Does your leg hurt you much?
Pretty much. But I guess I'm getting used to it after 5 days of this. Anyway, that's number 7.
Only 3 more to go.
We'll make it. But that big stallion's going to be tough.
Hey, you.
Yes. Yes, Miss Sabbath?
Go on up to the house. I want you to take the wagon into town.
Me too?
No. You stay.
I don't you do any riding while I'm going, Howie.
Oh, boss, I can
Now, you leave them broncs alone, you hear? You just do chores till I get back. Oh,
I'll get busy now.
I won't be gone long. You just put some feed down.
All right, boss.
What are you fixing to do there, boy?
Put down some feed, Mr. Cybert.
Now, I didn't hire you to do chores. I hired you to break horses.
Boss told me not to ride while he was gone.
He won't be back till supper time. You going to waste the whole afternoon?
Well, no, sir, but...
Then what are you waiting for?
Well, I wouldn't mind riding, but Boss told me.
He don't trust you. I've watched you ride. You're near as good as he is. You can handle any of them.
I don't know, Mr. Cybert.
You lost your nerve?
No, sir. I'm not afraid.
Well, you're sure acting like you're afraid. One thing I can't stand is a coward.
I ain't no coward.
Then let's get a saddle on one of them horses.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Joe,
Uh-huh.
do you think we can afford a vacation this year?
Well, I don't know. Let's see. The car could stand some work. Then there's that chair we've been meaning to buy, and I guess we could always cash in this.
Kitty, if things stay this quiet, maybe you'd like to have supper with me tonight, huh?
Well, thank you, Matt. I was afraid I'd have to sit and watch Sam Noonan polish the bar all night. Hey, Matt, look.
What?
Isn't that Bus Cheney?
Sure is. Hey, Bus.
Oh, there. Hello, Marshal Dillon, Miss Kitty.
Well, we didn't think we'd ever see you again.
Where have you been?
We've been working.
You're all crippled up.
We're breaking horses for Mr. Cybert.
Cybert?
You know him, Marshal?
Yeah. Say, did he come to the livery stable that night and hire you boys?
Yes, sir.
I should have figured that. Now, what kind of a bad deal did he give you?
Oh, he gave us a real good deal, Master Dillon. We break 10 head for him, and he's going to give me and my brother each a horse. We can take our pick.
How near finished are you?
Only got 3 more to go.
And how long has your leg been like that?
5 days.
You have Doc take a look at that, young man.
Well, I got to send a telegram for Mr. Seibert and pick up some things at the store. Then maybe I will.
Boss, I'm not going to stop you from going back to your job, but Orrin Seibert's no good. He'll try to weasel out of your deal some way.
Mr. Dillon, we better get... Oh, my.
Hello, Chester.
What is it, Chester?
We got to find Doc right away. A fellow just rode in and told me.
Told you what?
Well, he was passing Seibert's place, and there's somebody hurt real bad out there.
Who?
Oh, Bus, it's your brother.
Easy now. Real easy.
How bad is he, Doc?
Now, get out of the way, Seibert.
Get up there.
Now, Bus, you pack those robes in around him. Good and tight, will you?
Sure, Doc.
That crazy kid. He said he was anxious to ride, but I never figured he'd take on that big stallion. Crazy fool
You've done enough talking, Seibert. Now shut up.
Matt, we're ready.
Yeah.
His spine, Matt. You understand?
Yeah, Doc, I'll drive slow.
Bus.
I'm here, Harvey.
It's getting cold since the sun went down.
Yeah, it is.
I ain't no coward. Am I, Bus?
Coward? Of course you ain't. Who says so?
Mr. Seibert said. Bus. I ain't no coward.
Doc, come back here.
Keep driving, Matt. Here, let me. Oh, dear. Matt, no need to hold him in now. Give them their head. Matt, I'll get the lamp. There we are. Lay him here on the couch, man.
Yeah.
That's it.
Boss. Come away, boss. It won't do any good.
No.
Matt, there's some coffee in the kitchen.
Ah, good. I can use some.
Reach that cup there, man.
Yeah.
The coffee's been sitting all day. It's pretty strong.
Thanks. You know, he stared at his brother's body all the way back to town, and he's in there staring at it now.
I know.
You know something else?
Yes. He hasn't cried.
Not one tear.
I wish he'd cry and let some of that grief out.
That's not natural, Doc. Come on, let's get it.
Bus?
He's gone, Doc. Come on.
That boy's in no condition to be by himself.
Well, he couldn't have gotten very far, Doc.
I don't see him.
No, it didn't.
What was that?
Sounded like it came from back of the livery stable. That's him, Doc. It's got to be.
Heading back to Seibert's, you mean?
Marshal, is that you?
Moss?
Marshal, somebody just broke into the stable, made off with a horse.
Yeah, we heard it.
That gun I kept behind the office door, it's gone, too.
Come on, Doc.
You know who it was?
Yeah, Moss, I know. I'll get him.
There's no light showing in the house.
That could be a good sign, Doc. Come on.
See him?
No.
What? It's the stallion.
Yeah. Something in that corral's got him spooked. Hold it, Doc. Yeah, there he is, just inside the fence there.
It's Seibert. He looks dead, but I'll see what I can do.
All right. Kid's probably holed up in the barn. I'm going to see if I can find him. But you watch that stallion now.
I will.
Boss. It's Matt Dillon.
Stay out of this barn, Marshal.
You young fool.
He killed my brother.
You should have left him to me.
You never could have proved it on him. Now, don't come no closer.
You did what you had to. I'm going to do what I have to. I'm going to take you, Bus.
No.
Now put the gun down.
Stay back.
Put it down. Don't make me kill you. I said put it down.
What'll happen to me now?
I don't know, Bus.
It don't matter none anyway.
Matt.
Yeah, in here, Doc.
Seibert. It's dead, Matt.
Ah, that's too bad.
No, it's a good thing.
I was thinking of the boy.
So was I. He can ride, but he can't shoot.
What?
There's no bullet hole in Seibert. I figured the shots did nothing more than scare him. But they scared him so bad he turned his back on that stallion. That's what killed him.
Did you hear that, Bus?
Yes, sir, I heard. Marshal. Kill.
Now, don't be ashamed. Just let it out, son. Come on, Doc. Come on.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns were composed by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another story of the western frontier of America in the 1870s on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success. An outstanding example. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. LSMFT. LSMFT program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, since tonight is our last broadcast of the season, I would like to pay tribute to the star of our show. 15 years ago, a kind and gracious young man started his radio career at the tender age of 37.
I was awfully tender.
And tonight, 15 years later, he's still kind, still gracious, and still 37, and here he is, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and Don, that was a very silly statement to make. If I was 37 and that was 15 years ago, today I'd be 49.
You mean 52?
I can get it wholesale. Anyway, for your information, Don, when I started in radio 15 years ago, I was 22.
What are you talking about? I knew you then, and you had gray hair.
Don, I was born with gray hair. I was worried about the doctor bill. I'm glad I didn't pay him slapping me when my back was turned. And Don, here's an amazing coincidence. If you read it in the story, you wouldn't believe it. After all these years, who do you think is sitting in the audience this very moment?
The doctor.
No, his lawyer. The case comes up in court Wednesday. Anyway, Don, since this is the last program of the year, I've got a surprise for you. I'm giving everybody a bonus. Here's a check for you.
Well, thanks, Jack.
I know it isn't much, but it'll help you get back to California.
This check will help me get back to California?
Turn it over, brother. There's a road map on the other side. I nearly killed that one good. My first good joke, what I did to that. And Don, never look a gift phone in the mouth. I want to say that right. Oh, hello.
Hello, Jack.
Hello. I figure it's the last program. Let's go nuts all together. Mary, I'm glad you came in. I was just telling Don that since this is the last program of the season, I'm giving everybody in the cast a bonus.
Oh, Jack, how can you afford it after that bonus you gave me last year?
What did he give you, Mary?
A dozen bobby pins.
You got 2 dozen.
That wasn't your fault. Phil Harris got a short haircut and had no use for them.
All right. But this year it's different. Now, here's your bonus, Mary. Take this and go out and buy yourself a new dress. Here.
Oh, boy, a do-bill at Klein's.
Yes, sir. I got that by mentioning them on the air.
When'd you do that?
Just now.
But, Jack, I was the one that mentioned Klein's.
Uh-oh, now they owe us another one.
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. Do you mean when you mention the name of a product, they give you one free?
Well, sometimes, Mary, but you have to do it cleverly.
Oh.
Which reminds me, Mary, on the way home, I'm going to stop at Plymouth Rock. Then I'm going to Pontiac, Michigan. And if I can afford it, I'll take you out some night and show you how a cat'll act.
Well, you certainly packered them all in.
Thanks, Mary. That was a Buick. Say, Mary, where are you going to spend your vacation this summer?
Inside of a Longines watch. I can go along with a plug.
Just be happy with your dress. But I'm not kidding, Mary. Where are you going to spend your vacation?
In Grand Central Station. I like peace and quiet.
That joke was written 3 o'clock yesterday. It's amazing what 24 hours can do to a gag, isn't it? Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello.
Dennis, since this is the last program of the season, I thought it would
How
be...
do you feel, Mr. Benny?
Fine. Dennis, since this is the last program of the season...
Are you having any fun, kid?
A little. Dennis, since this is the last program...
What day are you going home, Mr. Benny?
Wednesday. Dennis, since this is the last program...
How about a bonus?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm giving every member of my cast a bonus.
Oh, am I a member?
Certainly.
Is that why you make me pay dues?
That has nothing to do with it. That money I deduct from your salary I'm putting away for your nest egg.
My nest egg?
Yeah, Mother Hen Benny will keep it warm for you.
I don't have to worry about a nest egg, Mary. I'm expecting a call from my sponsor any minute to pick up my option. Believe me, this year I'm going to be even tougher to get than last year.
Yeah, you're really tough to get.
Well, I was.
Oh, sure. The sponsor laid the contract on the table, pointed to the dotted line, and you signed so fast you put half your name on his finger.
On his finger. Some joke. Now, let's get on with
Say, Mr. Benny, how about my bonus?
Oh, yes, Oh, wait a minute. I just happened to think of it. I gave you your bonus yesterday.
Oh, yes, I forgot. Thanks very much.
You're welcome.
What'd you get, Dennis?
A dress at Klein's.
What?
With a peekaboo waist.
That's to take home to your mother. And another thing, kid, I got a surprise for you. I may be able to give you a car.
A car?
Yeah, a few minutes ago I mentioned the name of a lot of automobiles, the names, and naturally they'll all send me one.
Gee, that won't work, Mr. Benny. I tried it once. I mentioned Mercury.
What happened?
They sent me a thermometer.
Oh.
So I took my temperature. It was 106.
What?
Boy, was I burned up.
Dennis.
That's a joke, son.
I'm glad you told me. Now, come on, Dennis. Let's have a song, will you? Come on.
They say they're falling in love.
They say it's wonderful from Annie Get Your Gun, sung by Dennis Day. Very good, kid, and I'm happy to know that you're going to be with me next season.
Mr. Benny, you tricked me into signing my contract.
Tricked you? Dennis, your new contract calls for $38 a week. And that's what I'm going to pay you, $38 a week. So how did I trick you?
When you held me upside down, it looked like 83.
Oh, stop.
Why, Jack, that's the silliest thing I ever heard of. If you wanted to trick Dennis, why didn't you hold the contract upside down?
With all the pages it had, Dennis was lighter.
So let's...
All right, folks, you can dry that clear, because Harris is sure to be back next year. I'll be here. Lay that applause on me. Yeah. Lay it right on me. That's it. Thank you. Give me enough to run me through the summer, you know.
Hey, Phil, I heard that, and you don't have to worry about the summer. I'm giving you and every member of the cast a bonus.
Look, Jackson, I know all about your bonuses. If you really want to do something, just give me a little raise in salary.
A raise in salary? Phil, you're the only man in the country that can't strike because you know you're overpaid now. And you can take that miner's lamp off your head. You're not fooling anybody. If I gave you a raise, I know what you'd do with it.
Now, look, you're wrong this time, Jackson. I'm on the wagon.
You're on the wagon?
The trains weren't running. I had to get on something.
Oh.
Look, Jackson, I haven't had a drink since we've been in New York.
What are you talking about? I saw you in a bar last night. You ordered a double scotch.
That was to dip my tie in.
Dip your tie in?
I can quit drinking the stuff, but I'm not going to stop smelling it.
I should have known. When you get undressed at night, you hang your clothes in the closet, put your tie in the chandelier. Hey, Phil, let me look at that tie. Is it pure silk?
No, it's a blend.
Now cut that out! Imagine dipping your tie in scotch.
Yes, sir. I'm the only guy in town with a wet cravat. Oh, Harris, when you leave New York, they're going to hang all the comedians at half-mast.
The one they should hang, they won't. See, folks, now you know why I need a vacation. Oh, my goodness, I nearly forgot. Don, hand me that glass of water, please. I want to take this pill.
Oh, here you are.
Thanks.
Jack, what was that pill you just took?
Well, after our show tonight, I have to go over and appear on Fred Allen's program.
But what was the...
Benzedrine. I want to keep awake. You're better off asleep. I wouldn't have to look at those bags under his eyes. Allen's got the only face I ever saw with patch pockets.
Oh, Jack, you're just jealous of Fred because he's such a great ad-libber.
Oh, some great ad-libber. I can ad-lib better than Allen with one writer tied behind my back. Every week it's the same thing. Portland says, Mr. Allen, it's time to visit the alley. Shall we go? And then the genius answers.
Well, Portland, as one striptease dancer said to the other, let's take off.
And those people he meets down there, that Titus Moody.
Howdy, Bub.
Dennis. What people see in Allen, I don't know. He tries to read a script, the words get blocked by his nose, then they get kicked around by his tonsils, bounced off his adenoids, and because it comes out different than the way it's written, they say he ad-libs. Believe me, I'm better than he is. That's three betters. I'm 3 times as good that way. I can ad-lib.
Go on. You couldn't ad-lib a yawn after a gallon of Ovaltine.
I can, too. Say, Phil, you were on Allen's program last week, weren't you?
Yeah. And say, Jackson, you want to know something?
What?
Did you know that I found out something about Senator Claghorn?
Oh, what?
He's from the South.
No.
So help me, Petrillo.
Thanks for telling me, Phil. Now, come on, let's have a band now.
Okay.
Oh, say, Jack, excuse me a minute.
Yes, Don.
I may not see you after the show, so I just want to say goodbye now.
Don, you mean you're in such a hurry to leave on your vacation?
Oh, no. I'm going to start my summer job for Lucky Strikes.
Summer job? Another program?
No, I'm going down to North Carolina and pick tobacco.
Pick tobacco? Don, you mean our sponsor is making you do that?
Oh, no, Jack. I begged him for the opportunity.
You what?
Just think of it. The whole summer feeling those tobacco leaves.
But, Don, look...
That fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
But, Don, spending your whole vacation picking tobacco?
That's my pleasure, Jack. Tobacco that goes into Lucky Wonderful, that makes that strike. Raise my voice and call Chloe.
I can just hear you doing it.
And as I wait by the magnolia tree,
yes?
From over the Everglades will come Cleo's answer.
That's Chloe's.
Maybe that's Cleo.
Don, that's the most touching thing I've ever heard.
Well, Jack...
No, Don. Don't say anything to spoil it. Play, Phil.
Let me tell you something. That's one on you, Jackson. This ain't even my band. These are New York boys.
Well, how'd you happen to pick them up?
Easy. I was just walking down the street and they followed my tie.
Oh.
Turn loose, Max. Not till after the show.
No matter where we go, Phil, you always get the same... I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
What is it, Rochester?
I got your trunk all packed and loaded on the mule.
Rochester, the railroad strike is over.
You got the mule before the strike was on.
Well, I'm taking the train. I'm kind of sorry you're not going back with me, but I'm glad you got that nice job at the Zanzibar Cafe.
Oh, thanks for letting me take it, boss. But ain't I the one that's supposed to get the 90%?
Yes, but I'm keeping it for you for a nest egg.
Well, push the hen off. I'm hungry.
It'll be safe for me, Rochester, don't worry. And do a good job at the Zanzibar.
I will. And before I hang up, boss, I want to thank you and the cast for coming over Tuesday night. The audience sure laughed when you got up and told those jokes.
Yeah, and Rochester, I'll bet nobody there dreamed I'd get up and play the violin.
Obviously, the place was full.
I don't know about that. They liked it.
By the way, boss, how did you like that routine I did about you and Mr. Allen?
Well, I couldn't hear all of it. There was some guy under our table making a lot of noise.
Oh, him. That was the plumber Mr. Harris hired.
What?
He was laying a pipeline to the bar.
A pipeline?
Big inch yet.
Well, that was ridiculous. By the way, Rochester, why don't you sing that song, Accentuate the Positive? I always liked the way you did that.
I did sing it. You just didn't hear me. That was when you were arguing with the waiter about the check.
I wasn't arguing with him. He charged me too much for the beer, and I was just pointing out his mistake.
That was no mistake. In a nightclub, you don't get a nickel back on the bottle.
Clip joint. Anyway, Rochester, you go on and have a good time here, and I'll see you when you get home. And by the way, I have a little bonus for you. I'll mail it to you.
Never mind. I'll go down to Klein's and pick it up myself.
All right, goodbye, Rochester, and good luck.
So long. Au revoir, that is.
Well, kids, in a few minutes, our last program will be over, and we probably won't be seeing much of each other until September. But here are your assignments for this week. On Wednesday night, you must listen to the radio because Dave Rose is going to conduct his Waukegan Concerto, which is written especially for me. And next Sunday at the same time, I want you to listen to the Frank Morgan Show, which is replacing us for the summer. It's going to be great. Frank has always done a swell job, and I know he's going to be back in fine form. And now, kids, before I kiss each one of you goodbye, I want to... Come in? Well, hello, Jack. Hello, Ed. Look, kids, it's Ed Sullivan. Ed, it was nice of you to drop in on my last program. You know the gang, Mary, Don, Dennis, and Phil.
Hello, nice to see you.
Yes, Jack, I've met them all except Phil. Yeah, we ain't never had the pleasure. Well, I'll remedy that. Phil, I'd like you to meet Ed Sullivan. Ed is the famous columnist.
Well, hello, Ed. When'd you leave Moscow?
I said columnist. My goodness, Phil. Tell me, Ed, what's the, him I'm going to have back next year, Phil. Ed, what's the occasion for this visit?
Well, Jack, I came over to present you with an award.
An award for me?
Mm-hmm, but first I'd like to get a little interview. See, our readers would like to know exactly what goes on behind the scenes in a radio show. You know, who are the people behind the performance?
Well, let's see. First, I must give credit to my writers. John Tackerberry, Milt Josephsberg, George Balzer, and Sam Perrin. I think they're four of the smartest, cleverest, funniest, and most intelligent writers in the business.
Well, Jack, it's very nice of you to say that about your boys.
They wrote the line. He had to say it.
Mary. But, Ed, you can take my word for it, they're very clever.
Oh, I know that, Jack, and I've heard a lot about them. Jack, isn't it true that Sam Perrin and George Balzer wrote the Broadway show Are You With It?
Yes, they did that with my permission.
And didn't John Tackerberry write that song, Pickle in the Middle?
Yes, he did that with my permission.
And isn't your other writer, Milt Josephsberg, expecting a baby soon?
Yes, he is. If Hilda is listening, we hope she feels all right.
Well, Jack, who are some of the other people who are important to your program?
Well, there's my special assignment man, Hilliard Marks, producer Bob Ballin, musical director Malin Merrick, secretary Jane Tucker and Bert Scott, and last but not least, Herman McShaughnessy.
Herman McShaughnessy? What does he do?
He explains Dick Tracy to Phil Harris.
Oh.
Now, on the acting side of the ledger, we have Mel Blanc, who plays the part of my French violin teacher, also my parent. Artie Auerbach, the hot dog salesman. Sarah Berner and Bea Benaderet, who play the telephone operators. Dick Lane, who plays the part of Steve Bradley, my press agent. Janine Roos, who played Phil Harris's little daughter.
Frank Nelson, who always pops up on the show, looks at me and says, yes? And Joe Kearns, the keeper of my vault. Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman, who really own this program, but let me guest star on it during the weeks they're off. My NBC engineers, George Foster and Charlie Buck. My sound men, Floyd Caton and Parker Cornell. And finally, Wilbur Klingenpeel.
Wilbur Klingenpeel?
He explains Dick Tracy to Herman McShaughnessy.
Well, Ed, I guess that takes care of them all.
Unless you want to mention the janitor who sweeps up after the show.
No, he left me and is now writing for Fred Allen. Now, Ed, how about...
Mr. Sullivan, would you mind putting something in your column for me?
Why, not at all, Dennis. I'll be glad to. What's the occasion?
My mother had a baby.
Well, that is news. When?
22 years ago.
Dennis.
What's his name?
Oh, stop it. Now, Ed, I don't want to appear anxious, but how about this award you're going to give me, huh?
Jack, let go of my lapel.
Oh, pardon me. I forgot myself.
What kind of an award is it, Ed?
Well, it's called the Ed Sullivan Award for Modern Screen Magazine, Mary, and it's being given to Jack Benny because of his outstanding radio programs during the past season.
Oh, Ed, that's such a thrill, really. I'm overwhelmed. I feel faint.
Quick, Phil, let him smell your tie.
And so, Jack, on behalf of Modern Screen Magazine, it gives me great pleasure to award you this gold plaque.
Gee, thanks. Jack,
stop biting it. It's gold.
Oh, but Ed, this is a Modern Screen Award, and I haven't made a picture in 2 years.
That had something to do with it, too.
Oh, I see.
You know, Mary, it's really a great thrill for me to give this award to Jack because he made his very first radio appearance on my program 15 years ago.
That's right, Mary.
Who sponsored that program?
Well, let's see, Geraldine Hair Tonic.
Jack made his debut on a hair tonic program?
On a hair tonic program?
On a hair tonic program?
What an opening for an actor who ain't worried about options.
Phil, one more word out of you, I'll light a match to your tie and blow you out of here. Now, quiet.
Well, I guess I'd better run along, Jack. How about another game of golf tomorrow?
Certainly, Ed, if you're not afraid that I'll beat you again like I did yesterday.
Wait a minute. Say, Ed, did Jack really beat you at golf?
Why do you think I had to give him this award?
Oh, for goodness sake, Ed, it was our agreement that you weren't supposed to mention that. Now you've spilled the beans. Well, goodbye, Ed, and thanks very, very much.
You're welcome, Jack, and so long.
What are you laughing at?
Nothing, Jack, but if you could get Joan Crawford into a game of golf, maybe you'd win an Oscar.
Mary, don't be so... Say, I wonder if Joan does play golf. At the same time, again, I want to thank everybody associated with this program and also all of my listeners, even those of you who can't stand Jack Benny.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Now the curtain rises on Hello, Frisco, Hello, starring Alice Faye as Trudy Evans and Robert Young as Johnny Cornell. Take the sad strains of a barroom ballad, sung by a sad-faced barroom tenor, mixed in a tinny ragtime tune played by a tuneless piano. And now add people. Hundreds of people. People out for pleasure. People out for money.
Step right in, folks. Step right in.
Over this, pour the booming notes of a mission band, playing hymns in a crowded street. Combine with this the sound of beer wagons rattling over cobblestones.
Whoa there. Whoa.
Now mix them all together. Let them swirl out over San Francisco Bay in a blaring, trumpeting, raucous symphony, and you have the Barbary Coast in the year 1900.
Step right in, folks. Step right in. This here is Sharky's place, the brightest, gayest little cafe on the Barbary Coast. You want dancing? We give you dancing. You want free lunch? Free lunch you get. You want singing? Folks, you want singing? We give you little Trudy Evans. Trudy Evans, the pride of San Francisco. And at the piano, Johnny Cornell. You can't go wrong in Sharky's. Step right in, folks. Step right in.
Thank you, folks. Thank you. Now, in appreciation of your kind applause, Trudy Evans and I will offer you our latest musical novelty.
Hello, Frisco. Hello.
How do you do, my dear? I only wish that you were here.
Hello, Frisco. Hello.
How is the fair out there? They tell me that it is a bear.
Don't keep me waiting. It's aggravating. Why can't you hurry, Central? You're so slow.
I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
Hello. Now can you hear?
Dearie, I've bought the ring and I've arranged for everything.
Oh, you know I love you, dear.
We'll be together soon and then we'll have a honeymoon.
Your voice is like music to my ear. When I close my eyes, you seem so near. Frisco, I called you up to say hello.
That was swell, Trudy. I told you that number'd go over big.
Oh, I hope Sharky liked it. We should have told him we were going to do it, Johnny.
What for? Do you hear that hand? That's what we're paid for.
Hey, Johnny, what's the routine?
Come here, Beulah. Where's Dan?
Right here. Hey, do we do our dance next or what? Throwing in that new number kind of mixed me all up.
It'll be all right. You and Beulah go into your soft shoe, then we do Pony Boy for a finish. Now, go ahead. Get out there.
Hey, just a minute, you.
Oh, hello, Mr. Sharky. Did you like the new number?
What's the idea? You didn't say nothing to me about it.
Well, just a little something different, Mr. Sharky. We'll speak to you later.
You speak to me now. That little something different pulled 40 people out of my bar. It's empty.
Well, that just shows you.
Yeah? If it happened 6 times a night, I'd be broke in a week. Cut that number out of the act.
What?
But, Mr. Sharky...
It's out.
Now, wait a minute. That's our best number. If you cut it out, we're out, too.
Okay, you're out, too. Beat it.
Now, just a second.
Come on, Johnny, don't argue.
Let go. He can't do this to me.
Hey, Turkey. Coming up, boys.
What do you...
Listen, you can't throw us out.
Boys will take care of that.
Trouble, boss?
Yeah, throw him out of here.
Okay. Hey, Mike, 4 bums, 1 out.
Hands off, mister.
Come on, let go, let
You
go,
let go of
go.
Johnny. You
All
can't
4
do
of them,
that.
throw him out.
Let go the
You
coat.
let go of him.
You can't get away with this.
What?
You leave him alone.
Come on out.
And don't come back.
Johnny, are you all right?
Sure, I'm fine.
Oh, your face is cut.
Oh, that's okay. Come on, Dan. Get on your feet.
Oh, listen, if I get bounced out any more places on my head, I'm going to end up a comedian.
Oh, that makes 3 places this week. Johnny, why don't we stop trying out new acts and stick to the old routine?
Because we're too good,
Oh,
Beulah,
sure,
that's why.
sure.
Yeah, you want to work in honky-tonks all your life?
No, all I want is to have a life.
Why, we were going great tonight, weren't we, Trudy?
Great before we went. Well, come on. Sharky's isn't the only place in San Francisco.
All right, Sharky did us a favor throwing us out. You wait and see. Something will turn up.
Yeah, probably our toes.
Johnny Cornell.
Sam Weaver. Well,
Hey,
for the...
Johnny, been looking for you all over
Well,
town.
it's good to see you, Sam. You folks know Sam, don't you?
Know him. I've been bitten by him. Scat, Sam. Go on, go on, go on. We ain't interested in no gold mine.
Wait a minute. Wait, Johnny. I got news.
Huh?
News, Johnny. You know that last time you grub-staked me?
Yeah? You mean you struck gold, Sam?
There's millions there, Johnny. So much gold you can shovel it up like coal in a bin.
There, didn't I tell you, folks? I knew something would turn up. Sam's hit it.
Well, Johnny,
You hear, Dan? And you worrying about getting kicked out of Sharky.
Johnny, I was just telling you about the new lead I got up near Sonora. But this time I can't miss. All I need is another grub stake.
Oh, grub thing.
Johnny, it's an investment safe as a bank.
Yeah, but it's after banking hours.
Well, here, Sam. This is all I can spare.
Johnny, don't be a sucker.
Thanks, Johnny. You'll never be sorry. One of these days we'll be riding down Market Street in our own carriages with harness buckles of 14-karat gold. So long, I'll be seeing you, Johnny.
Big-hearted Johnny.
Yeah, with our dough. Well, what are we going to do now?
Well, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going back doing my own little single.
Don't talk like that, Beulah. We've all got to stick together. Johnny will get us another booking.
Sure, then he'll try out another new act, and ouch, we're out in the alley again.
Is that what you want to do? Break up the act?
No, of course they don't, Johnny.
It's all right, Trudy. If they want to quit, let them. I never begged anyone to stick with me if they didn't want to.
They didn't mean it. Look, Beulah, you're glad to be with Johnny when things are going good.
Well,
and as soon as we hit the bumps, you talk about walking out.
Hey, look. That band down the street.
Now, what about it? That's the O'Farrell Street Mission.
Yeah. Look, wait right here for me. I've got an idea.
You've got an idea. I wish you had an idea where our next meal is coming from.
Oh, Beulah, stop. Johnny's smarter than Sharky or any of them. Someday he'll be right up on top, and he'll take us along with him. Look, this is no time to throw cold water on him. What we should do right now is give him a pat on the back.
You're always giving him a pat on the back, Trudy, but all you ever get from him is a cold shoulder.
No, it isn't, Dan. I understand Johnny. He's trying to get ahead. He has his mind. Well, he has his mind on other things.
Well, it sure isn't you. If he didn't need you for the act, you might as well be painted on the back.
Yeah, but you don't need him, Trudy. Why, you could get your old job back at the Tivoli in a minute.
Well, I don't want it back. I'd rather stick with Johnny than be a headliner at the Tivoli any time. And you two are all wrong. It isn't me that puts us over. It's Johnny's showmanship. And if I'm satisfied and willing to believe in him, why can't you?
Okay, if that's the way you feel about it, Trudy. But I'm only doing it for you.
Yeah, and that goes for me, too, Trudy.
You'll see. Johnny will take care of it.
All right, folks, come on. Let's get going. Hurry up, hurry up.
Where, Johnny?
What do you mean? We got a job already?
Sure, we're working for the O'Farrell Street Mission.
The O'Farrell Street? I quit.
Come back here.
No, listen, I ain't working no tambourines. I'm a hoofer.
Don't worry, you're going to hoof. And, Trudy, you're going to sing. We're going to do the whole act on the street in front of Sharky's place. He thinks we pulled his customers away from the bar, huh? Well, we're going to pull them right out in the alley. Come on, they're waiting for us.
By the mill where they made sweet cider, I made sweet love to you. Mill's wheel was turning as I sat there yearning for one kiss, the sweetest I knew. By the hill from the old town chapel, those evening bells would chime. I'll always remember that golden November, sweet cider time when you were mine.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Just put your contributions in the tambourine, folks. Thank you.
Come here, you.
Well, Mr. Sharkey. How's business, Mr. Sharkey?
All right, Cornell. I get the idea. How much do you want?
Oh, every little bit helps, Mr. Sharkey.
How much do you want to get off of this street?
Well, I'll tell you. Ordinarily, I'd settle for $250. But for you, it's a special price, $500.
Why, you thieving little rat.
better settle with them and quick. There ain't nobody left in the joint.
It's all for a good cause, Mr. Sharkey. Put your contribution in the tambourine.
Here's your $500. Now get out of here.
Sure, but we'll be back. You see that place right across the street, the Grizzly Bear? Well, someday I'm going to own that place. Someday, Sharkey, I'm going to make you look like 2 lead cents.
Go on, get.
So long, Sharkey. See you in the poorhouse.
Step right up, folks. Step right up. It's the gayest little gay spot on the coast. The Grizzly Bear, folks. Johnny Cornell, owner and proprietor. The songs of Trudy Evans. The intricate steps of Daphne Daly.
Packed to the doors and standing 3 deep at the bar. And if we're full capacity tonight, think what we'll be doing when we really get started.
We'll be playing to the best people in town. Did you see who were out there? A bunch from Nob Hill. Huh?
You ought to be more careful who you let in the place, Johnny.
Yeah, well, that's the crowd I'm after, the carriage trade. They're the kind of people I want to patronize us.
That's about all it amounts to, Johnny. They're patronizing us. They're slumming.
All right, I'll make it even. I'll send a quart of champagne to their table with my compliments. And I'll bet they ask me over to meet them.
Brother, you're social registered as the police gazette. They wouldn't even give you a tumble.
No? Hey, Charlie, take a bottle of champagne over to that dame at the big table. Compliments of the house.
Okay, boss. Hey, lady, compliments of the boss.
The boss?
Johnny Cornell, lady. The Johnny Cornell.
Oh, I see. Thank you.
Well, you're a social success, Bernice.
It seems so. Tell me, who is the Johnny Cornell?
I've heard something about him. I believe he started out playing an harmonica on the Oakland Ferry.
I heard he used to be a prize fighter. He sounds interesting. I'd like to meet him. Bernice!
Come on, let's get out of here.
Oh, waiter, would you ask Mr. Cornell to come to our table, please?
Yeah, sure. Here, Bub. You pour this stuff, will you?
Thank you. Here, Bob, you pour it.
That's a sample of what to expect from Mr. Cornell.
You'll probably draw up a chair and offer you a cigar.
Want to see me about something?
Oh, yes. Are you the Johnny Cornell?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I just wanted to thank you for the wine.
Not at all. My pleasure, Miss Croft.
Oh, am I discovered?
Why, everyone in San Francisco knows Bernice Croft.
Thank you. I'd like you to meet Ned Clark and Mrs. Greenwood.
How do you do? Very nice.
Won't you join us?
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't. I have to see that things are kept going.
I see. Well, I think your entertainment is marvelous, Mr. Cornell.
Yeah, well, thanks. Come in again sometime.
I will. Oh, by the way, I'm giving a party at my house Sunday night. Won't you come and bring some of your friends?
Thanks, I'd like to. Good night, Miss Croft.
Good night.
Bernice, for heaven's sake, his friend.
Bernice, I wash my hands of you.
Come on, Trudy, let's get out of this joint. What do you say, huh?
We can't leave without Johnny.
I don't go for these high-class parties. I ain't been so uncomfortable since my celluloid collar caught on fire. Come on.
Where is Johnny? Have you seen him?
Yeah, I seen him all right. Traipsing around after that Croft dame like a monkey on a string. I don't know what's getting into that guy.
Johnny's okay.
Oh, sure. With you, he's always okay. Look, Trudy, why don't you stop wasting your time? It's not worth it. Johnny don't even know you're alive.
He'll discover me. He's just got to open his eyes, that's all, and I'll be there.
Uh-huh, yeah.
Oh, Miss Evans.
Yes?
We've been thinking that if we asked you very nicely, you might favor us with a song. Will you?
Oh, I'd be glad to, Mr. Clark.
Fine.
Well, I'll go find Johnny.
Oh, no, don't. You play for me, Dan. Don't bother Johnny. Come on.
Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Trudy Evans.
Okay, Trudy, sing for your supper.
You'll never know just how much I miss you. You'll never know just how much I care. And if I tried, I still couldn't hide my love for you. You ought to know, for haven't I told you so 1,000,000 or more times? You went away, and my heart went with you. I speak your name in my every prayer. If there is some other way to prove that I love you, I swear I don't know how. You'll never know if you don't know now how I miss you. I speak your name in my every prayer. If there is some other way to prove that I love you, I swear I don't know how. You'll never know if you don't know now. And this is the library. You like it?
Yeah. This is the kind of layout I'd like to have myself someday.
It was my father's favorite room. Those pictures are opera stars he knew.
Oh. Edouard de Resquet, Nellie Melba, Adelina Patti. They were really class, weren't they? Your father must have been a pretty great guy, Miss Croft, building an opera house and bringing artists like them to San Francisco.
Oh, exhibitionism, I expect, to prove how little he thought of money.
Is that why you're carrying the opera on?
No, it eases my social consciousness. Helps offset the shocking things I do.
Well, I still think it's a pretty good idea. I don't know any better way you could spend your dough.
Well, it's nice to have you approve of something about me.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, yes, you do. You've been looking down your nose at me all night, as if I'm something strange out of another world.
You are. You see, I don't belong here in your class, Miss Croft. I gotta feel my way around pretty carefully.
You never gamble, do you?
Not with women.
That's not very flattering.
No? Well, I'll tell you. It's only a 50-cent hack ride from here to the Barbary Coast. But it takes $1 million to come back up if you want to stay.
It would be nice having you for a neighbor, Johnny Cornell.
Would it?
I think so.
Okay.
I think that's enough.
Why, what's the matter? You wanted me to kiss you, didn't you?
Did I? I'm not sure.
Well, I am.
Yes, you're sure of a lot of things.
I don't get it. I suppose when you play this way with your society friends from this side of Market Street, they remember to be nice little gentlemen.
Usually. But when they're presumptuous, they have a better reason. They are from my side of Market Street.
Mm-hmm. And I'm from the other side of the tracks, so you want to find out how I take it.
Is that another of your interesting sidelights? Female psychology?
I don't know about female psychology, but I know you. Very cool and very proper. With 101 suckers eating their hearts out over you.
Because I'm beautiful or rich?
And you loving it, every second of it. Only you got to be careful. You can't let yourself get too much interested in any guy, or maybe you'll turn out to be the sap.
Meaning I could get interested in you.
Yeah, meaning that.
Thanks for coming, Johnny Cornell. I wouldn't have missed knowing you for worlds. Good night.
Good night.
Johnny.
Yeah, what?
What are you thinking of?
A lot of things.
Being patronized isn't so easy to take, is it?
How did you know?
Well, I saw your face.
Yeah?
Take a deep breath, Johnny, and hang on. It isn't over yet.
What isn't over?
The butler slipped me this on the way out. It's money for our entertaining.
Entertaining?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we'll keep it.
Johnny, what are you looking for? What do you want out of all this? Not money.
Look, you see down there?
Mm-hmm.
That's the coast, way down low. And this is the hill, way up high. And somewhere in between is a wall. You can't see it, but it's there. Well, I'm going to bust through that wall. I'm going to grow so big down on the coast that no wall can hold me, no matter how high it is or how tough to crack.
That's all you want, huh? Nothing else?
Nothing else.
Well, they say if you want anything hard enough, you can get it. You'll get it, Johnny. Everything you want. I only hope it makes you happy.
Johnny Cornell is on the way up. With 4 cabarets on the Barbary Coast running full blast, the money is rolling in faster than ever. Johnny Cornell is beginning to see his way clear now. The way to Nob Hill.
Hey, you want to catch that new number, Johnny?
No. Whitey just brought in the take. I'm checking it over.
How can you keep your mind on it? Every time I come into this room since you fixed it over, I feel like the butler should bring in my cot.
Yeah, read this back to me, will you?
Oh, sure. Danceland, $1,846.35. Hey, not bad.
It'll do.
It'll do. You sure got chummy with money in a hurry. I can remember the time you retired with that much dough.
So can I. What's next?
Silver Palm Ballroom, $2,150.
Okay. Next?
The Green Mill. Hey, that's only $428. Why, that don't pay for the band and the waiters.
It needs publicity. It hasn't caught on yet.
Yeah, and it won't either. You got a takey, Johnny.
Yeah? Well, it's going to be the biggest thing in town. Tonight you're going to see it go over. Go get your hat. I'll be right back.
Yeah, where we going?
To the Green Mill.
Come in.
Hey, it's me, Trudy.
Oh, sit down, Johnny. I'm just fixing my face.
Hey, get the flowers. Somebody die?
No, they're from Ned Clark. You remember him. Bernice Croft's friend?
Oh, yeah. Were you going someplace after the show?
No.
Well, never mind the makeup. We're going out.
Going out? Why?
You have to ask why when a fellow tells you he's taking you out?
When you ask me, I do, Johnny.
Well, I'll have to ask you more often so you'll get used to it.
What about the midnight show?
Skip it. The place isn't big enough to hold a crowd anymore. If they don't like it, let them walk. Come on. Champagne, Charlie. The best.
Champagne? Sure, boss.
Champagne, Johnny? Whose birthday is it?
Will you get over asking what for and why? This is our night out.
Okay. I think this place is doing fine. It's almost packed.
Sure, it's building up. A few more guest nights and it'll catch on. Takes some special attraction to get the customers coming in.
Funny how different it looks from where you sit, isn't it?
How?
Oh, it's such a relief to be just one of the customers once in a while. You don't know how I appreciate it, Johnny.
Well, it's swell, Trudy. We're going to have more nights out.
Oh, I'm glad. Johnny,
Yeah?
isn't that Dan over there? What's he doing here?
Well,
And now, ladies and gents, the big moment of tonight's entertainment, the piece of resistance. What every one of you have been waiting for. Our guest, that lovely little lady with the golden pipe, San Francisco's own Trudy Evans.
go ahead, honey. They're waiting for you.
Yeah, our night out, huh? Okay. When I was born, my ma and pa, they looked at me and said, oh, pshaw. The doctor said it's a girl, I think. And pa went out and got a drink. Then ma said I looked just like pa, and pa said I took after ma. And Jane said I looked like a quince. And I've been a stepchild ever since. Oh, they always pick on me. They never let me be. I'm so very lonesome, awfully sad. It's a long time since I've been glad, but I know what I'll do. By and by, I'll eat some worms, and then I'll die. And when I'm gone, you wait and see. They'll all be sorry that they picked on me. Now, why do they always have to pick on me? Why do they never let me be? I'm so very lonesome, awfully sad. It's a long time since I've been glad. But I know what I'll do by and by. I'm going to eat me some worms, and then I'll die. And when I'm gone, just you wait and see. They'll all be sorry, terribly sorry. Gee, they're really going to be sorry that they picked on me.
Sit down, Trudy. Gee, that was swell. You didn't mind going on, did you?
No, but you could have told me. I'd have been glad to do it. You know that. I'm glad to be a part of anything you do.
You are? Well, that's half the fun of doing things. Having you in on it.
Is it?
Sure.
It's wonderful, Johnny, the way you've made it all come true.
You proud of me?
Uh-huh. You have about everything now that you started out for, except that house on Nob Hill.
Yeah. Well, it looks to me like you're keeping closer in touch with Nob Hill than I am. What about this Clark guy?
Well, what about him?
He's not the kind of a fellow for you.
Are you afraid I couldn't get along on his $8 million?
That's it. He'd want you to quit show business. You can't do that. You're going places, Trudy. Money isn't everything.
It is when you haven't got it, Johnny.
Oh, what have you got to worry about?
Oh, I wasn't thinking of myself. Too bad about Bernice Croft, isn't it?
What about her?
Well, Ned Clark told me her gold mine was playing out. She began speculating pretty heavily, and, well, she lost everything. They're even going to auction off her things.
Oh. Well, I guess she had a good time while she had it.
I wonder what she'll do now. She can't support herself.
Well, that's the way it is when you inherit those family bankrolls. That's what I told you. You're better off where you are, in show business.
Well, I just thought I'd tell you.
Yeah. Look, when is that auction, do you know?
It's tomorrow. Why?
Well, I was just wondering.
What am I bid? I got 300.
350.
Sold to Mr. Johnny Cornell. And now, ladies and gentlemen, an exclusive item from the Croft Musical Offerings. A collection of opera scores as produced at the Croft Opera House. I'm sure they need no further recommendation. What am I offered?
$3,000.
Thank you, Mr. Cornell. $3,000.
Just a moment. There must be a mistake. The opera scores are not for sale.
But, Miss Croft, they're offered in the inventory.
I said they were not for sale.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cornell. I'll have to ask you to withdraw your bid.
Okay, sure.
May I see you, Mr. Cornell? This way.
Why did you do that?
The scores are not for sale.
Meaning they're not for sale to me. Because I'm from the other side of Market Street and couldn't appreciate it.
No. No, I think you're one of the few people here who would appreciate them and understand what they meant to my father.
Well, then why did you stop me bidding?
Because some things are more important than the dollar sign in front of them. I'll make you a present of the scores. They'll be delivered with the other things you've purchased.
Well, you can't afford to do that. I'll give you $5,000.
You said once it was only a 50-cent hack fare from the Barbary Coast up here, but it took $1 million to stay. You've just about made $1 million. But one thing you'll have to learn is to accept a gift with merely a simple thank you. The scores are yours.
Thank you. There's her instruction.
You're welcome. Perhaps now that I won't be able to be patron to the San Francisco Opera, they may find a new impresario in Mr. John Cornell.
Well, I'm afraid that would be over my head.
I'm sure nothing would ever be over your head that you set your mind on.
You have a way of saying things that...
What?
Well, I'll have to say this my way. Suppose I set my mind on you.
I'd be flattered. But for the present, I have other plans. I'm shaking the dust of San Francisco from my worn-out sandals for a while. You see, Johnny, in some things we're very much alike. We both have an inordinate amount of pride. No, I couldn't stay here and have my friends feeling sorry for me.
Well, those are the kind of friends you'll be better off without. I'm not one of those.
I'm glad of that. I might be glad to take advantage of it sometime. But if I come back to San Francisco, it'll be to everything I've always had. So once again, for worlds, I wouldn't have missed knowing you. Goodbye.
Let's just make it so long.
All right. So long, Johnny Cornell.
I received your message, Mr. Cornell, and while I don't usually transact business after office...
I was wondering why I hadn't heard from you. Sit down. Any news?
Well, I haven't been able to contact the lady since I last saw you. I presume she's traveling.
She was in Newport last week as a guest on Count somebody or other's yacht.
Yes, that's where I addressed your last offer, but the letter was returned. I must say, Mr. Cornell, she hasn't shown much interest in your purchasing a house, even though you keep increasing the amount you're willing to pay.
Well, find out where she is and raise it again.
The newspaper says she's going to Europe.
Wait a minute. She going on that yacht with the Count?
Well, I really couldn't say.
Okay, that's all. Go on, get out.
Who is it?
Look, Trudy, you and me are Oh, I didn't know you had company.
Oh, it's all right. This is Mr. Cochran, Mr. Cornell.
How do you do?
How do you?
Well, I must be going. We'll leave it this way, Miss Evans. Whenever you come to a decision, I'll expect a cable from you.
Thanks, and I really appreciate it. Good night.
Good night.
Who was he?
Charles Cochran.
Cochran? You mean the producer?
No one else.
Was he out front? How did he like the show?
He must think it's pretty good. He made me an offer to go to London.
Oh. Well, you're not thinking of taking it.
Yes, I am.
But, Trudy, you can't. Why, losing you would be like losing part of myself.
I used to feel like that, too, Johnny. Well, you have other plans, and I have to think of getting ahead the same as you.
Oh, what's Cochran got to offer that I can't give you? London? That's a lot of high-hat bunk.
Don't you think I could make good?
I don't want you to make good for him. If you want to do musical comedy, I'll get a theater uptown. I'll buy the Majestic for you. I'll get you the West Coast rights to any show you'd like to do. And I'll put you over bigger and better than Cochran ever will. I always told you when I went up, I wanted you there with me.
I wouldn't fit in with your going, Johnny.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying right here on the Barbary Coast. I found out I'm in my class here.
You mean it, Johnny?
Sure, I mean it.
Well, I told Mr. Cochran I'd cable him if I accepted his offer, but I never intended to.
Well, what's the idea of giving me goose pimples? You made a wreck of them. Come on, take off your makeup and don't give me that stuff about the midnight show. Tonight, you're going out with me.
Now, listen, the last time you asked me
Well, that was
out...
the last time. No entertaining tonight. I'll be waiting. Hurry up.
I'll only be a minute.
Oh, Mr. Cornell. Telegram.
Telegram? Let's have it.
Yes, sir.
Arriving San Francisco Wednesday. Love, Bernice.
I tell you, Johnny's quitting the coast. He's gone swell on us.
Oh, I know better, Dan. Did he close the deal for the Majestic Theater?
Yeah, tomorrow morning. He's ashamed to be hooked up with honky-tonks anymore. He's going to be respectable.
As bad as all that?
Hey, look. Maybe you don't know what's going on.
I know why he's buying the Majestic. Johnny's outgrown Pacific Street. He's an important person now.
Oh, I give up. I thought it was only the Croft dame who was filling with that stuff. But if you're going to do it, too...
Bernice Croft hasn't anything to do with it.
Now, I was right. You don't know. Well, let me tell you. Bernice Croft is sitting right down in front of that theater right now, telling them how you and me should be doing our stuff.
She's back?
Yeah, she's back. Maybe you'll like it, but me, well, I don't like the head man's wife poking her nose in.
His wife?
Yeah, that's it, honey. From now on, he's just going to be Mr. Bernice Croft. I don't know how to tell you.
Oh, I see.
Trudy, I know how you feel. I guess nothing I could say would help very much.
Oh, it's all right, Dan. Only I wish he'd have told me himself. Johnny doesn't owe me anything. He's given me everything I've got. Success here and a chance to go to London.
London?
Didn't you know? I'm sailing next week.
Trudy Evans, the girl from the Barbary Coast, has taken London by storm. The curtain has just fallen on the opening night of her first play, and the corridor outside her dressing room is jammed with admirers. In that sea of strangers appears one familiar face, Johnny Cornell.
Trudy, here.
Oh, Johnny.
Get inside. I want to speak to you.
Oh, Johnny, I'm so glad to see you.
I guess I ought to punch you in the nose for running out on me. But I'm as proud of you as if I did it myself. You had that audience right in your pocket.
Oh, were you out front?
I cabled for a ticket from Paris. You don't think I'd be within 1,000 miles and not be here, did you?
I thought you were 1,000 miles away. I read you were in Italy.
Oh, sure. Saw the whole works, from soup to Switzerland. What these babies over here don't know about show business would fill Mechanics Hall.
How's your wife, Johnny?
Oh, she's okay. She's in Paris, dressmakers and all that stuff. But she's sailing tomorrow. I'm meeting her at Southampton. It's about time I was getting home.
Yes, of course. And how are Dan and Beulah?
Okay, I guess. I don't see much of them anymore.
Why not?
Well, Dan walked out on me. I guess he thought I was going too high class when I took over the opera house.
The opera?
Sure. It's the same stuff as we've been doing. It's show business, isn't it? The only difference is you play to the carriage trade and the customers don't understand what the performers are yelling about. I think I can show them how it should be done.
Well, if you say you can, Johnny, I know you will.
That sounds like old times, having you give me a pat on the back and tell me to go after things.
That's someone else's privilege now.
Oh, she's all for it. Keep the opera in the Croft family. It's funny, isn't it? I wonder where we'd be now if we'd been satisfied just plugging along with the old act we tried out at Sharky's that night.
I wonder.
Well, we can always take a bow. We were tops and we proved it. We've got everything we started out for.
I guess you have everything you started out for. Come in.
Miss Evans.
Oh, I'll be right there, Mr. Cochran.
Well, I'll beat it. Goodbye, Trudy, and good luck.
Goodbye, Johnny, and good luck to you, too.
Well, Trudy, I guess you heard about Johnny even over in London. Like I told you in my last letter, he took over that opera gag. And believe me, it is laying a beautiful egg. He has sold the grizzly bear and the green mill to meet the losses. We don't see him, of course, but we read the society columns. One night, I seen his wife. She came slumming down to Sharky's again. Only it was funny. She didn't come with Johnny. I guess there's a story there, too.
I tell you, there's no more dough. I've sold everything I own to support that bunch of yodelers, and now I'm through. I fired them tonight, the whole gang.
I heard about it. A very pretty exhibition, Johnny. All you needed was the proper atmosphere, stale beer and sawdust on the floor.
Yeah, that's right. If I'd had sense enough to stick to the Barbary Coast, I'd have been better off.
I thought I could raise you above it. I thought my father's prestige
Your father. I'm sick of hearing about what your father did. I'm fed up with his opera house and the art gallery gave the city and the big society shindigs he threw. He had a gold mine. Well, I haven't. You've been digging me for one ever since I married you.
Whatever made you think I married you for any other reason? I never told you I loved you. I wanted money and you wanted social position. Well, I gave it to you.
What do you want now, Bernice?
What do you suppose I want?
Divorce, I guess. Okay, I'll send you the deed for the house tomorrow. That's all there is left.
Gertrude Evans returned this week from a successful London season. She leaves immediately for the West Coast to rest up before... Bueller! Hey, Bueller! Trudy's coming back! Here, sit down, Trudy. Tell us all about it.
Have you been, Dan?
Oh, great.
Oh, Trudy, lend me a handkerchief. Here, Bueller.
Well, this is something, ain't it? Hey, we're working at Sharky's again.
Sharky?
Yeah, it's the only place we could get a job. Sharky just took us on because every time he gets cockeyed, he likes to kick us out again.
Oh, gee, Trudy, we've been reading all about you. It's great.
Yeah, Mr. Cornell sure did you a favor when he got on that society merry-go-round.
Yeah. Hey, did you hear? After the Croft dame took him for the gold ring, she made him pay for the divorce.
Yes, I heard about it.
Now he's feeling for the grizzly, and you're on top of the world.
Feeling for the grizzly? Oh, Dan, that's awful. He still knows more about show business than anyone in San Francisco. All he needs is another chance.
Oh, you can't do anything to help the guy. He wouldn't take anything from anyone he thought was doing him a favor.
He wouldn't have to know it, would he?
Hey, you mean you're going to give him a hand after the way he treated you?
Why do you think I came back, Dan?
Step right in, folks. The Grizzly Bear, featuring the Princess Hallie Hulani. See her grass skirts sway like the palm trees in a breeze. Step right in, folks.
Johnny Cornell.
Hi, Sam. Step right in, folks.
Johnny, look. Gold watches.
What?
Gold watches. I got a pocket full of them. They bounce great. Look.
Hey, what are you doing?
Here, Johnny. You bounce one, too. Go ahead. See how high you can make it go. Yippee!
Hey, are you crazy? What is this? Did you make a strike?
Did I make a strike? Sam the Millionaire, that's me. And it was all on your grub stake.
Mine?
Johnny, that grub stake had kittens. It's a Comstock. You can pick up the nuggets walking barefoot with your toes. Yes, sir.
Wait, can I get some of my share right away, now?
Here's a little chicken feed. Take 1,000 or so. If you want real money, we'll get down to the bank with a wheelbarrow.
Where you want these new tables, Johnny?
Right down near the stage. And tell those carpenters to hurry it up. I'm opening the doors at 8 o'clock.
Okay. Hey, you guys, snap it up.
Hey, Johnny, I got just the girl.
What girl?
The singer. You want to hear her now?
I got to go inside and check the bar. Sam's in there drinking the profits.
Johnny, wait. You got to hear her. She's great.
I'll listen from inside. Put her on now.
Okay. Trudy, come here.
Did you tell him?
No, I didn't tell him it was you. Come on now, give it good. Hey, lay off that hammering, you guys. Let's go, Trudy.
You'll never know just how much I miss you. You'll never know just how much I care. And if I tried, I still couldn't hide my love for you. You ought to know, for haven't I told you so 1,000,000 or more times? You went away and my heart went with you. I speak your name in my every prayer. If there is some other way to prove that I love you, I swear I don't know how. You'll never know if you don't know now.
Hello, Trudy.
Hello, Johnny.
Oh, boy, are you lucky, Johnny. Not a gal to be had in town that can sing without tripping over her tonsils, and Trudy walks in looking for a job.
Quite a coincidence, isn't it?
Yeah, and you can get her for $200 a week.
That's a big drop from 2,000. Afraid she's a little out of my class.
No, I'm not. I'm laying off for the summer anyway, and I wouldn't mind taking a cut.
Thanks, but I wouldn't ask you to.
Oh, Johnny, what are you talking about? You know that Grizzly wouldn't have been the same unless Trudy was with us.
We can get along, Dan.
Johnny, I know you can get along without me, but I don't want you to. I want to help. You, Dan, and Beulah mean more to me than
Thanks,
anything.
Trudy, but it still goes. I wouldn't let you come back here to beer and sawdust. I'm on my own now. I don't want anything from anybody.
Okay, Johnny.
Charlie, tell him to stop the spiel outside. We can't hold any more customers for an hour.
Okay, boys.
Hiya, Johnny. Have a little drink with your old pard, Sam.
You've had about enough, haven't you, Sam?
Me, I could drink prussic acid out of a boot.
Okay, have a glass of fizz water on the house.
Fizz water? Johnny, that's indecent for a man who's got the greatest gold strike in the Sierras lined up.
What do you mean, lined up?
Johnny, I swear it. But this time we can't miss. I'll get you back every grub steak you ever gave me. All I need...
What is this?
Gold, Johnny. And one of these days we'll hit it.
Come here. What do you mean, one of these days? Where did you get that dough you gave me?
Now, Johnny, wait.
Where did you get it?
Don't get mad, son. We'll pay her back.
Who was it? Trudy Evans?
Yeah, she staked you, Johnny. She said you wouldn't take it.
Get out of here.
Johnny,
Get out.
It wasn't his fault. It was my idea, the whole thing. I'm sorry, Johnny.
A benefit, huh?
No, a partnership. You, me, and Dan and Beulah.
Well, good luck with it. I'll see you around.
Johnny, wait. I always said we'd get somewhere if we stuck together. Well, we did. We got here, Johnny, where we belong. Don't you see? You can't break it up again. It's taken us too long to find out that this is what we want, all of us.
Hey, you're crying.
Certainly I'm crying. Why wouldn't I cry?
Well, what about London, Trudy?
I don't belong there, any more than you belong on Nob Hill. Oh, give it a chance, Johnny, please.
You know, I've been eating my heart out for this ever since you left. Now I've got it, and I don't know what to do with it.
Just don't throw it away, that's all.
Well, I'll have to think it over. I don't know.
Go ahead, Johnny.
Yeah, I'll see you later.
Hey, Trudy. Trudy, is everything okay?
I don't know. It's funny. I was always so sure that someday Johnny would open his eyes and I'd be here. Now, I don't know.
Well, we're ready for your number, Trudy. You want to go on?
Uh-huh, I'm ready.
Hit it, Eddie. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to tell you how wonderful it is to be back here at the Grizzly again. And it's great to have you all back here with us. But there was someone missing in the show tonight. She's right here now. And if you let her know you want her, she'll be right up here like she used to be. The one and only San Francisco's Trudy Evans.
All right, Dan, move over.
Johnny.
Hello, Frisco, hello. You all set?
Oh, yes. Have you thought it over?
Yeah, and look, we don't work tomorrow night. We've got a date. And the night after that, and the night after that, too.
Oh, Johnny. Hello, Frisco. Hello.
How do you do, my dear? I only wish that you were here.
Hello, Frisco. Hello.
How was the fair out there? They tell me that it is a bear.
Don't keep me waiting. It's aggravating. Why can't you hurry, Central? You're so slow.
I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
Hello. Now can you hear?
Dearie, I've bought the ring, and I've arranged for everything.
You know I love you, dear.
We'll be together soon, and then we'll have a honeymoon.
Your voice is like music to my ear. When I close my eyes, you seem so near. Frisco, I called you up to say hello.
Night Beat is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Night Beat. Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one started with a girl and a full load of hate. You can't beat that combination for trouble.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Sure, I've been known to complain about working the night beat, but just between you and me, I wouldn't trade with anyone. You see, I've got a theory about people at night. I think they look different and they act different. When the sun goes down, something happens inside. Something changes in the head and the heart of a man. I guess science would call it human chemistry. I call it human nature. In the dark of night, people are more vulnerable to romance and hate and temptation. A shy guy makes love. A pillar of roaring virtue gets roaring drunk. A coward beats his wife. Men plot to steal, and they do steal. They plot to kill, and they kill. By day, face the facts, the old well-known cold, clear light of day. Let the sunshine boys face the facts. I'll see them in the making. You know, tracking down stories is a weird business. One night I'll find a yarn right off sitting out in the open staring at me. Another night, I'll have to stalk the town like a bird dog. Tonight I didn't want a story, I wanted a beer. So I went into Louie's saloon and drew myself a glass fresh out of the tap. I was sitting there staring at her when she walked in and climbed up on the stool next to me. This little dame with the scared blue eyes.
I've been looking for you all night.
Oh, what took you so long?
I went to a lot of places. Almost gave it up, and a kid I know sells papers said you might be in here.
You mean you were looking for me in particular?
You're Randy Stone, aren't you?
Yeah.
I was looking for you in particular.
Oh, you want a beer? Louie's in the back. I'll draw you one.
No, thanks. I want to talk to you. Private.
Well, right here is good. We're alone. Everyone seems to be nowhere tonight. Now, what are we going to talk about?
You're a reporter on the Chicago Star, aren't you, Mr. Stone?
Well, at the moment, my position with the Star is of minor importance.
What do you mean?
Nothing. Drop the Mr. Make it Randy. What do I call you?
Mary.
Well, yes, Mary, I am a reporter on the Chicago Star. Now, what's your story?
That's what I want to talk to you about. I've got a story.
Honey, you don't know it, but I've been waiting for you. Start talking. I'm listening hard.
It's not for free. I got to get paid for it.
Oh, well, that... this calls for music. Wait till I put a nickel in this thing. Sure you don't want a beer?
No, thanks.
I don't buy stories.
I think you'll buy this one.
Yeah, for how much?
$500.
$500? Look, Mary, you're a cute kid, but you're a dreamer. I don't make that much in a month. If you know who killed Cock Robin, I couldn't pay $500 for the story.
You could if I knew who killed Marty Crane.
Marty Crane, the gambler? I didn't know that he'd been killed.
Neither does anyone else.
Not even the police?
No.
Well, don't you think you ought to tell them? That's the kind of story they get real interested in.
Yeah, but they wouldn't pay me for it. I need $500, bad. They wouldn't give it to me, but you will. It'll mean a lot to the Star to get the story first. Mean a lot to you, too.
I haven't got $500.
You could get it from your paper.
You're crazy. Marty Crane dead? I don't believe it.
Okay, forget it.
All right, wait a minute. Let's not get sore. Maybe you better fill me in a little.
I don't know what you mean.
Well, all right, point number one. If nobody else knows Marty Crane is dead, how do you? And if you do, where's your proof?
I'll take you to him. You'll see him yourself. He'll be dead.
Well, that's pretty good proof. Murdered?
Yes, murdered.
And you'll tell me who did it?
I won't just tell you. I'll show you who did it.
Somebody come in?
Never mind, Louie. It's all right.
Oh, it's you, Randy. Okay.
You know, I could go to the police and tell them what you've told me. They'd find Crane's body, and I'd get the story for nothing.
And so would every other newspaper in town.
Yeah. Well, say I did get the $500, and say you did prove Marty Crane had been murdered. I'd have to call the police then.
I know.
And if you told me who killed him, I'd have to spill that, too.
You can do anything you want. After you give me the money.
And when I do that?
After I give you Crane and his murderer.
I see.
It's got to be cash.
Now, you don't look like the kind of a girl who'd sell somebody out for dough. You must have a big hate on.
Only one person I hate. Marty Crane.
You know, you don't make sense. If you hate Crane, why rat on the guy that killed him?
I need the money.
You must need it awful bad.
You want to buy or don't you?
I don't know. Like I said, I haven't got $500, but like you said, I could get it. Maybe. I need some time.
You've got till midnight.
It won't take me that long. Let's make it an hour.
All right. I'll wait for you. Right here.
Randy Stone with rocks for brains. That's what I was thinking as I headed out of Louis' saloon. At the door, I turned around and looked at her, and something hurt in my throat. She looked like a little kid on that big, tall bar stool with her knees pulled up and her chin tucked under. All she needed was a dunce cap on her head. Or was I the one that raided the cap? Marty Crane was a crook and a louse. That innocent-looking little dame wanted to sell out the killer of a louse for $500. It didn't make sense. But I worked for a living, and if her story were true, we could scoop the town. It'd be worth $500. If. I had to weigh that big fat if against my job. I couldn't risk the paper's money on her word. I needed more to go on. Needed to protect my bet. I went down to police headquarters for a chat with Kowski.
Yeah, but you know as much about the heel as we do. Why all of a sudden interest in Marty Crane?
Well, who knows, Kowski? Call it a hunch, maybe a rumor. I thought there might be something cooking with Crane.
Well, if there is, we don't know about it.
You know anybody that'd like to get rid of him?
Plenty of people, including yours truly. To quote the old man, Crane is a blot on the department's escutcheon, if you know what that means.
I knew it sounds profane.
He's slick like oil, this guy. One day he'll lose off in the wrong direction. We'll remove the blot. We'd have done it a couple of months ago. It hadn't been for Leonard Palmer.
Leonard Palmer?
Well, you don't know him?
Oh, yeah, sure. He's a lawyer.
He's a magician.
He defended Crane on a murder charge, didn't he?
Yeah, the Callahan boy. Crane shot him. Palmer got him off on a self-defense.
Oh, yes, I remember. They had to fumigate the courtroom after that trial. Well, thanks for the rundown, Kowski.
Oh, stick around. This place is like a mall.
No, I can't do it. But if my hunch pans out, that's probably where I'll see you later. At the morgue. The next move I made was so simple and logical that I gave myself a 0 for not doing it in the first place. I found a phone booth and called Marty Crane's apartment. I want to talk to Marty Crane.
He ain't in.
Are you sure?
I said he ain't in, which means he ain't in.
You don't know where I can catch him, do you?
Who wants to know?
A friend of his. It's important.
I don't know where he is.
Now, listen, I got to get in touch with him. For his sake, it's important.
I said I don't know where he is, which means I don't know where he is.
Well, can you think of any place he might be?
I don't know of no place.
You know anybody I might call that might know where he is?
I don't know of nobody.
Oh, you're a big help. Just tell me this. When did you last see him? How long ago?
Look, kid, I'm just a houseboy around here. I ain't the information window. If you got questions to ask, call his lawyer. Ask him anything you want, but don't ask me. I don't know nothing, which means I don't know nothing.
I gave myself another 0, but at least I'd gotten an idea from that fountain of information. I went through the book for Leonard Palmer's address. It was a very expensive address. The carpet sunk up to my ankles, but I made it across the room and eased into a lush, tight sofa, one of those short deals they call a love seat. While I was sitting there, I wondered why.
Can I make you a drink?
No, thank you. It's a very fancy layout you've got here, Mr. Palmer. Very fancy.
I find law practice quite profitable.
Yeah, you've caught the hang of it, all right.
What can I do for you, Mr. Stone?
Tell me where to find Marty Crane.
Oh, is he lost?
Well, I don't know. I'm looking for him. His apartment said I should try you.
His apartment made an error. As you can see, he's not here.
But maybe you know where he is.
I don't know what gave you that idea.
Well, you're his lawyer.
Precisely. However, my duties as such do not include that of nursemaid.
Let's get nasty.
I'm sorry you get that impression. If I were looking for Mr. Crane at this time of night, I'd try his various nightclubs.
Like, which ones?
I believe he owns several. The Red Dot, the Coronet. Oh, I really couldn't say. I'm afraid I can't be of any help to you at all.
If I told you that I thought something had happened to Marty Crane, would that change your attitude?
Not in the least.
You went to a lot of trouble to save his neck on that Callahan murder. Seems like you'd want to protect your efforts.
I was paid for my efforts.
It wouldn't bother you if I said maybe Crane was dead?
Not in the least. As an individual, he means nothing to me. Few people do. My main interest is money, and I'm free to admit it.
Know anybody that'd want to kill him?
I dare say there are many people.
You included?
I? That's ridiculous. I'd lose a client. It would necessitate rearranging my income tax returns. Any more questions, Mr. Stone?
No more questions. I wanted answers to my questions, and I couldn't get any. I called nightclubs Crane owned, and some he didn't. No one had seen him. No one knew where he was, or if they did, they wouldn't say. Mary's story was beginning to smell true. Time was getting close, and I headed for the office. Now, I had to do the impossible. I had to get blood out of a turnip. A two-legged turnip named Hastings, my master, my dearly beloved managing editor.
$500? You are out of your mind.
Oh, what have we got to lose?
Your job. This is a newspaper. You're paid to find stories, not to buy them.
Now, listen, this is big. If it works, we'll scoop everybody.
If it works.
I've been all over town. Nobody has seen Crane. Everybody gives me the runaround. My hunch is strong that she's telling the truth. And look, if she doesn't produce, I don't give her the money. You'll get it back. How can you beat a deal like that?
Okay, Randy, okay. So I'll give you the $500, but it's against my principles. If you ever let it get around, I'll have you drawn and quartered.
Yes, sir. And, thank you. I don't know what to say. I'm, touched.
No, I am. I'm also an idiot.
I wouldn't say
We endeavor to maintain a schedule around here. Our jobs are more secure, and everyone is much happier when the paper comes out on time. I hate to bother you with humdrum, but it's late.
I know you told me.
Bylines are a dime a dozen.
I hear you. Just give me the dough. I'll be back with my story on time, or I'll kill myself. How's that?
Oh, that seems fair and reasonable. I like your attitude.
He's a lovely guy, Hastings. He's so dependable. If he says he's going to break your neck, you can depend on it. I'd stuck my neck out for breaking, and I knew it. How I got the $500 out of that heart of gold, I'll never know, but I had it, cash in my pocket. And if you don't think I was worried, you're crazy. I ran all the way back to Louis' saloon. When I got there, a drunk was hanging on the jukebox. Louis was behind the bar. In front of the bar, nobody.
What's the matter, Randy? You don't look so good.
That girl that was here, where is she, Louis?
Yeah, she left about 5 minutes ago.
Oh, no.
Yeah, she told me to be sure and tell you something. What the heck was it?
Yeah, Louis, what the heck was it?
Oh, she said to tell you she's coming back. She said, tell him I'll meet him here at exactly 10 minutes to 12.
10 minutes to 12? I can't wait that long.
Yeah, she must have it bad for this dame.
I'd like to boil her in oil. I got a deadline to meet. It won't wait. I staked my job on that little dame.
Hey, Louie, I'm all out of nickel.
Don't bother me.
If I could only find her, Louis, I'd find her. I don't even know her name.
It's Callahan.
Huh?
Mary Callahan.
You know her?
Sure. She's a nice kid, so don't yap about her in my saloon. I used to be friends with her brother, Danny Callahan. Got shot a couple of months ago.
Wait a minute. Say that again. This girl's the sister of Danny Callahan?
Yeah.
The Danny Callahan that was shot by Marty Crane?
I and a lot of other people around here say he was murdered by Mary Crane. Smart lawyer got him off on self-defense.
Yeah. I know that story. I also know I got to find that girl. She's walking around somewhere with my future in her mean little hands.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. The chimes are ringing and laughing in anticipation of the riotous antics promised by two favorites in your NBC fall lineup. The first is Bob Hope, and he returns to the air over most of these NBC stations on Tuesday, October 3rd, with more laughs and timely satire in the unique rapid-fire Hope style. The day after Bob Hope's return, the hilarious quiz game You Bet Your Life makes its NBC debut, featuring that master of the ad-lib and clever quip, Groucho Marx. Bob Hope, October 3rd, and Groucho Marx, October 4th. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
I was in the soup, and it was hot, and I didn't like it. If Mary Callahan was telling the truth, if Marty Crane really had been murdered, some other paper was sure to smell out the story while I was cooling my heels in Louis' bar. My editor would scream like a banshee, and I'd be sweating out unemployment, all because I took the word of a little blue-eyed stool pigeon who promised to sell out Marty Crane's murderer for $500. I had the $500 in my pocket. I think I must have put my brains in my pockets, too. Louis stood there watching me burn.
I don't get you, Randy. What are you sore at Mary about? Like I told you, she's a nice kid.
Maybe you don't know her like I do.
What did she do to you?
She welched on a deal. She said she'd wait for me right here.
She said she'd be back. I told you that. She'll be back.
At midnight.
10 of.
Well, I can't wait. I got a deadline to beat and no story.
It's barely an hour till midnight, Randy.
You don't know how mad Hastings can get in an hour. Some other paper scoops me out on that story. I'm a has-been. Oh, that dame, I could kill her.
I repeat, she's a nice kid.
Yeah. Look, Louis. This brother of hers that Marty Crane shot. Mary like him?
Sure. She was crazy about him.
It's unbelievable.
What do you mean? He was a nice guy.
I don't mean that. I mean it's unbelievable what some people will do for money.
I don't follow your conversation.
Well, don't try. I gotta find that girl. Any idea where she'd go?
I don't know. Maybe she went home.
Where's home? You know where she lives?
Well, yeah, but in the mood you're in, I don't know if I ought to tell you.
Come on, Louis. I won't hit her. I'd like to, but for you, I'll skip the pleasure. I give you my word. After some gentle but firm persuasion, Louis took my word and gave me her address. I didn't have any trouble with the carpets in that place. There weren't any. Up 4 flights of stairs, it groaned and shuddered with every step. The light in the hall was so dim I had to strike a match to read the number on the door. It checked with the one Louis gave me, so I knocked. I heard someone shuffle across the room inside. The door opened. A little old woman stood there peering at me.
What?
Before she even said anything, just the look in her eyes told me that everything wasn't quite right with her.
I can't see you very well. Are you someone I know?
I'm afraid not. I'm looking for Mary Callahan.
Are you a friend of Mary's?
Well, yes. Is she here?
I'm Mary's mother. Won't you come inside?
Oh, thank you. My name is Randy Stone, Mrs. Callahan. I'm sorry to call so late.
Please sit down.
No, thank you, really. I can't stay. I just wanted to speak to Mary. Is she home?
I'm worried about Mary. Are you a friend of Danny's?
No. I didn't know Danny.
Well, that's too bad. Danny was such a nice boy to know.
I'm very anxious to see Mary, Mrs. Callahan. Isn't she here?
No.
You have any idea where I can find her?
Did you say you knew Danny?
No. I didn't know Danny.
Danny's dead, you know. I expect you read about him in the papers.
Yeah.
It wasn't true. Danny couldn't have tried to kill anyone. Not Danny. It was the lawyer that made people think he did. What was that lawyer's name?
Palmer. Leonard Palmer.
Yes, of course, Leonard Palmer. He's not dead, is he? He's a very clever man. What was it you wanted to know about Mary?
I'm trying to find her. I've got to talk to her.
She was here.
When? How long ago?
Not long. She only stayed a minute.
You know where she went?
That's a picture of Danny right there. He is a fine-looking boy, isn't he?
Yes, you bet he is.
Yes. And he was a brave boy. He knew things about Marty Crane. That's why Crane shot him. Then that lawyer made everybody believe that Danny had tried to shoot him first. Such a clever man. What was his name?
Please, Mrs. Callahan, did Mary say where she was going?
She said she had an appointment with someone at 12 o'clock, and if she was late, I shouldn't worry. But I am worried.
Well, the appointment was with me. I was hoping I could catch her before then.
Oh, that's too bad. Maybe she's still at Mr. Green's.
Mr. Green's?
I remember she said something about going by Mr. Green's to pick up something. My memory isn't very good since Danny...
Where is Mr. Green's?
There's a pawn shop down the street. That's where Danny was killed, you know. Mr. Green's pawn shop.
Mr. Green's pawn shop was closed up and dark, but way in the back I could see a sliver of light under the door. I made a lot of racket with the front door, and finally the one in back opened, and Mr. Green came staggering towards me. At first, I thought he was drunk. But when he let me in, I got a good look at him. I knew different. He'd been beaten half to death.
Who are you? What do you want?
Well, you better sit down. You don't look like you're going to make it. Who did this to you?
Nobody. I don't know. I don't know anything.
You didn't beat yourself up like that. Who did it?
What do you want here? Who are you?
I'm looking for Mary Callahan. Her mother said she was coming here.
I was afraid maybe you...
Go on. Afraid maybe I was what?
No, Mary was here a little while ago.
I keep on just missing. She didn't say where she was going, did she?
No, she didn't say anything about that, I remember. All I remember, she told me after tonight, I won't have to worry anymore. I won't have to be afraid.
Afraid of what?
You're not from the police, are you?
No. I told you. Mrs. Callahan sent me here. I'm looking for Mary. Why don't you tell me what happened to you? Who beat you up? What are you afraid of?
They tell me to leave town or I'll get worse next time. How can I leave? I've never been anyplace else. Where would I go?
Who is they?
Marty Crane's boys.
Marty Crane? What have you got to do with him? Oh, wait a minute. He shot Danny Callahan here in your shop, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, he murdered Danny right here in this room. And I seen him do it, but I couldn't tell. He said he would kill me if I did. But I don't care anymore. I might as well get it over with. Might as well be dead as the way I am. Where could I go?
Now, you listen to me. You try to pull yourself together. You're going to be all right, I promise you. Now, right now, I've got to know if Marty Crane did this to you. Was he here tonight? Did you see him?
I don't know. Maybe he was. There was 3 or 4, maybe
was
4.
Was Crane one of them? I've got to know.
It happened so fast he might have been, but I don't know. I can't remember.
I got the poor old guy to bed and went back to Louie's place. I didn't know what else to do. It was 20 to 12 and I was nowhere. I called Hastings. He gave me what was left of his mind. Either I got right in there with a story or I needn't bother to get in at all. Somehow I didn't care much. I kept thinking about that poor, crazy Mrs. Callahan and Danny and that old beaten man. Louie poured me a beer, and I was wondering how I could drown myself in it when a cab pulled up in front and Mary Callahan got out. She stood at the door and motioned me to come outside.
Well, did you get the money?
Yes, I got it.
Cash?
Yeah, but you're a little late.
What do you mean? You're not going to back out. Not now, you can't.
I'm all out of time. I got a deadline to beat. I staked my job on your story.
I've staked my life on it. You'll have your story in 10 minutes. I swear you will. Please get in the cab.
All of a sudden, I don't know if I want the story, job or no job.
What are you giving me?
I went out looking for you tonight. I found a lot of things that are hard to believe, like your mother and a little guy named Green.
We're wasting time.
I guess my guts aren't as strong as yours, but after what I've seen, I think anybody who would kill Marty Crane is a hero. I don't get you at all. Your mother's half off her head, your own brother is dead, and you tell who killed a skunk like Crane for a lousy $500.
I don't care what you think of me. I didn't ask you to like me. That wasn't in the deal. I said I'd prove Crane was dead, and I'd tell you who killed him. You said you'd pay me $500 for it. I'm ready to keep my word. Now, what are you going to do?
Okay. Go on, get in the cab. The cab took us to one of Crane's nightclubs, the Coronet Club. I followed Mary upstairs to an office with a door marked private. She told me to wait, then she went over and knocked on the door. I heard a girl laughing as the door opened, and there stood the dead man. Marty Crane himself in person, alive and leering.
Well, Mary Callahan, right on time.
Yeah, right on time.
You know, I was surprised when you called, said you wanted to see me. I'm even more surprised you kept our appointment. But pleasantly so. Come on in, dear.
Won't it be crowded? Well, I wanted to see you alone.
Yes, of course. Doris was just leaving, weren't you, darling?
Oh, but naturally. You say so, darling. It's all yours, honey. Just hope you're fleet-footed.
That's enough, Doris. I'll call you later, maybe.
I won't hold my breath.
Shall we go inside?
Yeah, sure.
Well, I don't get it.
Well, hello.
No, hello.
What can I do for you?
Oh, not a thing.
Oh, it's too bad. You looking for somebody up here?
No, not anymore. That was Marty Crane I just saw, wasn't it?
Sure was.
Would you say there was anything dead about him?
Oh, Marty dead?
Oh.
Oh, no, not Marty. I'm dead about him. He's the life of the party, that guy. Almost too alive to suit me. He's... What's going on around here?
Get out of my way, will you?
For criminy sakes, what's going on?
Hey, Sergeant.
Mary.
Yeah.
Mary, you crazy kid.
There's your story, Randy Stone. He's dead, isn't he?
Yeah, he's dead.
And it's plain to see who did it, isn't it?
Why, Mary? Why did you do it?
I had to. Somebody had to. I've been wanting to even up with him for a long time. But I had to have that $500 first. I had a hard time figuring out how to get it. But it's mine now, isn't it?
What good is it going to do you now?
It's going to save my neck. The same way he saved his when he killed Danny. It was self-defense. Nobody saw it happen. Leonard Palmer is a very clever man. He can prove it was self-defense, and I've got his price. $500. Cash. In advance.
Well, I'll make my deadline. We'll scoop the town. Hastings is a happy man, but I'm not. I wonder who's going to have to tell Mary that she's not going to get away with it. I don't like the story. I wish it had never happened. But it's written, and a lot of people will read it, and in a couple of weeks it'll be forgotten. Only I'll remember, and I'll always wish I'd known first what was really going on behind those scared blue eyes. Copy, boy.
Oh, just a minute, Frank. You know we have a distinguished newspaper woman here as our guest tonight.
I certainly do, Don. Miss Agnes Underwood, the only woman city editor of a metropolitan newspaper in the entire United States.
Not only is she the city editor of the Los Angeles Herald-Express, Frank, but Miss Underwood has also written a book.
I know that, too. It's called Newspaper Woman, telling about her own experiences as a reporter. Welcome to radio, Miss Underwood. It's an honor to share a microphone with you.
Thank you, Frank. But tonight I'm the one who's handing out the honors.
Oh?
Sincerely, Frank, on behalf of Theta Sigma Phi, National Fraternity for Women in Journalism, may I present you with this scroll and our compliments for your honest and convincing portrayal of a newspaper man on this show, Night Beat. Also, honors from the profession to both you and Miss Patricia Neal for your portrayals of a newspaper man and newspaper woman in the Warner Brothers motion picture, 3 Secrets.
Well, thank you, Miss Underwood. Thank you very much.
And Frank, that's Aggie to a co-worker.
Okay, Aggie. And I know Pat Neal will be just as thrilled as I am with the award.
Good night, Frank.
Good night, Aggie.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Marty Wilkinson, with music by Frank Worth. Portions were transcribed. The part of Mary was played by Betty Moran. Others in tonight's cast were Peggy Weber, Larry Dobkin, Lou Krugman, Jack Crucian, and Stan Waxman. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production 3 Secrets, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. The chimes ring for 2 favorites returning to the NBC Tuesday night lineup tomorrow. Fibber, Magee, and Molly will be back at 79 Wistful Vista with all their delightful guests. And Art Linkletter returns with a host of contestants ready and willing to prove that people are funny. That's Magee and Molly, and People Are Funny, tomorrow night. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Get ready to laugh with our Miss Brooks, which is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Our Miss Brooks teaches English at Madison High. Well, like many other romantically inclined people, she sent the object of her affections, Madison's bashful biologist Philip Boynton, an unsigned card for Valentine's Day. And then she sat down to wait for his reply.
It wasn't that his reply was long in coming. It just didn't come at all. Knowing Mr. Boynton, I wasn't too surprised that he forgot about Valentine's Day, but I was determined to change the locale of our next date. For the past 6 weeks, we had spent every Friday afternoon at the zoo. Now, I am definitely not anti-animal, but I am a school teacher, and hence, after spending 3 hours in the monkey house, I just can't afford to buy Taboo by the quart. I was brooding about it in the school cafeteria on Friday when Harriet Conklin walked over.
Mind if I sit down with you, Miss Brooks?
Not at all, Harriet. But don't you usually have lunch with Walter Denton?
Well, yes, I do. But he's manager of the basketball team, you know, and he's giving the boys an extra skull practice.
Really? Whose skull are they using today?
I hope you're not expecting Mr. Boynton to have lunch with you, Miss Brooks. He told me he was eating his lunch in the laboratory because he didn't want to leave McDougal alone.
Oh, don't tell me that frog is sick again.
Not actually sick. It's just spring fever or something. It's kind of fun to have lunch without any men around anyway. Don't you think so, Miss Brooks?
Well, yes and no.
What do you mean, yes and no?
No.
We haven't had a real woman-to-woman talk in a long time. You know, Walter Denton is crazier about me than ever. All I have to do is whistle and he comes running.
Really?
It's the only way to train them. That's what you ought to try with Mr. Boynton.
I have, but every time I whistle, he opens his lunchbox.
Sometimes his dog-like affection and constant worship becomes absolutely cloying.
Well, I wish Mr. Boynton would cloy me once in a while. By the way, Harriet, when Walter takes you out on a date, where do you usually go?
Oh, all sorts of places, Miss Brooks. A drive in the country or a long walk in the park. Or sometimes we go to a movie and hold hands.
Do you ever go to the zoo?
The zoo? Oh, gosh, no. Except when Mr. Boynton takes us there for his monthly lecture.
That's where I've got an edge on you kids. I hear it every week.
But Mr. Boynton takes you to the movies once in a while, doesn't he?
Oh, yes. As a matter of fact, we went last week.
Was it romantic?
Oh, extremely. We stood in a crowd of people behind a velvet rope for a while, and then an usher said, "There's one down front."
Yes?
That was the last I saw of Mr. Boynton for 3 hours. I finally got a seat in the balcony.
Oh, golly, that's a shame, Miss Brooks. You couldn't hold hands at all, could you?
Not even with the long gloves I was wearing. But about those Fridays in the monkey house, Harriet...
I'm surprised at you, Miss Brooks. You don't really let Mr. Boynton take you to the monkey house every week, do you?
Well, I think it's the monkey house. It can't be the Taj Mahal with all those bananas.
Well, if it isn't Madison High's Ferris, may I join this charming bevy of pulchritude?
Why, Walter, what a lovely speech.
Yes, you are a delightful child, Walter. But if you'll excuse me, Miss Brooks, I'd like to get my entree at the steam table.
Oh, can I be of service, fair Harriet? I'll gladly fetch what you want.
No, thank you. But if you'll sit up nicely when I return, I'll pat you on the head.
Arf, arf.
Can I get you anything, Miss Brooks?
No, thanks, Harriet. Just bring back a roast beef bone and a can of Strong Heart.
See you in a few minutes.
Okay, Harriet.
You know, I think it's wonderful the way you kids get along. You're very fond of Harriet, aren't you, Walter?
Very. Plus which, Harriet's the principal's daughter, and I'm manager of the basketball team. And there are things that I can accomplish quicker if I can get to Mr. Conklin without having to go through regulation channels all the time.
What's good about getting to Mr. Conklin so fast?
Well, I like getting things done fast that need getting done fast. Like New Jersey's, for instance.
Like New Jersey's what, for instance?
Not New Jersey's anything. New Jerseys for the basketball team. Oh, we need them badly.
You do, at that. The ones the team wore in their last game looked awfully fuzzy.
They didn't wear any in their last game. But I'm sure the new ones will come through all right. I'm taking Harriet out on a date tonight, and I can bring it up casually when I see Mr. Conklin at his house.
I don't like to suggest a career for you, Walter, but I have a feeling you're going to kiss an awful lot of babies before you're much older.
Oh, I could never be a politician. I'm too sincere. Oh, but why are we talking about me? You seem to have a problem of your own on your mind, Miss Brooks.
Is it that obvious, Walter? I have been thinking about Mr. Boynton, but only in connection with getting him out of the zoo and into my parlor.
That shouldn't be too tough. What kind of a web are you spinning?
Web?
Look, Miss Brooks, at the risk of feeling like a traitor to a fellow male, I'll help you plot Mr. Boynton's overthrow. But frankly, I'm kind of hungry right now.
Then why don't you eat, Walter, and we can finish building the bomb after lunch?
Oh, say, there's Mr. LeBlanche, the new French teacher. Oh, he ought to know plenty about romance. He's a real Frenchman. I'll call him over.
Don't you dare, Walter. When I'm ready to take my case to the United Nations, I'll let you know. Besides, I've seen Mr. LeBlanche on dates with Miss Enright lately.
So what? Miss Enright goes on dates with anybody. Gosh, every time she sees Mr. Boynton, she makes goo-goo eyes at him.
That's not nice, Walter. Miss Enright's eyes are always that way. I mean, it's unethical.
Unethical is better than lonesome, Miss Brooks. Oh, Mr. LeBlanche.
Walter, please.
You call me Walter?
Yes. Would you be kind enough to come over here a minute? I'd like to talk to you about something very important.
Well, you better talk to him, Walter, because I refuse
I bring my coffee along and... Oh. How do you, Miss Brooks?
Fine. How do you, Mr. LeBlanc?
What did you want to talk to me about, Walter?
Oh, it isn't important. I'll see you later.
Now, that's what I call a real subtle maneuver.
He's a funny boy, no?
No.
Well, now it's just you and I, Miss Brooks, eh?
I'm afraid it's just you, Mr. LeBlanc. I've got to see Mr. Conklin about something.
Mr. Conklin? Please, Miss Brooks, I think Mr. Conklin is a fine principal. But do you have to mention him during the lunch period?
You've got something there. I guess it can wait a while. It's only a question of giving him my weekly $1.
Oh, you owe him a weekly $1? For what?
It's a long and grim story, but I think I can boil it down to the repulsive essentials. A couple of weeks ago, I took an electric heater of his, connected it in Mr. Boynton's laboratory on an overloaded circuit, and shorted the building, started a small fire, and ruined the heater.
Why do you do that?
I like sirens. Oh, I didn't do it purposely, Mr. LeBlanc. It was an accident, one for which I'm paying at the rate of $1 a week. And today's Dollar Day at Madison.
Well, that is too bad, Miss Brooks, but it is not money that causes you to look the way you do today.
Is there a sign on my forehead? How do I look today?
Well, there are only two things that can make a woman have the look you have on your face. One is an affair of the heart. The other is the meatballs in this cafeteria. But neither of them is incurable, huh? I'm sure.
You haven't eaten those meatballs lately. Look, it's nice of you to try and cheer me up, Mr. LeBlanc.
Oh, please, call me Paul. And I'm not trying to cheer you up. I'm trying to help you. First of all, tell me this. Did you receive any messages on Valentine's Day?
Oh, scads. I got one from Zimmerman's Bakery, one from the finance company, a lovely little card from Bertie's bicycle shop, in the shape of a pump, that one was. And, oh, yes, a dandy little poem from Sam, our neighborhood scissor sharpener. I think I remember that one. It went, I've applied my grindstone to shears both old and new, but I never met a scissors one half as sharp as you. Wasn't that a peachy sentiment for Valentine's Day?
Oh, quite amusing, yes, but not to you, I'm afraid. Because you're not in love with Sam the scissor or Bertie the bicycle.
No, my problem is Boynton, the biology.
Miss Brooks, since we have taken me into your confidence, I would like to make a suggestion. You must play, how do you say in this country? You must play difficult to acquire.
Difficult to acquire?
Ah.
Oh, you mean hard to get.
Precisely. Now tell me the truth. When Mr. Boynton asks you for an engagement, do you ever say no?
Well, no. But it isn't just because of Mr. Boynton. I'd hate to disappoint 400 monkeys. That is, I haven't gone out with him much lately at all.
Because he do not ask you?
Well, I like that.
I am glad. Miss Brooks, there's one way to get a man interested that never fails. You must make him jealous.
I've tried that, Mr. LeBlanc, but he just doesn't jealous very easily.
Yes, but you've tried it only once. That is not enough. How do the big American advertisings work? A repetition, over and over the same thing. What is it you hear on the radio all the time? Smoker Benny. Again and again. Smoker Benny. If you repeat this often enough, you know what happens?
Yeah, Jack gets pretty burned out. No, Mr. LeBlanc, I'm afraid Mr. Boynton is too wrapped up in a frog to pay any attention to me.
Oh, but of course. I forget Monsieur le Frog. You know, in France, we have a proverb. Le chemin au cœur d'homme est par son grenelle. Translation? The way to a man's heart is to his frog.
Well, that's very touching, but I don't see what it has
Oh,
to
it's
do
so simple, really. Here you have a man with his little pet, Monsieur le Frog. And here you have a woman with her pet, Mademoiselle la Frog. Now, we convince the man that Monsieur le Frog is lonesome. And where can his poor little frog find companionship? With Mademoiselle la Frog. And when the two little frogs are together, where are the man and the woman?
pricing junior beds for tadpoles.
No, Miss Brooks, no. The man and the woman are also together. Now you know, Miss Brooks, what you have to do to get Mr. Boynton to be a passiodor, no?
Yes, I've got to build a better frog trap. Look, Mr. LeBlanc. This idea is a little impractical.
Coming, Miss Brooks. Oh, you look better already.
Hello, Walter. Mr. LeBlanc is quite an idea man. We were just discussing a really fantastic scheme. Not only fantastic, but ridiculous and absurd. Walter.
Yes, Miss Brooks?
Run down to Peterson's pet shop and get me a female frog.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith. The makers of Palmolive soap are giving away $100,000 in prizes. First prize, $49,000, plus over 4,900 other cash prizes in the Big 49 Gold Rush Contest. Hundreds will strike it rich in this exciting Gold Rush Contest. One of them may be you. It's easy to enter. Just finish this sentence in 25 additional words or less. I like Palmolive soap because. That's all. Just 25 words or less to finish the sentence, I like Palmolive soap because. Then mail your entry right away along with a Palmolive soap wrapper. Try for your share of that $100,000 in prizes right now. Your chance of winning $49,000 is as good as anyone. Get entry blank with complete rules from your dealer or write your completed sentence on plain paper. Include your name and address and dealer's name and address. Mail with one Palmolive soap wrapper for each entry to Gold Rush Contest, Box 49, New York 8, New York. Better write that down. Gold Rush Contest, Box 49, New York 8, New York. Enter as often as you like, including one wrapper with each entry. Get Palmolive soap right away to help win a lovelier complexion and try for your share of the $100,000 in cash prizes.
Well, I gave Walter my last dollar to buy a female frog, and while he was out getting it, I took advantage of a free period to visit Mr. Boynton in his laboratory. Hello, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, hello, Miss Brooks.
I just dropped in to say hello, Mr. Boynton.
Hello.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, don't go yet. I've just been examining McDougal. You know, my frog. He's got me a little worried. He's way off his feed, and we'll look at him. Don't you think his eyes pop out more than usual?
What did you say?
I said, don't you think his eyes pop out more than usual?
Yes. For a minute, I thought he was Eddie Cantor. Hi, Mac. Of course, you know what's wrong with Mac, don't you?
Oh, no, Miss Brooks, I don't.
Well, it's getting very close to spring, and it's just... After all, you raised him from a tadpole, and it's only natural that you should still think of him as your baby, but he's a big boy now.
What do you mean, Miss Brooks?
Well, just this, Mr. Boynton. Did it ever occur to you that Mac gets lonesome all alone in that cage?
Oh, I let him out of the cage quite often. He hops all over the lab.
But what good is that? He hasn't got any friends here.
Oh, I don't know. There are always a number of guinea pigs around. Of course, he doesn't pay much attention to them.
Well, naturally, guinea pigs make fine friends for other guinea pigs. A frog might crave a different kind of companionship.
Well, what about me? I'm very close to McDougal. I've been his constant companion.
If I were a frog, I don't think I'd consider that the ideal arrangement either. No, I think I'd want something a little more frog-like.
Well, what are you getting at, Miss Brooks?
Look, did you ever sit down and tell McDougal about the birds and bees?
Well, what does he want with birds and bees? He won't even make friends with guinea pigs.
Well, let me put it this way. Mrs. Davis, my landlady, has a cat named Minerva. Now, around this time of the year, Minerva keeps us both awake half the night with an almost incessant yowling.
Well, have you tried giving her a saucer of milk?
That's not what she's yowling about, Mr. Boynton.
Milk's very effective with a cat, usually.
Yes, I know. And believe me, if I thought it would quiet her down, I'd give her an autographed picture of Elsie the cow. But it won't. She's yowling because she's lonely.
Why, Miss Brooks, I didn't know you were so aware of these biological manifestations. Where did you learn all this?
My mama done told me. I mean, I found out about a lot of things since I've acquired my pet frog. Pet female frog, that is.
Oh, you have a pet frog, Miss Brooks? What's her name?
Her name? Millie.
Millie?
Yes, from the picture, The Mating of Millie. Oh, she's awfully cute, too.
Why, you think Mac almost understood what you were talking about?
Well, don't think for a minute he doesn't. What do you say, Mac? Would you like to come over and play with Millie this afternoon? Hooray! Today you are a man, Frog.
Oh, this is amazing, Miss Brooks. Look, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you if...
shine up your hope chest, Millie. Here it comes.
I'd like to ask you, Miss Brooks, how about a double date? That is, if it isn't too much trouble.
Shall we say my place for tea?
Splendid.
Just bring a pogo stick and a deck of cards, Mr. Boynton.
A pogo stick and cards?
Yes, while Mac and Millie play gin, you and I can have a hopping contest. L'amour, l'amour.
Excuse me. Could you come over here to the door a minute, Miss Brooks? I've got to get to my next class.
Oh, certainly, Walter. I'll just be a minute, Mr. Boynton. Did you get it, Walter?
Yes, it's in this paper bag, Miss Brooks. Here.
Thanks.
That's okay. I hope it works, Miss Brooks. Well, I'll see you in English.
What's in the bag, Miss Brooks?
This bag? Oh, just a roast beef sandwich Walter brought me.
Well, it's a pretty active one. Hey, look out, it's falling out of the bag. Here, let me see that. Here, I've got him. Oh, Miss Brooks, do you realize what you've got here?
Sure, an F-R-O-G. I didn't want to mention it in front of Mac until we got home.
Oh, but this is a male frog. You can always tell. Because in the species Dimorphognathus from West Africa, there's a very apparent dimorphism in the dentition. The male's being provided with a series of large serrated teeth in the lower jaw, which in the female is edentulous.
Well, slap me with a wet lily pad. Excuse me, Mr. Boynton. I've got to be running along now.
Oh, why, Miss Brooks?
I've got to see a boy about a frog.
Here, I'll put it back in the bag for you. Now, just hold the top tighter and he won't get away again. I still don't comprehend why you got this male frog.
Well, I didn't know how you and McDougal would react to the idea of keeping Millie company, so I thought I'd play safe and get this one, too.
Oh, I don't think Mac likes the idea very much. Don't be jealous, Mac.
Let him live his own life.
We better not come over this afternoon, Miss Brooks. I'm afraid it'd only confuse Mac.
Look, Mr. Boynton, I don't care if a frog wants to play hard to get, but there's something I'd like you to remember.
Well, what's that, Miss Brooks?
Well, I don't want to sound too much like an English teacher, but when one plays hard to get too often, one sometimes don't get got. I'll just take this frog into my room and see how Walter happened to make such an awful...
There you are, Connie. I've been looking all over for you.
Mrs. Davis, what are you doing in the hallowed halls of Madison High?
Well, I know how you've been waiting for a Valentine card from Mr. Boynton, and I just had to tell you that all hope isn't lost.
But today is Friday, Mrs. Davis.
That's just it, Connie. Some mail came this morning that should have been delivered Monday.
A Valentine?
No, a bill from the gas company.
Now, that's the nicest bit of sentiment since Sam's scissors.
They say that if we don't pay it immediately, they'll shut off the gas.
Just my luck with Mr. Boynton coming over for tea. It couldn't be the electric company promising to shut off all the lights.
No, Connie. And I'm short some money or I wouldn't bother you in school like this. You know, Minerva cost me a lot lately with her special diet, no.
Just how much do you need, Mrs. Davis?
Well, if you'll forgive a slang expression, one greenback will do it.
I just happen to have one on me. He's in this bag here. Now, don't look so alarmed, Mrs. Davis. I'm not cracking up completely. Look, just take this frog back to Peterson's pet shop, and they'll refund my $1. I'll explain why I bought the frog later.
You don't have to explain anything to me, Connie. If you want a frog for a pet, it's perfectly all right. But why are you giving it back?
To keep the gas on, for one thing. Besides, it's a male frog, and I've got to have a female.
Well, you don't have to spend any money for that. I'll get you a female frog in the park.
I never thought of that. I'd certainly appreciate it, Mrs. Davis. Will you bring it back with you after you've paid the gas bill?
Certainly, Connie. And I just know that you'll be very happy together.
And so, class, you were to have these compositions ready by next Tuesday. That's the end of the period. Class dismissed, except Walter Denton. Come up to my desk, Walter.
Oh, I'm glad you asked me, Miss Brooks. I wanted to explain about that frog. You see, Mr. Peterson was out to lunch when I got to the pet shop, so I got you one out of the park pond. But was it all right? I mean, was she a girl?
No, Walter, she was a boy with big serrated teeth in her lower jaw. And what about the $1 I gave you?
Oh, here it is, Miss Brooks. I didn't have time to give it to you before.
Thanks, Walter. That'll be all for now, then. I'd better get over to Mr. Conklin's office and make my payment on that heater.
Well, here I am, Connie. Hello, Walter.
Hello, Mrs. Davis.
Goodbye, Mrs. Davis. Well, what do you think, Connie? Mr. Peterson didn't sell Walter that frog at all.
I know, Mrs. Davis.
But he said it was a very good specimen and traded me a lovely female for him. And instead of giving us any money, he promised that when our frog becomes a husband, we'll get the pick of the litter.
I can hardly wait. But where's the female frog?
Oh, I had that in a paper bag, and it seemed very insecure. So I put the frog in a desk across the hall. Nobody saw me.
Across the hall? But that's Mr. Conklin's office. Mrs. Davis, you wait right here, and if I'm not back in 5 minutes, call the coroner.
Now, what is it? Come in. Oh, it's you, Miss Brooks. Please transact whatever business you have in this office in a hurry. I've got an appointment with the doctor.
The doctor? What's the matter, Mr. Conklin?
Oh, just a checkup. A lot of nonsense, if you ask me. My wife's been telling him all sorts of foolishness about the state of my nerves. To hear her tell it, I've not only got the world's highest blood pressure, but I'm jumpy, anxious, overwrought,
But
irritable.
Mr. Conklin...
Don't interrupt! And I'm ill-tempered. Now, what is it you want?
I just want to give you $1 towards the heater I accidentally injured. Here.
Oh, thanks. Let's sit down for a minute and I'll give you a receipt. I've got a regular Board of Education receipt book around here somewhere.
But, Mr. Conklin, your desk drawer...
Please, Miss Brooks. Don't tell me where I keep my things. Of course it's in the desk drawer. Let's see now. Book should be right over here next to this blotter. Oh, that's funny. Oh, here it is over by this frog. Hello, little frog. Miss Brooks, it won't take a moment to get the receipt. Hello, little frog! Miss Brooks, where did this monstrous... Do you know anything about this horrible creature? How did this get in...
Please, Mr. Conklin, remember the world's highest blood pressure.
Never mind that. What is this frog doing in my desk?
Calm down, Mr. Conklin. Ours isn't the only school that's overcrowded.
I thought you'd never get home from school, Connie. How long did Mr. Conklin spend bowling you out?
Oh, it seemed like hours, but actually it was only a few minutes. You should have been there when Mr. Conklin and Millie here faced each other across his desk drawer. Poor thing, her heart hasn't stopped beating yet.
Neither is yours, Connie. You're as jumpy as Minerva. Are you sure Mr. Boynton said he'd be over for tea?
Oh, definitely, Mrs. Davis. I told him all about how lonely Minerva was and compared her to McDougal. So he's bringing Mac over to meet Millie. It's the first time in weeks we've had a date away from the zoo.
Oh. Well, that's Mr. Boynton now. I'll go make the tea, Connie, and you receive him alone.
All right, Mrs. Davis, coming. Well, it's nice to see you boys. Come in. Let's go into the living room.
Thank you, Miss Brooks. Here's something for Millie. It's from McDougal.
Oh? I'll open it for her. Well, wasn't that thoughtful of Mac, Millie? Just what you needed, a clump of wilted lettuce. Here, I'll put it in this little box I keep her in.
Oh, I guess Mac wants to see what Millie looks like.
Oh, of course. Here, just hold him up. There we are. This is Mac, Millie.
I think she likes him. But, Miss Brooks, didn't you say you had a cat on the premises?
That's right, Minerva. She usually sleeps in the piano during the day. Here, Minerva, come out of the piano. Oh, well, she'll probably wake up in a little while. Sit down, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, before I do, don't you want to open this big box?
For me? Well, what in the world can this be?
It's a cat, Miss Brooks. I brought him over to keep Minerva company.
Well, here comes Minerva now.
They like each other, too. Miss Brooks, where are you going?
You know where I'm going. I'll meet you by the third monkey from the left.
as our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment. But first,
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Dumas' magic formula blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Gives loveliness lather even in hardest water. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Luster Cream. Not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen. Soft, manageable. Gives new beauty to all hairdos or permanents. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, either tubes or jars. Tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo and be a
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, Mr. Boynton finally took McDougal and his cat and left. Mrs. Davis and I had dinner, and then we sat down in the living room to spend a quiet evening. Minerva went back to sleep, and everything was nice and peaceful when the phone rang. Lie down, Minerva. It's not for you. Hello? Hello? Oh, I'm sorry, Minerva. It is for you.
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, Your Beauty Hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written and directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch.
Here's good shaving news. 3 men out of every 4 can get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves with Palmolive Brushless Shaving Cream. This is not just a claim. Here's the proof. 1,297 men tried the Palmolive brushless way to shave described on the tube. And no matter how they shaved before, 3 men out of every 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shaves. Try Palmolive brushless yourself. See if you don't get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the proved Palmolive brushless way.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evenings over most of these stations. And be with us again next week at this time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
One of the most acclaimed shows of all time, Orson Welles' Mercury Theater of the Air, is up next.
The makers of Campbell's Soup present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer. Good evening, this is Orson Welles. The motion pictures and even the radio and the living stage have made it clear by now that the female of the species is not only more deadly than the opposite sex, more desirable, but also more durable in times of stress and more to be relied on for the solution of even the bloodiest murders. And in case these observations may seem as irrelevant as they are certainly irreverent, let me break down right here and admit the subject of tonight's broadcast is the bloodiest of bloody murders. Now, as to the ladies. Time was when all the girls used to do in a mystery story was to scream loudly, and be grasped at by horrible, clutching claws. But all that's been changed. And the heroines of these modern romances are ladies of parts. They are not the ones to find themselves clad only in something filmy and feminine, being carried off by a gorilla whose identity you will be subsequently requested not to divulge. They are not susceptible to hypnosis, to the blandishments of sinister Latins, and they never faint. They are accomplished in the use of firearms and can escape from anything, including suspicion. But the gentlemen, I am sorry to say, have degenerated in our new fiction into a pretty pathetic low among human things. There seems to be no excuse for us. I say us because tonight I am fated to attempt, before this microphone, the portrayal of one of these wretched beings. No, the lady bloodhounds could do without us if they didn't still insist, just for appearances, on the old traditional turnout of likely suspects. There's Always a Woman, which is tonight's story, contains no less than 2 murders and Miss Mary Wilson. Miss Wilson is one of the most promising of the talented and personable young women whom Hollywood has discovered in recent days. Her frequent appearance as what is called a dumb and dizzy blonde is, let it be noted, an outstanding example of what is known to the entertainment world as casting against type. In There's Always a Woman, Miss Wilson demonstrates again that dumbness and dizziness can be surface disguises of infinite resources and a far-seeing purpose. But before our story of the evening, Mr. Ernest Chappell has a question to ask us, the answer to which I'm pretty sure will be unanimous. Mr. Chappell?
Thank you, Orson Welles. And ladies and gentlemen, the question is simply this. What one soup would you say most deserves to be called a family standby? As Orson Welles suggested, I'm pretty sure of your answer. Isn't it vegetable soup? Bowls of homemade vegetable soup, I imagine, are among the very earliest memories of nearly all of us. Maybe we also recall the time and trouble Mother took to make that soup, simmering the stock and preparing the vegetables. Yet, as mothers will, she always felt rewarded when she saw how much the family enjoyed it. Today, most of us still have a keen liking for vegetable soup. But wives and mothers increasingly are giving up making it and instead are serving Campbell's vegetable soup. Are you at your house? Of course, it will save much kitchen time and trouble, but a far more important reason is that one taste of Campbell's will convince you that it's made in the time-honored, good home way. Grown-ups and children alike enjoy the 15 different garden vegetables and the rich beef stock that together make Campbell's vegetable soup so stout and hearty and nourishing. You'll realize why women everywhere agree that it's almost a meal in itself. Wouldn't piping hot bowls of Campbell's vegetable soup just hit the spot with everyone at your house tomorrow? And now Orson Welles in There's Always a Woman with Marie Wilson.
Statement to William H. Reardon for 3 months' rent. Due $375. Unless this bill is paid in on before the 1st, the undersigned reserve the right to re-rent the premises. Signed, Frank F. Carter. Oh, Bill, what are we going to do?
I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to get my old job back. Hello? Is this the district attorney's office?
Oh,
district
no,
attorney
Bill,
there?
no.
Shut up. This is Bill Reardon. Oh, hello, Joe. When'll he be in? Half an hour? Thanks.
Oh, Bill, where's your prize?
I just swallowed it. It's the only thing you can swallow on credit. Come on, Sally. We'll go down and see the DA together. You can make up your mind your husband is just too dumb to make a go of this detective business.
Not me. I'm going to carry on here.
All right, you carry on, but make sure to get out of here by the 1st of the month, unless you want Mr. Carter to re-rent you, too.
Well, I hope you don't get the job.
If I don't, there's a cute little bench in Central Park where we can spend the summer.
Oh, Bill.
And don't be too sure of that bench. It's first come, first served in Central Park.
Come in.
Pardon me. Is Mr. Reardon in?
No.
Could you tell me when he'll be in? I want to see him on business.
Business? Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Mr. Reardon is out right now on a very important case, but if there's anything that's, could I have him call you?
I prefer not to give my name.
Well, just as you wish, Mrs. Fraser.
How did you know my name is Fraser?
Well, your picture was in the papers when you were married, and it's a detective's business never to forget a face.
Are you a detective?
I'm Mr. Reardon's chief operator. I handle all his women clients. You see, women often feel that they can talk more freely to another woman.
And you keep this matter confidential.
Well, I won't even discuss it with Mr. Reardon.
But he'll have to know, won't he?
Well, not unless you want him to. You see, you'll be entered in our books as a number. Now, just a moment. Let's see. The last case was, let me see, number 375. Your case will be number 376. And now then, what can I do for you?
Well, there's a person I'd like to have shadowed. Her name is Calhoun, Anne Calhoun. Here's her picture.
Oh, thanks. Gee, nice looking, isn't she? To Lola, who is doing a much better job than I would have done, Anne. Has this inscription anything to do with the case?
Anne Calhoun was engaged to my husband before I
understand.
Well, there hasn't been anything to understand until a week ago. Then quite suddenly, Mr. Fraser began getting letters and phone calls from her. I haven't spied, but I know her handwriting and I know her voice. There's something going on between them, and you've got to find out.
If I don't solve it by the first of the month, Mrs. Fraser, I'll retire from business. I'll just leave this office.
By the way, if you want to get a good look at her, at Miss Calhoun, she and my husband and I and Jerry Marlowe are dropping in at the Skyline Club tonight.
Skyline Club? Well, I'll be there.
Now, I dare say you want some advance money for expenses.
I dare say.
I don't know what your rates are, miss, but how would $300 do?
$300? Why?
I'm sorry. It's all I happen to have with me. Of course, if you insist.
Oh, no, that's all right. Of course, it's less than our usual rates, but I'm delighted to make the exception.
Thank you, Miss...
Operator 7. Just call me that. Goodbye, 376. Reardon Detective Agency, Operator 7.
Who's that?
You sound awfully happy.
Oh, I am. I got my job back. Let's celebrate.
What's the salary?
I said celebrate.
What do you get paid?
$75 each and every week.
Oh, isn't that nice?
Hey, what's wrong?
Oh, I said, isn't that nice? Say, what did you say about celebrating?
Let's start packing.
But what's the hurry? We got until the 1st.
Okay, if you don't mind being lonesome. Tell me, how's the Reardon Agency coming along under its new management?
Splendidly, thank you, splendidly. Customers are popping in all over the place.
Customers? Name one.
The Reardon Detective Agency never reveals the name of its clients. That's part of the Reardon policy.
That's an easy policy. There aren't any Reardon clients. Any more bills come in?
Several. 3 great big ones. Say, didn't you say something about celebrating?
Sure. Where'll you meet me?
Well, how about the Skyline Club, Bill? We can afford it, can't we?
No, we can't afford the Skyline Club.
Just this one.
It's always just this one.
Oh, Bill, I just love the Skyline Club.
Sally, we can't afford the Skyline Club.
I just love the Skyline Club. Don't you, Bill? Well, don't you, Bill?
No, it's too expensive, but it is pretty, and this man wants to take your order. He's not waiting to ask you to dance.
Excuse me. Let's see. After the puree mongol, I think I'll take the filet mignon.
Ixnay.
You mean instead of filet mignon? No, I'd really rather have the filet mignon. And some sliced tomatoes.
Sliced tomatoes, yes, madame.
And some potato salad.
And some potato salad.
Strawberry parfait. How about that, dear?
Oh, yeah, and some coffee. Does strawberries go with martinis?
Madame will find out.
Too sweet, madame. And you, Monsieur Reardon?
A small glass of water and the hard roll.
Toasted?
If you insist.
With the regular dinner, sir?
If you insist.
Any wine, sir?
No, thanks, sir. I mean, no.
Now, wait a minute. I might want some. Why don't you ask
No
me?
wine, waiter, and make it quick.
Very good, monsieur.
Conscientious scruples?
No, just mathematics. All I have is a $20 bill. You don't, by any chance, have a couple of dollars in your purse.
Money? Well, why didn't you say so? Now, let's see. I've got a $50 and 4 pennies and 3 sticks of chewing gum.
Give me the $50. You can keep the chewing gum. Wait a minute. Mr. Shane.
Hello, Mr. Reardon.
Just the man I want to see, Mr. Shane. Will you cash a check for me, Mr. Shane?
Sure. How much do you want?
Not much. $25.
Better make it 50 in case you want some champagne.
That's all. It's Mrs. Reardon, Mr. Shane.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Shane?
Nice to meet you, Mrs. Reardon.
My wife.
Here's your 50.
Thanks. Got a pen? I'll write you a check.
Here you are.
Oh, you're taking an awful chance, Mr. Shane. I don't think he's got $50 in his account.
Well, I'm sort of used to taking chances. Your wife has a great sense of humor, Mr. Reardon.
Have you noticed it, too? Here's your check.
Thanks. Haven't seen you around lately, Mr. Reardon.
No, I've been busy.
How do you like being on your own?
I'm not exactly on my own anymore. I'm back with the DA.
Oh, that reminds me. You don't happen to have his home phone number, do you?
Well, you did me a favor. Lexington 8672, and he won't be home till pretty late.
Lexington 8672. Thank you.
Don't tell him where you got it.
Excuse me, Mr. Shane. The captain told me to tell you there's a call for you in the office. Excuse me, folks?
Oh, certainly, Mr.
I'll probably see you around later.
Oh, sure. Goodbye.
Nice personality.
Yes, most gamblers have.
Gambler? I thought you said he owned this place.
Well, he also happens to own the casino across the river.
Why couldn't I have married a man like that instead of a prohibitionist? See, I'll bet he could have got us a better table than this one, too.
We're lucky to have a table at all. Do you remember way back, Sally, on the phone when you promised if I brought you to the Skyline Club, you'd go light on everything?
But that was before you made the $50.
What $50?
The $50 you just got from Mr. Shane.
Oh, excuse me. I forgot about that. Of course, there's always a chance that he might deposit that check.
Well, even if he does, you still have $50 more than when you started out. And that's certainly a profit.
Certainly is. But do me a favor, will you, Sally, and don't mention it to the income tax people. They don't understand finance as well as you do.
You know you can trust me, Bill.
Sure, eat your soup.
It's not soup, it's puree mango.
Try not to eat so noisily, even if you had a couple of martinis. That's quality, folks, the next table.
Oh, phew, that's not quality folk either. I'll bet they're just as unimportant as you and I.
For your information, Mrs. Reardon, they are people that anyone pretending to be a detective ought to know at first sight. They're Mr. and Mrs. Fraser.
Faber?
F-R-A-S-E-R.
Oh, I get it,
Fraser.
I get it.
This other man is Jerry Marlowe, Transcontinental Copper, and the girl's Ann Calhoun. You know Ann Calhoun. He's engaged to her.
You're
glamour
just
girl.
showing off again, Bill Reardon. I don't think you know anything about
Be
them.
quiet. Not so loud, Sally, please.
I'm not talking half as loud as they are. Now,
Why should we listen?
Mr. Jerry, I just saw her just dance to Walter. Didn't I, Walter?
Certainly did. Say, who's engaged to Ann anyhow? Don't be jealous, Jerry. If you two think you're going to put anything over her.
Jerry, come on and dance.
Oh, all right.
Turn around. They'll notice you're staring at them, Sally.
I'll bet they love it.
Oh,
Why, if I was society, I'd want everybody to stare at me all the time.
I wonder if you'd answer me one question.
What question?
How did a smart guy like me happen to marry a dumb cluck like you?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think there's any explanation.
No, probably not.
It's just one of those things, you
Yeah.
know. Say, you know, this filet mignon is delicious. It's delicious.
Glad you enjoy it.
Aren't you eating your lamb
Not
chop?
hungry.
Well, you paid for it. Don't be
I
extravagant.
don't want anything more to eat. Waiter, bring me something to drink. Champagne, one glass.
But
one
madame.
glass.
2 glasses, waiter.
Oh, yes, madame.
Had more than enough to drink, Sally.
Well, I can still spell Mississippi. M-I-S-I-P-I. Correct?
It's as close as you'll ever get.
Let's go back to the table.
Quiet now.
What is it now?
We're going to get another chance to learn how to talk when we
you
get
can't
into society.
sit there and just listen in on a lot of
Well,
people.
can I help it if I want to be
Behave yourself,
closer like
Sally.
Mr. and Mrs. Fraser
Oh,
and Miss Calhoun? Now, quiet. This is for when I've been dancing with somebody else's husband.
Stop.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time he lost you, Ann.
What do you mean by that, Jerry?
I'll tell you what I mean by that. Ann's engaged to me now, and I'll kill the first guy that tries to take her away from her.
Bravo! Bravo! That's the spirit.
Just a minute, madam. Our conversation is no concern of yours.
Oh, I know, but you were expressing yourself so beautifully, I couldn't help but listen in.
Sally, will you please shut
Oh,
up,
dear, if
Sally,
I knew
darling?
this gentleman's name, I'd be glad to.
Listen
introduce
here,
you.
young lady.
Bill, but you don't.
Walter, let's pay the check and go.
Oh, you think Mr. Fraser means our check, too?
Sally, you better shut up.
Do you think so?
Come on, let's go.
Look, mister, would you like me to shut
Ann, are you
up?
coming?
Yes, I'm coming.
See, Bill, you were wrong. They won't even answer me.
You're lucky. Waiter.
Yes, Mr. Reardon.
You can give Mrs. Reardon the check, please.
Hello?
Daily Bulletin.
Is it true what it says here in your paper?
I beg pardon?
It says here in your paper that Walter Fraser was shot dead in Jerry Marlowe's apartment.
Just a minute. I'll give you the city desk.
Okay.
Good morning, city desk.
Oh, can you tell me if it's true about Walter Fraser?
Madam, are you kidding?
Well, it's here in the headlines. It says Fraser was shot in Jerry Marlowe's apartment.
You think we put it in to improve circulation? What do you want?
Well, I wonder if I could interest you in the Fraser murder.
Why, did you kill him?
No, but I think I know who did. I'm Sally Reardon of the Reardon Detective Agency. You know.
No, I don't know, but go ahead.
Well, if you don't want to know about a threat that Marlowe made, I can call the Globe. You know, there's more than one paper in New York.
Yes, okay. We'll send somebody over. What's the address?
Now, take it easy, Marlowe.
I don't want to take it easy. And you're a fine lawyer, I must say. Take it easy. Can't you read? Marlowe guilty, says blonde investigator. Why should I hire anybody who says that?
To make us stop saying
That's
that.
bribery, Mr. Kettling. I don't want any part of it.
You made the threat, didn't you?
Yes, I made the threat, but I didn't kill him. That's important, too.
Not as important as you think. The important thing is to make sure you're not convicted.
Mrs. Reardon is here, Mr. Kettling.
Good. Send her right in. And you be nice to her, Jerry.
So nice to her, I'd like to kill her.
You keep on talking about liking to kill people, and you'll be a suspect in every murder trial in New York.
This way, Mrs. Reardon.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Reardon?
Oh, are you Mr. Ketterling?
You know Mr. Marlowe, don't you?
Oh, well, we met last night, didn't
How do
we?
you do?
Well, maybe we didn't meet, but we spoke.
Mrs. Reardon, I've explained to Mr. Marlowe that you've agreed to do some investigating for us.
Well, you understand, Mr. Marlowe, we're very busy down at the office just now, but this was such an interesting case, I felt I couldn't afford to turn it down.
That's very generous of you, Mrs. Reardon. Don't you think so, Jerry?
Yes. Very generous. Very generous.
Yes, Mr. Ketterling and I agreed upon $200 a week in expenses, didn't we, Mr. Ketterling?
That's right, and here's your check, Mrs. Reardon.
Wait a minute. Mrs. Reardon, how are you going to fix that newspaper story?
Oh, that. Excuse me for waving this check in your face, Mr. Marlowe, but I want the ink to dry. Hello?
Daily Bulletin.
Give me the city desk.
City desk. Good morning.
Hello, this is Mrs. Reardon. Uh-huh. I've got a new story for you. Got your pencil ready?
Ready?
All right. A Marlowe innocent, says blonde investigator.
Make up your mind, lady.
Well, I know I said he was guilty, but just this minute I picked up some new evidence. And I hope it doesn't bounce. Hello, Bill. Are you home?
I'm home. Why'd you repeat that crack of Marlowe to the reporters?
Which crack?
When a man threatens to kill a rival in the nightclub, you know he's not going to do it. Why did you repeat it to the reporters?
Oh, I didn't repeat anything. I just happened to be talking to the Daily Bulletin in one way or another.
Sally Reardon, you tell me the truth, or so help me, I'll kill you.
Everybody wants to kill somebody lately. Have you noticed?
Sally.
Well, I told him I was going to get some publicity, or rather I told you I was going to get publicity. And, well, after all, Marlowe did say it.
But he was drunk, and I'm supposed to be working for the district attorney, not trying cases in the newspapers.
Oh, gee, I didn't mean to do anything wrong,
Sally,
Bill.
I appreciate what you're trying to do, but I've told you before, it's the man's place to make the money for the home, and it's the woman's place to take care of the man when he comes home, Sally.
Bill, you're perfectly right. And to prove it, I'm going into the kitchen right now, and I'm going to get you the best supper you ever had. How do you want your coffee, weak or strong?
Strong. I've got things to do tonight.
What things?
I thought you were going into the kitchen.
But, Bill, a wife should take an interest in what her husband is doing, don't you think?
No.
Are you and the DA going to arrest anybody tonight?
No, but I'll tell you who the DA would like to arrest.
Who?
You. Mr. Marlowe, you're not going to get anywhere by trying to oppose us. What the DA wants is the truth. If you're smart, you'll cooperate with us. You'll all cooperate with us.
Good morning, Mr. Reardon.
Mrs. Fraser, you know District Attorney, Mr. Evans, I think.
How do you do, Mrs. Fraser?
We're sorry, of course, to trouble you at a time like this, but it can't be helped.
I can do it. Oh, yes.
We want to know exactly where in this apartment each person was when the shot was fired. How about you, Miss Calhoun?
I was in the kitchen mixing a drink.
Yes.
Where was Mr. Fraser?
I don't know. I'm sure he was in the living room.
Is it true that you were once engaged to Mr. Fraser, Miss Calhoun?
Yes, I was.
And now you're engaged to Mr. Marlowe?
Yes, I am.
And what of it?
Nothing, Mr. Marlowe. They may have to dig into some of these relationships.
You're just trying to make a
that's
lot of
all.
talk. That'll do you.
Where were you, Mrs. Fraser, when the shot was fired?
I was in the library. I was reaching for the phone.
Where were you, Marlowe?
Well, to tell the truth, I'd had a couple of drinks. I couldn't swear where I was.
Why, Jerry, you were in the kitchen with me. But, Jerry, I thought...
Yes, Mrs. Fraser?
Oh, nothing.
You were about to say something.
Jerry had just walked me through the living room to show me where the phone was. The shot came almost immediately, and I didn't think he had time to get back to the kitchen. He had just come back when the shot was fired.
Well, what about it, Marlowe?
I told you I don't remember.
Nobody seems to remember much anything about this affair.
I beg your pardon,
What is it,
Mr.
officer?
Reardon, Could you come out in the hall for a
Sure,
moment?
I'll be right back. Excuse me, folks.
Jerry didn't do it, no.
Well, Fogarty, what is it?
There's a crazy dame been trying to get in here. I told her she couldn't. She told me to memorize this message and to give it to you.
Memorize it?
Dearest darling, don't forget the butler, Sally. She said you were dearest darling, and you'd know who she was.
I know who she was. No answer. Go back to your post. Hey, you there. Come back here. You the butler?
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
Gregson, sir.
Where were you last night, Gregson, when Mr. Fraser was murdered?
Oh, I was asleep, sir. The shot waked me. I put on a bathrobe and I came down.
How long have you worked for Mr. Marlowe?
I engaged him in London 2 years ago.
Nothing wrong with your memory now, Mr. Marlowe, is there? Well, you better start remembering some recent night. I want to take a look at your pantry, Gregson.
Yes, sir.
Come on. I'm in and search this apartment. We haven't been able to visit, Gregson.
Oh, I don't know, sir.
You haven't seen it, have you?
No, sir.
Get away from that door. What are you trying to do? Conceal something in that icebox?
No, I wasn't trying to conceal
I'll take a
anything.
look anyway. It's all right. Wait a minute. That's a funny place for an ice cube tray.
Well, I didn't have time to put it back in the right place.
I'll just take a look at it. Well, what have you got to say now?
Well, I don't think I understand.
It's not so hard to understand. There's a gun frozen into that tray, that's all.
I never saw it before.
Well, what have you found?
Nothing much, just this gun.
Where was it?
In the ice cube tray.
How do you account for that, Gregson?
I don't know, sir.
Ever handle a gun?
No, sir.
Here, take hold of this gun of mine. Don't get scared. I'm taking the cartridges out.
Yes, sir.
You say you never shot a gun?
No, sir.
Well, here's your first lesson. Shoot this.
Oh, no, sir. I couldn't. I wouldn't know how,
Just
sir.
pull the trigger. Give me that gun.
Yes, sir.
You never shot a gun before.
No, sir.
You knew enough to release the safety catch before you pulled the trigger. Fogarty, take him downtown.
You can't do that.
Marlowe.
You were told to stay in the other room. Are you trying to hang this on Gregson?
Want to go along, Mr. Marlowe?
You bet I can.
Fine. Maybe they can help you to remember down there where you were last
Yes,
night.
and I warn you, if any attempt is made to force a
Come on.
Just a minute, Bill.
Yeah?
Whatever made you suspect the butler?
Oh, just instinct. You know how it is. You get a hunch. Just one of those things.
Sorry, miss. District Attorney's busy.
Well, will you please tell him that Mrs. Reardon is here?
I'm sorry, you'll have to wait. You'll have a chair, please.
Why, how do you do, Mr. Reardon?
Oh, Mr. Shane, fancy meeting you here. Can I sit next to you?
I wish you would.
Tell me, Mr. Shane, what is a high-class restaurant owner doing in the district attorney's office, if I may ask?
Oh, I get around.
Say, I hope you aren't here to complain about my husband's check.
No, that hasn't bounced yet. What might you be doing in the district attorney's office, if I may ask, Mrs. Reardon? Some new clues on the Fraser murder?
How did you know?
Oh, I've been following you.
You've been following me?
In the papers.
Oh.
As I understand it, you no longer think Jerry Marlowe is guilty.
Oh, no. That first story I gave out was just a red herring.
Suspect the butler?
Oh, no, it's never the butler. When you've when you've handled as many detective cases as I have, you know it's never the butler. Oh, they always look guilty, but it turns out they never are.
They found the gun on him.
Oh, they always do. That's just to throw you off the track. Now, no, there's just one clue that may be worth... Mr. Shane, maybe you can help me.
I'd appreciate the opportunity.
Just what was in that envelope that Anne Calhoun gave you the other night?
Envelope that Anne Calhoun gave me?
The night I was in the Skyline Club with my husband.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Shane.
Yeah, hello, Mr. Evans.
Shane, I'm sorry, but I won't have time to see you.
When I called you the other night, you said to be sure and drop in
Yes,
this morning.
I know, but that was before this Fraser case turned up. Come in and see me next week sometime.
All right,
I'll call you when I'm ready for you.
Okay. Goodbye, Mr. Reardon.
Goodbye, Mr. Shane. Think it over. Oh, could I have a moment, please, Mr. Evans? I must talk to you. I have some very important clues.
I've been reading all about your clues.
Oh, but this is a new one.
Yes, tell them to your husband. Maybe he'll listen to you.
Oh, no, you see, he isn't speaking to me these days.
Yes, smart fellow, Reardon.
You know, Mr. Evans, I think he's mixed up in this case.
Who, your husband?
No, Mr. Shane.
As it happens, I was talking to Shane over the telephone just about the time the murder was committed. What do you think he was doing? Holding a receiver in one hand, a revolver in the other?
Maybe he's a ventriloquist.
Look, Mrs. Reardon, I have great sympathy with your husband. Greater now than with any man I have ever met. And if you don't stop butting into this case...
trying to help serve the ends of justice.
The ends of justice have gotten along very well now until without you. So will you please go away?
All right.
Gregson, if you've got any sense at all, you stop pretending you're dumb. We've been here for 3 hours talking to you, and we're prepared to stay for 30. It's up to you.
I don't know anything, Mr.
How did that
Reardon.
gun get into your pantry, Gregson?
I don't know.
How did that gun happen to have your fingerprint?
I don't know. You can't pin this
On
thing
the
on me.
2nd of this month, you went to a pawn shop located at 374 Hillcrest Drive, Newark.
No.
You bought a revolver there for $15.
No, I
The pawn
didn't.
brokers identified you from your photograph.
I don't
Before
believe
you
it.
bought the revolver, Gregson, you examined several rifles.
No, I didn't. He tried to sell me a
I thought
rifle,
you'd
but...
walk into that, Gregson.
Well, I bought the gun for Mr. Marlowe.
Marlowe sent you to a pawn shop.
No. He gave me $20 to go and
He
buy
gave
a
you
gun.
$20 to buy a gun, and you bought one for $15. Chiseled him out of $5.
Well, I hid the gun for him,
Oh,
didn't I?
you did hide the gun.
Well, after I bought the gun, Mr. Marlowe kept it in a drawer in his room. About a week ago, the gun was missing.
Did you speak to Marlowe about it?
No, I didn't think it was any of my business.
Go on.
Well, when the shot was fired, I put on my bathrobe and I rushed down. Fraser's body was lying on the floor. A woman was screaming.
Yes,
Mr.
tell
Marlowe.
us about that. Tell us about Mr. Marlowe.
Well, he was trying to quiet the ladies. Mrs. Fraser and Miss Calhoun. I saw a gun lying by the French window.
The gun you bought at the pawn shop?
Yes. I picked it up and I slipped it in my bathrobe and I hid it in the pantry.
Marlowe told you to hide it.
No.
What did he say when you told him where it was?
I didn't
You
tell him.
expect us to believe that?
I don't care what you believe. It's the truth.
Mr. Marlowe, I read you the statement we got from Grigson. What have you got to say about it?
All right. I did have Grigson buy a gun. What of it? The gun disappeared about a week
The
ago.
gun just walked out of your desk.
I don't know what happened to it.
Did you ask Grigson about it?
No. When I saw it was missing, I was glad.
Why were you glad, Mr. Marlowe?
I was afraid I might use it on Fraser.
You bought it to use on Fraser, didn't you?
Yes.
Why?
Because he was up to something with Anne. With Miss Calhoun, I mean. She's been worried to death about something, and she'd been writing.
How do you know she was writing to him?
I was with him in his apartment one day when a maid brought his mail in. I know Anne's handwriting. He didn't open the letter. He just looked confused and slipped it into his pocket.
Any idea what it was all about?
No, she denied everything, and he lied. I was going crazy. I'd have killed him all right. I'm sorry I didn't.
Cheer up, Marlowe. Maybe we can prove you did.
You are listening to Orson Welles and the Campbell Playhouse presentation of There's Always a Woman with Marie Wilson. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment, we shall resume our presentation of There's Always a Woman. But first, as we all realize, in a very few days now, the Christmas holidays will be upon us. And with the children home for vacation, we usher in the happiest and the busiest season of the year. Perhaps the busiest person of all in every home will be Mother. There'll be entertaining, dinners to be given, gay parties for the young people, possibly relatives staying over. And the task of planning, preparing, and carrying through this round of Yuletide activities will, of course, fall mainly upon Mother as the heart and center of the home. Among these tasks of hers, none will loom larger, probably, than the planning of meals. And so I'd like to remind every mother listening tonight of the part that well-chosen soups can play in holiday menus. Apart from the wholesome nourishment you know good soup provides for everyone, not forgetting the children, you'll be delighted to see how the serving of a tempting soup can dress up even your simplest meal. Give it a really festive touch. During the holidays just ahead, I'm sure you'll want to serve Campbell's soups often for their fine, home-like flavor and for the real help they can give you in meal planning these busy days. And now Orson Welles resumes our Campbell Playhouse presentation of There's Always a Woman with Marie Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chappell, and we'll proceed in just a minute. But before we do, who killed Walter Fraser?
Did you do it, Mr. Wells?
Well, that isn't fair. I'm the detective, but you never know.
How about Marie Wilson?
Sally? Mr. Chappell, you're speaking of my wife, but she knows more than she's telling, or she's telling more than she knows.
Why, Bill, I never knew you cared.
In fact, I think there's less to Miss Wilson than meets the eye.
Well, how about me?
Who are you?
You know perfectly well, Orson Welles. I'm Ray Collins, heavily disguised as Nicky Shane, a gambler, and I'd like to know what Grigson the butler was doing with Marlowe's revolver in the ice cube tray.
Everett Sloan, you're playing Grigson.
Now, just a minute, Ray.
I must warn you, Everett Sloan, that anything you say will be held against Grigson.
Well, I don't want to name any names, but the gun belongs to Edgar Barrier, who's playing Marlowe.
Yes, but I don't keep my guns on ice. Shall we suspect the ladies?
You can't bounder.
That was Mary Taylor and Georgia Backus in the order of their appearance. Mary Taylor plays Lola, the first client of the Reardon Detective Agency, the wife of the murdered man. And Georgia Backus plays Anne Calhoun, who was engaged to the murdered man and who is now, interestingly enough, engaged to Mr. Marlowe.
I object. This is irrelevant.
Name, please?
Frank Reddick.
Never mind the billing, Frank.
Okay, I'm playing your boss, the district attorney, and I'll thank you to get on with the case. Remember, please, that a murder has been committed.
That's right. There's another member in the cast, Mr. Richard Wilson.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wells. I'm Walter Fraser. I can't step out of character. I'm dead.
I think this has gone far enough.
Hello? Mr. Ketterling, please. Oh, hello, Mr. Ketterling. Oh, I've marvelous news for you. Uh-huh. I tried to get you earlier, and then later I was out myself shopping. Uh-huh. I just got in this minute. Huh? The good news, well, it's not exactly good. I mean, well, it looks pretty bad for our client, poor Mr. Marlowe. Yes, but don't you worry. I have a plan if I can get rid of my husband. I'm starting out at 8 o'clock, and... No, I can't tell you yet. Well, because I'm not quite sure what the plan is. Goodbye, Mr. Ketterling.
All right, you dirty little double-crosser.
You heard the phone call?
I heard part of it. I wasn't interested much.
Oh, you weren't interested much.
No, after a man has discovered his wife is double-crossing him, nothing she can say can interest him. And besides, the man at headquarters is listening in and taking down the full conversation.
You mean these wires are tapped?
In a way.
Then you know everything?
No, I'm not that good, but I do know that Ketterling and Marlowe have hired you.
How did you find that out?
I'm the smartest detective in town. You told me so yourself once. Of course, that was before you thought you were the smartest detective in town.
Anyhow, I got some clients.
Yes, you got one client, a potential murderer.
Is that so?
To me, the most convincing proof that Marlowe was guilty is that he hired you. Only a desperate man would do that.
But he's not guilty.
That's your story, and you're being paid to think it. He had his man buy a gun in order to kill Fraser, and Fraser was killed. That adds up, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't add up. The gun was stolen from him a week ago.
Can you prove that?
No. But I'm going to.
You haven't got a chance.
Well, if I do, will you admit that I'm a better man than you are or am? Well, anyway, just as good.
You bet. I know when I'm licked. Well, I must be running along. I suppose I ought to warn you that wherever you go tonight, you'll probably be shadowed by one of my men.
Oh, that's not fair, Bill.
All fair in love and war.
Say, this is It's war in a way, isn't it?
But it's love, too, I guess, or I'd have divorced you long ago. So long, dear.
Oh, so long. No, as a matter of fact, I'm going out, too. Oh, Bill.
Yeah?
Doesn't this remind you of the Civil War stories, where the northern captain falls in love with the beautiful southern spy?
A little. Oh, and when you get back home, if you're not too tired, dear, I wish you'd go through my dresser and look over my socks. I think some of them need mending.
Oh, that's what I like about you, Bill. You're so romantic.
Pick him up. One move and I'll plug you.
Diego, I didn't know anybody else was here.
You'll ever leave this room alive.
Oh, I'm married to the greatest detective in the whole world, and he'll track you down to the end of the earth.
You don't mean Bill Reardon.
Oh, Bill. Yeah, I was never so glad to see anybody in my whole life.
Lucky for you I was here. That fellow would have plugged you.
Ooh, my legs are shaking. I was really scared.
I'm glad you have that much sense. What are you doing here in Mrs. Fraser's apartment?
Same thing you are, looking for clues.
Sally, you're starting to get silly. Why don't you go home and mend those socks I told you about?
Might as well do our searching together. If you find a clue, you tell me, and if I find a clue...
I know. If you find a clue, you tell the newspapers.
Well, why don't you answer it?
You're crazy.
All right, I'll answer it.
Come here.
Hey, let go of my wrist.
You nitwit. I think you would have answered it.
Well, it might be a clue now. We'll never know who was calling.
That's right. Now, whoever was calling thinks this apartment is empty. I've got a hunch that's why the call was made.
I never thought of that, Bill.
Sure.
Now, from now on, every time I hear a phone ring, that's the first thing I'll suspect.
You talk too much.
Oh, this is Mrs. Fraser's dresser, all right. Look. Look, Bill. Her stockings aren't any better than mine.
Are you searching or are you sightseeing?
Look at that perfume. Isn't it lovely?
Yeah, it's lovely.
That's the kind she wears, all right. Wonder what it is. Embarrassment number 5. Oh, buy some from me for my birthday, will you, Bill? It's only $25 an
Will
ounce.
you stop drenching yourself in that perfume, you little thief?
All right. Hey, where are you going?
Going back in the living room.
Well, I'll stay here. I'm going to take a crack at that wall safe. I'll bet there's a lot of clues in it.
Suit yourself. Take a crack at the wall safe. You never open it.
3, 69,
Never open a wall safe.
90, 100, 101, 200.
Hey, what's that?
It's a radio.
Radio. Well, turn it off, you idiot. Radio.
I thought it was a wall safe.
A radio. I almost feel sorry for Marlowe having to work for him.
Well, anybody can make a mistake.
Not as many mistakes as you make, I promise. What's that? He's trying to get in. Out that light quick.
Yes,
Get back these curtains. Come on. Good evening.
Oh, why, it's Miss Calhoun. Oh, what's that letter you got in your hand? You just took it out of the drawer, didn't you? That's what you came here for, isn't it?
What are you doing here?
Now, don't try to change the subject, Mrs. Calhoun. Give me that letter.
That's my letter. You can get that
It's
back.
mine now.
Sally, come
I'll
back
be
here.
seeing you.
Hey,
I've
Sally.
got to have that letter.
I'll get the letter later, Miss Calhoun. Sit down. Why don't you tell me all about it?
You wouldn't believe me anyway.
Maybe not, but I'll tell you what I believe now, that you wrote Walter Frazier a blackmailing letter.
Blackmail?
Yes, blackmail, and when he wouldn't be blackmailed, you killed him.
No. I'll tell you.
Well, make it the truth, because I'll find out pretty soon, honey.
I was desperate. I'd lost $2,000 in roulette.
Roulette where?
Shane's place, across the river. I gave him a bad check for it. I was going to ask Jerry Marlowe for the money, but I couldn't.
Why not? You're engaged to him.
Well, I didn't want him to think I was marrying him for his money. So I wrote Walter and asked him for old time's sake to lend me...
And he did? If that was all, why'd you take your life in your hands to steal in here?
Because I thought Lola might find the letter. I didn't want Jerry to know. Can't you understand?
Are you sure Jerry doesn't know and suspect the worst?
You're just trying to trap me and say that Jerry killed him. He didn't. If anybody did, it was Lola. She was jealous. I don't know what I'm saying.
Yes, you do. I'm sorry, Miss Calhoun, but I'll have to arrest you.
You can't. You have nothing to arrest me for.
Have you got a permit to carry this gun in your purse?
No.
Then I can hold you in the Sullivan Act.
Please,
That's
Mr.
better,
Reardon.
isn't it, Miss Calhoun, than suspicion of murder?
Hello? Cartwright Apartments? Miss Lola Frazier, please. Just tell her operator number 7 is calling. Oh, hello. 376? I'd like to make an appointment to see you. Well, I've come across a letter that I feel sure will interest you. 9 o'clock is fine. At your apartment? Thank you. 376. I'll be there.
Mr. Evans.
Yeah, Bill?
I had a dictograph put into Mrs. Frazier's apartment early this morning.
Well,
She's
I
talking
did.
to somebody right now. Now, listen.
All right.
There it is. See? How's that?
Yeah, a little higher.
All right. There we are.
Question is, will you pay me then? You know I'll pay
You know who that
I'll
man
get
is?
my money.
I haven't the slightest idea.
Someone found out
Good.
that your husband was writing out checks to Ann Calhoun, and that you knew about it.
Yes, I did.
They might go so far as to suspect you.
I've got a hunch.
If they ever found out that I knew you and that I left you to marry
Wait.
Walter, they might
I'll
even
tell you.
suspect you.
Baby?
What are you sticking around here for? She'll be here any minute.
Who will?
That Reardon girl. She called up and said she wanted to see me here tonight.
What's your stepmother? Don't say a
I
thing.
know that voice.
Because even if you say hello to her, that dame thinks she has a clue. The wrong clue, but a clue.
You better go out the
Likely
back
to
way.
keep it
She
to
might
yourself.
recognize you.
Okay. So long, little one.
I wish I could place that voice.
So do I. Wherever he is, certainly knows my wife, and I think I know. Hey, it must be the telephone.
Good evening,
Sure.
Mrs. Fraser.
Oh, there
Your
she is. That's
Yeah.
her.
Yes, a letter from Ann Calhoun to your husband.
Al
I finally found
Calhoun.
out that.
I'm ashamed now I ever suspected her. I want to forget all that.
Oh, but this is a clue. Why, it's a letter begging your husband for money, but between the lines, it's really very threatening. Look, it's practically blackmailing. Now, of course, if you have to know how to read it.
If it means not finding the murderer, I'd rather not do that than have anything cheap come out about Walter.
Oh, you have a right to feel that way, but...
Wish
well,
you'd go
read it for
home.
yourself.
I don't care to read it, Mrs. Reardon, but I do care to do this.
What's
oh,
that?
You've no right to
Must be
destroy
tearing it
that
up,
letter,
that's the
Mrs.
thing.
Fraser.
Sorry, Mrs. Reardon, but I won't have any slurs on my husband's memory.
Don't you want your
Well, she
husband
gets the
avenged?
pieces.
Will you tell him what it
Yeah.
is?
Walter avenged.
But I don't want his
Did you
name
hear
dragged
that?
in the mud. It just means I've got to find another clue, that's all. But don't you worry, Mrs. Fraser. I get one every minute.
She gets one every minute.
Quiet or I'll fire you.
Ah, I knew you'd have one. I felt sure you'd.
If I tell you, will you promise never to reveal where you heard it?
Why, 376, you can trust me.
Well, when I went to that phone over there, just before the shot was fired that night, I heard someone on the line.
Did you get there?
Yeah.
Wrong number?
Oh, no. Somebody was talking in this apartment on the extension phone.
Someone was talking on the phone. You mean in this apartment?
Yes.
But there was nobody in here except you, four, and the butler. Ah, the butler. I knew.
Yes,
It
the
was the butler
butler.
all the time.
Wasn't the butler. I know his voice.
Well, then who was it?
I don't know.
Oh.
But I do know who he was talking to, and I do know what he was talking about.
Wait a minute. That wire doesn't belong under those drapes, does it?
What wire?
Oh, I know you don't think I'm much of a detective,
That's
but
us.
I am, Mrs. Fraser. And
Our
that's a
wire.
dictaphone.
That's
Somebody's
about
been
it.
listening
Got
to
it.
you. The district attorney's office,
Yes,
probably.
the district
Look, I'll
attorney's
just
office.
rip it out,
Yes,
and then
don't
you can
rip
tell
it.
all
Can't hear
this
you,
to
Bill.
me alone.
There it goes. Well, what do you know about that? Just as we were about to find out who it was that talked
Bill.
on that. Yeah.
Your wife is either the smartest woman or the biggest fool in America.
She could be both. In fact, I think she is both. Mrs. Fraser, we know there was a man in your apartment earlier this evening.
I suppose it was that dictaphone.
Never mind, we heard him. Who was he? You might as well tell us.
It was Shane. Nick
Shane, that's who it was. What was he there for?
I
He wanted $50,000. What for?
I owed it to him.
You owed it to him. What for?
I lost the money playing roulette.
Quite a sum to lose gambling, isn't it?
Now, did you ever play roulette?
Oh, yes, for dimes.
We weren't playing for dimes.
I see.
He promised to give me time to pay, but when this happened, he started pressing me. I couldn't give him the money. I didn't have it. Not yet.
Shane seems to have done all right in that joint of his. Did you know that Ann Calhoun had lost money there, Mrs. Fraser?
Oh, yes, we've been there together a couple of times, and we both know.
And you knew Shane before you married Fraser.
Yes, a long time ago, when I was a showgirl in Chicago.
That's right.
I thought I'd left all that behind me when I started to marry Walter.
Oh, it's all right, Mrs. Fraser. You've told us all we want to know.
I didn't know.
You can go now, Mrs. Fraser. And you won't be disturbed again, I promise.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Well, that seems to let her out. Whom do you suspect now?
How about Shane? He keeps turning up in this case.
Shane is a gambler, uses strong-arm methods to collect. They all do, but I don't see
Just
Shane
the
as the...
same, I'm not overlooking the fact that Fraser took his girl away from him. I wish somebody would do the same for me.
You want to see Mrs. Reardon now, Mr. Evans?
Yes, I guess we'll have to.
We've been grilling her for 5 hours, a real going over. The works. And we can't get a thing out of her.
Good morning. Isn't it a lovely day?
Listen, honey, I want you to realize how serious this is.
Oh, gosh, Bill, I love you.
A man has been murdered. The killer must be found. Now, do you understand that?
Well, if you just let me out, I could
This
do
is a matter for the police. If you work with them, I promise to take another crack at the private detective business. How's that?
Well, cross your heart?
Well, I hadn't expected to promise as strong as that, but all right, cross my heart. Now then, what did Mrs. Fraser tell you after you ripped out that dictaphone?
Well, Lola told me that a few minutes before the shot was fired,
Yeah?
she picked up the phone and the man somewhere in her apartment was talking to the district attorney.
The DA?
Yeah, about gambling.
Shane.
Of course, course, I told that fathead boss of yours so at the very beginning, but he wouldn't listen. Hello, Mr. Evans.
Hello. Well, Mr. Evans, there you are. Lola Fraser heard your conversation with Shane.
She did, huh?
And she heard it on the Marlowe telephone.
But you checked their phone. No calls came out of there.
There's no record of one. I don't know where Shane phoned from or how the wires got crossed, but that call to you was planned in advance as an alibi, and that means that Shane is the murderer.
You see?
I certainly do.
Now, can I go now?
Certainly not. You're going back to jail.
Oh, I don't want to.
Well, we're going to keep you locked up before you get another clue, honey. I like this one, and I don't want it spoiled.
Cars. Arrest Nick Shane, wanted for murder. 40 years, dark complexion, slight build, armed and desperate, take no chances. Calling all cars. Calling all cars.
I've got to get out of here. I phoned my lawyer. Why doesn't he do something?
Sometimes your lawyer can't get here right away, Jerry. I've been here in this jail 4 months waiting for my lawyer.
But I've got a job to do. I'll beat them on this case if I have to burn for it. The nerve, putting me in jail so he can solve the case on my clue.
What are you in for, Jerry?
For a murder that I'm going to commit.
Hello, this is Bill Reardon. Give me the DA's private wire.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Evans. Listen, I busted the Fraser murder wide open. I think I've got the whole case cured. And I'll bet you can't guess where I'm phoning from.
No, I can't.
I'm in Shane's apartment, and I found a phone extension.
That's very interesting.
Yeah?
You better get home. Shane was just found stabbed to death in your apartment.
In my apartment? Why? Where's Sally? Where's my wife?
The police are holding her. She's in your apartment, too.
It looks tough, Mrs. Reardon. Your cellmate down at the jail tells them you said you'd get someone or other if you had to burn for it.
She always just kidding, officer.
Well, that's no way to kid. Whew, say, is all that perfume on you?
No, it was on Shane. The place was just reeking with it when I came in.
I'll say it was reeking. Where are you going?
Gee, I'm awful weak in my knees.
All right, so you're awfully weak in your knees.
Well, there's some smelling salts in the bathroom. I can go in alone, can't I?
Well, I guess so.
You guess so?
Hey there, you can't do that. I'm going to break down the door, lady. I tell you, I'm going to break down the door. All right, lady. I'll teach you to play trick back. Where? What do you know? Hey, lady, come back here. You'll break your neck on that water pipe. Lady! Lady!
Hello, Mrs. Fraser. Why did you kill Nick Shane?
What? You're crazy.
You don't seem very surprised that he's dead.
Well, I'm not, as a matter of fact.
Aren't you going to ask me in? You aren't surprised.
Well, people were afraid of him and hated him.
Well, I'm coming in. You feared and hated him, too, didn't you, Mrs. Fraser?
Yes, I did, but I didn't kill him.
Maybe not, but did you ever see this handkerchief before?
Where did you get that?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Fraser. I found it beside his body.
All right. I killed him. I'm not afraid now.
Well, there's nothing to be afraid of. Can I use the phone?
Yes.
Thanks. Oh, don't worry. We'll plead the unwritten law. Say, what is the unwritten law?
Darling, are you sure you're all right?
Of course, here's a confession.
Did you sign this, Mrs. Fraser?
I did.
Sally, how on earth did
she
you
came up to my apartment to see me with no intention of killing anybody. She was minding her own business, but this man, Shane, followed her and made a row just because she told me he was guilty. Then he pulled a knife on her. One word led to another, and there you are. It's all in the confession.
Oh, let's go. I'm ready.
Ready for what? For the truth?
Oh, Bill, darling, I just told
I know you just told me. Now I'll tell you. Walter Fraser wanted a divorce. His lawyer will swear to that. Mrs. Fraser wasn't satisfied with the settlement he offered, much less than a widow would receive. Mrs. Fraser, you offered Shane $50,000 to kill your husband.
That was a gambling.
Yes.
The books show that you never lost more than $200 at roulette.
Shane shot your husband standing on the window ledge outside your library. Shot him in the back while you were talking to him. The others were in the kitchen. 2 days ago, Shane started pressing you for the money, threatening you. You began to realize the $50,000 had only been the beginning. You killed Nick Shane deliberately. It was premeditated murder.
No. He had a knife. He found out somehow that I told him about the phone call. His alibi. I had to kill him.
All right, take her out, Fogarty.
Take her out.
Come along now. Come along now.
What a client.
Congratulations.
And now, Mrs. Reardon, if you don't mind telling me, how did you ever suspect her?
Come on, let's have it, Sally.
Well, when I got home, the apartment was still full of her perfume, and then when I accused her and she didn't ask any questions, how he was killed or when, well, I just knew she'd done it.
And you got a confession out of her with no more to go on than that?
Well, I pretended I'd found her handkerchief beside the body.
Where did you find it?
In her purse.
I resign. From now on, Mr. Evans, I'm her office boy.
Here it is, Bill.
What is it?
The inside story of the Fraser case, or Secrets of the Girl Detective.
Who wrote it?
Me,
I did. What for?
for $500. We're going to put it on the radio.
Give it here.
Oh, you're tearing it up.
I certainly am.
All right. What's $500 to us anyway?
$500, no matter who says it. But, Sally...
Oh, but, Bill, I wasn't going to give them any real inside dope.
Sally, I'm crazy about you, but there's one thing that bothers me. If you're ever found murdered, there'll never be anyone to prove that I didn't do it.
To Orson Welles in the Campbell Playhouse presentation of There's Always a Woman with Marie Wilson.
And in a moment, Orson Welles and his guests will be back with us. Meanwhile, I'd like to say this. Our play tonight told the story of a woman who helped her husband to success. Sally Reardon's methods of doing this were not exactly conventional. Still, in the end, things turned out all right. But seriously, helping a husband to success, isn't this what every good wife is doing every day? Inspiring and encouraging him, keeping him well and well-fed? Now, I'm sure that you, among the wives listening tonight, realize that the success of the work your husband does can be influenced by the kind of meals you serve him. And in these meals, you realize, too, the importance of good soup. Particularly a soup as hearty and nourishing as Campbell's vegetable soup. As Campbell's make it, it's always a special favorite with men. They like the rich, rugged beef stock, thick with a variety of tender garden vegetables. Have you tried it at your house? If not, won't you get some tomorrow and serve it? If you'll do that and compare its fine flavor and hearty substance with the best vegetable soup ever ladled from a home soup kettle, I do believe Campbell's vegetable soup will make its appearance regularly on your family table. And now I see Orson Welles as we turn to his microphone. Mr. Welles.
It gives me great pleasure to present our guest of the evening, Miss Mary Wilson.
Thank you, Orson Welles. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Mary Wilson, as you all know, ladies and gentlemen, has been making a series of highly successful personal appearances throughout the country. And from this tour of hers, one remarkable phenomenon has emerged. Wherever Mary Wilson has been, reporters and columnists have been fighting with each other to be the first to record those weird confusions of thought and language that are rapidly becoming known as Wilsonisms. Are you yawning, Miss Wilson?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you put your hand over your mouth?
Yeah, and get bit?
That's the kind of thing I mean. Let me assure you, though, that despite these flagrant misrepresentations of her trenchant observations on life and letters, Miss Wilson's sole and single concern remains the eternal art of histrionics.
Ah, now you're going too far, Orson Welles. I never did care for history. I'm an actress.
Indeed you are, Mary Wilson. And a very beautiful and charming one. We hope you'll be with us again soon. And now, as to next Sunday night. Next Sunday night, ladies and gentlemen, is Christmas Eve. And it came to pass in those days that there went out a decree from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be taxed. And all went to be taxed, every one into his own city. And Joseph also went up from Galilee out of the city of Nazareth into Judea unto the city of David, which is called Bethlehem, to be taxed with Mary, his espoused wife, being great with child. And so it was that while they were there, the days were accomplished that she should be delivered. And she brought forth her first son, and wrapped him in swaddling clothes, and laid him in a manger, because there was no room for them in the inn. And there were in the same country shepherds abiding in the field, keeping watch over their flock by night. And lo, the angel of the Lord appeared before them, and the glory of the Lord shone round about them, and they were sore afraid. And the angel said unto them, Fear not, for behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy, which shall be to all people. For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior, which is Christ the Lord. And this shall be a sign unto you. You shall find the babe wrapped in swaddling clothes, lying in a manger. Since the days of Caesar Augustus, all people have celebrated by joy the great joy which shall be to all people. For unto us was born this day in the city of David a Savior, which is Christ the Lord. And on this day, at least, in the calendar of our year, we affirm the glory of our God by the laughter of our children. Every nation, according to its character and its taste, by some gift of gaiety has enriched the tradition of this our solemnest festival. And because America is what it is, we are the fortunate heirs of the accumulated customs of almost 2,000 years of keeping Christmas. The best songs that have been sung are sung by us. The best games that have been played, we play, and the best stories ever told are ours to tell. For storytelling has persisted as a Christmas ritual in spite of the printing press. A ceremony as hilarious and as serious as hanging the stocking, dressing the tree, and kissing under the mistletoe. And because Christmas is first of all for children, Christmas stories are fairy stories first of all. It's mildly surprising that the best of them all, which we're telling again for you next week, is for everybody and turns out to be a ghost story. I've endeavored, writes its author on its title page, I have endeavored in this ghostly little story to raise the ghost of an idea, which shall not put my readers out of humor with themselves, with each other, with the season, or with me. May it haunt their hours and houses pleasantly, and no one wish to lay it. It is signed your faithful friend and servant, Charles Dickens. And Charles Dickens, as everybody but our newest friends will know, is the author of next week's story. And our star, as all our old friends will know too, is that best-loved of American actors and the special favorite of all of us on the Campbell Playhouse, Mr. Lionel Barrymore, who will be keeping an engagement with us on that night that he has kept for a number of years. An engagement to play Scrooge in that most human and heartwarming of Christmas stories, A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. This will be the 5th Christmas that Campbells have chosen this good old tale as their Christmas present to their friends. But I think that this year, perhaps more than ever, it becomes clear how direct and how all-important is the message that Charles Dickens gave the world in that little story. Wherever, anywhere in the world, people pause next Sunday night to listen to Lionel Barrymore and A Christmas Carol, there will be people a little kinder, a little happier, a little more at peace with themselves and their neighbors. And so until then, until A Christmas Carol with Lionel Barrymore, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us here in the Campbell Playhouse remain, as always, obediently yours.
The makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us in the Campbell Playhouse again next Sunday evening when we bring you our 5th annual presentation of Charles Dickens' immortal story, A Christmas Carol, starring Lionel Barrymore in his favorite role as Ebenezer Scrooge. In the meantime, if you have enjoyed tonight's Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's vegetable soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hi-yo, Silver, away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. In the early days of the western United States, the primitive forces of law and order sometimes moved too fast for justice. A posse often became a lynch mob as soon as the victim was caught. And it was this violence that the masked rider of the plains opposed with all his strength and courage. It was he, more than any other man, who upheld the American principle that a man was innocent until proven guilty. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for the river. Town is waiting for us. Hi-yo, Silver, away! It was still early in the morning. A man and woman stood beside a prairie schooner on the banks of a swift-flowing stream. And
Dan, are you certain we can get this wagon across the river?
Give me another one of them rawhide strips.
Looks like mighty rough water.
Grab a hold of this rawhide, Harry. I gotta wrap it around this log so it'll help float the wagon.
Maybe we ought to look around for someplace easier to cross. Upstream, maybe.
Hold that rawhide.
I am holding it. Land's sakes, what for are you so anxious to get moving across the water? There ain't
there.
no...
That ought to hold it. A good big log on each side of the wagon to float it. Got everything closed up inside?
Huh?
Did you fasten down the trunk? Is the powder up where the water won't wet it?
Oh, sure it is, Dan. But you ain't answered me. What's the rush?
Oh, it ain't nothing. It ain't nothing at all. Come on, Sarah. Up you go.
Now, Dan.
Now, don't go bothering me. Keep a hold on the wagon. I'm riding this team down into the water, and we ain't stopping for bumps. Now, get set to travel, you ponies. Smack off that brake, Harry. Here we go. Get up.
Dan, you're going too fast.
Hold on. Here's the water.
Dan, we're going to turn over.
Get up there.
Dan, head him upstream. Upstream.
That's what I'm doing, Harry. That's what I'm doing. That's it, boys. Keep going. Get up there. Come on. Come on there. Keep it going there. Get up there.
Oh, Dan O'Crowdy, for a minute there, I reckon we were heading straight for drowning.
We're halfway across. Got to keep pointing upstream, though. Current's pretty strong.
Them logs is floating us pretty as a duck on a pond.
It'll be worse before it gets better.
What do you mean, Dan? We're all
The river's
right.
pretty strong. Look there.
Oh.
Along that bank at Fair Boils. It's moving so fast.
Oh, it's sure gonna be the death of us.
We'll be up to it in a bit. Then we'll see how we can go.
Dan, there's a bunch of riders coming down the hill behind us.
I see them.
Dan, it's the sheriff. It's the... What on earth? They're shooting.
Them bullets ain't getting near us. They're too far away.
Why would they shoot in the first place?
Posse's all a shoot, Sari.
Posse? Is that a posse? Dan, what are they coming after you for?
Hold on, Sari.
You're acting mighty mysterious. What's the sheriff want with you? Why are you...
Hold on, we're hitting the rough water. Get up. Get up.
Ah, Dan, they're worse than was before.
Get up there. Get moving.
Dan, this time we're sure going to turn over. Dan!
I got you into this, Sarah. We got to get out.
He's coming. We'll help you.
What in thunder's that?
Dan, it's the masked man. He's coming into the water.
The masked man on one side and the sheriff coming from behind us.
He's coming into the water.
Shoot him. Shoot.
I can't do nothing but hang on.
Come on, boy. Solo. He's here. Water. And I'll throw you a rope.
Get away.
You'll never get out alive without help. Grab this rope.
I can't fight the current. You'll get washed away.
Pull your lariat, Cantor. Grab those ropes. We'll help you. Fasten them to the wagon.
Mister, you better hurry. We're getting swept downstream.
Whip up your horses. Come on, Silver. Pull them up, Scout. Come on, Silver, old boy. We've got to reach the shore.
Mister, you sure saved us from ending up under 10 feet of water.
Tonto and I did what we could.
That white horse of yours done plenty. Ain't that right, Dan?
Huh?
Dan, where on earth are you looking? Ain't you grateful?
Oh, yeah. Mister, you and the engine saved our necks.
Me take logs off wagon. It's ready now.
Well, then we can get moving, I reckon.
You'd better let your horses rest a bit. That fight in the river wore them out.
It's a good idea. Dan, do you figure... Dan.
Him look down river.
Dan Crowdy, land's sakes, why don't you pay attention?
Just looking for something, Sari.
You're looking for the sheriff and his posse, aren't you, Crowdy?
Why, who says so?
You don't have to say it. It's obvious. We saw you taking a chance crossing here. We saw the posse.
That's right.
You must have been in quite a hurry.
Mister, he is, but don't ask me why.
Now, look, mister, I'm not...
Easy, Crowdy. It's plain as a marked trail. The posse would be here right now, only they had more sense than to attempt the crossing you made. Even without a wagon, it's bad. They went downstream and picked out a better spot to cross.
Come now, Kimosabe.
Yeah, that's the sheriff.
Gosh, look at them ride.
They're in a hurry, all right, but...
What in the world?
That's the wagon.
Get those horses. They may run away.
I got one. Grab the other pony.
Him jump bad. Easy, boy. Steady. Get the reins, Hunter.
Now look at them. They're loose in the wagon. The harness busted off out.
We have this horse. Never mind about the other, Mrs. Crowdy.
Mister, we got
I said never mind. Let's see what the sheriff wants first.
All right. Where is he, Mrs. Crowdy?
Sheriff, what's going on? What's this all about?
We come after your husband, and we want him pronto. He must be hiding in that wagon. Jeff, you go...
Just a moment.
Now, mister, you stay out of this. And lift your head so as I can get a good look at you. We don't like engines, and we don't like...
Hey, over there.
Masked man. You kept your head low so as the brim of your hat would hide that mask. So that's the kind of company Dan Crowdy keeps, is it? Hand over them guns.
I prefer to keep my gun, Sheriff.
Yeah? Well, I'm telling you. Unbuckle them gun belts and hand them over, or I'll make you.
I wouldn't slap leather if I were you, Sheriff.
You hate me, and I'm drawing right now.
That's far enough.
Masked man, you beat him to the drawer, hands down.
I ain't moving, mister.
Tonto and I had nothing to do with this. Why I'm masked is my own business. You willing to call it quits on that?
You're holding the cards, mister.
Nobody in posse shoot.
All right, Injun. Mister, you can put your shooting irons. We won't start nothing.
Very well. You're after Crowdy, Sheriff, not me. Remember that.
Yeah. Now, Sherry, you didn't answer what I asked you for. Where's that sneaking husband of yours?
Hey, Sheriff. Sheriff.
Hey, what you got, Jeff?
Come here and come a running. Over here. The side of the wagon. Hoof marks.
Hey.
Heading upstream into the woods.
So that's where Crowdy went, huh?
That's right, Sheriff. He was on one of the horses from the wagon.
He didn't see him on account of the wagon was in the way. Why didn't you tell us, Mrs. Crowdy?
You didn't give me the chance.
Horse, him run away.
Yeah.
Sure. Whatever he done, Dan ain't the kind to run off. The harness broke loose and...
Harness broke, eh? Jeff.
Yes, Sheriff.
Take a look at that harness, will you? Well?
Take a look, Sheriff. That harness didn't break.
Let me see. Yeah, I figured that way. Here, take a look, Mrs. Crowdy.
The harness is cut.
Sure, it's cut. That coyote seen us coming, so he cut one of the horses loose and went off. But he won't get far.
You're going after him?
We sure are. All right, men, we'll...
But, Sheriff, you ain't told me. Nobody's told me. What's Dan done? What do you want him for?
We want him for murder.
Murder?
Yeah, murder. All right, men, upstream. Shoot on sight. We'll take care of him.
Murder?
Tonto.
No, Dan wouldn't hurt nobody.
What's wrong, Kimosabe?
We're taking a hand in this, Tonto. Get the horses. We're going after that posse.
See any signs? We can't have lost the trail already.
It go this way.
Huh?
Tonto's right. Notice that broken branch?
Yeah. Mister, I didn't figure you on the engine was doing us any good joining up. But now I reckon you're all right.
Now, why not let Tonto and me go ahead?
Huh?
Now, we can scout the trail better, I think.
Sheriff, they sure can.
Here, more track.
All right, mister. Go on. We'll trail after you.
Come on, Silver. Up ahead, boy.
Hit 'em up, Scout.
Any more signs that Crowdy passed this way, Tonto?
You look. You see.
Yes, here's a hoof mark. Over here, another broken twig.
Not right, Kimosabe.
Tonto, you think Crowdy committed murder?
No. Him good man.
Yes, a good man. You and I agree on that. There's something wrong, Tonto. I knew it when Crowdy made the horse a stampede. I saw him cut the traces.
You see him?
Yes. Tonto, we've got to locate Crowdy.
We do that now.
No, I mean without the posse. Unless Crowdy has a chance to explain, he'll be hanged for this.
What we do?
Crowdy's been trying to cover his trail. You notice that?
No, him try, but not do it.
Then it's up to us. We've got to lead the posse astray.
Take 'em off trail?
You think we can do it?
Maybe so.
All right, Tonto. Just follow my lead. When we're far enough off the trail, we'll go on our own.
Well, mister, which way do we go now?
We've been heading away from the river for quite a spell. Don't seem to me like Crowdy would head in this direction.
I don't see his trail.
Huh?
You see any sign, Tonto?
No sign, Kimosabe.
You mean you lost the trail?
Crowdy didn't come this way, that's certain.
Well, I'll be a... Mister, you foolish. You let us off the trail on purpose, didn't you?
You think so?
Sure I do. Me and the boys.
Sheriff, let's take these hombres in.
Grab
We'll show them.
Take 'em in.
Mister, you showed you ain't for us. Now we're going to...
Now, Tonto.
I got the engine. Grab the other one.
You not got Tonto.
This way, Tonto. Come on,
No,
Silver.
you don't, mister.
Past him, Silver. One side, Sheriff.
They're getting away.
We can't catch him.
Shoot! Shoot after them. Hit them.
Down, Tonto. Get below the scout's neck.
We get down so bullets not hit us.
Come on, Silver. Stretch those
Get
legs.
up, Silver.
Hail, Silver, away!
Here, trail.
Rein up, Tonto. We'll never locate that trail going at full gallop. And with night coming on.
How'd he come this way?
Yes, I see. That's his print.
And go this way.
The sheriff won't be able to catch us before dark. He'll have to wait till morning to pick up the trail.
Not right.
As soon as we find Crowdy,
You can pull up, mister. I'm right here.
Crowdy, what are you doing?
I backtracked, mister. I circled around to watch my own trail. I got you covered, you and the engine both.
Crowdy, we came to help you.
Nobody helps me, mister. I'm a lone wolf, savvy, and I don't need help.
Now, hold on. There's no need for those guns. We know you didn't commit that murder.
Yeah? Well, let me tell you something. You and the engine both. I did do that murder.
What?
Sure. The sheriff's right. He's after me for murder. And I done murder, me and nobody else. And now I gotta take care of you.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger and Tonto, while trying to help Dan Crowdy, learned from his own lips that he was guilty of murder. Meanwhile, the posse had lost Dan's trail, and as night fell, returned to the bank of the river and Mrs. Crowdy's wagon.
All right, you fellas. Take care of the horses. We'll bed up here for the night.
Figure we can pick up the trail come daybreak?
Yeah, take my horse, will you?
I'll hobble him, Sheriff.
Miss Crowdy,
Sheriff, did you...
anybody been back here since we lit out?
Did the posse catch Dan?
We would have. Only that masked hombre let us off the trail. And then him and the engine run out. We'll catch him in the morning, cold trail or no cold trail. And all three get the end of a rope.
I can't understand it. Dan's my husband. He wouldn't shoot nobody.
He's a thieving, back-shooting skunk.
He's my husband.
And the quicker you forget him, the better.
That ain't possible.
You mean you didn't know what went on back to town?
All I know is Dan come busting in early in the morning. He said the wagon was all loaded and we was moving on.
Leaving in a hurry, weren't he?
Dan always was talking about heading further west. But every time I asked him why he was skedaddling so fast, he slipped the question.
Yeah, he was making tracks, that's what. That's why he didn't tell you. Where was he around midnight, huh?
Why, I don't know. He went out with my brother.
Yeah, he went to the gambling place with him.
Somebody was shot there?
Jenkins was shot.
That no good gambler.
Sure, he was a no good gambler. But that don't mean he ain't protected by the law. It wasn't a fair fight, neither. Jenkins was shot in the back as he was walking down one dark corner of Main Street.
Dan wouldn't do that.
I seen him. I seen both of them.
Both of them? Who else was there?
The other fella's in jail already. Who do you think it was? Dan was out with your brother.
You mean you got my brother in jail?
I sure have.
But why?
On account he helped murder Jenkins, too.
No, it can't be. My brother and my husband, no, they didn't
Well,
murder.
they sure did. And get this. We got your brother. And as for Dan, he figured he could pull out, savvy? But come morning, we'll get him wherever he is.
If you're planning to shoot us, Crowdy, you'd better do it now. The night's half gone already.
You and the engine sit right where you are.
You got gun.
Yeah, and if you move, I'll use it, savvy?
Suppose you fall asleep.
A gent with a murder on his mind ain't likely to shut his eyes, mister. I'll be awake plenty.
You insist you murdered Jenkins.
I said so, didn't I?
You say that many times.
Yeah, and I'll keep right on saying it, because it's true, see?
Would you mind telling me again, Crowdy, just why did you kill Jenkins?
Because he cheated at cards.
Ah.
What's that for?
The last time you said it was roulette. The time before that it was keno. Now you say it's cards. You don't seem very certain of your reasons for shooting this man. If you did shoot him...
Listen, mister. Keep your mouth shut, savvy? I don't go for all them questions. I said I killed him, and that's that.
Perhaps I don't believe you.
You don't, huh?
I think you're shielding someone. You're taking the blame because you think someone else killed Jenkins.
That ain't true, I ain't.
Who is it?
Nobody, I tell you. I done it. I shot him.
Now, why don't you put that gun down?
Stop your talking.
Tonto, when
I said stop your jawing. I said all I'm going to, and it's finished, savvy? We're staying here till morning, then we're going to start riding, the three of us.
The posse may pick up our trail.
I'll handle that. What I said about using this gun on you two hombres still goes.
We could overpower you, Crowdy.
You'll get a bullet if you try. Come morning, we're going to start riding. And if that posse gets too close, I'm going to have to shoot you. That's all there is to it. I'm going to have to shoot you. That's right. You and the engine keep riding in front of me, and don't try nothing.
We go long river, Kimasabi.
Don't try anything till I give the word, Tonto.
I heard that, masked man. Don't start nothing in no time.
That posse is sure to pick up our trail, Crowdy.
If they do, you're both dead.
Then you'd better start shooting, Crowdy.
Huh?
They have picked up our trail.
You're loco.
Am I? Just stop your horse.
All right, I will. We'll pull up. But if this is a trick, you ain't getting away with it. I got my eyes on you two, and
You
not
won't
gonna...
need your eyes, Crowdy. Just listen. Tonto and I heard them at least half an hour ago.
Horses. They're way off, but
That's
still...
the posse.
We leave heap plain trail.
The posse. They're coming after me. Well, come on. We can get away if we...
Yes, Crowdy. Just as well you stopped your horse.
I can hear from both sides. They got us circled.
Only place to go is cross river.
Yeah, across the river. I can make it, maybe.
Then we'd better hurry, Crowdy. Perhaps we can hide here along the riverbank.
Hide nothing.
It could be done. We'd use some of those hollow reeds, get down below the surface of the water, and breathe through the reeds.
That old Indian trick, Kimasabi.
Oh, no, we ain't. I don't trust you fellas one bit. What I said before still goes. Posse's getting close, so I'm going to shoot you and cross the river myself.
And have them hear the shots?
What's the difference?
We're on the trail, Sheriff. We'll be up with Crowdy pronto.
Good, Wiss. The way we split up to close in from both sides this way, we'll corral him sure. I tell you, we got them 3 coyotes in a sack. We're drawing the string to close them off all the time. It won't be...
What?
2 shots. 2 of them.
Yeah, they come from right up ahead. Can't be our boys.
No, sir, it's Crowdy. It must be. Him and them 2 hombres had a falling out.
Come
Let's
on,
go.
Vince. Head for them shots.
Lead the way.
We're with you, Sheriff. It ain't far. Keep riding.
Yeah, never mind the noise. The rest of the posse is heading in from the other side.
Who do you think done the shooting, Sheriff? You think it was the masked man?
Not for my money. I bet it was Crowdy. I'll bet you he shot them 2 in the back.
Like he done to Jenkins?
Sure.
Hey, look out.
Here come a couple of horses. Grab them.
They went right through.
They're making tracks. Sheriff, that there was the white horse, the masked man's horse. His saddle was empty.
Both saddles was empty, Jeff.
Maybe we ought to catch him and find
Let them go. We want the men, not the horses.
I guess you had it right, Sheriff. Crowdy must have plugged them 2 hombres like you said.
Sure, and we'll get Crowdy. Hold up. Rein up.
He ain't down that way.
What was them shots?
It's the rest of the posse.
Rein up, everybody. Pull up your horses. Slade, sure nobody will pass you?
Not us, Sheriff.
Then he's got to be around someplace. The river on one side, and we close in from both angles. Spread out and trample through this brush. Crowdy ain't been seen, nor his horse either. He must be...
Sheriff! Hey, it's Crowdy. He's heading for the river.
He's trying to make a getaway, that doggone fool. Crowdy! Crowdy, turn that horse around.
I ain't coming back. Come on, boy.
Here, get your guns out, boys. Crowdy! You're a perfect target. I missed you that time, delivered, Crowdy. Swing that horse around, or the whole posse will sling lead at you.
Sheriff, I'm not coming back.
I ain't just talking, Crowdy.
Don't be a fool, Dan. You're done for. Come back.
All right, Sheriff, you got me.
You're acting sensible like Crowdy. Bring that horse of yours up the bank. Come on, hurry it up. Take his gun.
Look, Sheriff. There's 2 bullets been fired from this shooting iron.
Yeah, so you killed the masked man and the engine, eh?
Yeah. You seen their horses, huh?
That's 2 more murders to chalk up again you. Where's the bodies? Come on, speak up or I'll slap you again. Where's the bodies?
They fell into the river.
Oh, Slade.
Yes, Sheriff?
Yeah, Jeff, we'll take a look-see around. Maybe we can locate them 2 bodies if the current ain't swept them away. You and the rest of the posse can head for town.
We put Crowdy in the calaboose?
Yeah, put him in with his brother-in-law. The 2 of them can...
Sheriff, you ain't locked up Clem.
Sure we have.
But he had nothing to do with the shooting of Jenkins. I done it, not him.
That's the same thing the other fella said.
Trying to protect him the way he tried to protect you, eh? Well, you're both guilty, Crowdy. You both swing. Take him away, Slade.
Yeah, Sheriff. Come on, Dan.
But it was me, Slade. My wife's brother.
Listen to him, Sheriff. The fool.
Yeah. See you back in town later, Slade.
We'll be waiting, Sheriff.
Well, we're going to start looking for them dead men, Sheriff? The masked man and the engine. You said...
We ain't looking for him.
Huh?
They're dead. We ain't bothering. I just wanted a chance to talk to you alone. Looks like our little scheme sure worked fine and dandy.
Sheriff, there ain't nobody knows it was you that shot Jenkins. Nobody.
Excepting you, Jeff, and you ain't talking.
It was sure a slick stunt to pin the killing on them 2.
Slicker than a greased pig. I had to kill that gambler. I owed him more money than I could pay. And there's something special you got to do.
Yeah?
Just to cover up, Savvy. There wasn't time last night, but Jenkins has notes in my handwriting showing I owed him that cash.
You want me to mosey over to the gambling place and get them notes?
You got it, Jeff. He keeps them in the strong box in his room.
I'll get them.
Get rid of them, Savvy. Now let's go. We'll head back for town. I I want to start holding trial on them two just as fast as I can. I can just picture Sari Crowdy weeping and hollering in the courtroom right now.
It ain't true. It can't be. Dan, you didn't murder nobody.
No, Sari.
And you didn't either, Clem. I know you didn't. You're my brother.
Sarah, maybe you better leave this here court.
I reckon you'd better, Sari, if you can't control yourself. You got to remember we're holding a trial
I
here.
can't leave, Slade, but I'll try to keep from acting up. It's just that I know that...
Sure, we understand. And we're downright sorry for you. But law's law, so let's get on with it.
Helen Jenkins ain't all. Crowdy here got dry gulch two other fellas. That masked man and the engine. You can't let them go. They got a swing. This masked man and
Talking about me, Sheriff.
Put him, Thunder.
Grab him! Grab him!
First man who reaches for a gun will be sorry. Who's running this?
Mister, you'd better put them guns back in your holsters. We're conducting a trial here.
That's why I'm here. I have important evidence.
You can't be alive. Crowdy shot you. Your buddies went into the river.
Tonto and I were in the river, but we weren't shot. We were crouched under the surface, breathing through hollow reeds. Crowdy, you agreed to trust us.
Yeah, I fired them shots into the air, mister. You said you might be able to do something.
It's too late for that now.
It isn't too late. Listen to me. Neither of these men shot Jenkins. They're both innocent.
Shut up! Quiet! Mister, you got proof of what you're saying?
Now reach your hand over my shoulder and in the pocket there. I need both my guns.
You got a wad of paper.
Look at them.
They're notes made out to Jenkins.
Don't move, Sheriff. Who signed those notes?
Well, I'll be... The sheriff signed them. He owed Jenkins money. They're the sheriff's notes.
There's your man. The sheriff killed Jenkins. Tonto and I heard him on the bank of the river.
The sheriff owed Jenkins money?
He sure did. You got some explanation, Sheriff?
Slade, I didn't do nothing.
You fixed for us to be blamed what you done.
Now, wait. I admit I owed Jenkins money, plenty of money, and, well, I kept it a secret on account of me being the sheriff. It wouldn't look right.
Sheriff, there's a lot of things we didn't like about you. It appears we should have thrown you out long ago.
No, wait. I admit them notes, but you can't prove it was me killed Jenkins.
No? Just a moment, and it will be proved. All right, Tonto. Bring Jeff in here.
We come now.
Jeff, you...
Help it, Sheriff. The masked man caught me going through Jenkins' strongbox, like you said. He done it, Slade. The sheriff killed Jenkins.
Engine, you can take your gun out of Jeff's back now. We got all we need to know. Sheriff, you're under arrest for murder.
Dan, you're free.
Sarah, we're both free, both of us.
Mister, I sure want to thank you. You saved me and Clem from paying for a crime somebody else committed.
Forget it, Crowdy. But after this, just remember that covering up the truth hurts more people than it helps. In the long run...
All right, you hombres, I got you now.
The sheriff, he's got a gun.
Yeah, I got a gun. I'm getting out, Savvy. Don't nobody try to stop me. Don't nobody draw. Out!
You see that? The masked man shot the gun right out of his hand.
We got you. We got you now, and you won't try no more tricks like that. You gambled for the last time, and you lost. Thanks to the masked man.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows, enjoy the adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective.
President Roosevelt, Secretary of the Treasury Henry Morgenthau, Paul Muni, Franchot Tone, Walter Houston, Charles Lawton, and Orson Welles, among others, will be heard on the big show that starts the fifth war loan tonight at 10 o'clock. You can hear this big war bond show over Mutual tonight at 10 o'clock Eastern Wartime.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's a case for Nick Carter, Master Detective. Yes, it's a case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective. Continuing the curious adventure called
The Accidental Bullet, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Murdered Dog.
With the mystery of the test tube murders finally solved, Nick Carter is taking it easy. He has no case to occupy his mind, and what's more, he hopes none will come along. It's 10 o'clock in the morning, and he's just only arrived at his office.
Morning, Patsy.
Oh, hello, Nick. Shame on you. It's almost 10 o'clock.
Yes, I know. I just felt lazy this morning. Any calls?
Not a thing. Wasn't anything in the mail either.
Good. Then I'll work in my lab this morning unless something comes up. I'm counting on you to keep me from being disturbed unless it's something really important.
I will, Nick.
Good girl, Patsy.
The spring fever Nick has must be catching. If that's only the mailman. Well, just a minute. Yes, can I help you?
Young lady, I want to speak to Mr. Nicholas Carter.
Oh, well, won't you come in, please? Please sit down, Mr.
Simon Agnew's my name, young lady. I used to know Nicholas' father. He and I were old friends.
I see.
Now, I want to see Nicholas. Oh, what a smart boy. Maybe he's detective enough to tell me who murdered Lord Nelson.
Who murdered Lord Nelson?
That's what I said, young lady. Lord Nelson. Died last night in my backyard with a bullet through his head.
Died in your backyard? But, Mr. Agnew, Lord Nelson was a famous British admiral who died at the Battle of...
And Lord Nelson is a bulldog, too, young lady. My watchdog. Now he's dead. Murdered by some thieving rascal. I want to hire Nicholas Carter to find the man who killed him.
Oh, I see. Well, Mr. Agnew, I'm afraid Mr. Carter doesn't investigate the murder of dogs. You see, he's a...
What is it, Patsy? Anything wrong?
Oh, Nick, this is Mr. Simon Agnew. He says he was a friend of your father's.
Of course. How are you, Mr. Agnew? I
Hello,
remember
Nicholas.
Dad speaking of you often. What seems to be the trouble? I heard someone mention the word murder.
Lord Nelson, Nicholas. Lord Nelson has been murdered.
Lord Nelson was Mr. Agnew's watchdog, Nick. I was just telling him that dog murders are a little out of your line.
Murder is murder, young lady, whether it's a dog or a man. Isn't that right, Nicholas?
I agree with you, Mr. Agnew. And I'll be glad to look into the matter for you.
Oh, but Nick,
I know,
said you
Patsy, but this is different. I've never tried to find the murderer of a dog before. It may be a very interesting case.
I want the murderer punished to the full extent of the law, Nicholas.
Well, Mr. Agnew, I can't make any promises, but I'll do my best. You want to go along, Patsy?
I sure do. This is no day to sit in an office.
All right, come on then. Let's get started.
Well, here we are, Nicholas. This is where I live.
I see. Very nice little cottage. You live alone?
Except for Lord Nelson. Now he's dead.
But it seems so isolated. Don't you ever get lonely?
Young lady, I'm an inventor. I can't work if there are a lot of people around to bother me.
Yes, I know. I'm that way myself. Well, let's get out and see what we can find.
Come in this way, Nick. We'll go through the house.
I see you've no neighbors near you.
The nearest house is 200 yards away. What's this? I'll show you one of my little inventions.
What kind of an invention, Mr. Agnew?
A special burglar-proof lock.
Well, there isn't any lock on the door at all. There isn't even a doorknob.
And that's why it's burglar-proof. And just watch. All I need to do is to blow this whistle. And the door opens.
Why, that's marvelous.
You see, the sound of the whistle operates an electric lock. Smart, eh? Come in, come in.
It's a very clever device, Mr. Agnew.
It certainly is. No burglar would ever dream of blowing a whistle to make a door open.
And if he did, he'd give himself away at once. I've got something else here that'll interest you, too. My silent secretary.
A silent secretary?
Yes. It's an automatic recording device that takes down everything a visitor says while he's in the house.
I see. And was it on when we came in?
Only at first, and I cut it off. Here, I'll play it back for you. Now, you'll hear the first things you said when you came in. Listen now.
It's a very clever device, Mr. Agnew.
It certainly is. No burglar would ever dream of blowing a whistle to make a door open.
That's when I cut it off. The apparatus is all hidden in the coat closet here. Never guessed that, did you, Mr. Carter?
Oh, I certainly didn't.
Well, it's wonderful, Mr. Agnew. Do you have many other inventions like these?
Oh, dozens of them. That's what the burglar who killed Lord Nelson was after.
I see. You're sure it was a burglar, then?
Well, who else would kill my watchdog? And come along. I'll show you his body. It's in the kennel out back of the house. It's right back this way. I haven't touched him. Here's the kennel. Right here by the back steps. And there's Lord Nelson lying inside. Stone dead.
Oh, the poor thing.
Mm-hmm. Yes, the bullet entered his head while he was lying there asleep. At least he didn't suffer.
The finest watchdog you could want. He'd bark his head off if a stranger came near the house.
And yet he was asleep when he was killed?
What do you mean, Nick?
It seems strange he didn't wake up when the murderer entered the yard.
That's right. I never thought of that.
You said a burglar killed him. Was your house robbed last night, Mr. Wagner?
Well, no, Nicholas, it wasn't.
Was there any sign of a burglar even having tried to get in?
Come to think of it, there wasn't.
What are you getting at, Nick?
I don't believe Lord Nelson was killed by a burglar.
But then who did kill him?
Well, I don't know yet. Mr. Wagner, what's in that direction up there, up the hill and through those trees?
Over there? Oh, just an old stone house. The only any place anywhere near me.
Anyone live in it?
It's been empty for years. Heard somebody bought it just a while ago, though. For some kind of a club, I think.
Not a hunting club by any chance?
Oh, no, Nicholas, no hunting around here anymore.
I see. Well, suppose you let me and Patsy look around for more clues. You can go on with your work in the meanwhile.
All right, Nicholas, but let me know what you find.
I will.
I want that murderer caught and punished.
Poor old fellow. He must have been awfully fond of his dog.
Yes, but Patsy, I don't believe Lord Nelson was killed intentionally.
Why not, Nick?
Well, first look at this hole on the side of the kennel where the bullet went through.
Mm-hmm.
Would anyone have deliberately fired through the kennel to kill the dog?
Well, that's right. They wouldn't. They'd have run the risk of missing him.
Certainly. And then again, if anyone had come into the yard, the dog would certainly have waked and barked. No, Patsy. The bullet that killed Lord Nelson came from some distance away.
Yes, of course, I can see that now.
I think it probably was a wild bullet. And judging from this hole in the kennel, it came from someplace up that hill.
Well, then it must have been an accident.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if that's true, then no one's to blame, and the case is solved.
Not necessarily, Patsy. I have a funny hunch there's still a lot we don't know about this case. So before we call it closed, let's take a walk up that hill and see what we can find. This must be the house Agnew mentioned.
Curious old place. All made of stone. Looks like a miniature castle.
Yes. It's a style that was popular back in the 80s. Oh, what's that loose step?
Yeah. Looks deserted, all covered with ivy, and windows have shutters over them.
Yes, it does. I think I hear someone over there. Yes, look. Over there on the terrace.
There's a man mopping up the tiles. Boy, look at him scrub.
Hello there.
What? Who are you? What do you want?
We're looking for the owner. Is he around?
There ain't no owner. This is a social club.
Oh, I see. Then is the manager around?
Oh, Mr. Kent? Yeah, he's inside.
I'd like to speak to him for a moment.
All right, I'll go get him. Who wants him?
Carter, Nick Carter.
Nick Carter? Okay. Just a moment, Mr. Carter.
Certainly acted suspicious of us, didn't he?
Yes, we rather took him by surprise.
Nick, he wasn't mopping up the whole terrace. He's been working on just this one small spot.
We probably just got started, Betsy.
Maybe.
Look, Betsy. Down the hill, through the trees.
Yes, you can just see the back of Mr. Agnew's cottage from here.
Yes.
Nick, do you think the bullet that killed Lord Nelson came from
Hold
here?
it, Betsy. Here comes the man.
Mr. Carter, I'm Howard Kent, manager of the 52 Club. My assistant says you want to see me.
Yes, Mr. Kent. I hoped you could give me some information.
Information?
Yes. Did you hear a shot fired near this house any time last night?
A shot?
Yes.
Why, no. No, I didn't. Did you, Bill?
Not me, Mr. Kent. I didn't hear a thing.
Why do you ask, Mr. Carter?
Well, Mr. Agnew's dog was killed last night, and we
Well, my
thought-
secretary means that a stray bullet struck a dog belonging to a neighbor of yours, and we just wanted to find out if it came from around here.
No, it couldn't have. There aren't any guns around the place, except for some ornamental old antiques in the game room.
I see. I suppose this is a bridge club you're running, isn't it?
A card club, Mr. Carter. For a few well-to-do members who like privacy. To be perfectly honest, they all like to get together for an occasional game of poker where they won't be disturbed.
I see. Well, sorry to have bothered you.
Oh, not at all.
Guess we better get back, Betsy. As far as we're concerned, the case seems closed.
I'm sorry we couldn't be of more help.
Quite all right. Here, Betsy, these steps are uneven. You better take my arm.
Nick, they were both lying, I'm sure of it.
I think so, too.
But then why are we leaving? You certainly haven't given up, have you?
No, Betsy, I haven't. There's nothing more we can do here now. We can't prove they're lying without some kind of evidence.
No, I suppose not. Well, where to now?
Back to Simon Agnew's. I'll ask him to let me take the dog's body back to my office. I want to dig out that bullet and examine it.
What do you think you can learn from the bullet?
I haven't the faintest idea yet, Patsy, but I'm going to find out.
You need any help, Nick?
No, Patsy. It won't take long to dig the bullet out.
What in the world do you suppose Kent and that assistant of his were trying to cover up?
Well, perhaps the bullet will give us a clue. I'll only be a few minutes.
Right, Nick. You through already, Nick?
Take it easy, sister.
Oh, who are you?
We wouldn't be wearing masks if we wanted you to know that, sister.
That's right. And these nice little guns will go off if you don't do just like we tell you.
What do you want?
We want to see Nick Carter.
He's not here.
You're lying. We saw both of you come in not more than a minute ago.
There's a door over there, Jake. He's probably in there.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, sister. Call Nick Carter to come out here.
I won't do it.
Maybe this will help you to change your mind.
Oh, let go of me.
Not yet, sister. Joe, cover that door with your gun. Yeah. When Carter comes out, see that he acts nice.
I got you.
Now, sister, you call Carter.
I tell you I won't. Oh, you're hurting me.
You ain't even begun to hurt you, honey. You like this?
Nick? Nick?
Yes, Betsy, what?
Stick him up, Carter. Play nice or I'll plug you. Yeah, that's right.
I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't help calling you.
That's all right, Patsy. Well, what do you two thugs want?
We want the body of that dog you just brought here, Carter. And we're going to get it if we have to kill both of you just as dead as the dog is.
Well, what started out to be a simple case of the accidental killing of a dog seems to be growing stranger by the minute. Why should two armed thugs want the dog's body so badly they're willing to kill to get it? Is there something about the dead dog that Nick should know? Listen tomorrow. The Strange Adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, features Lon Clark as Nick Carter. Patsy is played by Helen Choate. The stories are written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan, and original music is played by Lou White. Be sure to listen tomorrow to the next episode of this exciting story and follow the further adventures of Nick Carter in the case entitled
The Accidental Bullet, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Murdered Dog.
The Return of Nick Carter, a copyright feature of Street and Smith Publications Incorporated, is presented by the Mutual Broadcasting System from the studios of WOR, New York. The adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, boy detective, are broadcast over most of these stations Monday through Friday at 5:15 p.m. Eastern Wartime. Nick's own show is presented over most of these stations every evening, Monday through Friday at 8:15 Eastern Wartime. This is Mutual.
Organized crime doesn't stand a chance against the gangbusters who are up next.
Gangbusters! Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case history. Tonight, Gangbusters presents the case of the inside track and how a beautiful plant nearly turned into a funeral wreath in an attempt to crush a deadly racket.
Gangbusters has asked the Honorable Joseph L. Schering, Superintendent of Police, New Orleans, Louisiana, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Superintendent Schering.
Thank you, Roger Foster, and good evening, Gangbusters listeners. Bourbon Street in the French Quarter of New Orleans probably is the scene of more nightlife per square foot than any other thoroughfare in the world. It was in a joint of the more sordid type that this case began one night several months ago. A sharply dressed man in his early 30s had been standing against a wall several feet from the weary piano player, observing what went on at the bar. After a half hour or so of this observation, he walked across the floor to a door in the back of the club.
Hutch, come in, Ginger.
Yeah?
How's business out there, Ginger?
It's a little slow, but that redhead is at the bar again.
Yeah?
Yeah, she walked in about 10 minutes ago.
Alone?
Alone. But I guarantee you she won't go out alone, Hutch. She started working a guy already.
Oh.
What do you want me to do? Want me to throw her out?
Bring her in here. I want to talk to her.
What she needs is a good boat and a...
Ginger.
I'll get her.
Wait a second.
What's this going to be, another lecture?
It's going to be the same lecture. This has got to be a clean joint, Ginger. I don't want nobody kicked around. I don't want no muscle. Let the others live on rough stuff. This joint has got to stay without bruises.
Okay, I'll go home, get my kid gloves.
If there's any kicking around to be done here, I'll do it myself. And just watch out you're not on the receiving end. I'll go get her.
Yeah, okay. All right, Hutch. We're not in business to kick people around.
Well, I don't know, sir. I don't even know your name.
Oh, that's easy. My name's Jack.
You, sister.
Me?
Yeah, you. Come on.
Oh, see here, friend.
You take it easy, pal. Let's go, sister.
Don't sister to me and get your hands off me.
Leave the lady alone.
She's no lady, pal. I'm doing you a favor, believe me. She's a lush worker.
Oh?
Let me go.
Now, listen here.
You're better off, pal. Harry, drink in the house with this gentleman.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot.
This way, sister. Don't fight me.
Okay, you win.
The boss wants to see you.
Why?
Don't ask me. For up to me, I'd throw you in the gutter. Okay, in there.
Much obliged.
Here she is, Hutch. Over there, sister.
The name is not Sister.
Sit down, miss.
I can stand.
He said sit down.
Get your hands off.
Ginger?
What are you supposed to do, Hutch? You're supposed to handle these lush workers like they were duck's eggs?
Go on, Ginger. Get out of here. I'll take care of this.
For crying out loud.
Get out of here.
All right, I'm gone. Handle it your own way. See what it'll get you.
Listen, what's the beef?
Sit down. We'll talk about it.
Sister. Just call me Sister.
Sit down, sister.
Thanks. Might as well, as long as I'm staying.
You don't mind if I smoke?
I don't care if you go up in flames.
You have one?
No, thanks. Never use them. Look, just tell me what the beef is and let me get out of here.
It's very simple. I don't care how many drunks you roll or how much you take off of them. More power to you. Just don't set up your marks in my place, that's all.
Where'd you get the idea I did anything like that? I'm a social worker by profession.
You set up a lumberman from Little Rock right outside in the bar last night. He got loaded and you rolled him for $150.
Little birdie told you?
Lumberman beefed to the cops. They were in here nosing around. Now, look. I run a clean joint. It's got to stay clean. Do your business elsewhere. I don't want any cops nosing around in here. Is that plain?
All right. I'll take my business elsewhere.
Tell me something, will you?
What?
You're an awful pretty kid. Get a head on your shoulders. What do you need the rackets for?
Did you ever stand on your feet 8 hours a day for $32 a week, pushing buttons and pulling levers so housewives would have a jar of peach preserves to feed their kiddies?
No.
Well, I did. That's why I'm in the racket. Much easier on the feet. Next question?
What's your name?
Ellie.
Ellie what?
Ellie Lee. Used to be Ellie Stritska. That's StrzYca. I changed it to Lee because I like to do things the hard way. 26 years old. The hair is naturally red, but I touch it up once in a while. I was born and raised in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Got my first taste of larceny in Wilkes-Barre. Tasted good. Got my first taste of jail, the Pennsylvania Reformatory for Women. That didn't taste too good. Came to New Orleans 2 weeks ago, and I'm on the make for the easiest dollar I can find. Is there anything else?
Yeah. What you doing later tonight?
I don't know. What am I doing?
You're having a few drinks and a big steak with a guy named Joe Hutchinson.
That's you.
Mm-hmm. That's me.
That's what I'm doing later tonight.
All right, come on.
Where?
Just come on.
All right. I'm a trusting soul.
Ginger.
Yeah, Hutch, right here. Okay, sister, hit the ties. Get out.
Ginger, get my car and take Miss Lee to my place.
What?
You heard the man.
I heard what he said, but I don't know what he meant.
Take her to my place and wait there with her until I get there.
Yeah. Okay, Hutch.
Be nice to her. She's a friend of mine.
Yeah. Come on, let's go.
Bye, Hutch. See you later.
Out that way, sister.
The name is Miss Lee. You heard what the man said. I'm a friend of his.
What a world.
Sergeant Gervais.
Hello, Sergeant. Cooper.
Yes, Ed?
She made the contact.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah. She was trying to make the pickup at the bar. Ginger walked in on it. He took her back to Hutchinson's office. She stayed in there a while, then Hutch had Ginger drive her to his place.
Where are you, Ed?
I'm in a filling station across the street from Hutch's house.
Okay, stick there and keep your eyes open. Check with me every 15 minutes.
Yeah, I got you. So long.
United States Treasury Narcotics Bureau.
Let me talk to Mr. Sampson. This is Sergeant Gervais, New Orleans detectives.
Yes, sir. I'll ring Mr. Sampson.
District Supervisor Sampson.
Hello, Art. Pete Gervais. I think we're in.
What happened?
Ellie tried to make a pickup at the bar. Ginger stepped in and took her to Hutch. Ed Cooper said she just went to Hutch's apartment.
Okay, Pete. It sounds all right. I got my fingers crossed.
Look, don't worry about the girl. She can take care of herself.
I hope so.
Believe me, she's the best we got.
This is a little bit different than nailing shoplifters, Pete.
Art, she's a good cop. She's got a pretty face and lots of sense. We wanted somebody to get inside that mob. Okay, she's in, practically.
All right. But just warn her not to get too ambitious. All we want to know is how they land the stuff and where. Maybe she can pick that up by keeping her ears open. If she can't, that's all right, too. I don't want her pressing her luck. You're liable to have a dead policeman.
Which house is it, Ellie?
The second from the corner.
Second from the corner, Ginger.
I heard her.
Right there, in front of the lamppost. Well, thanks for the...
Oh, I'll get it.
Oh, much obliged. You're a true friend.
That's nice to know.
The evening was an unexpected pleasure.
Come on, I'll see you up.
No, Hutch. This is far enough for one night.
All right. I'll call you tomorrow.
No, don't call me.
Why not?
I'll call you.
All right.
Good night.
Good night, Ellie.
Good night, brother.
Yeah, good night.
I'll call you tomorrow.
I'll be waiting. Okay, Ginger.
Now that the lady has gone, you're not ashamed to sit up in front with the chauffeur, huh?
Get going.
Tell me something, will you, Hutch? I'll admit she's a picture. I can't take that away from her, but what do you need a dame like that? A lush worker, a thief?
She's got a certain charm, Ginger.
What do you mean charm? What charm?
It's there. She's a beauty. She's bright. With that, being a thief, there's a certain magnetism about her.
Couldn't you pick a nicer girl?
Just the kind of girl I want. Knows her way around. She won't shock easy.
You figuring to take her on the inside?
No, but she's around enough. She's bound to hear a few things.
Oh, she's going to be around a lot, huh?
Enough.
Listen, you got no time for romance. There's a shipment coming in Tuesday. There's plenty of work to be done. We got to get it off the boat. We got to get it moving, etc.
You let me do the managing, Ginger.
It ain't getting done very well.
Don't get so critical, Ginger. You've got a big enough job of your own to handle. Now go on, get me home. It's nearly 5 a.m. I got to get some sleep tonight.
And once again, we hear from tonight's narrator, Superintendent of Police Joseph L. Schering of New Orleans.
About 10 o'clock on the following Monday night, the policewoman Ellie Lee boarded the Jackson Avenue ferry across the Mississippi in order to meet Sergeant Gervais and Agent Sampson.
Excuse me, you got the time?
What time is it, Art?
10 past 10.
Thank you.
How's it going, Ellie?
I think they're expecting delivery on a load tomorrow night. I don't know where or when.
Off a boat, do you think?
I've no idea.
Okay, that helps. Good work, Ellie.
Don't press your luck now. Just keep your ears open. Don't ask them too many questions.
Okay. Oh, it's funny. Hutch doesn't seem like too bad a guy.
Don't kid yourself. He's a bum in the worst racket there is. If he thinks anybody's crossing him, you'll know whether he's a bad guy or not. Okay, you better move now.
It's a good idea.
What's the matter?
Nothing. Nothing's the matter.
Okay, get going.
Thanks. Thanks for the information.
She's all right, huh, Art?
Yeah, she sure is. She's a good cop.
Tomorrow night. What do you think, by land or sea?
And my guess is it's coming in on a boat. That's how we think they've been getting it. Let's check the list and see what docks tomorrow.
Okay.
There couldn't be more than one or two ships coming in. You know, we got lots of cases where a big-time smuggler signs on as a deckhand.
What about giving all the ships that dock tomorrow a thorough shakedown?
That might get us our smuggler all right, Pete, but we want Hutch and his crowd that much more. Hutch is the kingpin in a lousy racket. And we don't get Hutch if we nail the smuggler aboard ship. We got to catch him, making him meet with Hutch. It's the only way. Otherwise, we'll just find other guys to bring in the stuff.
Yeah, I see.
Gee, the lights on the river at night sure are pretty, aren't they, Pete?
Yeah, they sure are.
Is Hutch in there?
I don't know. I didn't see him come in.
I'll take a look. Hutch, are you... Hello, Ginger.
Come on in, Ellie.
Where's Hutch?
Out someplace.
Where?
On business.
Oh,
You've been out on business, too, haven't you?
what do you mean?
Didn't I see you an hour ago on the Jackson Avenue ferry?
Did you?
I must have. I followed you there.
And you saw me.
What were you doing on the Jackson Avenue ferry?
I took the boat ride to jump over the side, but I didn't have the guts.
Is that so?
This could lead to quite a discussion.
And it's gonna.
Not in the mood for a discussion, so let's forget the whole thing. Going out to the bar for a drink.
No, you're not.
Get your filthy hands off me.
Who were those guys you were talking to?
Get your hands
Who
off
were
me.
they, cops?
Let me go.
Sit down.
No.
I said sit. What are you doing? You working for the law?
Go.
How much did you sell out for, you dumb lousy tomato? I didn't trust you from the minute I set eyes on you. Hutch thinks he's so smart. Well, you see what happens when he finds out. He had to go for you. Big him.
Let me out of here.
Sit down, Era. Now sit in that chair. I'll slam you so hard you'll never wake up.
All right. Yeah.
Just sit there until I answer the phone. Hello.
Ginger?
Yeah, Hutch, listen.
You listen to me.
Hutch.
The deal's been moved up to tonight.
Hutch,
I got
Ellie.
no time to talk about it. I want to get this thing through before daylight. Meet me at the cabin in an hour.
Hutch. Hello, Hutch. All right, sister. You and me going for a ride.
Where?
Out to a cabin on Lake Bourne.
I don't want to go. Where's Hutch?
Sit still there. Hutch will be there. Don't be so anxious to see Hutch. What do you think's going to happen to you when he finds out you pal around with cops? He don't like being made a chump of, you know. Now, get up and walk out that door.
Sergeant Gervais.
Cooper, Sergeant.
Yes, Ed?
Ginger and Ellie left the joint a little while ago. He took her in the car and they drove out over the bridge.
To where?
Well, that's what I'd like to know. We lost them.
All right, Ed. Stick with it. We must be coming down to the wire. I'll get hold of Art Sampson and the narcotics men. Check with me in 10 minutes.
Go on, sister, walk.
Can't see where I'm going.
I can see where you're going. Just walk.
Right? Get your hands off me.
Huh? Now you're untouchable.
To you, I am.
You'll be untouchable, all right, when we get through with you. Dump you out here in this swamp, and that's all, sister. Here we are. Nice little cabin, isn't it? Nice and isolated. But we keep a good heavy lock on it. We're afraid of thieves. You should always look out for thieves. All right, get inside.
Yeah, okay.
Now over there and sit down.
Can't sit.
Don't worry about it. There's a chair. Now sit down right here. Make yourself good and comfortable while I light the lantern. I like lanterns. Nice and old-fashioned. What's the matter? Why don't you say something?
I don't feel very conversational.
Well, I do, sister. So we'll talk, huh? How do you like the cabin? Not much in the way of modern stuff, but it's comfortable. And away from people. Sometimes you want to be away from people, don't you?
Sometimes.
For instance, when Hutch gets here and finds out you've been on such nice terms with cops, he'll want to be away from people. Because what he's going to do to you, people shouldn't know about.
You got some bad information someplace. I didn't talk to any cops.
What were they then, bookmakers?
Leave me alone.
You'll get left alone. You'll get left good and alone.
Please.
Good and alone. Hey, don't touch that lantern.
Get away.
Put that lantern down.
Come one step nearer and you'll get it across the head. I swear you'll get it across the head.
Put it down. What do you want to do, burn up the joint?
Don't come any closer.
All right, sister. You win. I'll be a good girl. Give me that.
I'll give it to you.
What, you little...
No.
You're burning the joint up.
You'll do some more, too.
Don't scratch me, you little devil. I'll kill you right here, right now.
Let me go.
Let you go, I'll kill you.
No, please.
Hold still.
My dress.
That's the least of your worries. Look at the joint. I ought to kill you and let you burn up it.
Ginger, what's going on here?
Hutch, help me.
Ginger, let her go.
Hutch, you know what she's doing?
Let her go.
Hutch.
Let her go.
But Hutch.
All right.
Hutch, no, don't.
Oh, no.
What was he trying to do? Why'd he bring you here?
I don't know. He said you wanted to see me. When we got here, he tried to get fresh.
He never could stay in his own territory and anything. It was coming to him sooner or later. Come on, baby, let's get out of here. The whole place will be in flames in another minute.
You gonna leave him like that?
Nothing will help him now. And who wants to? Come on.
Yeah, all right.
All right, hurry now. Car's this way.
All right.
Hello, Pete. Any word from her?
No, Sampson, nothing.
I think she's in trouble.
I don't know. I got men planted at Hutch's place, her place, the joint, everywhere. Not a sign.
Well, I guess all we can do is just...
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Sergeant Gervais.
Hello, Sergeant Cooper.
Any sign of them, Ed?
I think I got bad news, Sergeant.
What is it?
Well, there was a report of a cabin on fire out at Lake Bourne.
Yeah?
The officers who went to the scene found a car nearby. Ginger's car.
Any sign of Ellie or Ginger?
Well, there was at least one body in the cabin, Sergeant. They can't tell who it is, man, woman, or what.
Where are you, Ed?
5th Precinct Station.
All right, stay there. Art Sampson and I'll be right over.
You feel all right now, Ellie?
Yeah, I think so. Much better.
Don't you worry about Ginger. If it wasn't over this, he would have gotten it over something else. Look, Ellie.
Yes?
I'm on the spot. Ginger and I had a business deal on. It would have taken both of us. We were supposed to meet a guy in exactly 40 minutes from now.
At the cabin?
No, someplace else. Every time we have one of these deals, we meet first at the cabin just to make sure we're not being tailed. You know what kind of business I'm really in, don't you, Ellie?
I got a good idea.
Look, Ellie, will you help me?
What do I have to do?
Just go to church.
To church?
Yeah. You go to a pew that I show you. You sit down next to a man I tell you about. You give him a package. He'll give you a package.
What's in the package?
And the one you'll give him is money. Lots of it.
I can guess what's in the other.
You game?
Sure. Why not? But I can't go to church with my clothes half ripped off me.
No, I guess you can't.
You want to stop by my place for a minute? It'll take me no time to change.
Yeah, that's a good idea. We'll stop by your place, then we'll go to church.
And now, Gang Busters.
All right, Ellie. Wait here.
Yeah.
See that man there? Man in the second to the last pew right near the aisle?
With the brown suit?
Yeah. Go sit down next to him. Tell him you're from Hutch. He'll give you his package. You give him this one.
All right.
What's the matter?
You'd think you could find a better place to do this.
This is the best. When you make a change, come right back here. Go on.
Yeah. Excuse me. May I sit there?
Sit right down.
Thanks. I'm from Hutch.
Take it.
Here's yours.
Yeah. Go on now. Get going.
All right. Excuse me. I got it, Hutch. Here it is.
You hold it. Go on outside. I'll get the door.
All right.
Go on, Ellie. Now I'll take the package.
Here, gives me the creeps.
Gives me a good living. Now straight down the steps and walk to the car.
All right.
You, wait.
Ellie, cops.
Oh, my.
Come on, back into the church.
Stop where you are.
They're up there, too. Here, take the package.
No, I don't want it. It's your baby, Hutch.
Ellie, you're with them.
Good guess,
Why,
Hutch.
you crummy little...
Give me that thing.
I'll kill her. Let me go. Get your hands off of me. I'll kill her.
Watch out. There. I got him.
Let me up, you lousy right.
Here's a little more for you.
That'll hold him.
Yeah, I guess it will.
Hey, the other one, inside.
He's being taken care of. We're a little worried about you, Ellie.
I was a little worried about myself. Ginger found out who I was, but Hutch shot him before he could say a word.
Yeah, that's the way we figured it. How'd you get him to take you by the house? If he hadn't have done that, we never would have picked up the trail again.
My dress was torn. I told him I wanted to change it. Oh, is everything all right? Have you got the evidence you need?
We've got more than we need. Hutch isn't going to see the light of day again, except through bars.
And that, gangbusters listeners, was how this case came to a close on the steps of a New Orleans church. Hutch was tried in a Louisiana court for manslaughter and convicted. He also pleaded guilty to Harrison Act charges in federal court and received an additional sentence. Right now, it appears as if he'll never again be a free man.
Well, thank you, Superintendent Joseph L. Schering, for this most enlightening case history.
Tonight's Gangbusters case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by George Zachary, with Barbara Weeks, Wendell Holmes, and Ralph Bell in leading roles. Roger Foster speaking.
Have Gun, Will Travel is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
You say that's my grave you've dug. Then I say to you, make certain you shoot straight, because you'll never have another chance. Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of a man called Paladin. What's this? Miss Wong. Did you notice anything unusual about this newspaper when you brought it in?
Oh, no, sir, Mr. Paladin. Oh,
Somebody has clipped an article out of the personals column. Here, look at that.
Miss Wong not cut paper.
I think you're protesting a little too much, Miss Wong. Now, where is it?
Miss Wong maybe not can find...
Miss Wong may be looking apron pocket.
Oh. Here, Mr. Paladin.
Thank you. Now, let's see why you were hiding it from me.
Mr. Paladin.
To whom it may concern, be it hereby known that on March 14th, 1875, in the town of Bedrock, one Paladin, resident of the Carlton Hotel in San Francisco, will be shot and killed by Bartolo Tejada.
Who's this man?
Well, I had him sent to prison several years ago. Apparently, he's been released.
Will you not go, please, Mr. Paladin? He sounds like a very dangerous man. Oh.
Well, I'll have to take the first stage.
Please, Mr. Paladin.
Would you help me pack, Miss Wong?
Please,
Constipation is something people don't talk about much, but it can be a problem for anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, it's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Well, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say.
A laxative should be effective, gentle, as close to natural acting as possible, and a medicine that can be used with complete confidence.
Now, X-Lax has been popular with many doctors and millions of people over the years because pleasant-tasting chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is gentle. Next morning, it gives you the closest thing to natural action. And that's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity gently, overnight. Is X-Lax in your medicine cabinet?
Bartolo Tejada was a man to be reckoned with. I had caused him to be sent to the territorial prison at Yuma some 8 years before for killing 5 people in a stage holdup. It was a lengthy, rowdy trial, and the moment his sentence was pronounced, Tejada had risen slowly from his chair and, glowering blackly at me, announced that he would someday kill Senor Paladin. Bedrock was on the east side of the Tehachapis, halfway between San Francisco and Yuma. I arrived there on the 13th of March, the day before my scheduled death.
Mr. Paladin?
Huh?
Here you are, Mr. Paladin?
Yes.
Well, I am Arthur Jensen. I manage the Queen's Hotel here in Bedrock, Mr. Paladin. I have your rooms ready and waiting for you.
What rooms, Mr. Jensen?
Why, the rooms you ordered.
I didn't order any.
But I have your letter right here in my pocket, see?
Yeah, I see.
It's very plain. You're asking for a suite of rooms at the Queen's Hotel, and there's your signature.
Mr. Jensen.
Yes?
If I had wanted a suite of rooms in Bedrock, I'm sure I would have chosen your hotel. Shall we go?
Yes, sir.
My suite of rooms at the Queen's Hotel consisted of one large room fronting on the main street. Besides the usual ornate chair and table, there was a gigantic bed, for which I was very thankful. I wanted to face March 14th with a clear head and a night of sound sleep behind me. I had been asleep for what seemed to be hours when suddenly I was awakened by sounds from the street below. What? Oh.
But we have no more room. But, senor, you make a great mistake. I might not be reasonable to this man, mis amigos. Yes, but there's 6 of you. Amigos, this man from the hotel, he looks like a dancing man to me. This here also in his eyes. Then dance!
Hey, you men down there, quiet! Now leave that man alone. This is a peaceful town. Let's just keep it that way.
But, senor, he refuses to give us a place to sleep. I would rather see him dance.
I warn you, don't start that again, Tejada.
Caray. Who is this Mongol who calls my name?
Never mind. Just keep your guns quiet.
Hey, you're very bold, senor. Come down here so that I may see your face in the light. Or maybe you like to dance too.
Oh, no, you don't.
His gun is gone, see? Very good, senor. You just shot the gun from my hand. Bueno. Now, you come down
Paladin,
senor, and I'll
what
have
is
another
it?
gun
What's
ready.
going on here?
See for yourself,
See how
Mr.
good you
Johnson.
with the Harry.
Why,
Such a big
that's my desk clerk down there with those ruffians. Here, you men down there. What do you want?
Who are you, mister?
I'm the manager of this hotel.
Oh, senor. Hotel. We're tired men. We've ridden far.
Are you Mr. Tejada?
Oh, si, Bartolo Tejada.
Your rooms are waiting for you, Mr. Tejada. I'll come right down.
Muy bien,
What?
mister.
You mean that you're putting him up in this hotel?
Well, what can I do, Mr. Paladin? He made reservations also.
Are you smoking more now, but enjoying it less? Have a real cigarette, have a Camel. The best tobacco makes the very best smoke. Have a real cigarette, have a Camel. Are you looking for flavor and mildness? Have a real cigarette, have a Camel. The best tobacco makes the very best smoke. Have a real cigarette, a real cigarette, a real cigarette, have a Camel.
If you're smoking more today, but enjoying it less, try Camels. The Camel blend of costly Turkish and domestic tobaccos has never been equal for rich flavor, easygoing mildness, real smoking satisfaction every time you light up. The best tobacco makes the best smoke.
Have a real cigarette, a real cigarette, a real cigarette, have a Camel.
Even though I knew that Tejada and his men were staying at the same hotel, and that I would have to face him the next day, I managed to get a good night's sleep. In the morning, I found Mr. Jensen at the desk downstairs, and he told me that Tejada was still in his room. So I went into the dining room and enjoyed a quiet breakfast alone. At least it was quiet until I felt the cold steel of a gun muzzle against the nape of my neck.
And now, Senor Trouble, I'm going to kill you for what you did last night.
Take the gun away from my head, Tejada.
Turn around, stranger. It's you! It's you! And to think, gringo, I might have killed you without first seeing your face. Chihuahua. To kill you like that would hurt me more than you. After all these years of waiting. Alisol?
Sí, mi amigo.
Go back to bed.
But, amigo, you promised I could bury the stranger.
Do as I say. I'm not going to need you till later. I'll let you know.
I will dig the grave deep, Bartolo.
And long. Senor Paladin is very tall.
This is Senor Paladin?
Oh, see?
Aye, Senor Paladin. You will let me know, cousin.
See, I'm going to let you know. Well, after 8 years we meet again, no? 8 years behind bars, and I had you to think about all this time. How has it been for you, Paladin?
All right.
Well, you're looking well. How is it no one has put a bullet in you?
What's to be gained by killing me?
Oh, many things, senor. You know, you and I, Paladin, we got many things in common. I see you like good food. Well, so do I. And you wear the best clothes. So do I. And I know you have many beautiful senoritas where you live. Well, I too have beautiful senoritas. Well, very much alike, Senor Paladin.
Tejada, we're nothing alike.
You know, it's almost a shame that I have to kill you. Let's pretend for a moment that we could be friends, that you and I could go to San Francisco together. You could show me many things.
I'd show you nothing. I wouldn't walk in the same street with you, Tejada. If I could do it again, I'd send you back to prison. I'm tired of this conversation, looking at your dirty face.
Hey, well, where are you going?
Outside, I need some fresh air.
Well, I can wait. I've waited 8 years, Senor Paladin. Go, have your walk. I can wait till you come back.
Mr. Paladin, come in.
Mr. Jensen?
I wondered where you were. I've seen you around the hotel for the past hour or so.
I was taking a look at your town.
Oh, well, sit down. Sit down.
Thank you.
Will you have a cigar?
Yeah, thanks.
My own personal cigars.
That's curious, Mr. Jensen.
Sir?
Your cigar case, it has the initials A.B. Isn't it yours?
Well, it belonged to an uncle of mine.
Oh, I see.
Now, how do you like our town?
Well, tell me something, Mr. Jensen. You said Tejada had a reservation at your hotel.
That's right.
May I see his letter, please?
Well, yes, of course. Well, I am sorry, Mr. Paladin. He doesn't seem to be here.
Maybe it's in your pocket with my letter.
Huh?
Why don't you look?
Oh, well. Now, that's very strange. It is here.
May I see it, please? Very good. Now the other one, please. The one that I sent.
Oh, all right.
Thank you. Mr. Jensen, I'd like you to verify something here. Look, does anything strike you about the writing on these two letters?
Well, no, sir. Why?
Oh, I'd say that the handwriting is the same, wouldn't you?
Well, no, I'd...
Oh, Senor Paladin, you've returned. Oh, just the intrusion to your office, Mr. Jensen, but Alisol told me that Senor Paladin would run away, ¿verdad, Alisol?
Sí, so I was wrong. I get the shovel now, Bartolo?
Patient, Primo. I'm not going to kill Senor Paladin with the first shot.
You're very sure of yourself, aren't you, Tejada?
Oh, see? We'll go now, Paladin. We find a nice quiet spot.
All right.
Alisol, you come. Bring your horse and your shovel.
Even if you've had embarrassing dandruff for years, you can get rid of it now in 3 minutes. That's all it takes with Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo. Yes, unsightly dandruff's gone in 3 minutes with Fitch. Quickest, easiest of all leading shampoos. What's more, using Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep embarrassing dandruff away. Just apply in the unique Fitch manner. Before you wet hair, rub in 1 minute. This way, Fitch shampoo penetrates right down to the scalp. Next, add water. Lather 1 minute to wash every trace of dandruff out of your hair. Then rinse 1 minute. All that loosened dandruff goes down the drain. In 3 minutes with Fitch. 1 rubbing, 1 lathering, 1 rinsing, dandruff's gone. At the same time, gentle Fitch can leave your hair up to 35% brighter. To get rid of dandruff problems forever, brighten hair too, use Fitch regularly. Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo today, only 59 cents.
Oh, this'll do, Paladin.
Yeah, all right.
Now we're going to stand back to back and then walk 30 paces, and we'll face each other, huh? And Alisol's going to drop a stick, and when the stick hits the ground, we're going to shoot. It's agreed, huh?
You really think I'd turn my back to you or your cousin?
Well, it's all right. We're going to kill you anyway. Take his gun, Alisol.
See, it's my pleasure.
You take a step, Alisol, you die. Don't you see? He's sacrificing you to get me. You try to take my gun, I'll shoot you.
Cousin the Gringo, he's fast with a gun?
Why don't you find out?
Wait, Paladin, there's one thing I forget. I promised my friends at the prison that before you die, you'll first chew and then swallow the lie you print about me.
What lie?
This! In the human newspaper. Are you going to kill Tejada on the 14th day of March at Bedrock?
How I'm... Well, let me see that paper.
See it, Gringo. No, don't read it. Chew it.
Tejada, we've been taken. We've been used. Here, let me show you something. You see this paper? It's out of the San Francisco Call. There's a newspaper printed in San Francisco. Now read that.
I cannot read.
And I'll read it to you. To whom it may concern, be it hereby known that on March 14th, 1875, in the town of Bedrock, one Paladin, resident of the Carlton Hotel in San Francisco, will be shot and killed by Bartolo Tejada.
But it says the same as mine, only...
Yes, only in your note, you were the one who's going to be killed.
Senor Paladin, this means we both have one enemy, the same enemy.
Exactly right, and whoever it is hopes that we'll shoot one another.
Yeah, and if I kill you, then this person maybe kills me because I'm not going to know who he is.
He say, how that my feet hurt. I'll kill him now, then we go home, huh?
No, cousin, I must think first. Paladin, let's get some wine.
Yes, Tejada, I think we should have a talk about our common enemy. How about Jack Peters?
Peters,
Yeah.
Jack Peters. No.
I shall drink more wine. My head would think better.
Got to be someone we both know, Tejada. Someone that hates one or both of us. Now, you just think hard.
Ayan. Oh, no.
Tejada, just think of something funny.
What is it, cousin?
Estoy pensando en este muchacho. ¿Cuál es su nombre? Blessed Game, el cual mataste en la cárcel.
What's that? Who did you kill?
Oh, Ali Solly, just trying to be funny. You know, a boy was killed in prison, and his papa think that I do it, so he threatened to get revenge.
What was his name?
Blessing Game.
Blessing Game.
Oh, it was very funny. Bartolo, he carried this letter around with him many weeks in prison. So, and I come to visit him, I read it to him, and he say this man, Blessing Game, will kill Tejada one day. He will get revenge for his son.
Did you kill him, Tejada?
He did it.
Silencio.
¿Qué sé yo?
You, Paladin, have you no more enemies?
This game is wearing on me. I think I'll go back to the hotel and get some sleep. We can continue this in the morning. Good night.
Alisol, listen to me.
See?
Follow him. He knows who my enemy is. Until I know, I cannot kill Paladin.
Munch, munch, munch a bunch of Fritos, corn chips. It's not polite to smack your lips, but you can't help it with Fritos, corn chips. Munch, munch, munch a bunch of Fritos, corn chips.
Whenever you have a party or friends drop in, serve a bowl of crisp Fritos corn chips and watch your guests dig in. They're golden chips of corn just made to munch. Serve them plain or with your favorite dip. There's a special Fritos in a king-size style that's just right for dips.
Munch, munch, munch a bunch of Fritos, corn chips.
You'll find Fritos corn chips taste just right whenever the occasion calls for good munching. They have such good crisp flavor, such good for you nourishment, there's contentment in every munch. Get Fritos today. Fritos. Fritos corn chips.
Munch, munch, munch a bunch of Fritos, corn chips.
Yes, who is it?
Paladin.
Oh, you're back, Mr. Paladin. What happened?
Perhaps you can tell me. What was supposed to happen, Mr. Blessing Game?
Blessing Game? Mr. Paladin,
The initials A.B. on your cigar case stand for Arthur Blessing Game, don't they?
Yes, I should have known you'd figure it out. Mr. Paladin, the only son I had went to prison. I was going to help him make a new life when he got out, but he was killed in a fight in that prison. Tejada did it, and I swore that I'd get him.
Why did you bring me into it?
Well, I'm no match for Tejada. I had to get someone to do it for me. I learned that at his trial, he threatened to kill you.
Then you put the ads in the paper.
Yes, I knew that you were the better man, Mr. Paladin. Now the job is done. What can anyone do to me?
Well, there's only one thing, Mr. Jensen. Tejada is still alive.
You see, Senor Blessing, Tejada lives. He breathes. Alisol, take Paladin's gun.
But Tejada...
Do it!
He's so very fast.
Do it, I said.
What are you afraid of, Alisol? He's got 2 guns on me. Do you need better odds than that?
Bartolo, you take his gun.
Son of a pig. Paladin, you die.
Another time, Tejada. I drop the gun, Alisol. Drop it.
Don't shoot, senor. I'm a peaceful man.
Paladin, you did it. You killed Tejada. My plan worked.
Yeah. Maybe so. But I don't see your son.
What do you mean?
Killing Tejada didn't bring your son back to you, Mr. Blessing Game.
Pepsi-Cola refreshes without filling. Why? Because it's truly light.
Charlie, you're forgetting something.
Wait, Kay, there's more. Yes, ice-cold Pepsi is the delicious refreshment that goes great at a picnic or a party.
But, Charlie...
And Pepsi goes fast. People like it, so keep plenty handy. There.
Oh, you did fine, except for one thing.
Well, I mentioned lightness and how Pepsi refreshes and how fast it goes.
You left out Pepsi sociability. You know the Be Sociable song.
But, Kay, I can't sing.
I can. Listen.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and debonair. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
Well, at least I can say this. Pick up an extra carton of Pepsi today.
Please do.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun, Will Travel by Thomas Hanley. Featured in the cast were Tim Graham, Harry Bartell, and Don Diamond. This is Hugh Douglas, inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun, Will Travel.
Hop Along with Along Cassidy, up next.
With action and suspense out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hop Along Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The ring of the silver spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West. Hop Along Cassidy, the same Hoppy you cheer in motion pictures, and the same California you've laughed at a million times. Raw courage and quick shooting have built a legend around this famous hero. Hop Along is a name to be feared, respected, and admired, for this great cowboy rides the trails of adventure and excitement. William Boyd as Hop Along Cassidy, and Andy Clyde as California. Well, Hoppy, what about our story?
We call this one Peril at Pier 19. California and I had surely enjoyed our few days in San Francisco, and we're looking forward to our last night before heading back for the Bar 20. Our job of overseeing a shipment of the Bar 20's best breeding stock was finished that day when we saw it loaded aboard the cattle boat Pacific Queen. Now all we had to do was return to the boat to collect the money for the cattle from Mr. Caldwell, the Australian rancher. It was just starting to get dark as we walked along the pier toward the Pacific Queen.
That concerned fog's starting to roll in again, Hoppy. We better hurry up, or we won't never find our way back to the bright light.
You just take it easy, California. We got the whole night ahead of us.
Yeah, that's just it. I want to make the most of it. Say, this Frisco's quite a town, ain't it?
Yeah, it sure is. I guess it's got just about everything.
Yeah, I wouldn't give you 2 cents for all this water, though. I don't see how them sailors stand it.
Well, I suppose they don't see how we stand ranch life.
Well, maybe you're right, but as far as I'm concerned, that ocean business is strictly for the fish. Just give me dry land.
Well, maybe you'd better wait here, then, while I go aboard this old cub and get the money. I wouldn't want you getting seasick.
Oh, shucks, Hoppy. As long as it don't get any further away than this from the dock, I don't mind.
Well, get on up that gangplank, then.
I'll bet old man Caldwell and his daughter and that Wainwright feller will be glad enough to get off this thing in time they get back to Australia.
Oh, California, most folks don't feel the way you do about oceans and boats. They're having a fine trip out of this.
Well, let's see now. As I remember, we got to go downstairs and towards the back end of this concern.
I hope no sailors ever hear you talking. It's not downstairs and towards the back end. We go below and aft.
What's the difference? So long as we find Caldwell's cabin, collect the money, and get back to town.
Well, cowboy's back again. Welcome aboard. Decide to sail for down under with us?
Hello, Captain. No, just paying our last visit. Had a little business with Mr. Caldwell. Say, the ship looks deserted.
Aye, it is almost. Our last night in port, most of the men are ashore. I've just kept a skeleton crew aboard.
That does it, Harvey. Let's get out of here. Now they're running this thing with dead people.
By the way, is Mr. Caldwell in his cabin?
Aye, they're all aboard. Can I show you the way?
Oh, that won't be necessary. We can find it all right.
Well, I'll get back up to the bridge then. My third mate's taken sick. I'm having to take his watch.
I'll see you later, Captain. Come on, California.
Some boat. If this is the Pacific Queen, royalty sure slipping.
Huh, Huffy? What do you expect of a cattle boat? The Palace Hotel? Wait a minute. I think this is Caldwell's cabin right here.
Well, the door's half open. Let's see if he's in there.
Mind if we come in, Mr. Caldwell? California and I... Wainwright, what's happened here?
I don't know. I came in just a moment ago and found him lying here like this. By Jove. Do you suppose he's dead?
Now, back to Hop Along Cassidy and our story, Peril at Pier 19. Hoppy in California have taken a shipment of breeding stock to San Francisco, where it was loaded aboard a cattle boat, which was to sail the next day for Australia. They returned to the ship that evening to receive payment for the cattle from a Mr. Caldwell, an Australian rancher. When they got to his cabin, however, they discovered Caldwell lying on the floor, his future son-in-law, Cedric Wainwright, kneeling beside him.
Come on, men. Help me get him up on his bed. Easy now. That's it.
Is he hurt bad, Harvey?
I don't know. His head's split open, but I can't tell how serious it is.
I say, this is terrible. All the money is missing from his little strongbox.
Looks to me like you're more worried about the money than you are about Mr. Caldwell, Wainwright.
Oh, now, see here.
Never mind. California, you'd better get right up and tell the captain what's happening and get a doctor pronto. And tell the captain not to let anybody off this ship.
I got you, Harvey. I'll be back close to the camp.
I say, Cassidy, the bounder that did this must be captured. Who do you suppose it could be?
That's just what I'd like to know. You say you just came in before we got here?
That's right. You see, I've been in my cabin, dressing.
Oh, here you are, Cedric. Oh, hello, Mr. Cassidy. Darling, we really must... Father, what's happened?
Oh, steady now, Ellen,
He's
steady.
hurt. Cedric, how did it happen?
Well, it appears that some chap struck him over the head and robbed the strongbox, Ellen. At any rate, the money is missing.
Oh, poor Father. I was afraid something like this might happen. He simply wouldn't listen to me.
Excuse me, Miss Ellen, but what did you mean he wouldn't listen to you?
Well, Father brought the money aboard the ship 2 days ago and put it in a little strongbox. I tried to persuade him to leave it at the bank, but he said nobody would even know he had the money here in his cabin.
That's right, Cassidy. I remember that was the day Mr. Russo visited the ship and gave Mr. Caldwell the wine.
Mr. Russo?
Oh, you've heard of Russo's, the famed Italian restaurant here in San Francisco?
Oh, yes.
Well, you see, Mr. Caldwell knew Antonio Russo years ago in Europe.
Father looked him up when he arrived in San Francisco. Mr. Russo's been extremely kind to all of us.
I see. And was Mr. Russo here when you were discussing where your father keeping the money here in the cabin?
Why, yes. Yes, Mr. Russo had brought Father a case of his finest wine, and while he was here, we got to talking about the money. Mr. Russo agreed with Cedric and me that it was dangerous to keep it here.
And as far as your father knew, nobody but yourselves and Mr. Russo knew he'd dropped the money here?
Exactly. I don't see how anyone else could possibly have known. And to make us feel better, Father told us he'd hide the little box in the bottom of the case of wine. We all thought that an excellent idea.
Well, sometimes things don't turn out quite the way we figure. By the way, have either of you ever seen this before?
Why, yes. That looks like Mr. Russo's footpin.
By Jove, it is. Where'd you find it, Cassidy?
It was lying here on the floor, right beside Mr. Caldwell.
Why, yes, Cassidy. That fellow was aboard for a while. Left just before you came. Say, do you suppose...
I don't suppose anything just yet, Captain. But it looks like Mr. Russo's got some mighty tall explaining to do.
Well, he was the only landlubber to come aboard ship this afternoon. Doesn't strike me as being the kind of man who would slug and rob somebody. But I guess you never can tell.
That's right. You never can tell. How many crew members are on the ship, Captain?
Well, like I told you, Hank Grossman, he's my third mate. He took sick. He's been bunked down in quarters all afternoon. Outside of him and myself, there's just a couple of ordinary seamen aboard.
And where would I find them?
Well, they're down the cattle hold. But if you're suspicion in any of my crew, you're off your course.
Well, no harm in checking up a little. Can't be too careful about a thing like this, Captain.
Aye, you're right, Cassidy. Can I show you how to find them?
No, thanks. I think we can find them all right.
The doc says he's going to be all right, Hoppy. Thinks he'll be conscious again pretty soon.
Good. Come on, California, let's go.
Hey, Glad, open it out.
You, Grossman, the third mate?
Yeah, what about it? Can't you see I ain't feeling good?
We just wanted to ask a couple of questions, Grossman. You see, Mr. Caldwell's not feeling so good either. Got a bad headache. And it was caused by someone sneaking up and slugging him over the head.
Yeah? What's that got to do with me?
Maybe nothing. I just thought you might have seen or heard something that would help us pick up the trail.
Nope. Afraid I can't help you. I told you I ain't feeling good. Now get out of here.
Such hospitality.
All right, Grossman. We'll be glad to clear out. Just one more question. What's this thing here under your bunk?
Get away from here. Put that back.
Oh, don't get up. Don't get up. Remember, you're a sick man. What do you call this thing, anyway?
It's a belaying pin, stupid.
Well. So that's a belaying pin. Say, that'd make quite a thing for hitting a man's skull, wouldn't it? What was it doing under your bunk, Grossman?
Yeah. You think you're pretty smart, don't you? Why, everybody's got one of them. They're all over the ship.
And do they all have bloodstains on them?
Yes, again, cowboy. You're way off. I use that one to kill rats with. And there's plenty of them on this tub.
Mind if I take this along for a souvenir?
Go ahead. Just get out and leave me alone.
Come on, California. Mr. Grossman must get his rest now.
Say, this here Market Street's really something, ain't it? Bet if it weren't for the fog, you could see 1,000 lights.
Yeah, it's quite a place. Probably be as big as St. Louis someday. This looks like Russo's place right ahead.
You still think somebody besides that third mate's in on the robbery, huh?
I'm downright certain of it. Somebody must have told him that money was on the ship and where it was hidden. Well, let's see if Mr. Russo's in.
Say, this is the right fancy eating place, Hoppy.
Good evening, gentlemen. Welcome to Russo's. I got a nice table you're going to like. All right, this way, please.
Oh, good idea. I'm nigh starved to death.
We haven't got time to eat now, California. I guess we can sit and have a cup of coffee, though.
Here you are, gentlemen. Please, set you down.
Oh, waiter, we came here to see Mr. Russo. Is he around?
That's very funny. You see, I'm a Russo. What I can do for you?
My name's Cassidy, Mr. Russo, and this is California Carlson. We brought out the shipment of cattle that Mr. Caldwell bought.
Oh, sure. I hear him talk about you.
I understand you saw him at the ship this afternoon.
That's right. I make him a little visit to have a little talk. Why?
Mr. Russo, your friend Caldwell was found in his cabin unconscious just a few minutes after you left.
What's that?
He'd been hit over the head. He's lucky to be alive.
Oh, that's a do-base. I warned him somebody robbed the money. I warned him.
Who said anything about robbing him, Russo? How did you know about that?
Well, I didn't know, but why else somebody gonna knock him unconscious? I ask you, why else?
They tell me you knew where he hid the money. That right?
Oh, sure. Wait just a minute. You don't think I'm the one who...
Wait a minute. This belonged to you, Russo?
Well, sure. That's my stick pin. Where do you find it at?
In Caldwell's cabin, right beside his unconscious body.
But that's not possible. I lost it at stick pin a couple of days ago.
Maybe. How long since you've seen Hank Grossman, Russo?
Hank Grossman. Don't know somebody named Hank Grossman. Who's he?
Never mind. California, let's get back to the ship. And, Russo, you better stick around where we can find you.
Now, just a minute. What right you better tell me?
Take it easy. Just don't wander too far away.
But I want to go down and see Mr. Caldwell. He's my friend.
You know, I think that's a fine idea. We'll be looking for you.
I'm sorry, that's all I can tell you, Cassidy. But you see, I didn't even get a glimpse of the digger. It happened just after Russo had left. The door was still open, my back was turned when I was struck down.
And you can't be sure about whether Russo was wearing a stick pin while he was here?
No, I can't. I just don't know. But I thought you were convinced this blanket Grossman's the man who robbed me.
I am, Mr. Caldwell. But I'm also convinced that he just did the dirty work and somebody else planted it.
I say, that sounds plausible.
Thanks, Wainwright.
Well, what do you propose doing now?
I found that the maritime office is not far from the pier, and there's somebody there all night. There's a couple of things I want to check on there. So, California, and I'll see if we can find the place. See you later, Mr. Caldwell.
I tell Cassidy, you do have a car now, won't you?
I don't see how you expect to find your way off this pier, Hoppy, let alone finding that maritime office.
Now, don't tell me you let a little fog hold you back.
Little fog? What a way to spend our last night in prison.
Oh, stop complaining. If we hurry up, we might still get through with the business in time to have some fun.
Sure hope so, but what do you expect to discover?
All right, cowboys, get your hands up. And don't try anything funny. Get the guns, Jake.
Well, if it doesn't sound like Mr. Grossman. Feeling better, I see.
It's me, all right. But don't turn around. Just keep walking right over to the edge of the pier. Down them steps. All right, stop right there. Tie their hands behind them, Jake. What do I do with the gun? Toss them in the drink. Where they're going, they won't need them.
Just, where are we going, anyway?
You'll find out soon enough. Hurry up, Jake.
Hi, Marigan.
Yeah, that does it. All right, get in the boat. Both of you lay down on the bottom there. Right, Jake. Shove off.
Mind letting us in on your plan, Grossman?
I'd be glad to, cowboy. It's very simple. We row out the bay a little ways, tie them 2 anchors to your legs, and over you go. Permanent.
Now, back to Hop Along Cassidy and our story, Peril at Pier 19. Hoppy in California, sure that somebody besides Third Mate Grossman was behind the attack and robbery of Mr. Caldwell, left the cattle boat to do some more investigating. As they walked along the fog-shrouded pier, a voice from behind ordered them to put up their hands. They were quickly disarmed and tied, put in a small rowboat, and told by Grossman that they would soon be thrown into the bay with anchors tied to their legs.
Gosh, Hoppy, looks like curtains, don't it?
I don't know. Jake didn't do too good a job tying my hands. I can just work them loose.
You better hurry. I can't fudge mine.
Listen, California, our legs aren't tied yet. There's just a chance.
What do you mean, Hoppy?
When they stop to tie those anchors to our feet, they're going to have to bend over us.
Yeah, sure, but...
It's our only chance. Wait till I give the signal and kick to a man like a missile. You.
I got you, Hoppy. I hope it works.
It's got to be far enough, Jake.
Yeah. Wonder how these cowboys like fish.
Come on, I'll tie one of these anchors on the old geezer, and you get the other one.
Okay. These things are heavy enough.
Well, you Tuskegee are about to have a diving lesson.
Now, California. I got my hands free now. Well, that ought to take care of Grossman for a while.
Help! I can't swim.
What you doing, Harvey?
I'm tying Grossman up. I'm being a little more careful about it than his pal Jake was. There, that'll hold him.
I'll get you yet, cowboy.
Here, California. Let me get you untied.
It'll be a pleasure.
Help me! Help me!
There. I can get my hands out now, Harvey.
All right. Now let's fish out this wharf rat and tie him up.
I ought to leave the varmint where he is.
Oh, come on. Give me a hand.
All right.
There he is. Now put a rope around him, California. And we'll see if we can get this thing back to dry land.
Yeah, that's for me. Be a miracle if we can find our way, though.
That wasn't bad navigating for a cowhand, was it? Only missed this pier by 2 others.
Probably a lucky thing we'll end is where we did. That night watchman at the warehouse will take good care of them seagoing coyotes.
Yeah, now if we can just corral the other one.
Yeah, them two are sure stubborn. Here we got 'em dead to rights, and they still won't tell us who put 'em up to all.
Well, it shouldn't take long to find out.
I feel I've been up and down this here gangplank so much, I'm beginning to feel like a member of the crew.
Maybe you can get the third mate's old job.
Yeah, that's enough. No, oh, no, sir, not me, not me.
Come on, there's a light up in the pilot house. Let's go up and see the captain.
Yeah, he ought to be interested about his third mate.
I just wonder if that Jake was a member of this crew.
I don't know. He seemed to know Grossman pretty good anyway.
Looks like the captain's inside, all right.
Yes, what is it? Oh, Cassidy. Why, I thought you'd gone ashore.
We did, Captain, and we almost went for a swim, too.
Swim? I don't understand.
Have you got a crew member named Jake?
Jake? Why, yes. I signed on a Jake Richards just the other day. Friend of the third mate. Why?
Your third mate and his friend just tried to drown us in the bay, that's why.
Grossman? Why, I can't believe it. Why, he's always... Why would they try to drown you, Cassidy?
Because somebody gave them orders to. Somebody that planned the robbery of Caldwell.
Well, where are they now? Let's find them. I'll notify
That
them.
won't be necessary, Captain. We put them in a nice, safe place.
Well, if somebody else is mixed up in this, why not make Grossman and Jake tell who it is?
Yeah, but right now we've got other business below.
Oh, see, that reminds me. That Russo fella came aboard a while ago.
Is he down with Caldwell now?
As far as I know, he is.
We better get down there, too, hadn't we, Hoppy?
Yeah. You going to be around, Captain?
Aye. I'm staying aboard.
Good. We'll see you later. Come on, California.
What you looking for, Hoppy?
Funny, I thought I had a silver dollar in my pocket. I guess I don't.
What information you want $1 for now?
Just wanted to try something. You got one?
Yeah, sure. Here you are.
Thanks.
Oh, Hoppy, you gone from local? What you throw it down there for? No, we'll never find it.
Oh, don't get excited. What's $1 between friends?
What's it? Well, I heard about folks throwing money away, but I never thought I'd live to see the day when you throw mine away.
Forget it. Come on, let's go down and see how Caldwell's making out.
Hoppy, I'd feel a lot better if I still had a 6-gun handy.
Yeah, so would I, but you just hang on to that belaying pin and...
Oh, it's Mr. Cassidy in California. Come in. Father's feeling ever so much better.
Well, I'm sure glad to hear it.
Good to see you, Cassidy.
Thanks, Mr. Caldwell. Hello, Wainwright. And how are you, Mr. Russo?
Oh, fine, thank you.
Well, quite a get-together here.
Well, I thought I'd better look into my passengers. Everything shipshape, Mr. Caldwell?
Everything's fine, Captain. Nice of you to inquire.
Come in, Captain. I was about to tell Mr. Caldwell my ideas concerning the robbery. Would you like to hear them?
Aye, by all means.
I say, Cassidy, have you solved the case already?
I think so, Mr. Caldwell.
Go on, old man. Tell us everything. Sure. What's in the story? What's happened?
We were right about Grossman, Mr. Caldwell. He's the one that robbed you. And he tried to kill us a little while ago.
By Jove. Did he really?
Oh, no.
Yeah, but he was only acting on orders. The man who planned everything knew we were going ashore and told Grossman to make sure we didn't leave the pier alive.
But I don't understand. None of us leave the world.
You didn't have to. He discovered our plans the same way he found the money was aboard and where it was hidden. California. Take that grill off the ventilator opening in the wall there.
Right, Harvey. There she is.
Now look inside. See anything at the bottom of the shaft?
Well, I'll be darned. Here's a silver dollar.
What in heaven's name are you driving at, Cassidy?
Just this. When you and the others were discussing the money and where to hide it, somebody could hear every word you said.
But I don't understand.
That ventilator shaft runs right up to the bridge, and its open end is right next to the pilot house. Somebody listening up there could hear voices in the cabin as well as through a speaking tube.
By Jove, then it must
Where
be...
you...
Look out, he must have a gun.
Get in, California.
Oh,
There.
that ought to keep you in port for a while, Captain.
Now, back to Hop-Along Cassidy.
Good heavens, I simply can't eat another bite.
Saying that, Rooster fella sure sets a pretty good table at that.
Decent of him inviting us all to be his dinner guests.
Well, how's the dinner? You like the seafood?
Oh, it's great, Mr. Russo. You know, I wouldn't want any of the Bar 20 boys to hear me say this, but that seafood tasted better than many a steak I've had.
Oh,
But don't ever repeat that, please.
Oh, we've enjoyed it so much, Mr. Russo.
That's good. I just wish your papa could be here, too.
I know he does, too. But doctor's orders, you know.
Next trip you make, we do it again. How's that, huh?
By Jove, Ellen, that reminds me. The shipping company said we'll be leaving tomorrow after all. They're putting on another captain and third mate.
And thanks to Mr. Cassidy, the cattle will be aboard, too.
Don't thank me, Miss Ellen. California's the one who found the money in the captain's cabin.
We owe you both a debt we can never repay. I only hope someday you two get down to Australia so you can see our ranch and be our honored guests. Will you do it?
Well, I can't promise anything, but we'll sure try.
Good. Oh, there's one other thing. Father told me to order you both a pair of the finest six-shooters made. But you see, I don't know much about that sort of thing.
Well, I say, why not let them tell us what to get?
That's just what I had in mind. How about it, California?
well, I reckon...
Better just get him a rifle for long-range work, Miss Ellen. He doesn't have any use for six guns.
Well, Harvey,
Whatever you mean. What's he going to use in close quarters if he doesn't have six guns?
Just give him a belaying pin. He's pretty handy with one of those.
Thus ends Hoppy and California's exciting adventure in San Francisco, titled Peril at Pier 19. Next time, we find them in the Rio Grande country of Texas, where their dangerous adventure begins as death crosses the river. Hop-Along Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. Peril at Pier 19 was written by Robert T. Smith. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
Lights Out is up next on Nightly Old-Time Radio Shows.
Lights out, everybody.
Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly, but sincerely, to turn off your radio now.
Prophecy is an easy thing, for rarely is the prophet brought to judgment. Tonight I bring you a false prophecy, a play set at this hour, yes, 1 minute after 10 Eastern peacetime, but the years have moved onward to the number of 55. The place of our story is a great rocket speeding away from the moon. Yes, away, for the first trip to the moon has finally taken place, and a triumphant airship is now rapidly returning to the Mother Earth. Here, then, is a story about a tomorrow 55 years hence, September 20th in the year of our Lord 2000, on board a rocket ship. A play that is, I sincerely hope, a very false prophecy.
The sky is sure the limit, our new century's begun. We're floating on our plastic boats, we're flying through the air. The world is all our playground, we haven't got a care. Oh, I'm glad to be alive, boys, I'm glad to be alive. I'm riding on a rocket train, and soon I will arrive. Oh, I'm glad to be alive, boys, I'm glad to be alive. I'm riding on a rocket train, and soon I will arrive.
Hi, Doc, how about joining us?
Yes, Doctor. Don't you think it's about time we had a little celebration?
There's a great deal of work to be done.
Work's over, Doctor. 24 hours more and we're back.
Yes, Doctor. We'll be back. We've done it. Completed.
In 24 hours.
If you're worried about our landing, I'm not. You worried, Reynolds?
No, sir. Everything's in perfect order.
Sure, Doc. There's going to be a round trip. Anyway, there's 24 hours before we have to worry about that.
Yes, Doctor. It's a time for celebration. Oh, I'm glad to be alive, boys. I'm glad to be alive.
I'm riding on a rocket train, and soon I will arrive.
Reynolds.
Oh,
Major Reynolds. Are you men out of your minds? You, Major Russell. Reynolds is still a boy, but you're a mature man. Please act maturely.
Oh, but Doctor...
I'll grant you that our adventure has gone well.
Well is right. We've been to the moon.
My congratulations, Reynolds.
Thank you, Major, thank you. I'll put the medal on my other chest.
Will you men listen to me? We're 48,000 miles from the Earth.
And headed right for it.
We're not there yet.
Doc, pardon the expression, but you're a gloomy Joe.
I am a realist.
But, Doctor, the possibilities of anything's going wrong are remote. Surely we're entitled to relax a little and relish the fact of what we've done.
Yeah, we've done it, Doc. Even if we never get back, we've done it. We've been to the moon, and it'll always be there on the books.
I'm not interested in becoming an historical fact, Major Russell. The data we've collected, that's my only interest. May I ask you and Reynolds to get back to your post?
Oh, but everything's going like clockwork. Look at the gauges.
But we are out of radio contact with the Earth.
Yes, sir. But we are on course. Doc, what is wrong?
Wrong? What should be wrong?
No, the kid's right, Doc. Ever since we made the circle and started back, all these days you've been acting as if we didn't make it. We've gone 243,000 miles, and we're three-quarters of the way back, and we're in, Doc. We're in. So what's the matter with you?
How old were you, Major, when the Second World War ended?
Oh, about 5. What's that got to do
And
with
you,
it?
Reynolds?
You weren't even born.
No, sir.
I was 21 on that day in New Mexico when they set off the first chain reaction. 21.
Doc, you mean to say you were in at the beginning of it?
Of course he was. Dr. Chamberlain was one of the original research men in the atomic bomb project back in 45. The only one of them alive today.
Well, what do you know? So that's why you wanted to make this trip, Doc. I mean, you...
Yes, Major. You wanted it as a substitution for what you missed as a boy, the excitement and glory of war.
Oh, now, Doc...
It's true, and Reynolds here is young and idealistic, and the scientific wonder of it was what he wanted. And I was there at the birth of an era. Now atomic power is driving me into space, back to the Earth where it all began. And I'm thinking...
Yeah, Doc?
It's not pertinent to any of this. We've no time to discuss our emotions. There's work to be done.
Airspeed, 23,486.
Airspeed, 23,486.
Interior temperature, 68.2.
Interior temperature, 68.2.
Well, that's it.
Yes?
Any radio contact, Reynolds?
No, sir.
How about that, Doc?
Unfortunate, but not very vital. We're definitely on course.
How much longer will it be, Doc?
10 hours. At the most, 10 hours.
In the middle of LaGuardia Field. That's where I'd like to land.
I hope not.
Texas. Isn't that it?
Sure. We'll hit the flats right on the nose.
If the auxiliary jets work.
They worked on the moon. They'll work on landing. We're the good luck boys, Doc. We can't miss.
You have the optimism of a 16-year-old. Reynolds, you'd better get back to your radio. Try phone contact.
Yes, sir.
Major, check the jet temperatures.
Right jet, 1580.
Right jet, 1580.
Left jet, 1583.
Left jet, 1583.
Speed, 24,832.
Speed, 24,832.
XR1 calling CQ. XR1 calling CQ. Hello? XR1 calling CQ. XR1 calling CQ. Hello?
Any luck?
No, sir.
Put your transmitter back on automatic.
Yes, sir.
Why do you laugh, Major?
I was just thinking about how many millions of telescopes are turned in our direction.
Yes?
What you said a few hours ago. I mean, about my wanting the excitement and adventure. That's true, you know. I'm 60 years old, and I guess I just lived for this chance. The Army hadn't okayed my going. Well, here I am. Once we land, I'll admit frankly I'm going to cash in on every bit of it and have myself a time. You know something? I get the feeling kind of depressed when I think it'll soon be over. Well, there's no reason for depression, is there?
I couldn't answer that.
Why not?
You've been wondering, undoubtedly, why, ever since we left the moon, I've been acting strangely.
That's right.
I've never believed in predestination, and yet there's been sort of a motivation of fate in my life. At 21, I was part of that research team trying to adapt atomic power to military purposes. When that first bomb went off over the New Mexico desert, the newspaper man repeated the words, "What hath God wrought?" And no one quite knew. I've been waiting 55 years for the answer. I think I found it a few hours ago on the moon. And it's an answer full of horror. Close the oxygen valve. That's why you're yawning.
Oh, yes, sir. 2 points?
2 points.
Oh, the Major's sure sleeping.
Yes.
It's only a few more hours, isn't it?
Yes.
Will we have to put on our compression suits the way we did on the takeoff?
Yes, of course.
Doctor, may I ask you something?
Yes?
Before, you spoke of finding an answer on the moon. And then you didn't say any more. Well, I've been thinking about it. I was wondering if it was something that the Major couldn't understand. And that's why you didn't speak of it further.
And now you want to know?
Yes, sir. I haven't lived anywhere as long as you two have, but my life has been built around atomic power. My dad, he was one of your men. Ever since I was a child, becoming a physicist like Dad was and you are and Dr. Oppenheimer and all the rest, that was it. Now, all of a sudden, the way you spoke before, as if all our research has been criminal. Do you mean that? Collision, radar.
Get at it. What's the matter? What's the matter?
Object approaching.
Where?
15 degrees west. There it is. Meteorite. It's a meteorite.
That was the closest.
It was indeed.
Be sardonic indeed to collide with a meteorite at this point in our journey.
I use a stronger word than sardonic, Doctor.
Yeah, like fatal.
It's all clear.
Well, I better get back to
Reynolds. Reynolds, you asked me a question before, and I want to answer it. You too, Major Russell. I want you to hear this.
Sure.
Reynolds overheard what I said to you, that I'd found the answer to a very old question on the moon. He said that he felt that somehow I thought all of the research on atomic power had been criminal. No, young man, I don't believe that. Not at all. Criminal to know more about a way of nature? No. The answer I found was something else. I hadn't even an answer, perhaps only a theory. When we came within 100 miles of the moon and then began to de-accelerate, to turn back, what did we see through the observation ports?
Well, Doc, we saw...
No, please, let me tell you what I saw. The craters of the moon. Great, gigantic craters, and as we came closer and closer, the look of them was so familiar. Not because I had seen them through telescopes and in photographs, but for some reason that I couldn't quite understand. Craters of the moon, and suddenly, at the very moment when we'd come as close as we dared and our ship swung in an orbit to return, suddenly I knew. It was a memory of another crater I had seen 55 years before in New Mexico from an observation plane high over the ground a few hours after the first atomic bomb had lit the sky with a new sun. Yes. The crater in the crust of the Earth that bomb had left was the same as the craters of the moon. Do you understand? The crater our bomb had left on the Earth was the same as the craters on the moon.
So what? I don't get it.
Yes, Doctor. What are you getting at? The crater in that desert was 1,000th of the size of the ones you're talking about.
I suddenly began to think. Was it not possible that the moon had gone through the same evolutionary processes as our Earth before our Earth? Yes. Wasn't it possible that men had come into being on the moon, developed their own civilization, had known scientific progress, even as we have, but long before we Earthmen had known it?
Say, Doc.
You do understand. These men of the moon had discovered the secret of atomic power long before we did, and then had used it to blast and to tear each other. Yes. And the craters on the moon, that terrible devastation, was the record of the destruction of their civilization. A final war which had burned up the very atmosphere and left the moon a dead planet circling endlessly through an airless sky.
All right, Doctor. Presuming your theory is correct that the moon men had started through a war, a chain atomic reaction that they couldn't stop, well, what of it? It indicates that they were fools.
Yeah, that's it. Fools.
Are we any wiser?
Airspeed 2482.
You'd better cut it down.
Right, how much?
About 15%.
Right.
You get anything, Reynolds?
No, sir.
Would you come here a moment?
Yes, sir.
Will you help me with this port covering?
Yes, sir.
Here, there.
All right.
Hey, trying to take a look, huh?
Yes, that's it. There she is.
Mama Earth.
Reynolds, the cameras?
Yes, sir. How much should I run, Doctor?
Put it on automatic exposure.
Yes, sir.
6 more hours, eh, Doctor?
Or less.
Sure we haven't made a mistake and headed for Venus.
What are you?
That was just a bad joke, Doc. No, there's no two ways about it. The outline of the continents, we can't make any mistake about that being our home address. I wonder how much they can see of us. What are we, 6,000, 7,000 miles out? You know, this reminds me of the time about 25 years ago. The Army sent me up to 1,000 miles to take observation photographs. Well, you remember how the atomic reaction motors were then. We got up about 500 feet.
Major.
What?
Look down. Look.
What? Well, I don't see anything.
Look, I tell you. Reynolds, come here.
What's the matter? Something wrong?
Well, the doctor says there's...
Reynolds, look. Do you see?
Yes. What is it?
I see it, too. Bright lights going on and off. What's going on down there?
Doctor, are they signaling us? Are they signaling?
It's 6,000 miles. Why? Why should they?
That's right. There's no such plan.
Look at it. It is lights going on and off.
But they're all from one area.
Can you make out where?
North America.
Then they are signals. The candle in the window.
Your own question. At 6,000 miles?
Wait a minute.
Are they explosions?
Explosions? Major Doctor, is that it? Are they explosions?
I don't know.
CQ, CQ, hello, CQ, CQ. Oh, I'm sorry, Doctor, I can't raise anyone.
Doc, come here.
Yes, what?
Look, the closer we get, they are explosions.
3 more hours, we'll know.
I want to know now. Reynolds, what's the matter with you? Why can't you make radio contact?
I'm doing everything I can.
Major.
Doc, what is...
Craters. Look. Craters.
Craters? At this altitude, you couldn't possibly...
After each flash, I do see them.
Okay. What does it mean? Well, what are you looking at me like that for? What does it mean?
Dr. Major, something's coming through.
Oh, well, about time.
I can only hear it faintly.
What?
Please, let me listen. United States. What?
Reynolds, what is it?
Tell us.
Boy, I couldn't quite make out. Oh, he said...
Said what?
Tell us.
War. He said war. Blasting the United States off the face of the earth.
Blasting.
It's a joke, isn't it? Isn't it?
What are they sending now? What now?
It began an hour ago. No warning. Projectiles radio controlled. Point of origin unknown. Oh, it stopped again, the transmission.
That's enough. Where's the International Police Force? What's being done about it? Doctor, did you hear it was an attack without warning? Who could it be? What's the idea?
The explosions are increasing in frequency.
Reynolds, is there anything more coming through?
No, nothing. Yes, they started transmission again.
All right, let's have it quick.
Some station in Midwest. I can't get the call letters.
Who cares?
He says it's hell. Ground shaking. No bombs landed near, but air reconnaissance. It's so garbled I can hardly make out.
Well?
It started an hour ago. Everything burning. Oh, it stopped again. There's nothing.
Doctor, in heaven's name, what do you think it's all about? Stop staring out of the window and talk to me.
What are they doing?
What do you mean, what are they doing? They're bombing us, blasting us. It's war, but who? I've got to find out. Reynolds, find out who.
It's no use. There's no transmission.
Doctor, those bombs, where are they coming from? Can't you tell by the trajectory?
At this distance? And what difference does the face of the enemy make? It's happening, that's all.
Smashed them. I always said we should have smashed them. Exterminated them 50 years ago.
Oh, they were so peaceful for so many years. And
the flashes are increasing in frequency.
Reynolds, get on that radio.
I'll try again.
I've got to know who. The devils. We had agreements with everyone. The international devils, all of them. Call them devils. I don't even know who they are. Reynolds, you got anything?
No, I don't.
Doctor, faster. Let's get down there faster. Let's open it up.
You know better than that. We're entering atmosphere. Increased speed, and we burn up like a meteorite.
But I'm an army man. All my life I've been
coming
trained.
through.
What?
The bombs. Nothing can. I can hardly make it out.
Keep at it.
Panic. Paratroopers.
Who?
Last message from United States of... It's ended. There is no more.
We'd only get down there faster.
Only 500 more miles.
Look at it down there. Our Air Force, protective measures. What happened to them?
What happened?
Doctor! You, why don't you say something? We'll just sit there for hours watching. This isn't a scientific experiment going on down there. They're blasting us to pieces. Us! Your atomic bombs, a great secret. Hold it over the world and have peace forever. You said that. Yes, you. I was a kid then. I heard you say it over the radio when they gave you a medal. Hold it over the world and have peace forever. Well, what do you got to say now?
We had a wonderful 55 years.
What?
Everybody had a wonderful time.
Reynolds, what's the matter with him? He's gone.
No. Let him finish.
First, we hung the criminals 55 years ago. And as soon as their bodies stopped swinging, we left the crowd and each went back to his own house and shut the door.
You said the peace would hold forever.
I said it because I thought that when the secret was put away, the people of the world would remember the terror. I said to myself, surely now that they've seen the possibility of the disintegration of their Earth, they'll be drawn together once again into the family of men as it must have been in the beginning. I forgot what years could do. I forgot how quickly forgetfulness comes. I forgot that in only a few years, Hiroshima and Nagasaki would be only yesterday's sensations for a nation eager for sensations for today. You keep asking me who's sending those bombs against us. Who? I tell you we're sending them against ourselves. Yes. Because had we made our way of life something more than a confused dream of shiny machines and happy endings, those bombs of hatred and revenge would not be flying at us. I said the peace would hold forever because I thought that out of that war at last men had learned that there was no defense against hatred and revenge, but the defense of education for the unity of people. It was a race, gentlemen, against time. And we wasted our last 55 years running backwards on a track of chromium and plastics. And so we've lost. Forever.
No. We've never lost.
Look, the blasts are increasing in frequency. There's nothing left. Nothing.
We'll start someplace else. We'll build...
Doctor, look. The color of the blast.
Oh, dear God.
What? What?
Doctor, it's nitrogen, isn't it?
Nitrogen? What?
The fools, the everlasting fools, I warned them.
The blast. More and more.
They started something they couldn't end. The color of the blast. They've set off hydrogen atoms.
I don't know what you...
We used uranium, plutonium, and when the initial blast was over, that was all. But hydrogen, that's part of life. One reaction sets off the other like setting off an endless chain until... Look down there.
Blast. Faster and faster.
They're spreading.
The fools. God help the fools. God help the fools.
It happened.
The sheet of flame. Around the earth. Doctor, tell me, what is it? What was it? Tell me.
It burned up all the atmosphere.
Burned up? Reynolds, what does he mean?
The chain reaction burned up all the air.
Oh, my.
Major, the left jet.
It's all right. It's all right. All right. Where are we going? Can we go down there?
There's no air, no life. The moon, the earth, the same.
How much fuel?
There's the gauge.
2, 3 hours?
Yes. Yes, I think that's right. Isn't it, Major?
Yeah.
What do we do?
You ask that question now? The Major no longer asks it. Do you know the answer, Major?
Sure. We'll circle around. Then we'll crash.
No. No, it'll be all right, my boy. My words again. Have peace forever.
And now you will hear the rest of the story with Paul Harvey up next.
The rest of the story. October 11, the bartender found himself facing a tough judge and a tougher judgment. He would be forced to pay the debts accrued from his tavern, and the sum was due immediately. The bartender argued that his partner, Bill Barry, had bought him out 18 months ago. He, the bartender, held no interest in the tavern now, therefore ought not to be held responsible for its debts. The judge said that didn't matter. Many of the debts had accumulated while he was part owner of the establishment. The bartender frowned and then protested that he had nowhere near the amount of money demanded of him. The judge said that's all right. The court would merely confiscate his personal property, including his transportation. The barkeep, confounded, kept his mouth shut, accepted the judge's decision. Perhaps he could borrow enough cash from a friend to get his things back. It took several days, but such a friend was found. The bartender's belongings were returned, and he vowed then and there that he would never, ever get involved in a business deal like that again. That was October. The following January, his former business partner died. Once again, this hapless barkeep was brought before the judge. Seems his partner had died in debt, and that the debts were still relevant to the tavern, and the amount was astronomical, the equivalent of roughly $100,000. The surviving partner said the judge must pay it all. The bartender said, "Wait a minute, Judge. He tried to explain the intricate financing and the persistent lawsuits which had plagued the establishment from the start. He pleaded that he'd been part owner for only a short while, that he'd sold his share in the place only a few weeks after he and his partner had procured their tavern license. But the judge was unimpressed by the bartender's excuses. If he had been concerned about his financial vulnerability, he should have become involved in such a complicated entrepreneurial venture. At the very least, he should have made it to know more about the law. To know more about the law. Well, that's precisely what the bartender did. He'd always been interested in the law. Now he was going to make the law his business. He got stuck with a tremendous debt, $1,100, which could be worth 100 times that in today's dollars. He was responsible for the reimbursement of that staggering amount in January of 1835. But within 2 years, he passed the bar. Passed the bar, the barrister kind, in March 1837, and his own into politics. So now, the next time you ponder the war between the states, the next time you reflect on the freeing of the slaves, the next time you hear the words 87 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, I want you to remember as well a bumbling bartender. A bartender in hock up to his stovepipe hat. Another cringing victim of the court system. A barkeep named Abraham Lincoln. Because now, you know the rest of the story.
Well, here we are. It's that time of day again. It is time for the Trivia Minute. And here we go. Humans have lived in Missouri for at least 12,000 years. Between December 16th, 1811 and late April 1812, over 2,000 earthquake tremors occurred in the Missouri River Valley. During this period, 3 of the strongest earthquakes, between 7.5 and 8.8 on today's Richter scale, in U.S. history, hit Missouri near New Madrid. Missouri Congressman William Deacon Vanderbilt, in an 1899 speech in Philadelphia, said, "For thy acquaintance never convinces nor satisfies me. I am from Missouri. You have got to show me." And since then, Missouri has been known as the Show Me State. Missouri was an important hub for transportation and commerce in early America. The state is sometimes called the Mother of the West. And that was the Trivia Minute. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. And until I see you next time, have a great day and God bless.